This is the apocalyptic moment of the giant bird swallowing the sun, heralding a new era of tumultuous transformation. That it is a utopia of the enigmatic undying deities, as well as an Eden for the empowered beings of the sequence. Outside the safety zone, false gods see souls. Within the safety zone, human hearts are feasted upon with malice. Hunting and temptation, genuine emotion and facades, faith and disorientation, the struggle for survival and the quest for peace, all partake in this consumption. I feast upon the divine. Chapter 1. The Era of Darkness, Awakening of the Devourers. On January 1st, 2000, Blue Star. Experts observed a black bird suddenly appear, regurgitating a massive stomach that engulfed the entire sun. Subsequently, the black bird reabsorbed the stomach and vanished. The sun disappeared, plunging Blue Star into an era of darkness. However, life on Blue Star did not face complete extinction. Humanity managed to survive, and numerous researchers are currently investigating the reasons behind this phenomenon. On the same day, deities emerged in large numbers on Blue Star, most of whom harbored hostility towards humanity. Under the guidance of countless unsung heroes, humanity established a united government and constructed several large safety zones, confining human existence to these areas. For reasons yet to be determined, the deities are unable to enter these zones to slay humanity, and many researchers are also delving into this mystery. This historical period marks the advent of the Dark Era on Blue Star, containing 3 key examination points. What was overlooked last year will surely be examined this year. Believe it or not, the first point is, seated in the corner of the classroom, Qin Xiang sighed, studying history will not save humanity, especially not this flawed narrative. In this world, only knowledge related to sequence abilities holds significance. He turned his gaze towards the window. Through the protective glass, he could faintly discern 1 or 2 oddly shaped deities drifting in the night sky overhead. Blue Star has entered an eternal night, so regardless of the time, the view outside the safety zone remains unchanged. A dimly flickering starry sky, and the so-called deities wandering beneath that celestial expanse. Class, next we will discuss the deities. There is also an examination point here. Pay attention, as this is the first round of review, a perfect opportunity to address any gaps in your knowledge. After the eternal night, some bizarre creatures appeared on Blue Star, each exhibiting peculiar appearances. Yet they share a common trait: aggressiveness and an undying nature. Humanity perceives these creatures as divine punishment for the sins committed prior to the Dark Era. Hence they are referred to as deities. Undying, bizarre creatures are exalted as deities. Hearing this, Qin Xiang couldn't help but scratch his head. It is always the same. At the limits of science lies theology. People attribute all inexplicable phenomena to divine beings. Everyone, take note. The section on deities in the Dark Era will undoubtedly appear on the college entrance examination, regardless of whether it is a science or humanities. Question. The students showed little enthusiasm. All were aware that in this world, only the awakening of sequence abilities would secure their place. As for ordinary students, only those ranking in the top 1,000th can gain entry into higher education institutions, providing a chance to obtain a respectable position within the united government. However, achieving such a rank within the vast safety zone is exceedingly arduous. Even the top 5 students in the school cannot guarantee this. Qin Xiang, in his past life, could not achieve this, and in his rebirth, he finds himself even further from that goal in his previous life. Qin Xiang was an orphan, and his college entrance examination results were less than stellar. He later pursued graduate studies and secured a somewhat respectable job. Ultimately, he was laid off in middle age, and while seeking compensation from his employer, he met his untimely demise at the hands of security, only to be reborn at the age of 18. In this new life, the people around him are largely those he recognized from his past. Yet the once normal world has transformed into this bizarre reality. It resembles a parallel universe. This parallel world is governed by deities and those with sequence abilities. Having yet to awaken any sequence power, Qin Xiang laments, "Heaven, why have you not granted me the awakening of sequence abilities? Have I been reborn merely to become cannon fodder?" Following the era of darkness, myriad life forms mutated. Countless species faced extinction, while new ones emerged. Humanity began to undergo mutations as well. Thus, the sequence abilities were born out on January 1st, 2005, 5 years after the Dark Era's arrival, humanity witnessed the emergence of its first sequence ability wielder. This individual possessed the extraordinary ability to transform one hand into a revolver. His revolver could fire 6 bullets in a single day. Many deemed this mutation insignificant, for humanity's current adversaries are the undying deities. Nuclear bombs cannot vanquish the deities. What use is a revolver? However, contrary to expectations, the revolver accomplished what nuclear weapons could not. He successfully eliminated 2 small deities scuttling on the ground. Even if those deities resembled giant cockroaches, they remained undying. The sequence wielder could slay deities. This shattered the long-held belief in their invulnerability. Humanity erupted in joyous celebration, seeing a glimmer of hope in the fight against the deities. The awakening of this individual heralded a new chapter in history, leading to a wave of subsequent awakenings among others. The tales of humanity slaying deities gradually became less rare. Indeed, most sequence wielders earned substantial rewards through the hunt for deities. Yet, this small spark of awakening did not alter the reality of humanity's existence within the safety zones. For the 5 years following the awakening of sequence abilities, the most dangerous large deities remained unvanquished. Nevertheless, the emergence of sequence abilities transformed the internal dynamics of humanity. Outside the safety zone, deities reign supreme. Within the safety zone, sequence wielders have become the new deities. This is humanity's apocalypse. It is also a paradise for the sequence wielders. Tales abound of individuals begging on the streets in the morning, awakening their sequences by afternoon, and soaring to new heights within the safety zone. Compared to diligent study, awakening a sequence ability is the true path to changing one's destiny. Yet, Qin Xiang remains without the awakening of sequence powers after his rebirth. He had assumed that as the chosen one, he would possess some degree of fortuitous advantage. However, 3 days have passed, and he remains an ordinary student residing on the periphery of the safety zone. Yearning for more knowledge about the awakening of sequences, he finds that few around him can provide clarity. This is understandable. Anyone with relatives who are sequence wielders or possess even a modicum of understanding about sequence abilities would not reside in the remote outskirts of the safety zone. Classmates, the awakening of sequence abilities is humanity's hope, but we must remain grounded and study diligently. Awakening of sequences? He immediately raised his hand, looking to his history teacher, who also serves as the homeroom instructor. Qin Xiang, do you have a question? Teacher, why is it that none of us have awakened sequence abilities? How can one awaken such powers? That question has already been addressed, hasn't it? The homeroom teacher frowned deeply. The reasons behind sequence awakenings remain unknown. If I knew, I would have awakened myself first. Immediately, a classmate interjected, but I heard that Zhou Yang from a neighboring class had an uncle who awakened a sequence ability. Why can't I awaken one? That is Director Zhou. The proportion of United Government officials who awaken sequence abilities is already quite high. But, no buts. Instead of dreaming unrealistic dreams here, it's better to prepare for the college entrance examination. In just 6 months, you will face the exam. If you don't focus on reviewing for admission to the academy, you'll be working after high school graduation. Can you let me breathe a little? Open your textbooks. I'll check your assignments. The more the homeroom teacher spoke, the more agitated he became, eventually pounding on the desk in frustration. However, with 2 lifetimes of experience, Qin Xiang could discern that the teacher was not simply frustrated with the students. Only the top 5 in the school stand a chance of entering an academy. Yet the top student in his class barely ranks around 30th in the school. In other words, all the students in his class will likely have to work after graduation. The homeroom teacher cannot possibly be unaware of this reality. His excitement and anger were certainly not rooted in concern for the students' futures. Qin Xiang discerned from his eyes a mixture of resentment and envy, a longing to transcend the mediocrity of ordinary existence, and a jealousy towards those who had awakened there. Sequences. When he was called out by the teacher, he discovered that his homework remained unwritten. You chatter so much in class. I thought you had completed your assignment. You haven't done your homework, and yet you indulge in fanciful dreams. Go stand by the door as punishment. Return only when you have regained your senses. Oh, he was not the only one who had failed to complete his homework, yet he was the sole target of the teacher's eye. It seemed that his recent transgression had provoked the instructor's wrath. It has been said that human anger fundamentally stems from personal inadequacy. Perhaps that was the case. As Qin Xiang exited the classroom, he dismissed the minor infraction from his mind. If not for the school cafeteria providing meals to fill the stomach of this income-less orphan, he would hardly bother attending school at all, instead dedicating his time to pondering the intricacies of sequences. Outside the classroom, the atmosphere was serene, allowing him to contemplate the methods for awakening his sequence. Although it required concentrated effort, it was better than not thinking at all. As far as he knew, the affluent and those in power had a significantly higher probability of awakening their sequence abilities. In contrast, impoverished students like him, living on the fringes of safety, were unlikely to produce even a single awakener among thousands. The awakening of sequences is not entirely random. It appears to favor the wealthy, he sighed. If the conditions for awakening are tied to one's quality of life, I fear I may never awaken a sequence. Gazing out the window, he vaguely perceived a few divine eyes wandering beneath the starry sky. Divine beings, are you? He mused. If you are indeed divine, then perhaps my ability to reincarnate is a sign of some divine power as well. By that logic, I could be considered a divine being myself. A gentle smile graced Qin Xiang's lips. Suddenly, he noticed an eye slowly opening in the dark sky, fixing its gaze upon him. The inky pupil did not seem human. It resembled that of a bird. This eye, suspended in the night, was enormous and round. If it truly belonged to a bird, it could likely swallow the entire blue planet in a single gulp. Frowning, he glanced around at his classmates, standing in the corridor, some of whom were gazing out the window in boredom, yet none seemed to notice the eye. Was he the only one able to see it? He locked eyes with the mysterious gaze for a moment and immediately felt a strange disorientation wash over him. Following this, a stream of information surged into his mind. Sequence Devourer of Gods Awakens. Chapter 2, Double Happiness. Sequence Devourer of Gods Awakens, consuming deities enhances strength current sequence level. Level 1, Glutton Skill, Blood Drink. Skill description. Consuming deities can enhance one's power. When he regained his senses, the eye in the starry sky had vanished. The sequence had awakened. His understanding of sequence abilities was limited. The only thing he knew was that those with sequence abilities could perceive their sequence information within their minds. I have awakened a sequence ability. Qin Xiang found it hard to believe, but he felt a surge of power coursing through him, significantly boosting his mental state. His previously emaciated arms began to develop muscle definition. It is said that awakening a sequence ability enhances the body. It appears to be true. However, recalling the birds, I left him puzzled. Is this peculiar method of awakening common to all? My awakening experience and the name of my sequence seem rather odd. I should clarify it before sharing with anyone. The name Devourer of Gods is quite direct. I must investigate it further in the God-slaying camp. The God-slaying camp was a forum for individuals with sequence abilities to discuss and exchange ideas. To access the forum, one required a phone or computer. Unfortunately, his home lacked even a functioning electrical appliance, let alone a computer. After evening study, the power resources in this post-apocalyptic world were scarce, and internet cafes were not open around the clock. By now, they had closed. Qin Xiang returned home and sighed in relief. After a good night's sleep, I'll head to the internet cafe tomorrow morning. The next morning, he took his meager 10 copper coins and set off for the internet cafe. Inside, a faint scent of smoke lingered, far less pungent than the internet cafes of his previous life. The establishment was somewhat dilapidated, adorned with a few decorative stickers, seemingly untouched by renovations. Yet it was still a significant improvement over Qin Xiang's living conditions. For those residing nearby, who could afford electricity, Qin Xiang regarded them as affluent. Those who could operate such an energy-consuming establishment were even more of a rarity in this impoverished area near the safety zone. Yet, a cafe stood here regardless. The unique location of the cafe suggested some underlying reason. As he passed by on his way to and from school, he often observed peculiar individuals entering and exiting, confirming his suspicions. Just one machine for half an hour will suffice. He tossed 10 copper coins to the manager. Given the scarcity of electricity, the cafe fees were exorbitant. 10 copper coins represented his earnings from a week of diligent work at the school library, and parting with them felt painful. The 30-something, rotund manager at the counter scrutinized Qin Xiang, before expressionlessly pointing to a machine. That one. Go ahead. After taking his seat, he noticed a man not far from him, dressed in a suit, typing away on the keyboard. Qin Xiang glanced again and finally understood why the scent of this cafe was far more pleasant than that of his previous life. It was due to the high prices. Those who could afford to visit were typically engaged in research or transactions, unlike the previous establishments where individuals struggled with basic necessities. Qin Xiang shifted his focus back to the screen, though the machine was slow, taking 2 minutes to load the interface. Unfortunately, faster computers required additional payment. He logged into the forum for sequence ability users, the God-Slaying Camp, to investigate the sequences that had recently emerged. The pinned post detailed the statistics of awakenings since New Year's Day, 2005, and he clicked in eagerly. In the 5 years since, thousands of sequences had awakened, all occurring abruptly, as if struck by lightning. None had mentioned seeing a bird's eye prior to their awakening. What astonished Qin Xiang even further was that among the thousands of sequences, none were related to the ability to consume deities, and one shared his method of awakening or possessed a similar ability. Qin Xiang swallowed hard, murmuring, "Could it be that I am the chosen one?" His sequence remained untraceable. Should he reveal it? The thought of drawing attention to himself was tempting, yet, upon pausing at a certain post, he found himself hesitating. To this day, humanity cannot digest the remains of deities that, if one were to awaken a sequence that enables them to consume deities to grow stronger, they might be captured for research. Armed with a nascent understanding of sequence abilities, he recognized that his devourer of God's sequence was a unique existence. The users of the God-Slaying Camp also yearned for such an ability. To hunt deities while simultaneously enhancing oneself would undeniably be a terrifying perpetual motion machine. Qin Xiang cautiously realized that he might not possess the strength to match this extraordinary sequence. As the saying goes, a commoner is innocent, but possessing a treasure is a crime. A person who holds wealth disproportionate to their strength invites danger. Should he choose to trust himself or to rely on others, basing his life and future on their lofty morals? For an ordinary person, this dilemma would not be difficult to solve. In an instant, Qin Xiang resolved to keep this matter a secret. He would quietly amass his fortune. Regardless of past lives or the present, it remains an unassailable truth. As he contemplated his future plans, the computer abruptly reverted to the password interface, displaying a message. Time to log off. To continue using, please renew at the counter. The 10 copper coins he spent had exhausted his internet time. This exemplifies the plight of financial constraints. No matter how extraordinary your abilities may be, you must log off in due time. Fortunately, in a mere half hour, Qin Xiang had unearthed the information he sought. Above all, he must ensure that others remained oblivious to the existence of the Qi Shunja sequence. With his backpack slung over his shoulder, Qin Xiang departed the internet cafe, leaving behind the puzzled gaze of the portly network administrator. Gazing through the protective glass of the safe zone at the eternal expanse of the cosmos, adorned with the occasional passing celestial deity, Qin Xiang found himself engulfed in uncertainty. Should he head towards the exit of the safe zone or proceed to school? Within the Shi Shuning Di, those endowed with sequence abilities spoke of a daily influx of teams hunting deities at the safe zone's exit. The United Government offered various support policies and resource allocations to those with sequence abilities that, in exchange, these individuals were tasked with hunting the deities beyond the confines of the safe zone. The more formidable the deities hunted, the greater the rewards bestowed upon the hunters to validate their kills. Hunters would bring back a specific part of the deity's remains as proof for claiming their rewards. Thus, Qin Xiang surmised that lingering at the safe zone exit might afford him an opportunity to taste the flesh of a deity, verifying whether the Qi Shunja sequence indeed fortified his strength. Should he succeed in this validation, he could ascend to unprecedented heights. He envisioned a future where he would remain outside the safe zone, continually hunting deities until he emerged as a master, only to return to the safe zone and dominate all. The act of hunting deities could serve as an inexhaustible source of power. Yet, upon reviewing the information panel in his mind and analyzing his skills with a calm demeanor, he shook his head. The description of Shui Yin states that consuming deities can enhance one's strength. Yet it does not imply that it can satiate hunger, that, if it cannot fill my stomach, then it signifies that I cannot rely on consuming deities to save on meals. For him, the prospect of food was paramount, taking precedence over matters of sequence abilities. He could not afford to be careless. Even a single meal could thwart a hero. No longer pondering his destination, he realized he had only one option: to attend school. Venturing to the safe zone exit in hopes of luck truly held the potential for enhancement. However, today's lunar calendar indicated all matters are ill-favored, suggesting it was likely an inopportune day for such ventures. Though Qin Xiang was not superstitious, the occurrence of rebirth and apocalyptic events rendered superstition somewhat rational. When confronted with phenomena beyond comprehension, one cannot help but succumb to superstition. School provided both lunch and dinner. More importantly, today was Friday. Saturdays and Sundays at school meant a break. During holidays, the cafeteria closed, signifying that he would be unable to scrounge for meals. Missing today's cafeteria service would result in 2 days of hunger for him, as he was devoid of any currency. He not only intended to attend school, but also needed to implore Aunt Zhang at the cafeteria for a little extra food to sustain him over the weekend. Aunt Zhang was aware of his orphan status and treated him with kindness. On weekends, he could return to the safe zone exit, as sequence ability users did not take breaks. Sequence ability users were required to submit remains of deities to the United Government to receive resources, bearing a resemblance to self-sufficient small business owners. Given this self-sufficiency, the delineation between workdays and holidays was not particularly clear-cut. Resolute in his decision, Qin Xiang traversed the dim main road, where streetlights flickered every few dozen meters, casting a soft glow that illuminated merely 2 or 3 steps. The tops of the streetlights were connected to protective glass, seemingly serving a supportive role. In Qin Xiang's view, the sole purpose of these streetlights was to inform passersby that this street bordered the safe zone. Beyond that, they held little utility, for even the illumination within the internet cafe far surpassed that of the streetlights. After a 10-minute walk along the shadowy thoroughfare, he arrived at school. The teachers on duty had yet to arrive, and morning self-study had not commenced. Daily self-study occurred from 8 to 8:15 in the morning. He had awakened early, brimming with excitement from his recent awakening of abilities. Even after spending half an hour in the internet cafe, he still arrived early. The school was brightly lit, the most luminous space within the entire safe zone's periphery, boasting the finest electrical systems and lighting. In a realm where electrical resources were scarce, this was a rarity. The United Government believed that the hope for humanity's survival and the vanquishing of deities rested upon the shoulders of each child. No matter the circumstances, education must not suffer. With improved educational conditions, the new generation would foster a sense of belonging to the United Government and the safe zone, thereby becoming more passionate about the pursuit of hunting deities. The United Government also proposed equal educational opportunities for every child, as one could never predict which child might evolve into a hero. Yet, policies once implemented within individual schools morphed into diverse and peculiar manifestations. Individuals like Qin Xiang, who paid no tuition fees and possessed no promising future, were regarded as parasites within the institution, often met with disdain by teachers. Even post-apocalypse, the resources taken by teachers far exceeded what Qin Xiang consumed. His homeroom teacher had placed his desk in a corner of the classroom, an area devoid of attention, mirroring the placement from his previous life. In his past existence, Qin Xiang felt an overwhelming sense of solitude. However, in this reincarnation, he felt utterly at ease, at the very least. Here, no one would intrude upon his reverie. While other students took out their textbooks to prepare for the day's lessons, Qin Xiang rested his chin on one hand, gazing dreamily at the deities that occasionally flitted past the safe zone outside the window. Could he contend with the deities? What would they taste like? Qin Xiang. Just then, his daydream was interrupted. He looked up to find a fair-faced female classmate standing beside him. "Oh, Li Jingwen, what brings you here?" She had arrived, stirring memories both poignant and painful. Li Jingwen was Qin Xiang's classmate from high school, adept at both tea and fishing. Though he now perceived her as somewhat immature, her standing among their peers was not insignificant. It was no wonder that Qin Xiang had been ensnared by her for 3 years, often choosing to go hungry rather than miss the opportunity to bring her breakfast with the meager earnings from his part-time job. He had even assisted her with her assignments. For Li Jingwen, Qin Xiang would grant any request. However, Li Jingwen had never reciprocated his confession, consistently deferring with the excuse that she could not afford to neglect her studies. Yet, whenever Qin Xiang contemplated relinquishing his pursuit, Li Jingwen would proactively approach him, offering words of encouragement, asserting that this was merely a test of his resolve and urging him to persevere. Such sentiments were exceedingly difficult for an innocent high school student to dismiss. They captivated him far more than the competitions of sword forging, the intricacies of donkey hoof repair, or the tediousness of carpet cleaning. Thus, Qin Xiang resolutely embraced the role of a pure-hearted romantic warrior. Alas, it was only after graduating high school that he learned of Li Jingwen's relationship with Zhou Yang from the adjacent class. Zhou Yang hailed from a well-off family. His uncle held a prominent position as the head of the education department, and his parents enjoyed respectable occupations. Li Jingwen's association with him signified a leap across half a social stratum. He vividly recalled the moment he witnessed Li Jingwen holding Zhou Yang's hand, her derisive laughter echoing in his mind. "So foolish, you deserve to be alone." In this second chance at life, despite the world undergoing significant transformations, most of his former classmates remained unchanged. Upon encountering Li Jingwen again, his heart stirred not in the slightest. Instead, he felt an enlightening clarity wash over him. The spring breeze returned, and today he realized the essence of his own identity. Love is indeed beautiful, yet one must remain vigilant against those who wield it as a weapon of malice. Li Jingwen exclaimed, "Qin Xiang, you haven't brought me breakfast in 3 days." "Oh, I had breakfast myself," Qin Xiang replied nonchalantly. Li Jingwen paused, momentarily taken aback, then queried with surprise, "But what about my breakfast? Didn't you mention that you had breakfast at home? Thus I need not bring you any." It was only later that Qin Xiang discovered Li Jingwen had been passing the breakfast he provided to her to Zhou Yang, in an attempt to curry favor with him. One could say that she was quite determined in her efforts to be with Zhou Yang, albeit at the expense of dragging Qin Xiang along in her endeavors. "I was merely testing you. If you back down so easily, how can I trust you in the future?" Observing Li Jingwen's mix of anger and playful pouting, Qin Xiang chuckled lightly. "If you're not at ease, then perhaps we shouldn't be together. After all, we are not currently in a romantic relationship." Upon hearing Qin Xiang's response, Li Jingwen felt a sense of foreboding. She couldn't comprehend why the Qin Xiang, who once catered to her every whim, seemed to have transformed in recent days. Nevertheless, her primary concern was to retrieve the homework he had completed for her, so she could compare answers with Zhou Yang. "Then please return my homework." Qin Xiang opened his backpack and produced 3 notebooks, handing them to Li Jingwen. She took the notebooks and flipped through 2 pages. Her eyes widened in shock. "Qin Xiang, why is the homework blank?" "Homework doesn't write itself. If no one writes it, naturally it remains empty. But weren't you supposed to help me with it?" Qin Xiang pulled out 3 more notebooks, revealing their blank pages to Li Jingwen. "I haven't even written mine. Why would I assist you?" If you do this, I'll get scolded by the teacher." "But aren't you worried that I'll be reprimanded by the teacher?" Qin Xiang looked at Li Jingwen with a bemused expression, as if he had heard something amusing, then shrugged. "I was punished by the homeroom teacher yesterday, and you didn't seem concerned at all." Tears shimmered in Li Jingwen's eyes. "Qin Xiang, I feel like you no longer like me." Qin Xiang remained unfazed by her theatrics, instead giving her a thumbs up. "Li Jingwen, that was the only coherent sentence you've uttered all morning." With that, Qin Xiang leaned against the window, continuing to gaze at the bizarre shapes of the clouds, pondering whether consuming them would lead to an upset stomach. Li Jingwen was utterly dumbfounded. She had arranged to meet Zhou Yang to discuss their homework answers, intending to pass along the breakfast Qin Xiang had provided her. Now that Qin Xiang had withdrawn his support, how could she explain herself to Zhou Yang? In response to Qin Xiang's indifference, she angrily declared, "Qin Xiang, if you continue like this, there will be no future for us." Qin Xiang scoffed lightly, turning to gaze at the calendar hanging at the back of the classroom. Blue Star Calendar, January 1st, 2010 Gregorian Calendar, Friday, New Year's Day. Lunar Calendar, Year of the Earth Ox, November 17th, an inauspicious day for all matters. Who says today is inauspicious for all? Isn't this a double blessing? Chapter 3. The opportunity to grow stronger. A gluttonous feast on the fringes of the safety zone lies an exceedingly backward area, lagging in every aspect. as evidenced not only by the streets but also by the gathered crowds. For instance, the education system, which the United Government prioritizes above all else, is woefully inadequate. At Zhuangxiao, the senior year curriculum consists solely of tedious lessons on the glorious history of the ancient human race and outdated scientific theories. These pieces of knowledge, once the stepping stones to academic and professional success prior to the apocalypse, have now entirely lost their relevance in today's world. The only path to redemption lies in awakening one's sequence abilities. Only by possessing such abilities can one hope to alter their fate. However, this outdated school on the outskirts of the safety zone offers no courses related to sequence abilities. The impoverished environment scarcely reveals the presence of any sequence ability practitioners. The teachers, being ordinary individuals themselves, lack the opportunity for relevant education, rendering them incapable of imparting such knowledge to their students. Though Qin Xiang remains unaware of the intricacies, he believes that the safety zone, established a decade ago, has seen sequence ability awakenings for 5 years. The United Government must have implemented related courses, but they have yet to reach Zhuangxiao. The glaring absence of vital knowledge within the current world system leaves Qin Xiang devoid of any vision for the future. Courses related to sequence abilities should not solely cater to those awakening such powers. They could also benefit ordinary individuals. The emergence of sequence practitioners will inevitably spawn numerous industries and create a plethora of job opportunities. Consequently, ordinary individuals who complete these courses would find themselves with a wider array of career options. However, the resources and platform at Zhuangxiao are at the very bottom of the safety zone hierarchy, constricting the students' paths immensely. Their choices are limited to competing for a few meager spots in the college entrance examination or hoping for a stroke of luck to awaken sequence abilities and become practitioners themselves. Yet, for the past 5 years, the ancestors of the students at Zhuangxiao have remained undisturbed. In the classroom, the sole hope for the students is to gain admission to the specialized college established by the United Government for ordinary people, with the aspiration of securing a clerical position within the government upon graduation. However, based on the previous academic performance, Qin Xiang, currently ranking around the 100th position in his grade, is light years away from achieving that goal. His past experiences as a laborer have taught him a valuable lesson. Refrain from futile efforts, let go of what must be relinquished, and do not engage in self-sabotage. He merely awaits the lunch and dinner hours to gather extra servings from the cafeteria to sustain himself over the weekend. With no assignments completed, he faces reprimands from all his teachers. Li Jingwen and her friends share a similar fate, having been scolded as well. Li Jingwen's friends have always relied on her to complete their assignments, which Qin Xiang has been writing. Now that he has ceased his servitude, the entire chain of dependency has collapsed. Throughout the day, Li Jingwen casts occasional glances of lament towards Qin Xiang, who remains indifferent to her plight. Meanwhile, her companions are brainstorming ideas to salvage their situation. They see Qin Xiang as a source of advantage, as he has previously assisted them with errands and meals without refusal. With Qin Xiang no longer catering to their whims, their benefits have been compromised. Jingwen, don't fret. Perhaps Qin Xiang has encountered some unforeseen circumstance that has dampened his spirits. One friend suggests, look at him, seemingly lost in thought. He might have been triggered by something. Li Jingwen expresses her concern. What should I do? Today, when I compared answers with Zhou Yang, I claimed I was ill and unable to complete my homework, yet he remarked he couldn't tell I was unwell. You all know my grades. Completing the homework myself is exceedingly difficult. Zhou Yang's uncle awakened sequence abilities a few days ago. If I could be with Zhou Yang, it would be of great assistance to you all. Her friend's demeanor shifts. For your happiness, we must devise a plan. The supportive tone of her friends brings Li Jingwen a sense of satisfaction. Being the first to learn of Zhou Yang's uncle's awakening, she feels a deepening connection with him. Nevertheless, the sudden changes brought by Qin Xiang have left her unsettled. As Li Jingwen articulates her thoughts, her friends become more proactive in strategizing. They believe that should Jingwen ascend socially, they too would benefit in some measure. Jingwen, here is the plan. When school ends, you intercept him and speak to him. When the day concludes, Qin Xiang leaves his books behind on his desk, for his backpack is filled with food. Today, he shamelessly took more than usual from the cafeteria, and Aunt Zhang did not scold him, providing him with as much as he desired. He has ensured that his meals for the weekend are secured. He plans to carry his food-laden backpack and sleep near the safety zone exit. When a sequence ability hunter returns from slaying a deity, he will seize the opportunity to test his luck. He intends to quietly grow stronger and gradually evolve until he can escape the wretched confines of the safety zone's edge. Just as he joyfully heads home, Li Jingwen unexpectedly appears, blocking his path. Qin Xiang furrows his brow, gazing at her with confusion. Li Jingwen adopts a charming expression. Qin Xiang, today I reflected on myself and consulted my heart. The truth is, I have feelings for you. However, we are still quite young. Leave, Qin Xiang interrupts coldly, turning away as if stepping around an unpleasant obstacle. Li Jingwen remains rooted in place, astonished by the unexpected outcome of her vulnerability. Has Qin Xiang truly changed? She ponders, standing in a daze before departing in solitude. Upon returning home, Qin Xiang takes a cold shower and lies down to rest. Initially, he planned to stake out the safety zone exit that very night, but fatigue from a restless previous night leads him to reconsider. He decides to replenish his energy at home tonight and set out early the next morning. As dawn breaks, Qin Xiang is roused by his alarm. Saturday has arrived. He draws back the curtains. Though darkness still shrouds the outside, it is indeed 7 in the morning. After a hurried breakfast, he prepares to depart. Glancing at the calendar, he notes Blue Star Era 2010, January 2nd. Gregorian calendar, Saturday, lunar calendar, Jicho year, November 18th, suitable for burial. Suitable for burial? It seems today's lunar calendar holds no relevance for me. Without the sun, the temperature outside the safety zone continues to plummet, rendering it exceptionally cold. Qin Xiang dons several layers of warm clothing, shouldering his food-filled backpack as he steps outside. The safety zone has multiple exits, with the nearest one just a 10-minute walk from his home. However, this particular exit is small, and few deities linger outside, meaning that a hunting party seldom departs from there. Fewer teams imply diminished opportunities. Qin Xiang resolves to head to the largest safety zone exit nearby, numbered 114514. Within the safety zone, only the larger exits bear numbers, facilitating communication and coordination among sequence ability practitioners for hunting missions. The lower the exit number, the more deities inhabit the area, leading to an increase in the presence of sequence ability teams. Although the 114514 exit seems to have a higher number, it is still preferable to having no number at all, as it indicates a congregation of sequence practitioners. Such knowledge was never imparted by the school or textbooks. Qin Xiang gleaned it during a half-hour online session yesterday from educational posts on the Shirshin Ingdi forum. He chuckles wryly to himself. Indeed, the apocalypse is quite different. Attending school pales in comparison to surfing the internet. Alas, the internet is exorbitantly priced and does not provide meals, while school is free and offers 2 meals daily. If only the advantages of both could be combined. Qin Xiang contemplated for a moment and then remarked, "Forget it." In the end, I must express my gratitude for the tuition and meal subsidy policy of the United Government. The exit numbered 114514 was more than a 2-hour journey away. Yet he felt invigorated. His future brimmed with promise. That exit to the safe zone harbored his hope of escaping his current fate. As he traversed the path, he observed dilapidated houses, most of which had collapsed. The road, neglected and covered in gravel and dust, demanded that he frequently climb over the debris, leaving him breathless from exertion. The journey was lengthy, yet Qin Xiang encountered few living souls. Occasionally, a hurried passerby would appear, but they were not residents of the area. For years prior, the anti-aircraft glass here had inexplicably shattered in several places. This glass served as a barrier against divine entities entering the safe zone. Once shattered, the inhabitants lost their sole line of defense. Many deities seized the opportunity to invade, launching assaults on the safe zone. In a bid to contain the situation, the United Government hastily dispatched a military force of sequence ability users to eliminate the invading deities, subsequently sending in a construction team to swiftly repair the shattered glass. Fortunately, the United Government acted promptly, preventing any major deities from breaching the safe zone. Otherwise, the consequences would have been catastrophic. Nonetheless, this incident still resulted in significant losses, with former residents either perishing in the assault or relocating. The United Government repaired the defensive structures of the safe zone, but did not reconstruct the streets or housing. Once insecurity arises, trust in the safety of the area dissipates. Even if infrastructure were established, no one would wish to relocate here. The United Government deemed further efforts futile. The absence of human presence, however, allowed Qin Xiang to breathe easier. At least he need not worry about someone snatching food from his backpack. Most graduates from Zhuan School struggled to find employment, exacerbating the area's security concerns. For Qin Xiang, the lack of people provided far greater peace of mind than their presence. At last, he spotted a blue sign towering 2 meters high, emblazoned with the words Exit 114514 in bold white paint. He had finally arrived. Approaching the exit, he intended to assess the situation, only to find it surrounded by a throng of people, making entry impossible. To glean information, he climbed a nearby dirt mound for a better view. His eyes were immediately drawn to the protective gate of the exit. This was his first encounter with a numbered safe zone exit and the first time he beheld its grand gate. The gate, 7 to 8 meters wide and 3 to 4 meters high, appeared to be forged from a unique alloy, exuding a sense of formidable weight. The protective glass on the gate consisted of numerous layers, obscuring his view of the area beyond. In front of the gate stood a dozen individuals clad in transparent helmets and orange and white striped freeze-proof suits. Such suits, valued at more than 2 silver coins, represented an astronomical sum in Qin Xiang's world, affordable only to sequence ability users. Since the establishment of the United Government, currency was no longer issued by individual nations, but was replaced by copper, silver, and gold coins uniformly distributed by the United Government. Although termed copper, silver, and gold coins, these currencies were not pure precious metals, but rather various alloys designed to support the extensive use of safe zones worldwide. Among them, copper coins held the least value due to their low production cost and the presence of various metallic impurities. Generally, the price of 10,000 copper coins equated to that of 1 silver coin, and 1,000 silver coins equated to 1 gold coin. However, due to the cheap production costs of copper coins and varying compositions across mints, it typically took around 12,000 copper coins to exchange for a single silver coin. For Qin Xiang, silver coins felt as unattainable as millions of assets from a previous life. It appeared that they were indeed a congregation of sequence ability users at this exit. The individuals clad in freeze-proof suits were but a minority. In addition to these dozen or so, thousands of ordinary people, wrapped up tightly like Qin Xiang, surrounded the area. He found himself puzzled about their purpose. Were only sequence ability users supposed to gather at the exit? At that moment, 2 sequence ability users in freeze-proof suits removed their helmets, seemingly having completed a hunting mission, ready to return. Instantly, hundreds of ordinary people surged forward. Gentlemen, would you care to take a moment to rest? I have a wonderful foot massage. Gentlemen, I offer exquisite cuisine. I have upscale apartments available for the gentlemen to stay in for free. Just a few photos together will suffice. Gentlemen, my daughter is yet to be married. Upon seeing your heroic demeanor, she has vowed to marry no one but you. Gentlemen, do you desire a wife? If you already have one, I could be your concubine, no strings attached. The crowd surged forward, yet instinctively maintained a distance of over a meter from the 2 sequence ability users. The 2 seemed accustomed to such encounters and did not linger long, ultimately selecting a high-end restaurant and a comfortable hotel before departing. The business owners chosen by them glowed with excitement. Qin Xiang watched the crowd's reaction, utterly astonished. He understood that sequence ability users were revered in this world, but had not anticipated such a scene. Ordinary individuals yearned to align themselves with a sequence ability user, hoping to escape their dire circumstances and live in a more comfortable place. They all aspired for a leap in social class. It was a dream likely to remain unfulfilled. Reflecting on this, Qin Xiang felt a surge of gratitude towards fate, further solidifying his resolve. Heaven has already bestowed an opportunity upon me. I must seize it. He attempted to navigate through the crowd to approach the remaining sequence ability users, but was immediately shoved aside. You little brat, go to the back of the line. Why are you pushing forward? Qin Xiang replied, I am not here to seek out sequence ability users. I have no intention of competing with you for business. He merely wished to see if there were any remnants of divine entities left behind, showing no interest in the sequence ability users. However, others were unwilling to believe his intentions. Upon hearing Qin Xiang's words, the surrounding crowd erupted in laughter. Who are you trying to fool? Every person trying to push forward says the same thing. With no alternative, he remained at the fringes, waiting. The protective gate of the safe zone opened repeatedly, allowing sequence ability users to enter and exit while the crowd of ordinary people gradually thinned. By evening, Qin Xiang finally secured a position closer to the front. However, unlike others, whenever a sequence ability user returned from outside the safe zone, his attention was not on them, but rather on the remnants of deities they carried. They presented the remnants for inspection by the staff. Qin Xiang was perplexed that all the remnants were circular. Ultimately, all circular remnants were taken away by the nearby inspection personnel, leaving him with none to collect. Just when Qin Xiang thought his efforts had yielded no reward, another team returned from outside the safe zone. One sequence ability user examined their findings and tossed aside an ear that was infested with numerous worms. "It must have fallen into my backpack during the battle, ruining my bag," he grumbled. Qin Xiang's eyes lit up at the sight of the worm-ridden ear, and he prepared to discreetly collect it. However, a cleaner swept the ear into a dustpan and turned to leave. "What is happening? Has my opportunity been snatched away by a cleaner?" He felt an insatiable yearning and promptly followed the janitor out of the safety zone. The janitor remained oblivious to the peculiar interest someone might have in the refuse within his dustpan. Upon reaching the corner, he unceremoniously discarded the severed ear into a filthy trash bin and turned away. Qin Xiang, however, remained hidden, watching the janitor disappear into the distance. Once the janitor had left, Qin Xiang approached the trash bin, intending to retrieve the ear. Just as he leaned in, he noticed an individual in uniform approaching, who glanced at the remnants of the deity within the trash and then produced a notebook to document the findings. Qin Xiang frowned, pondering whether the remnants of a deity in a trash bin warranted recording. Was this truly refuse? Yet the official paid little heed, recorded the information, and walked away. As soon as the coast was clear, Qin Xiang rushed over, lifted the lid of the trash bin, and was immediately assaulted by a pungent metallic scent. To his astonishment, he discovered numerous remnants of deities within. Qin Xiang's eyes widened, his heart racing. Was this a veritable feast? Chapter 4. The Rise of Power. Qin Xiang's gaze brimmed with excitement. As the saying goes, one may traipse through the iron shoes in vain, only to stumble upon treasure without effort. Here lay a bounty of discarded deity remnants. Was this not a stroke of fortune? Truly, it was a divine gift. He was indeed the chosen one. Surveying his surroundings, he noticed no one was in sight. The remnants of the deities were unlike the familiar cuts of beef or lamb, evoking a twinge of reluctance within him. However, the prospect of successfully validating his blood feast, skill, and the potential for continuous enhancement through the remnants filled him with anticipation. Qin Xiang clenched his fists, suppressing his physiological discomfort, and resolved to take the plunge. In the face of his intense desire, all instincts would be overshadowed. There was no need for missions or sacrifices, merely consuming the scraps of deities. What was there to complain about? He recalled the information from the Godslayer camp, which stated that consuming deity remnants would elicit no adverse reactions. This was a substance beyond the realm of living organisms, indigestible and unabsorbed. Even upon awakening sequential abilities, the same held true. If he could indeed digest the deity remnants, it would be an unprecedented stroke of luck. He closed his eyes and swallowed a piece of the deity's remains whole. To his surprise, though the remnants appeared somewhat uninviting, they tasted rather delightful. They were no less palatable than the meals served in the cafeteria. He could not discern whether the meat of the deities was genuinely exquisite or if the cafeteria chef skills were simply lacking. Initially anticipating a disagreeable taste, he had contemplated how much he could force down. Yet, finding it surprisingly flavorful, he resolved to indulge without restraint. Qin Xiang opened his eyes and exhaled deeply. Sequence Devourer. Consuming deities will strengthen you. Current sequence level. Level 1. Glutton skill. Blood feast. Skill description. Consuming deities allows for digestion. Why was there not a single change? At that moment, Qin Xiang felt a peculiar noise emanating from within his body. It appeared to originate from his heart, gurgling like a spring breaking through the confines of gravel, releasing a long-suppressed flow of pure water. This eruption soon spread throughout his entire being. Then, a sharp pain coursed through him, as if a torrent surged through his narrow veins, threatening to burst his muscles. His body convulsed uncontrollably, muscles twitching violently. It took about a minute for the pain to dissipate entirely. He sensed his arm muscles twitch a couple more times before reverting to their normal state. What was happening? Qin Xiang was filled with curiosity, uncertain whether the changes in his body were beneficial or detrimental. He removed his jacket and inspected his arm. although it appeared largely unchanged. His intimate familiarity with his own body led him to notice that the muscles seemed to have gained a bit of bulk, whether this was merely an illusion or not. He felt invigorated. Even the burden of his food-laden backpack felt lighter. He glanced again at the information panel, which still displayed the same content, showing no variation. Yet, the changes in his body indicated that he had indeed undergone some indescribable transformation. Qin Xiang quickly devised a plausible explanation. The information regarding devourer was not deceptive. After consuming the deities, he had indeed grown stronger. However, this enhancement was not substantial enough to be reflected in the displayed information. During his perusal of the forums, he had learned that those with sequential abilities experienced significant boosts in various aspects of their capabilities upon consuming sequential elixirs, which precisely matched his current state. Since it was effective, this indicated that Qin Xiang had successfully validated the method for enhancing his sequence and strengthening his own capabilities. A good beginning is half the battle won. Qin Xiang grinned greedily, rubbing his hands together as he gazed at the other deity remnants before him. He could hardly contain his eagerness and picked up another piece, devouring it voraciously. Soon, the sensation of a surging torrent flooded through him once more. After a brief moment, Qin Xiang excitedly examined his body, noting the strengthening characteristics had become even more pronounced. I am now stronger and more spirited. The corners of Qin Xiang's mouth turned upward as he no longer hesitated, continuing to feast heartily. Were the remnants of deities in the trash bin? No. This was undeniably his first pot of gold. Yet, he remained composed, handling the remnants with care to keep his clothes clean and tidy. If he were to become stained with blood, he would undoubtedly attract attention on his way home, and he would find it difficult to explain. Simultaneously, he remained vigilant, ensuring no one witnessed his peculiar behavior. Growing stronger required discretion, and the secret of his sequential abilities must be safeguarded. His past experiences in the workforce had exposed him to the malice of human nature. Even if one harbored no ill will, jealousy could prompt others to undermine you, revealing your secrets behind your back. In this life, endowed with such a unique ability, he must exercise utmost caution and refrain from divulging it to others. As Qin Xiang indulged, he reveled in the sensation of the torrent surging throughout his being. Initially unbearable, the pain gradually morphed into a soothing sensation, even sparking a hint of obsession within him. Damn, am I developing masochistic tendencies? Qin Xiang silently cursed himself, reminding himself not to become ensnared in the pleasurable agony. However, he noticed an oddity. Despite consuming copious amounts, he felt no sense of fullness in his stomach. It was indeed peculiar. Having eaten so much, he was still hungry. It appeared that, as he had previously surmised, consuming deities merely enhanced his power without alleviating his physiological hunger. No wonder the information specified digestion rather than absorption. They were entirely different narratives. The disappearance of the deity remnant from the trash bin could attract unwanted attention, so it was wise to minimize trouble. His foremost task was to swiftly convert the remnants into his own strength. Qin Xiang hastened his actions, continuing to devour the deity remnants beside the trash bin. Finally, after more than an hour, he had consumed all 30 remnants before him. His entire state and power had undergone a qualitative transformation. Yet, he could not afford to revel in this newfound body just yet. Spotting a puddle nearby, he washed the blood from his hands and face. Without a moment's hesitation, he swiftly departed the area and made his way home. The changes in his body were strikingly apparent. The 2-hour journey took him merely an hour to complete, and he felt no strain whatsoever. Though the time had been halved, his mood was doubled in torment. The journey felt particularly prolonged due to his troubled mind, as if an entire day had passed. Upon returning home, he felt utterly drained, as though he had labored tirelessly throughout the day. Sitting on a sofa fashioned from cardboard boxes, he finally exhaled a sigh of relief. It was now nighttime, and he was ravenously hungry. As soon as he closed the door, he promptly opened his backpack and retrieved a portion of Lu Yin Chanyu rice to satiate his hunger. However, the moment he took a bite, Qin Xiang furrowed his brow, his face contorting in distaste. The cafeteria-esque culinary output remained consistently subpar. It was truly unpalatable. He grumbled to himself, but obediently finished his meal, discarding the empty container into the sink. Normally, he would wash the container after eating, but with the weekend approaching, he felt justified in indulging in a bit of laziness, as he would not need to bring the container back to school. After letting out a satisfying burp, he poured himself a cup of hot water to aid digestion. However, as he set down the kettle, he miscalculated and it slipped from the table, seemingly destined to crash to the floor. In his eyes, the kettle fell in slow motion, allowing him to witness every detail of its descent. Even the droplets of water splashing into the air were vividly clear to him. With a swift motion, he reached out and effortlessly caught the kettle. It seems I have become remarkably agile. My senses have sharpened. He placed the kettle back on the table and was about to marvel at his newfound abilities when he noticed a deep handprint on the kettle, startling him once more. Did I leave that mark? Has my strength truly increased? He gripped the kettle again, applying a bit of pressure, and found no change. Yet, when he focused on the desire to deform the kettle, its shape shifted once more, and I can control my strength at will. He recalled discussions in the forum about the need to visit the Sequence Ability Management Bureau to learn more, but entry required proof of being a Sequence ability user. He had no intention of revealing his newfound powers just yet. He wanted to understand them better first. Thus, Shiningdi became his sole source of information. However, accessing Shiningdi necessitated a computer or smartphone with internet access, both luxuries beyond his reach. His only option was to visit an internet cafe, but even half an hour there cost 10 copper coins, a significant sum. The area surrounding Qinxiang's safe zone was impoverished, where even adults fought tooth and nail for a single job, leaving no opportunities for students. The only means to earn money was through work study at the school library, which paid 10 copper coins a week. Fortunately, Teacher Zhu at the library understood Qinxiang's circumstances and provided him special consideration, reserving the sole work study position as a library assistant for him. When school resumed next week, he would return to aid in organizing books. Qinxiang approached the window, gazing out at the vast darkness beyond the curtains, filled with countless wandering deities, and a smile crept across his face. If I could consume them all, I cannot even fathom how powerful I would become. Today had been immensely fulfilling, instilling hope in the reborn Qinxiang. He began to believe that he was the chosen one in this world. After washing his slightly dusty coat and taking a cold shower, he climbed into bed to sleep. The next morning, upon waking, he examined his robust arms and thighs, a smile still gracing his face. What shall I do today? Shall I return to yesterday's trash bin to search for remnants of the deities? This thought was quickly dismissed by Qinxiang. The absence of the remnants in the trash bin by exit 114,514 might attract unwanted attention, leading to potential trouble. However, he was at a loss as to how to begin hunting deities outside the safe zone. What if he encountered a deity he could not defeat and became prey instead? After pondering for a moment, he slapped his forehead. I shall strike and then change my location. If I cannot go to the trash bin at the safe zone exit, I can simply find another. Chapter 5. Obstacles. The map of the safe zone was vast. So much so that even the geography teacher at Jiu Anshuexiao lacked a detailed version. Naturally, Qinxiang was unaware of the distribution of exits in the safe zone. He was only familiar with exit 114514 because it was nearby. With over 100,000 numbered exits, this was the only one he knew. An ordinary person, unless seeking to ascend to the ranks of sequence ability users, would hardly concern themselves with the location of safe zone exits. Not knowing their locations was not a particularly daunting issue. He recalled that there was a route map at the bus station near the main road, which likely indicated the locations of the safe zone exits. In previous weekends, Qinxiang had simply lazed around at home to conserve energy and eat less. This weekend, however, promised to be extraordinary. He was filled with determination, driven by a singular belief, to grow stronger. As long as he became stronger, he could escape this wretched place. Qinxiang shouldered his backpack filled with food and walked for several minutes until he reached the bus station. This was his first visit, as he could never afford to ride the bus. In his memory of the post-apocalyptic safe zone, the poor walked on foot while the wealthy traveled by bus. As for those driving private cars, gasoline was an even scarcer resource than electricity. Such affluent individuals did not exist in the outskirts of the safe zone. He studied the route map at the bus station for quite some time and discovered that many of the bus stop names were named after safe zone exits. The only bus route in the outskirts passed several exits, all bearing numbers smaller than 114514. As for which exit to pursue, he was uncertain. I shall simply see where the journey takes me. Having never ridden a bus before, he had no idea how far one stop would be. If only orphans could ride for free. Qin Xiang glanced at the fare of 5 copper coins, shaking his head in resignation. He had given away all 10 of his remaining copper coins at the internet cafe yesterday. 5 copper coins for a one-way trip. A round trip would cost 10 coins. He might as well return to the internet cafe to conduct some research. Thus, Qin Xiang began the task of measuring the distance between bus stations on foot. He needed to gauge the general distance to estimate which safe zone exits he could reach on foot. After walking for 20 minutes along the bus route, he arrived at the next bus station. Here, the bus station seemed considerably farther than those from his previous life. After consuming the remnants of the deity yesterday, his strength had increased, and he moved at an extraordinary pace, far surpassing that of ordinary pedestrians. Whenever the road was deserted, he quickened his pace, pushing himself to the limit. Even so, he could only cover 3 bus stops in an hour. Now aware of the distance between stops, he had a clearer understanding of his operational range. The 7th stop was labeled 54320, the 17th was 89757, and the 20th was 38324. At present, it appeared that only these 3 stops presented an opportunity for him to search for remnants of the deities. The farthest, exit 38324, would allow him to return home before tomorrow. Any further, and he would likely be unable to return home by Monday, jeopardizing his school attendance. On Monday, Qin Xiang needed to arrive at school early to inform the library administrator of his intention to continue his work-study position. Otherwise, someone else would take his place, and he would be unable to afford another visit to the internet cafe. After considering this, Qin Xiang resolved to first make his way to the 54320 exit to assess the situation. The journey of 1 hour and 40 minutes did not induce the slightest fatigue in Qin Xiang. Instead, he felt an increasing sense of exhilaration. The abundance of material wealth and spiritual richness are often discussed separately. Once a person has hope, they can approach any task with vigor. Even though the surrounding streetlights cast a dim glow, creating an oppressive atmosphere, it was technically daytime, though the sun had vanished a decade prior. Despite the morning hour, the sky perpetually lingered in the stillness of midnight. The infrastructure at the edge of the safety zone was quite rudimentary. The thoroughfare where he walked featured a dim streetlight every few dozen meters, barely illuminating a few paces ahead. Nearby alleys were shrouded in darkness, compelling him to navigate by touch. Looking up, he could faintly discern stars twinkling against the backdrop of the safety zone as protective glass, alongside fleeting silhouettes of deities. A biting wind pierced through the layers of his inadequately warm outerwear, making contact with his skin and raising goosebumps. Qin Xiang raised his collar to shield his face from the cold wind and continued to stride forward. After traversing 7 stops, he arrived at the exit of safety zone 54320. This exit, with a number significantly smaller than 114514, should theoretically host more sequence ability users hunting deities. Upon arrival, he sought refuge in a somewhat taller dilapidated building to survey the situation. Indeed, he spotted nearly 100 individuals clad in thermal suits congregated at the exit, a number far exceeding that at the 114,514 exit. Surrounding ordinary people, similarly dressed, crowded the area near the safety zone exit, likely totaling nearly 10,000. He observed the crowd and the sequence ability users conversing at the center, none of whom paid him any mind. Qin Xiang pretended to wander aimlessly nearby, searching for dumpsters containing the remnants of deities. At last, he discovered a dumpster loaded with the remains of deities, situated a block away from the safety zone exit. This dumpster was considerably larger than those at the 114,514 exit. If the dumpster at 114514 was akin to a lavish banquet, then the area surrounding the 54320 exit resembled an extravagant feast of grand proportions. 7 or 8 dumpsters stood in a row, each brimming with the remnants of deities. The astonishing variety of bizarre and grotesque remains ignited Qin Xiang's appetite. If he could clear out these 7 or 8 dumpsters, wouldn't he soar to new heights? His heart raced as he contemplated how to swiftly empty the remnants from this place. However, he suddenly noticed 2 custodians, smeared with blood, stationed beside the dumpster. Initially, he intended to wait at a distance until they departed. Yet, when he came into their line of sight, both custodians lifted their heads to look at him. After a brief moment of eye contact, they resumed their task of cleaning the dumpster. A sense of unease gripped Qin Xiang, prompting a change of plans. He didn't halt. Instead, he continued forward, drawing closer to the dumpsters and the custodians. Pretending to be a passing student, he walked nonchalantly past the two, not turning back. The custodians glanced at him, sizing up his simple attire and youthful visage, yet paid him little heed. It was only when he had distanced himself from the block that he breathed a sigh of relief. What was happening? Why were there individuals guarding the dumpster? And in plain clothes, no less. Could it be that the uniformed recorder from yesterday reported him? Were the dumpsters truly under surveillance? When Qin Xiang locked eyes with the custodians, his heart raced. Though their expressions were impassive, their keen observation betrayed a sharp awareness. He realized that those two were certainly not ordinary custodians. The stains on their clothing were too conspicuous. The blood had long since drained from the deified corpses, having been cleaned during the hunting process. The custodians he had seen at the 14514 exit had merely been dusted with grime. Even with the abundance of remains at the 54,320 exit, the dumpsters bore little blood. Yet those two appeared as if they had just committed a murder. Splattered with blood, a far cry from a custodian's typical appearance. It was all too deliberate. Moreover, when Qin Xiang had been at a considerable distance from the dumpster, they both had turned to look at him in unison. The moment their gazes met, he sensed their heightened alertness. Custodians should focus on their duties. Why were they vigilantly scanning their surroundings? Both of them. Perhaps the disappearance of the deified remains from the dumpster last night had drawn attention. It was plausible that these remains were being collected for ulterior purposes. His earlier concerns were not unfounded. In just one night, the United Government had initiated an investigation into the matter. It was evident that more plainclothes operatives were likely lying in wait at the dumpster of the 114,514 exit. Qin Xiang sighed, wondering if taking only one deified remnant yesterday would have spared him this trouble. However, retrieving merely one remnant daily, while seemingly safer, necessitated over 30 trips to the dumpster to achieve his current strength. The likelihood of exposure increased significantly with so many visits, raising the risk of being captured on the spot. It was far more prudent to aim for a grand haul. This consideration had driven him to decide to clear out the dumpster completely yesterday. Qin Xiang understood that his plan to obtain deified remains from the dumpster might be on the verge of failure. Nonetheless, he had not entirely relinquished hope. Even though he held a favorable view of the United Government, he harbored doubts about the efficiency of its lower echelons. Otherwise, why had Jiyuan Xuexiao yet to offer courses related to sequence abilities? Perhaps the situation had not escalated to the point of obliterating all his opportunities. Alas, the dumpsters here held no prospects. He resolved to move further along and test his luck. Even without new opportunities, his prior gains had significantly enhanced his strength. This journey was not in vain. Departing from the 54320 safety zone exit, Qin Xiang continued along the bus route toward the horizon. The next safety zone exit lay 10 stops ahead at 89757. 10 stops. Sigh. That would require over 3 more hours of walking. He wondered if he would be able to return home today, or if he might end up sleeping outdoors. Chapter 6. Sequence Advancement on the Road. Qin Xiang retrieved a portion of Qinzu mushroom from his backpack, a meal he had taken from the cafeteria on Friday, and began to eat as he walked. In the cafeteria, mushrooms were considered a delicacy, given their meat-like texture and the unique flavor of fungi. A simple stir-fry could yield a delightful dish. Yet, Qin Xiang had no appetite. His mind was wholly preoccupied with thoughts of how to become stronger. By the time he reached the 89,757 safety zone exit, the afternoon sun had begun to descend. Fortunately, his body had been enhanced the previous day, endowing him with extraordinary stamina. After nearly 6 hours of walking since leaving home, he still felt no fatigue. However, he was aware that this state could not be sustained for long, as he could no longer maintain his initial pace. This realization rendered him pessimistic about traveling even further to the 38324 safety zone exit. The prospect of an additional 2-hour round trip did not seem wise. Spotting the sign for the 89757 exit brought him relief. He had finally arrived. This time, he did not proceed directly to the safety zone exit, as his objective was not the sequence ability user stationed there. In order to avoid exposure, he opted to take a detour down a narrow path. First, checking the condition of the trash bins. Having previously searched the trash bins near the 2 emergency exits, he had developed a rough estimation of their locations. Indeed, after traversing a block, he spotted 3 bins filled with remnants of divine beings. as he observed the deep purple tentacles slowly adhering and writhing at the edges of the bins. A surge of adrenaline coursed through Qin Xiang's veins. He scanned the vicinity, noting the absence of people or cleaners. Was this a chance or a trap? While maintaining an air of nonchalance, he meticulously analyzed the situation. The disarray of the trash bins suggested that no one had taken the time to organize them. A glance at the ground revealed only a single set of striped shoe prints repeatedly trampling around the bins, likely belonging to a cleaner. As for any potential surveillance, the likelihood seemed slim. The 89757 safety zone exit had significantly fewer sequence practitioners compared to the 54320 exit, meaning the trash bins here were unlikely to attract the same level of attention. If even the massive way station in the 54320 safety area only had 2 undercover agents, it was inconceivable that the 89757 exit would employ more sophisticated surveillance methods. The absence of nearby observers indicated a lack of monitoring, suggesting that the incident of the divine remnants disappearing from the 114514 safety area exit had only reached the 54320 exit and had not spread further. Initially, he had planned to venture to the more distant 38,324 safety area exit, for there awaited a sumptuous feast. However, his body was already exhibiting signs of fatigue, seemingly insufficient to support a gamble at that location. He thus resolved to inspect the trash bins of the 89,757 area. He recognized that his analysis was not infallible. Yet, glory is often seized through perilous ventures. To grow stronger, one must embrace risk. A life solely pursued for stability would only lead to missed opportunities. Having lived again, Qin Xiang was not intent on merely reliving the drudgery of his past existence. At the very least, he aspired to leverage his formidable sequence abilities to escape the confines of the safety zone and achieve financial freedom. Thus, he was determined to grow stronger, and to do so with utmost urgency. Resolving this matter, he decided to seize the moment while unobserved and hurried to the trash bins to indulge. The divine remnants within were 3 to 4 times the amount he had consumed the previous day. He needed to accelerate his pace and resolve this swiftly. Should he repeat yesterday's slow and deliberate consumption, supplemented by water, he would be left wondering when he might finish the 3 bins, potentially leading to exposure. However, hastening his consumption would mean he could not be cautious about his attire, risking splattering blood and attracting significant trouble. Therefore, before indulging, he carefully removed all his outer garments and hung them on a nearby streetlight. The metallic shell of the streetlight bore several hooks, the purpose of which he did not know, but they served perfectly to hold his clothes. With his upper body bare, he approached the bins. This area, being near the safety zone exit, was markedly colder than elsewhere. The frigid winds that surged through the opening of the safety zone caused Qin Xiang to break out in goosebumps. Prioritizing safety, he endured the chill to eat, ensuring his clothes remained free of bloodstains. Gazing at the enticing array of divine remnants, he shivered with excitement. He swallowed hard and exclaimed, "Let us begin." Whether it was a matter of becoming more accustomed to the act or an enhancement in his physical capabilities, his speed of swallowing the divine remnants had increased several-fold compared to yesterday. Previously, he might have choked. Today, he deftly stuffed the remnants into his mouth with both hands, swallowing them down almost instantly. His hands barely paused, and within a mere 10 minutes, he was close to finishing the contents of the 3 bins. Throughout his feasting, his entire body continued to strengthen. As he neared the conclusion of consuming the divine remnants, he noticed that, even without a shirt, he was impervious to the cold, his entire being brimming with vitality. Such immediate results? Qin Xiang gazed at his increasingly defined pectorals and abs, a smile of satisfaction spreading across his face. Just then, a shift occurred in the information swirling in his mind. Sequence Devourer of God's Promotion, digesting divine beings enhances strength. Current sequence level, 2, Greedy Berserker. Skill, Blood Drink. Skill description, can digest divine beings raw. Skill, Brutality. Skill description, within 10 minutes, one's agility and physical strength triple, during which no pain is felt. His level had risen. Qin Xiang's eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at his information panel. The new skill, Brutality, increased his agility and strength while rendering him impervious to pain. This skill seemed to vastly augment his combat capabilities, Was he now strong enough to join a team of sequence practitioners hunting divine beings? He recalled seeing a sequence called Warrior in the God-slaying camp forum, which possessed a strengthening skill that doubled its power and physical strength for 5 minutes. A skill often deemed a bug among lower-tier sequences. His brutality evidently encompassed strengthening entirely. Was he not now the king among lower-tier practitioners? With such formidable skills, should he join a team of sequence practitioners or operate solo? His mind was awash with thoughts, yet no answers emerged. Suddenly, a realization struck him. The priority now was not to reveal his identity as a sequence practitioner, but to find a means to conceal his devourer of God's sequence from others. To achieve this, he needed to visit an internet cafe to find a sequence to masquerade as. Otherwise, if anyone learned of his true sequence, the consequences could be dire. However, that was a concern for after he received his library wage next week. For now, he needed to continue living as an ordinary student. Future matters could wait. Today, he had already elevated his sequence. It was wise to know when to stop. If he were to greedily venture to the 38324 safety area exit for more consumption, the risks were too great. The 38324 safety area exit was merely 3 stations away from this 89,757 exit. If someone here noticed something amiss, they could alert those at the 38324 exit to be on guard by the trash bins, catching him red-handed. He decided to conclude his business here. After finishing the last 10 or so divine remnants in the bins, he would head home. Qin Xiang solidified his resolve and prepared to continue. Eager to wrap up this lavish feast, suddenly, he heard footsteps. Someone was approaching. How unfortunate. However, the footsteps seemed somewhat unsteady. Turning to look, he saw a drunken man stumbling toward the bins from a distance. The drunkard appeared oblivious to Qin Xiang's presence, mumbling a tuneless song, which only heightened Qin Xiang's anxiety. Should this inebriated individual notice the oddity of the bins, it wouldn't be long before the area was sealed off. He could not afford to wipe away the bloodstains on his body. After a moment's hesitation, he quickly stuffed the remnants from the bins into his backpack, put on his clothes, and fled. Following his sequence promotion, his body underwent yet another qualitative leap, allowing him to run at an incredible speed, blurring the roadside railings as he sped past. Qin Xiang silently prayed that he would not be caught before he could escape. The inebriated man, clutching a bottle of liquor, staggered to the trash can, scratching his head in bewilderment. Did I not just see someone here? How could they vanish in the blink of an eye? Could they be like me, a sequence ability user? He tossed the bottle into the trash, the glass clinking crisply against the container. The trash can appears to be empty? Chapter 7. Forced to take action for the first time, the drunken man glanced back at the trash can. The remnants of the divine had already been collected by the sanitation worker. Did not the sanitation workers only collect garbage at midnight? Had he truly spent half the day drinking with Baloo? Half a day, and they had consumed only 4 or 5 bottles of alcohol. He scratched his head with a tinge of melancholy, muttering to himself, I've grown old. My tolerance has diminished. 2 bottles can leave me inebriated for half a day. I must drink less in the future to avoid affecting my hunts for the divine. With that, he stumbled away. Qin Xiang, without a moment's hesitation and unable to ponder further, sprinted tirelessly down the narrow path. The path was dim and deserted, allowing him to flee at full speed. Upon reaching the end of the path and returning to the main road, he resumed his guise as a mere pedestrian, keeping his head down and quickening his pace, waiting for an opportunity to slip back into a side alley. This strategy of evasion had proven effective, as no one paid heed to this scruffy young man. Perhaps it was the elevation of his sequence that revitalized his physical prowess. The weariness he had felt earlier dissipated entirely, and his muscles seemed to pulsate with newfound vigor. I have been fleeing for nearly 20 minutes, passing a bus stop, yet no one has pursued me. Qin Xiang remained vigilant, his heart racing, blood surging to his head, sharpening his focus to the utmost. His peripheral vision scanned his surroundings, keenly attuned to the sounds of footsteps behind him, fearful of being discovered. Damn it, if it weren't for that drunken fool, I could have finished everything. Just a moment more? The thought of that inebriated man filled Qin Xiang with resentment, yet he also felt a sense of relief. The man was profoundly intoxicated, unable to walk steadily, stumbling forward and backward while leaning against the wall. He likely could not see clearly nor maintain coherent awareness. Had the man who spotted him been sober, he would have undoubtedly recognized the situation and reported it to the United Government. If that were the case, he might have already been apprehended. Truly, fate had smiled upon him. This backpack filled with remnants of the divine. If he were to be captured, he would have no means to justify his actions. Even if he had not taken the remnants, he would still be within a restricted area, making escape nearly impossible. Moreover, his backpack contained a dozen remnants. He felt compelled to take them because he foresaw that the opportunity to find divine remnants in the trash would dwindle after tonight. The theft of divine remnants was not considered a grave offense, for these remnants held little value. Qin Xiang had observed at the internet cafe that consuming divine remnants was futile. They could only be regurgitated or expelled from the body intact. No one would seek out remnants that served no purpose. Yet, while the remnants were deemed useless, their disappearance was undeniably peculiar. If they were so worthless, why would anyone steal them? Could there be some ulterior motive? The disappearance of divine remnants from 2 trash cans over the course of 2 days would surely attract attention. The police were likely already aware. Qin Xiang's repeated thefts from the trash cans over 2 days aimed to enhance his strength in the shortest time possible. While others might have taken a gradual approach, retrieving remnants periodically, he had suffered from the folly of gradualism in his previous life. He had believed that success came from slow and steady effort, gradually advancing to promotions and raises. Yet, he never witnessed such opportunities before his demise, which enlightened him to the fact that a slow plan suited those with a certain level of capital, not a destitute individual like himself. The pursuit of immediate gains was the only viable strategy for someone at the bottom. His capacity to resist uncertainty was alarmingly poor. Even the slightest disturbance could crush him. What if the United Government stationed guards at every trash can in the future? How would he cope then? Was he to remain hidden for a lifetime? He had no way of knowing when the next opportunity would arise. In this second life, he refused to languish in silent waiting. What could be done today must not be delayed until tomorrow. The time to act was now. Delay would invite change. It was evident that Qin Xiang's attempts to procure divine remnant from the trash could potentially expose him, since this was to be his last endeavor. And the individual who discovered him was a sluggish drunkard. He was determined to take as much as he could, even if he did not succeed in taking the remnants. Being caught by the United Government would make escape exceedingly difficult. The bold thrive while the timid perish. Noticing that his backpack had begun to seep blood, Qin Xiang clutched it to his chest and darted into the alley, continuing his frantic retreat. The narrow path, unlike the main road, did not feature dim streetlights at intervals, but was shrouded in darkness. The only light came from the stars above, filtering through the anti-air glass atop the safe zone. Enhanced by his newfound physical capabilities, Qin Xiang could navigate the alley with clarity. The darkened environment became his ally, concealing his identity. Even if he encountered others, he could pass by without fear of exposure. He intended to escape home without further incident. However, just as he turned into a shadowy alley, an unexpected turn of events occurred. A small knife flew from the corner, aimed directly at his right eye. What was happening? His agility far surpassed that of ordinary individuals, and as he spotted the knife, he instinctively dodged. The knife clattered to the ground, striking the cobblestones with a sharp sound. Qin Xiang's gaze locked on 3 figures standing at the alley's edge, their unkempt hair and mocking expressions betraying their intentions. Who would have thought that while resting here, we would encounter such a prime target? One of them jeered. The trio rose, surrounding Qin Xiang. He coldly inquired, "What do you want?" "What do we want? Is that even a question? We intend to rob you." "Rob me?" Could they not see that his tattered coat was hardly worth anything? What use would robbing this poor boy be? "I have no money." Qin Xiang frowned, feeling the urgency of time slipping away. He had no time to engage in lengthy debates with these 3. The matter of the missing divine remnants could be exposed at any moment. He needed to distance himself from the exit of safe zone 89757 quickly. At this location, he was merely 2 stops away from safety, yet he was far from secure. Additionally, he was still clutching a backpack filled with divine remnants. At that moment, one of the men flicked aside his greasy bangs, revealing a sinister grin. "No money, you say? Just leave the backpack behind." These 3 were after his backpack. Qin Xiang glanced at the bag in his arms, then quickly covered the blood-soaked area, feeling a sense of dread wash over him. Although the backpack contained nothing of value, he could not let them have it. "Nothing of value, you say? Then why don't you open it and let us take a look?" One of the men mocked. Qin Xiang surveyed his would-be assailants, feeling rather untroubled. They were merely ordinary men. He could easily escape if he chose to. As he contemplated which direction to break free, another one taunted him. You, running so fast down this alley, as if fleeing for your life, must have something hidden in that bag. How about this? We won't be greedy. You keep 1/4, and the remaining 3/4 go to us three. We'll even help you keep a secret. What do you say? Another chimed in, exactly. Leave the goods, and we three can pretend we never saw you. Otherwise, you cannot escape a beating. Even if you manage to flee, the three of us can report you to the police. When you just turned in, the streetlight illuminated your face. We have already memorized it. Upon hearing this, Qin Xiang's feet, which were prepared for flight, froze in place. The realization that these three had seen him brought forth the peril of exposure. If they truly reported him to the authorities, all his previous efforts would be in vain. Suddenly, a surge of murderous intent welled up within him. The ferocity in his gaze was immediately seized upon by the seasoned criminals who had endured the gray underbelly of society for years. The leader remarked, "This kid's eyes seem rather fierce. Shall he make a move? Just a poor kid? Since he is willing to strike. It must mean the treasures in his backpack are worth a fortune. Let us deal with him and claim the riches for ourselves." With that, the three of them drew knives, lunging towards Qin Xiang in succession. Qin Xiang had never taken a life before. Until now, he had merely entertained a fleeting thought. For someone who had lived a mundane life in a civilized society, the act of killing was no trivial matter. Initially, he hesitated to make that fateful decision, but now he found himself cornered by the three assailants. If fate decreed that they must die, then he could not be blamed. This kid is quite audacious. Kill him. The three, witnessing Qin Xiang's apparent lack of escape, reveled in their anticipated victory. Yet, to him, their attacking stances appeared as feeble as those of 3-year-old children. With a swift jab, Qin Xiang struck the face of the nearest assailant. Upon impact, he distinctly felt the gratifying crack of bone beneath his knuckles. In that instant, he realized he could perceive subtle information in the blink of an eye, a transformation birthed from combat experience. Blood gushed from the assailant's mouth and nose. Thud! The man was sent airborne, propelled 7 or 8 meters before crashing to ground, and rolling a few more steps before coming to a halt. Qin Xiang's heightened senses allowed him to witness the entire process of his lethal punch, and his blood surged with exhilaration. He had taken a life. The face, now unrecognizable, bore a peculiar expression directed at Qin Xiang and the remaining 2 criminals. The 2 remaining assailants, witnessing this scene, trembled in fear, swiftly realizing they had provoked a formidable sequence user. However, fear did not translate to retreat. As fugitives with blood on their hands, they understood that it was now a matter of life and death. Pleading for mercy was futile. The only path to survival was to eliminate Qin Xiang. With renewed fervor, they charged at him, knives drawn, intent on ending his life. Qin Xiang stepped back with his left leg, executing a sweeping kick with his right leg aimed at one man's waist. More resounding cracks of bone echoed through the air as that man bent at an unnatural angle, twisted midair by the force of Qin Xiang's kick. When Qin Xiang retracted his leg, the man collided with the last assailant rushing to encircle him, sending them both tumbling backward. Without hesitation, Qin Xiang leaped forward, approaching the disoriented assailant, and raised his fist once more. "Spare me. I will give you all the money I have." At this juncture, the instinct for survival compelled the criminal to beg for mercy. Yet, Qin Xiang denied him the opportunity to continue speaking. His punch landed squarely on the man's cheek, shattering his skull. "Kill you, and your money becomes mine." After dispatching 3 men, the fervor of his murderous intent gradually subsided, replaced by an inexplicable emptiness. He sighed, reflecting on the realization that he had indeed taken lives. However, it was in self-defense, and there was little more to be said. Furthermore, Qin Xiang sensed that slaying these 3 was likely not an end, but merely the beginning, a commencement of his adaptation to the grim reality of taking lives. Silently, he encouraged himself to calm the trembling that accompanied his actions. After regaining composure, Qin Xiang chose not to depart immediately. He recalled that within this sure shinigdi, certain sequences could access the final memories of the deceased. To avoid exposure, he wrapped his fists in the clothing of one of the men and pulverized their faces beyond recognition, believing everything to be sufficiently concealed. He meticulously cleaned the scene, erasing bloodstains, and confiscated all the money from their clothing, subsequently stowing the 3 bodies into a dimly lit, abandoned storage room. He ignited a fire, incinerating the 3 corpses along with his bloody jacket. This was to prevent any Sequence user from tracking him via the scent of the deceased. Although he was uncertain whether such abilities existed, he strongly suspected the possibility. His choice of this storage room was deliberate, aiming to evade any pursuit based on scent. He noted the muddy path before the storage was littered with various footprints, indicating that many had passed through, thus obscuring any specific scent trail. To avoid leaving his footprints in the mud, he cautiously maneuvered with agility over the gravel, ensuring no trace remained. Hopefully, there will be no issues. Qin Xiang worried that the flames might attract attention. Hence, once he confirmed the fire engulfed the 3 bodies, he fled the scene at full speed. As he ran, he exerted every ounce of strength, akin to a frenzied beast. Had anyone witnessed him in that narrow alley, they might have mistaken him for a speeding vehicle. Qin Xiang ran for over half an hour before finally returning to the main road. His heart still raced from the adrenaline of his first kill. Yet he felt no panic. His gaze had solidified into determination. He felt only a tinge of regret for their deaths, and nothing more. Chapter 8. The search for the individuals trace more than 2 hours after Qin Xiang departed from the trash bin at the exit of Safety Zone 89757. Numerous uniformed officers received orders to cordon off the area. Many Sequence users gathered on the periphery, discussing the unfolding events, their faces etched with confusion and disbelief. The theft of divine remains from the trash bin was indeed an absurd tale. Some things, when left undisturbed, attract no notice, but once lost, they incite a flurry of issues and attention. Undoubtedly, the remains of the divine were such an entity. A white-haired detective, clad in a long coat, his neck wrapped in a scarf and a cigar clutched between his teeth, circled the trash bin. The surrounding officers stood at attention, displaying utmost respect for the detective. Suggesting he was no ordinary investigator, he inquired, "Luo Ilian, your sequence has been elevated. I have heard you possess an enhanced tracking ability, tenfold superior to the chief's police dogs. Do you have any means to discern the scent here?" His appearance bore the features of a European, yet he spoke in Mandarin. This was due to the predominant presence of Hua people within the safety zone, where Mandarin served as the official language. The blonde female officer beside him shook her head. "No, there's too much divine aura here. The scent of humanity is completely obscured. Even I cannot discern any human scent in this place. If I were to activate my abilities here, I fear I would faint from the overwhelming divine presence." Olaf expressed his disappointment. Well, what a damned ability. Being ineffective in the presence of the divine will certainly complicate matters for us. Indeed, I share your sentiments. Unfortunately, I awakened as a scent user sequence, and there is no altering that. Individuals like me are destined to operate solely within safety zones. Olaf impatiently took a couple of puffs from his cigar, flicking the ashes into the trash bin, then turned to the surrounding sequence users and asked, who was the first to discover the issue with this trash bin? "It was I. Detective Olaf, it was I. I am Hans Fan, stationed at the exit of Safe Zone 89757, hunting down the divine entities known as the Sequence." At that moment, a figure clad in a gray-brown jacket approached, his hair disheveled, and a faint odor of alcohol lingering about him. It was none other than the inebriated man who had crossed paths with Qin Xiang. However, he now appeared entirely sober, his demeanor fraught with tension. Upon regaining his senses, Hans realized with great shock that someone had absconded with the divine remnants from the trash bin. Initially, he had no desire to involve himself in this matter. The individual who had pilfered the divine remains was certainly not of sound mind, and he did not dare provoke such a person. After awakening to his abilities as a sequence user, his sole intention had been to navigate life within the safe zone, relying on his status as a sequence ability wielder. Yet, in a moment of foolishness, he had tossed a bottle into the trash bin. The scent of the bottle bore his unmistakable odor, an undeniable fact he could not evade. Should a fragrant seeker activate their ability, he would soon be identified, leaving him with no means of absolution. To preempt any trouble from the authorities, he promptly reported the incident to the police station, hoping for leniency. "Tell me how you discovered this," Detective Olaf inquired. "At the time, I had just shared a drink with Blue in a bar and was on my way home. As I left the bar, I grabbed another bottle of wine, intending to enjoy it on my way. As I drank, I finished it and noticed a trash bin nearby. so I thought to dispose of the bottle there. Ruliana, upon hearing this, sternly rebuked, Hans, you are also a sequence user. Do you not understand that the trash bin near the safe zone exit is solely for divine remains? The remnants within are to be processed properly. Your actions disrupt the operations of the united government. I was intoxicated. I did not think much of it. Qin Xiang had indeed guessed correctly. It was Hans's lack of sobriety that had granted him a moment to flee. Otherwise, the narrative could have unfolded quite differently. Olaf, seemingly accustomed to such irresponsible sequence users, did not exhibit the same fury as Ruliana, but waved his hand. Ruliana, do not interrupt him. Let him continue. Very well, detective. The blonde Ruliana regarded Hans with an expression devoid of warmth. I vaguely saw a figure rummaging through the trash bin, but it quickly vanished. Of course, I cannot be certain, as I was intoxicated. And then I disposed of the bottle. At that moment, I heard the sound of the bottle striking the empty bin. I assumed it was past midnight and that the cleaners had already collected the divine remains, so I returned home. When was this supposed to happen? I was drunk. I do not know. I returned home and collapsed onto my bed. I belong to this sleepless sequence, so I typically do not require sleep. Even when intoxicated, I would only sleep for 2 hours at most before awakening. When I did awaken, it was still afternoon. Recalling the memory of the empty trash bin, I felt something was amiss. And you reported it to the police? Yes. Detective Olaf, considering I voluntarily reported the incident and admitted my fault, could you possibly refrain from punishing me for throwing the bottle in that trash bin and for delaying the investigation? Olaf took a puff of his cigar, pondering for a considerable time. During his contemplation, Hans felt an unsettling anxiety, deeply concerned about potential repercussions. Ruliana, be sure to inform the other personnel at the safe zone exits to keep a close watch on the trash bins. Understood. Detective Olaf, what about me? Hansing kvayadigili. Olaf suddenly remembered Hans's presence. Oh, I was just contemplating the case. What do you wish to say? I wish to inquire whether my proactive reporting could mitigate my transgression, absolving me from punishment for my error here. I have genuinely recognized my mistake, and I assure you it will not happen again. I implore you to grant me this opportunity. Olaf could hardly spare him a glance. We must adhere to procedure. The scales of justice in the police station shall remain perfectly balanced. Your commendation will be awarded as due, and your punishment shall not be diminished. Hans felt a wave of frustration. Having voluntarily reported the incident and fully cooperated with the investigation, he still faced punishment. Such misfortune. Take him back to the police station. Ruliana instructed the officers, receiving directives from her superior. Yes, Hans wore a face of discontent, inwardly cursing the wretched thief of the divine remnants. After dismissing Hans, Olaf resumed his frowning contemplation, pondering the possibility of a solitary perpetrator. Why would someone steal the divine remnants from a trash bin? Such a useless endeavor. It would be more worthwhile to pilfer some moldy wood from a warehouse for kindling. Ruliana added, a similar incident occurred yesterday at the exit of Safe Zone 114514. I reported it to the chief, but regrettably, it did not receive sufficient attention and only prompted increased vigilance at the 114,514 exit. Consequently, the perpetrator moved to a more distant location to commit their crime. At that moment, Ruliana's pager rang. Hello, please speak. What? All right, I understand. Yes, I will inform Detective Olaf. Upon hearing his name mentioned, Olaf recognized that another case had likely emerged and inquired. What has transpired now? Detective, a warehouse has been discovered ablaze in a narrow alley 2 stations from here, containing 3 charred corpses. Corpses? Charred? Indeed. The heads of the 3 bodies have suffered severe trauma, their faces entirely deformed. An officer from the forensic sequence stated that the injuries suggest they were inflicted by an immensely powerful individual using bare hands. Due to the fire, I am unable to trace the assailant's scent. Is it possible to approach the crime scene to seek the perpetrator's scent? That may not be feasible, as the officer mentioned that the area is bustling with foot traffic, resulting in a chaotic mix of footprints and scents. Have you located the primary crime scene? Not yet. There are no signs of a struggle in the vicinity of the warehouse. Olaf inhaled from his cigar, remaining silent. Ruliana continued, Detective, I have a question. Speak. What were the identities of the individuals whose skulls were crushed? Ruliana was an experienced female officer, yet she openly displayed her ignorance before Detective Olaf, as if he possessed an elevated status beyond that of mere detective. The identities of those 3 individuals may prove difficult to ascertain. However, the one who killed them must be a sequence user. Otherwise, it would be impossible to eliminate all 3 without leaving traces of a struggle. The fatal injuries corroborate this. Crushing the skulls of 3 individuals with one's fists? Such a feat is beyond the capability of an ordinary person. Olaf glanced at the empty trash bin, releasing a puff of smoke. The timing of that alley's incident aligns perfectly with the theft of the divine remnants from the trash bin. Based on the distance, a strength-oriented sequence user could indeed reach there at full speed. Therefore, it is plausible that a single individual committed both acts. Royaliana furrowed her brow. Is it the same person? After stealing the divine remnants here, did they travel 2 stations further to commit murder and arson? In both cases, the perpetrator had left no useful clues behind. It may be prudent to boldly hypothesize, then cautiously verify. For now, let us analyze the possibility that the same individual is responsible for both crimes. Olaf stroked his white beard. I believe this individual is not well-versed in the matters of sequence abilities. Why do you think so, detective? In addition to the head injuries, the corpses exhibited other fatal wounds, suggesting that the skulls were likely crushed after death. After shattering the heads of the 3 victims, he chose to burn the bodies. I suspect he did so out of fear that an undying sequence user could utilize their ability to read the memories of the corpses. However, he seems unaware that the memory-reading ability of undying sequence users is limited. If the brain undergoes degeneration or loses its original biological structure, the abilities of the undying sequence user will cease to function. In other words, regardless of whether he crushed the skulls of the 3, incinerating the bodies would suffice to impede any investigation by the undying sequence user. Aoyolina inquired with a hint of confusion. Inspector, are you suggesting that he lacks such fundamental knowledge of the sequence? Beyond this, I cannot fathom any other reason for his redundant actions. Of course, it is also possible that he is deploying a smokescreen, attempting to convince me that the perpetrator is merely a novice with sequence abilities. However, I believe that a criminal of this caliber is unlikely to appear in the 14121 area. Royaliana nodded in agreement, acknowledging the inspector's astute analysis, and remarked, not being familiar with the information regarding sequences could be due to a sudden awakening of sequence abilities without adequate preparation. If we stake out at the Sequence Management Bureau, we should be able to locate the perpetrator. Your premise regarding insufficient preparation does not hold, Olive countered, shaking his head. He is aware of how to select chaotic environments to disrupt you, and he knows to incinerate the bodies to obliterate evidence. Royaliana, you must understand that he is not a calm criminal. He meticulously planned the murder of these 3 individuals, having just stolen the remnants of a deity. He executed these actions in a state of panic. I must say, while this criminal may be ignorant, he is by no means careless. The meticulousness of his thoughts is akin to the eye of a needle. It is implausible for him to have stolen the remnants of a deity without adequate preparation, thus exposing himself. His actions indicate a lack of channels to obtain further information. Royaliana, adjusting her slightly disheveled golden locks, displayed a perplexed expression. How could this be? The descriptions of sequence abilities are publicly available in the Shigadon camp. Everyone can access them via their mobile phones or computers. No, you are mistaken. If all these assumptions hold true, there exists a particular type of individual who perfectly fits this description and would be unable to access such information. What type of person? Poor individuals. Chapter 9. Internet Cafe Inquiry. After contemplating for a moment, Olive proposed, since the arson case occurred just 2 stops away, heading towards the edge of the safe zone. Let us investigate that area. We should look for anyone who has been seen carrying numerous bags filled with unidentified objects. He glanced at the empty trash bins, noting, the remnants of the deity from the 3 boxes have vanished. That is no trivial matter. If he took them directly, he must have been carrying a significant bundle, making it difficult to go unnoticed. Yes, I will report this to the Bureau immediately. Thank you for your efforts. However, Inspector, what if we do not find anyone carrying a substantial amount of unidentified objects at the edge of the safe zone? Olive discarded his cigar, but with a slight smile. If we do not find anyone, then the situation becomes intriguing. He extinguished the butt with his foot, murmuring to himself with a hint of significance. After spending quite some time in this wretched place, we finally have a lead. When Qin Xiang returned home, it was already 8 o'clock in the evening. He had returned late because he had sought out a secluded spot to consume the remaining remnants of the deity from his backpack, discarded the food container, and then set fire to his backpack and second jacket. These subsequent tasks had consumed a fair amount of time. Fortunately, upon returning home, he had not sensed anyone trailing him. As Qin Xiang sank into the stiff cardboard sofa at home, a wave of exhaustion washed over him. Despite his currently robust physical condition, he could not withstand the toll of evasion and murder. This day had truly been overwhelming. He glanced out the window, observing a scorpion, its body sticky and tail obscured, crawling across the pane. With a bitter smile, he sighed, "I would love to taste its flavor, but indiscriminate sampling carries risks." That said, risk and reward are always companions in tandem. The greater the risk, the greater the reward. Qin Xiang cast a satisfied glance at the sequence of greedy marauder in his mind, a hopeful smile gracing his lips. Though today was Sunday, typically a day of rest, it had become a most exhausting day since his reincarnation. Clearing his mind for several minutes, he took a cold shower before retiring to bed, perhaps due to underlying worries. He slept lightly that night. When he awoke, it was only 6 o'clock. Unable to return to slumber, he decided to head to the internet cafe. Qin Xiang rose from his bed, preparing to heat the leftovers from the school cafeteria to fill his stomach. Upon opening the stove, he reflected, days without money are truly frugal, aren't they? Suddenly, he recalled that he had scavenged some money from the 3 assailants yesterday, but in his haste to escape, he had not taken a good look at how much there was. He rummaged through the pants he had worn yesterday and pulled out the coins, momentarily stunned. Among the pile of copper coins, he discovered a gleaming silver coin. A silver coin. These assailants were unexpectedly affluent. Typically, the value of 10,000 copper coins equates to 1 silver coin. However, due to the significant variance in copper coin composition, it often takes 12,000 copper coins to exchange for a single silver coin. Qin Xiang had assumed that the 3 homeless-looking assailants were, like himself, destitute, perhaps possessing only a few hundred copper coins in their pockets. To his astonishment, they had a silver coin in their possession. With such wealth, why would they attack me? Initially perplexed, he quickly realized that they had targeted his backpack, believing it contained some precious treasure. The 3 men had not anticipated that they had squandered their hard-earned wealth for another and ultimately lost their lives in the process. 3 wandering criminals, clutching a fortune. It goes without saying that their wealth was of dubious origin. This realization plunged Qin Xiang's spirits to an all-time low. With such a fortune, how could they dare report me to the police? Wouldn't that lead to mutual destruction? Damn, had I known they were so wealthy, I could have simply robbed them and left in haste, thus avoiding all this subsequent trouble. Now, not only had I stolen the remnants of a deity, but I also bore the burden of a homicide case. These 3 worthless scoundrels are both repugnant and foul. Holding the silver coin, Qin Xiang felt both envious and burdened. The reason was simple. He had no place to spend it. If he were to take it out nearby, it would undoubtedly raise suspicions. An orphan who does not work, how could he possess such wealth? Should someone become envious and report him, and government officials come to inquire, he would be utterly unable to explain the origin of the silver coin. So much wealth, yet only to be observed and never spent, left Qin Xiang in despair. After finishing the remnants of his meal from school, he pulled out 40 copper coins from the several hundred he had, deciding to rent a computer at the internet cafe. Upon further consideration, he realized that even 40 copper coins would be a significant sum for someone of his status, making it difficult to justify. Thus, he reluctantly set aside 20 coins. With 20 copper coins in hand, he headed to the internet cafe, feeling that an hour of computer use seemed more reasonable. Damn it! Even spending money requires caution. This is truly frustrating. Qin Xiang grumbled as he stepped out. He was acutely aware of his current limitations. Bearing the identity of a poor orphan student, he found it impossible to freely allocate his finances. Yet, this was not the most pressing concern on his mind. Money was secondary. More pressing was how to devise a suitable reason for any substantial income. He needed to find a fitting identity as a sequence ability user, one that would allow him to be publicly visible. He sought a sequence that could discreetly inform others, allowing him to join a team of sequence ability users to hunt deities outside the safe zone and learn combat techniques. Once he had mastered these skills, he would hunt and consume deities independently to enhance his abilities. He believed that as long as he could endure, he would gradually grow stronger. Eventually, when he could act at will, he would reveal his sequence and abilities. By that time, no one would pose a threat to him. Even if he could not endure forever, he must at least survive the initial stages, waiting until he had the ability to protect himself before emerging. With this resolution, Qin Xiang arrived at the internet cafe and produced 20 copper coins. Today, the network administrator is still that stout middle-aged man from last time. After an hour of waiting at the computer, the administrator, with a blank expression, pointed to the machine he had used previously. That one, go ahead. Qin Xiang noticed a new advertisement behind the administrator. Recharge 500 copper coins and receive an additional 500. Why not come and recharge? Observing this reminiscent internet cafe promotion, he sighed inwardly. Although he had the means to recharge, he could not rationally explain why he could produce such a sum of money at once. With a tinge of regret, Qin Xiang turned away and sat down at a computer permeated with the smell of smoke. As before, the machine took an exceedingly long time to boot up, affording Qin Xiang ample time to freshen up. Once the interface appeared, he opened the browser and once again accessed the Shi forum. He noticed several pinned threads that were quite beneficial to him. In addition to the previously viewed statistics of all known sequences, there were also guidelines on how new awakeners could report their sequence abilities to the United Government and subsequently join a hunter team. Qin Xiang clicked on this newbie guide and began to study it intently. An individual could awaken a sequence ability at any time, in any place, and under any condition. Upon awakening a sequence ability, an information panel would manifest in the mind, revealing the name of the sequence, its level, and the skills available for use. Qin Xiang glanced at the information panel within his mind. Sequence, Qi Shun Jia. Strength increases by consuming deities. Current sequence level, 2. Greedy Marauder. Skill, Blood Drink. Skill description, can digest deities through direct consumption. Skill, Violence. Skill description, for 10 minutes, personal strength, agility, and physical resilience triple, during which no pain is felt. It seemed that his information panel contained an additional line compared to what the poster had stated. Strength increases by consuming deities. This line of information had prompted Qin Xiang to venture to the exit of the 114514 safety zone 2 days ago in search of divine remains, hoping for good fortune. Upon checking the information panels of other sequence users, it appeared that none of them possessed this particular detail. If they lacked guidance on how to grow stronger, how could they possibly enhance their abilities? Qin Xiang continued to read the posts with these questions in mind. After awakening a sequence ability, one could report to the nearby Sequence Ability Management Bureau to register their sequence and relevant information. Since the information panel in one's mind is invisible to others, the reported content is determined solely by the individual. However, it is strongly recommended to report truthfully, without concealment or deceit, as the Sequence Ability Management Bureau would arrange matters based on your reported sequence and skills. Furthermore, once your information is published in the Sequence Ability Hall, other sequence users interested in your abilities may invite you to join their teams for hunting deities outside the safety zone. If your information is inaccurate, it could lead to your demise or the destruction of your team. Upon reading this, Qin Xiang mentally noted it down. After reporting, all sequence users would become aware of your sequence and skills. Once registered at the Sequence Ability Management Bureau, you would receive your first reward from them, which could be understood as a novice gift pack containing sequence elixirs. Sequence elixirs are substances developed and researched by the United Government, specifically aimed at enhancing the strength of sequence users. The formula for these elixirs remains a closely guarded secret, controlled by the highest authorities of various safety zones. Consuming sequence elixirs is currently the only known method for all sequence users to grow stronger. Only after ingesting sequence elixirs can sequence users continuously enhance their strength and progress. However, one must not indiscriminately consume sequence elixirs. After using an elixir, it must be digested. Only then will one's strength improve. The method of digesting the elixir is quite singular. It occurs during combat with deities, utilizing one's skills. The more frequently you employ your skills, the faster the sequence elixir is digested. Do not entertain thoughts of recklessly using skills outside the safety zone to digest sequence elixirs, as the Bureau will allocate sequence elixirs based on the level and quantity of divine remains you submit. If you use your skills excessively, fully digest the elixir, yet only return with a meager divine remain or none at all, the Bureau will suspect your combat capabilities and reduce your supply of sequence elixirs, or potentially revoke it altogether. Following the hunt for deities, The Bureau will not only provide you with sequence elixirs, but also bestow upon you corresponding honors and generous rewards. Thus, hunting deities is the most effective means for sequence users to amass wealth and enhance their abilities. Qin Xiang contemplated this. All sequence users depend on sequence elixirs to fortify their strength and must unleash their skills during battles with deities to digest the elixirs. However, he merely needed to consume the deities and digest them to continuously augment his own power. Does this not imply that he has an unfair advantage? No, he does not possess any system that operates outside the established rules. This is merely the sequence he awakened. How could it be considered an unfair advantage? I, Qin Xiang, do not have an unfair advantage. Chapter 10. The Internet Cafe Raid. Having gained a preliminary understanding of the matters following sequence awakening, Qin Xiang resumed browsing the thread, summarizing various sequences and abilities. He aimed to find a sequence that could conceal his identity, one that could be overshadowed by his existing abilities without revealing any inconsistencies. If he were to register with the Sequence Ability Management Bureau, he must find such a mask. Initially, Qin Xiang intended to fabricate a sequence, customizing everything from the name to the skills to suit his own Qi Xinjia, but after some contemplation, he abandoned the idea. Firstly, he was uncertain whether the Bureau had methods for verification, such as identifying any flaws in his invented sequence. Secondly, all sequence users could view his information. A wholly new sequence would undoubtedly attract attention and scrutiny. Under the magnifying glass of countless observers, he was bound to expose himself. It was also possible that his luck would be exceedingly poor, coincidentally leading to another individual awakening a sequence with the exact name he had contrived, thereby revealing his true self instantly. Hence, it was more prudent to select from the existing sequences. Qin Xiang had no specific direction. All he could do was meticulously examine each sequence to find the best mask to conceal his identity. At the beginning of the thread, the unified abilities of sequence users were introduced. After awakening, a sequence user's physical strength, agility, and perception would all correspondingly enhance. After digesting 5 bottles of sequence elixirs, one's physical attributes would approximately triple, far surpassing that of an ordinary person. Only 3 times? Qin Xiang thought of how he had sent that thug flying with a single punch, his strength comparable to that of a speeding automobile. It was not merely enhanced by 3 times. It might have even reached 10 times. His eyes brightened. Could it be that his Qi Xinjia sequence could also double his basic attributes? This revelation astonished him. Not only did he possess a powerful skill upon awakening his sequence, but even his foundational growth was remarkably high. He could hardly keep up with the barrage of good news. Qin Xiang smiled as he diligently reviewed each sequence's abilities. When he reached the Wenxiangren sequence, he discovered that the level 1 skill, Xuanxiang, allowed one to locate enemies within a certain range based on lingering scents. He felt a wave of relief wash over him. Indeed, there existed sequence users capable of tracking based on scent. His concerns were not unfounded. Fortunately, he had chosen a location with a chaotic scent to dispose of the bodies. Otherwise, he would have been in danger. The skill of the Wenxiangren would become ineffective in areas dense with divine essence. If the skill were forcibly activated, it could result in fainting, bleeding from the orifices, or even brain death. Due to the ineffectiveness of the Wenxiangren's abilities before the deities, it belongs to a select group of individuals who, even without engaging in battle with the gods, can acquire the sequence abilities of the Management Bureau's potion. However, in order for the Wenxiangren to obtain these potions, they must join the organization of the United Government, typically assisting the police in solving cases, particularly upon witnessing the collaboration in solving crimes. Qin Xiang felt an immense sense of relief. It goes without saying that the trouble he caused at the exit of Safe Zone 89757 yesterday would undoubtedly attract the attention of the police, likely including a Wenxiangren sequence ability user. Having narrowly escaped disaster, he felt an overwhelming joy. He continued to read, gaining a wealth of knowledge about various sequence abilities. Qin Xiang desired to record these insights with a pen, as his mind could hardly retain all the abilities of the sequence users. However, pulling out paper and pen would certainly raise suspicion. Therefore, he had no choice but to memorize only the more significant and common sequences. Yet, he discovered that since awakening his sequence ability, his memory seemed to have enhanced. Although he couldn't remember every ability after just one glance, he could retain a substantial amount. He couldn't help but marvel internally at the advantages of awakening a sequence ability. Just as he was feeling pleased, he stumbled upon another sequence, Bu Si. This was precisely because, during his previous exploration of the Shun Ing Di, he had inadvertently glimpsed information regarding the Bu Si sequence's ability to read the memories of the deceased, prompting him to shatter the skulls of 3 assailants. He silently counted himself fortunate that the brief information he had seen had saved his life, indeed a stroke of good fortune. Qin Xiang meticulously read the skills associated with the Bu Si sequence. Wang Zhao. This ability allows one to read the memories of the deceased from their final moments. However, the deceased brain must retain its biological characteristics. It must not have undergone any pathological changes or deterioration, such as burning or acid corrosion. Otherwise, the skill will be rendered ineffective. Upon reading this, Qin Xiang was taken aback. Could it be true that burning a corpse could prevent Wang Zhao from being activated? Had his actions of shattering the skulls of 3 individuals been utterly futile? Would this unnecessary action lead to any trouble? The description of the Bu Si sequence occupied a prominent position in the posts, suggesting it was either common among awakeners or recorded early on. Thus, could the abilities of the Bu Si sequence be regarded as common knowledge among sequence users? To verify his hypothesis, he searched for posts related to Bu Si on the forum, discovering nearly 100,000 related threads. This clearly indicated that Bu Si was indeed a widely recognized sequence. It could essentially be described as common knowledge. Yet, he had been entirely unaware of this beforehand. Qin Xiang's mind was rife with speculation. If someone were to discover this flaw of his, would it expose his identity? Mishandling the disposal of a corpse indicated a lack of understanding of sequence abilities. With a sense of guilt, he couldn't help but ponder this possibility. If someone were observant, could this become a chink in his armor? Qin Xiang did not know whether he was overthinking. Perhaps, after committing a crime, one's psyche grows increasingly paranoid, reacting to even the slightest disturbance. Yet, he firmly believed he might be teetering on the edge of exposure. Just then, he heard a cacophony of voices outside the internet cafe. What was happening? Amidst the chaos, Qin Xiang discerned a multitude of people arguing. At that moment, he vaguely heard someone exclaim, "Officer, this is just a small business. I can't withstand such scrutiny." Officer, Qin Xiang's heart skipped a beat. Could it be such a coincidence that just as he feared exposure, the police were knocking at his door? Were they acting with such swiftness? Regardless of whether they were coming for him, he had to respond. In a panic, Qin Xiang hurriedly deleted his browser history and sought a means of disguise. Just as he finished, 7 or 8 officers entered the cafe. "Everyone, immediately leave your computers. Hands on your heads, crouch to the side. Quickly." Qin Xiang feigned panic, promptly following the officer's commands. What are you doing? Get away from the computer. Raise your hands." An officer shouted at a scruffy young man in the corner. The young man, flustered, hastily adjusted his trousers, mumbling, "Officer, I was." The officer rushed towards him. "Get lost." "Yes, officer," the young man replied, disregarding his trousers and crouching beside him. The officer glanced at his computer screen, then disdainfully remarked, "You should watch less of this stuff. You're too young to indulge so much. It will lead to trouble in the future." With that, the officer moved on. Subsequently, the 7 or 8 officers inspected each computer, checking browser histories and contents. When they approached Qin Xiang, one officer glanced at his face, then at his screen and browser, and sympathetically patted his shoulder. "If the girl didn't agree to you, it's a rejection. Don't waste your time and energy." After speaking, he proceeded to check the next computer. Qin Xiang smiled gratefully at the officer, inwardly exclaiming how perilous the situation had been. He was aware that officers would investigate browser content, but there was no method for him to generate a significant browsing history in such a short time. Thus, he opted for the simplest approach, reading an ebook. On his desktop, there was a document titled 3 Sentences to Make the Goddess Fall for You, Confidential Edition. Upon opening it, he discovered it indeed contained advice for dogging and how to please the goddess. He promptly scrolled the progress bar to a midpoint, feigning to be engrossed in the downloaded ebook. The officers searched for a while, capturing 2 youths engaged in illicit online transactions and escorting them away. However, Qin Xiang sensed that the officers' expressions were rather grave, indicating that the true target was not these 2 individuals. "We apologize for interrupting your time. Please don't mind. Internet Cafe Manager, kindly add an hour of internet fees for each of them. We will reimburse from the police station." Yes, certainly. Thank you, officer. Thank you, police uncle. We'll come again next time. In a cheerful atmosphere, everyone returned to their computers. Outside, Qin Xiang overheard the cafe owner say, "Officer, you've been conducting surprise inspections these past few days, taking away several customers each time. I can't keep my cafe running at this rate. Boss Wang, we are merely following orders from above. I hope you understand." Understand? How can I understand? Can't you wait until you've identified the criminals before checking? The police station has no authority to inspect network addresses or browsing histories. They can only conduct on-site checks. They haven't overstepped by reviewing your surveillance videos. And we've covered your internet fees. What loss do you truly have? You. This is utterly unreasonable. Qin Xiang listened, intrigued. The police have been conducting sudden raids these past few days. Was it not directly after he had committed murder? What a coincidence. However, the officers claimed they had no authority to inspect network addresses and browsing histories, which was indeed good news. Yet, who could discern whether the police were speaking the truth or fabricating lies? He couldn't afford to let his guard down. Qin Xiang exhaled deeply, deciding to revisit Shun Yingdi to continue his exploration. At that moment, a dialog box appeared on his computer screen. Qin Xiang's eyes widened, and a chill ran down his spine. He immediately glanced toward the counter. The internet cafe manager was leisurely smoking a cigarette, grinning at Qin Xiang. The dialog box on the screen continued to flash. Manager's friendly reminder. The person the officers were looking for just now, is it you? Chapter 11, Threat Exposed? Even having lived a second life, he had never felt the terror of facing legal consequences. Qin Xiang's heart raced with anxiety, more frantic than when he had consumed divine remains in a dumpster or murdered in a dark alley. Even during that night of rebirth, when he first laid eyes on the countless dark moths with glowing eyes clinging to the glass, he did not experience the same level of dread as he did now. Sitting blankly before the computer, he was at a loss for what to do. At that moment, the information on the computer screen changed once more. Network administrator's friendly reminder. Continue your browsing. Do not leave until you have finished. Wait for me in the alley behind the internet cafe. Qin Xiang gazed at the message on the screen, his earlier intention to browse. Shun Yingdi vanishing. The network administrator had been monitoring him all along. Doubt crept into Qin Xiang's mind. Was the administrator truly so idle? Did he have no other tasks to attend to? What compelled him to scrutinize each customer's online activities day after day? Nevertheless, having already spent the money, he realized that remaining idle was also a waste of time. He calmed his thoughts and reopened Shun Yingdi. This internet cafe might very well be his last visit. No, it was likely that this would be his final foray into any internet cafe. He would not return to this establishment or any other. He needed to find a sequence that could allow him to masquerade during this browsing session of Shun Yingdi. Qin Xiang continued to peruse the posts summarizing the sequences, searching for one that would suit his disguise. At last, his gaze settled on a particular sequence. Meiying Sika, Sequence Level 1, Assassination Apprentice, Skill, Life and Death on the line. Can double one's agility for 5 minutes, but will be left utterly exhausted and unable to move for 30 minutes afterward. Sequence Level 2, Swift Assassin, Skill, Life and Death on the line, Enhanced. Can double one's agility and strength for 5 minutes, but will be left utterly exhausted and unable to move for 20 minutes afterward. Observing the Meiying Sika sequence, Qin Xiang realized that his Bali skill completely encompassed the abilities of both Sequence Level 1 and Sequence Level 2, enabling him to navigate through this tumultuous period. Thus, he meticulously reviewed the skill descriptions of this sequence, committing them to memory. To further understand the sequence, he searched the forum, which promptly displayed thousands of posts. It appeared to be a relatively common sequence. What equipment is most essential for the Meiying Sika sequence? Who is the best teammate for a Meiying Sika? My teammate. A Meiying Sika is useless. He only uses skills to flee during battles. What should I do? Meiying Sika seeking the Hunter God team. Warriors preferred. Qin Xiang clicked on Meiying Sika introduction post, Essence, to delve deeper. Within, it described how a Meiying Sika should train, how to wisely utilize the resources provided by the Management Bureau, and how to acquire the most suitable equipment. In this post, Qin Xiang gleaned a wealth of information, including that the Sequence Level 3 of Swift Assassin was Meiying Sika, Skill, Life and Death on the line, Enhanced 2. Can triple one's agility and double one's strength for 10 minutes, but will be left utterly exhausted and unable to move for 10 minutes afterward. From this post, Qin Xiang also learned that, unlike most sequences, each level up would yield a new skill. Currently known, Meiying Sika only possessed a single skill, with each upgrade merely enhancing life and death on the line. This linear progression method was neither entirely good nor bad, presenting both advantages and disadvantages. If they could not eliminate their enemies after activating their skills, survival would be a challenge. Undoubtedly, the Meiying Sika was highly reliant on teammates. This skill indeed suited Qin Xiang's need for concealment. The Baoli skill comprehensively covered the skills of the first 3 levels of the Swift Assassin sequence. Therefore, to convincingly portray a swift assassin, he would need to feign weakness appropriately. A careful comparison between Qixing's and the Swift Assassin sequence made Qin Xiang acutely aware of his own sequence's strength. Evidently, the Baoli skill, awakened at level 2, surpassed the continually enhanced single skill of the Swift Assassin. Moreover, upon reviewing the forum, it seemed that the Swift Assassin sequence was quite a coveted one, with many Hunter God teams eager to recruit them into their ranks. This was not Qin Xiang's sole advantage. After thorough research on the forum, he discovered that his base attributes were already comparable to those of a Meiying Sika wielding the life and death on the line skill, if not stronger. Even without activating any skills, he could dominate low-level sequence users. Thus, how should he adeptly embody the persona of Meiying Sika? The most crucial strategy was to maintain a low profile. Having identified his alternate sequence, Qin Xiang received a notification indicating that his computer time was up. After exchanging glances with the network administrator at the counter, he chose to log off, exiting the internet cafe under the administrator's watchful eye. Evading the surveillance cameras at the entrance, Qin Xiang followed the administrator's instructions and made his way to the alley behind the cafe. The alley behind the cafe was beyond the owner's jurisdiction, thus lacking any surveillance equipment. It resembled an unattended area, littered with debris and disposable food containers, reeking of food waste reminiscent of cafeteria. In this narrow alley, Qin Xiang could scarcely find a suitable spot to sit. Ultimately, he wiped a piece of stone clean and placed it on the greasy steps before sitting down. He felt that it would not be long before he was overwhelmed by the stench of the refuse. After a while, the greasy middle-aged administrator, clad in a white shirt, his body shaking with excess flesh, and a jacket slung over his shoulder, appeared in the cramped alley. Unperturbed by the litter strewn about, the administrator kicked it aside as he walked, leaving his shoes stained with grease. Qin Xiang looked at the yellowed collar and cuffs soaked in sweat, filled with disgust. Meanwhile, the administrator regarded Qin Xiang with greedy eyes. "Kid, the police are looking for you because you've killed someone, right?" This opening line struck directly at Qin Xiang's innermost thoughts. He remained silent, believing that the murder incident near the 89757 safe exit would not have reached such a remote place in a single night. Undoubtedly, the administrator had made an educated guess. Therefore, there was no need for him to acknowledge it. The administrator chuckled. "Even if you don't say anything, I already know. You came here last time to check the sequence ability forum, and now you are back again." The administrator articulated the very confusion that lingered in Qin Xiang's mind, prompting him to inquire, "Can you remember everyone?" "Of course, I can't remember everyone. I'm not a sequence user with a memory skill. Just remembering you?" Qin Xiang was perplexed as to why misfortune had befallen him, drawing the attention of the gluttonous administrator before him. "Because you look like a poor wretch. Obviously a destitute soul on the fringes of the safe zone. To think you would spend money to enter an internet cafe piqued my curiosity, and coincidentally, you wore the same outer garment on both occasions, so I remembered you. You lingered on the forums of Buxi and Wenxiangren for quite some time, and most users of these sequences are investigators from the police department. Then, the police suddenly arrived. You quickly deleted your browsing history and opened a text document on your desktop to feign reading an ebook. I immediately deduced that you must have committed murder and were concerned about being discovered by the police department as sequence users here." The administrator's corpulent face quivered with excitement, seemingly celebrating the grand discovery he had made through his keen observations. Qin Xiang, however, remained noncommittal. He would not respond to any of the conjectures regarding himself, even if the administrator's guesses were accurate. One must not allow their enemies to penetrate their thoughts. Qin Xiang had forgotten which movie he had seen this line in during his previous life, yet it precisely aligned with his current strategy. He resolutely refrained from divulging any fragments of information about himself to the network administrator. Qin Xiang silently observed the administrator, awaiting his next words. Noticing Qin Xiang's lack of response, the administrator seemed slightly taken aback. However, he remained composed, for he still held the reins of the situation firmly in his grasp. It's quite simple for me to call you out. I will not disclose your matters to others. But you must provide me with a silver coin as a hush fee. Qin Xiang chuckled lightly, piercing the administrator with a sharp gaze. A silver coin? Are you mad? The administrator was intimidated by the intensity of Qin Xiang's stare. The murderous aura behind that smile was not something one could feign. This young man of 18 or 19 had undoubtedly taken a life. He swallowed hard and, with a defiant tilt of his neck, retorted, I am not mad. A silver coin is your life insurance, and it is worth it. After all, you are a murderer. There is nothing you would shy away from. As if he had found his footing, the administrator grew increasingly emboldened. I don't care how you procure it, steal, rob, or kill. Just as long as you can deliver a silver coin to me, that will suffice. Qin Xiang merely regarded the administrator with indifference, as if he were witnessing the folly of someone entirely unrelated to him. The administrator felt as though he was being scrutinized by a tiger, his skin prickling with unease. Yet, he laughed, you cannot intimidate me. We are both mere ordinary people in this wretched place. Who among us has more limbs? It appeared that the administrator was unaware that Qin Xiang was a sequential ability user, which was a small piece of fortunate news amidst the misfortune. Qin Xiang did not allow the administrator's words to manipulate him. He keenly discerned that the administrator's breathing had become heavier, indicating his rising anxiety. Therefore, Qin Xiang pressed on with his inquiry. Since you know I have killed, why do you not fear that I might kill you? The administrator wiped the cold sweat from his brow and replied, I've already composed an email to report you, complete with a close-up photo of you from the surveillance footage. This email will be sent to the police at 3 o'clock tomorrow morning. I will reset the time daily, postponing it by 1 day. If I die, you will also be exposed. To convince Qin Xiang of the gravity of his words, the administrator added, If you don't believe me, try it. Kill me now. The scheduled email was akin to a timed bomb, compelling Qin Xiang to treat the matter with utmost caution. The administrator's tactic effectively bound his hands and feet, preventing any rash action against him. By next week, you are to deliver 1,000 copper coins to me. Otherwise, I will inform the police about your affairs. The administrator smirked triumphantly, revealing a set of somewhat jagged yellow teeth. Upon hearing this, Qin Xiang remained silent and turned to leave the alley. The administrator observed Qin Xiang's departing figure, scoffing with a disdainful smile. So what if you have killed? You will still obediently hand over your money. Young man, I have you under my thumb for life. As long as you cooperate, I will have the funds to buy a house and a car. Suddenly, the administrator recalled that he did not even know Qin Xiang's name. By the way, I am Lu Daji. What is your name? Qin Xiang continued to walk silently back, still refusing to respond. A dead man has no need for a name. Chapter 12. Return to school after leaving the alley of the internet cafe. Qin Xiang did not head home. His departure was merely a facade. He concealed himself on the opposite side of the cafe, attentively listening to the rustling footsteps within the alley. Lu Daji was departing. He hid himself and stealthily followed Lu Daji. Although Lu Daji was cautiously scanning for any followers, Qin Xiang remained out of his sight. Utilizing his keen hearing, he tracked Lu Daji's position, cautiously keeping his distance to remain unseen. Once Lu Daji opened his front door, Qin Xiang committed the location of his home to memory before quietly leaving. As Qin Xiang walked home, his mind was consumed with thoughts of Lu Daji's threats. The scheduled emails were indeed a troublesome matter. He did not know Lu Daji well enough to ascertain how he had set up the timed emails. What email account had he used? How many email accounts were involved? Well, had he adjusted the sending time? These questions plagued Qin Xiang. Killing Lu Daji was simple, but ensuring that his secret remained undisclosed afterward was exceedingly complicated. A single misstep could undo all of Qin Xiang's previous efforts. He could not allow the splendid beginning of his rebirth to be ruined by Lu Daji. He needed to devise a plan swiftly to eliminate this threat. Upon arriving home, Qin Xiang glanced at the calendar. Blue Star Era, January 4th, 2010. Gregorian calendar, Monday. Lunar calendar, Year of the Metal Ox, November 20th. Suitable for planting. Unsuitable for marriage. He then gathered his belongings and set out for school. Having burned his backpack, he lacked a replacement, so he packed a few lunchboxes in a cloth bag and left. As for the textbooks for class, he had long forgotten where he had thrown them. Such things were unnecessary. After all, there was little point in pretending when he could not get into the academy. After stepping outside, Qin Xiang took a detour past the internet cafe, deliberately avoiding the surveillance camera at the entrance. Through the cafe's large door, he noticed Lu Daji still seated at the bar, intently focused on the computer screen, displaying an expression of nervous excitement as his fingers danced across the keyboard. Utterly absorbed in some game, Lu Daji, lost in his gaming, failed to notice Qin Xiang passing by. Qin Xiang cast a glance at Lu Daji, turned away, and headed straight for school. Today did not seem to be an opportune day to kill Lu Daji. The perpetual calendar did not indicate that today was suitable for burial, and there was certainly some truth to that. On the school days, the main thoroughfare at the edge of the safety zone was slightly busier than on weekends, bustling with students walking in groups. Qin Xiang walked alone, not greeting anyone. Upon arriving at the school entrance, he noticed several adult figures standing there, surveying the school. He recognized them as the principal of Juan School and several leading teachers accompanying him. It was unclear what had prompted the principal to inspect the school today. Perhaps it was simply his personality seeking to assert his presence. "Hello, principal." "Good day, principal." The students greeted the principal eagerly, who responded with a smile. Qin Xiang did not wish to draw attention to himself. Despite his lack of fondness for the principal, he maintained a smile and greeted him. The principal smiled back at Qin Xiang. Yet, amidst the pleasantries, one teacher furrowed his brow and suddenly called out to Qin Xiang, "Stop." The students turned in unison, noticing the teacher pointing at Qin Xiang, and then continued on their way to class, indifferent to the commotion. It was not uncommon for a teacher to stop a student at the entrance. No one found it particularly interesting. After all, the worse the school, the stricter the rules. The teacher approached. "Why didn't you greet the principal loudly when you saw him? Do you not understand the principle of respecting your teachers? Is it really necessary to be questioned just for not greeting loudly enough?" Qin Xiang's fingers twitched involuntarily, as if he wanted to clench his fist. A hand armed with a weapon awakens the urge to kill. After taking a life, his mindset had shifted. He was tempted to simply punch this teacher to illustrate his understanding of respecting teachers. He owed the United Government for free meals and education, but he owed nothing to the teachers. However, the unpleasant visage of Lu Daji suddenly flashed in Qin Xiang's mind. Forget it. Better to endure for now. Having struck the teacher, one must inevitably reveal oneself as a sequence ability user. Lu Daji might even report this incident, thereby unearthing all previous troubles and causing significant inconvenience. Everything must be addressed after dealing with Lu Daji. Fortunately, in his past life, Qin Xiang had often endured humiliations, so feigning weakness came easily to him. He promptly arranged a face adorned with an apologetic smile, saying, "I apologize, teacher. I did not sleep well last night, and my voice lacks strength this morning. Allow me to greet you again. Good morning, principal." "Good morning, teacher." The principal chuckled generously, seemingly unfazed by the volume of Qin Xiang's greeting, and replied, "You should rest well in the future. It's nothing. Off you go to class." "Thank you, principal." "Wait." The teacher called Qin Xiang back once more. "Why are you not carrying a school bag? What is in the bag you are holding? Let me see." This teacher appeared eager to showcase his keen observational skills in front of the principal, snatching the bag from Qin Xiang's hands and inspecting its contents. "Why is there only a lunchbox? Where are your books? Did you not do your homework over the weekend? What use are books? Learning and learning again is merely a waste of time. How many can actually gain admission to the colleges established by the United Government? You must know the answer. The top students in the grade. Aren't they all known by the school authorities? It suffices to nurture the outstanding students. Why trouble an ordinary student like me?" However, in the face of the teacher's stern inquiries, Qin Xiang suppressed the urge to deliver a punch that would send him back to his senses. With each act of restraint, his hatred for Lu Daji deepened. Just as Qin Xiang was about to speak, a female voice rang out from behind. "Teacher." Qin Xiang spent the weekend studying at a classmate's house, and he left his books there. "I promised to bring them for him today." Turning around, Qin Xiang was surprised to see Li Jingwen coming to his aid. "Oh, is that so?" He was uncertain why Li Jingwen was defending him, but he nodded in agreement. "Yes, indeed." The teacher cast a suspicious glance at the pair, Seeing no hint of romantic entanglement in Qin Xiang's eyes, he decided to let them off the hook. Thank you, teacher. Thank you, teacher. The scrutinizing gaze of the teacher was not lost on Qin Xiang, who found it amusing. What a ridiculous school, concerned with early romance. Who were they trying to impress? Most students would graduate high school and head straight into work. Isn't it better to experience romance while still in school, then marry after graduation, allowing one to fully dedicate themselves to their careers? He could not fathom why a school like Jiuan Xuexiao, with such a low admission rate, imposed so many trivial rules. Li Jingwen took a few steps forward to walk alongside Qin Xiang. Qin Xiang, shouldn't you say something to me? Gazing at Li Jingwen's bright smile, Qin Xiang replied with indifference. Do you think I should thank you? I helped you. You should say thank you, right? In the past, when I brought you breakfast and helped with your homework, you never said thank you. You merely claimed it was a test of our relationship. Let this be a test for you as well. Of course, it is not to assess your suitability for romance with me, but rather to evaluate whether you possess any humanity. Li Jingwen's smile faltered momentarily before she adopted a somewhat coy tone, saying, I haven't acted well in the past. You've helped me, and I've helped you. We're even now, all right? Your cold words truly hurt my feelings. Even Qin Xiang found it laughable. In his memory, he often stayed up late to help Li Jingwen with her assignments and went hungry to bring her breakfast. Could a trivial act of assistance truly balance the scales? His sacrifices, in Li Jingwen's eyes, seemed utterly worthless. Fortunately, having been reborn, he had wisely chosen to cut his losses. Even sounds good. Now that we're even, let us start anew. Qin Xiang, I will be more proactive towards you in the future. Can you continue to bring me breakfast and help me with my homework? Li Jingwen, misinterpreting Qin Xiang's abrupt response, assumed he had acquiesced and nodded with a smile. Yes, yes. Is that all right? I really enjoy seeing your concern for me. It gives me motivation throughout the day. I realized I can't live without you. Then, she flashed a smile she believed would enchant Qin Xiang. This overly sentimental confession was a result of discussions with her friends over the weekend. Based on their understanding of Qin Xiang, they were certain she could win him over. Yet, Qin Xiang merely stated flatly, Li Jingwen, I have a question I have long wished to ask you. If you ask, I'll definitely tell you. Why do you insist on deceiving me alone? Are there no other male classmates willing to be your lapdogs? Li Jingwen was taken aback by Qin Xiang's words, momentarily at a loss for words. What do you mean? If you wish to pursue Zhou Yang, then strive for it yourself. Stop relying on me for support. You bring him breakfast, but expect me to do the same for you. When you want to match answers with him, you want my assistance. You want me to do everything for you. Why not just marry him? With his ruthlessly candid remarks, Qin Xiang exposed Li Jingwen's intentions, leaving her momentarily flustered and shocked. Li Jingwen, cease your pursuit of me. Find another lapdog to assist you with your homework. If you bother me again. Qin Xiang wore a contemptuous smile. You would want Zhou Yang to find out about this, would you? Chapter 13. College entrance exam applications. Having lost all patience with Li Jingwen, Qin Xiang no longer wished to engage with her in any manner. Even speaking a single word to her felt like a descent into degradation. Since ordinary words failed to make this dull-witted individual recognize his stance, he decided for a more direct approach, opting to bombard her with the truth. Now, she should clearly understand that Qin Xiang was no longer her obedient lapdog. Observing the changing expressions on Li Jingwen's face, each becoming increasingly grim, Qin Xiang felt an immense sense of relief. This time, his words had finally made an impact. He strode confidently toward the classroom, and indeed, Li Jingwen ceased to pursue him, trailing slowly behind. Qin Xiang glanced back. She did not even dare to meet his gaze, instead focusing on the tiled path ahead. Lost in her thoughts, entering the classroom with a light heart, he settled into his designated corner, sinking into a day of daydreaming once more. His entanglement with Li Jingwen had reached its conclusion. He pondered whether fabricating his sequence ability would be discovered. Did the Sequence Ability Management Bureau, responsible for registering such abilities, possess the means to investigate them? Planning was essential. Upon her arrival, Li Jingwen's countenance resembled a discolored eggplant, exceedingly unpleasant. Casting a glance at the carefree Qin Xiang only fueled her frustration. Her friends quickly surrounded her, inquiring about her situation. Jingwen, what's wrong? Yes, you seem quite upset. Did you not rest well last night? Li Jingwen, possessing beauty and a bit of cunning, had always been the central figure in their small circle. Now that she was close to Zhou Yang, and with his uncle having awakened his sequence ability, she had become the soul queen within her group. Grinding her teeth, Li Jingwen expressed her resentment. How could Qin Xiang know about my relationship with Zhou Yang? Her friends were equally stunned. How had this dense individual suddenly become enlightened? Li Jingwen's eyes brimmed with malice. He could not possibly know. His abrupt change in attitude must mean someone has told him. Could it be one of you? Who cannot stand my success? Secretly informed Qin Xiang about this. Li Jingwen scanned her circle of close friends with a gaze that was decidedly venomous. However, her friends exchanged innocent looks, each feigning ignorance. Jingwen, you know I've never spoken a word to Qin Xiang. One friend protested. Jingwen, you know I'm not as attractive as you. I rely on your support. So how could I possibly undermine you? Another chimed in. Indeed, Jingwen, perhaps you're mistaken. We all support you. What benefit would it bring us to inform Qin Xiang about your affairs? We can barely finish our assignments as it is. Haven't we suffered enough? Listening to her friend's defenses, Li Jingwen nodded, realizing she did not perceive any motive among them to disclose this matter to Qin Xiang. They were beneficiaries of her own efforts to tame him and had no reason to engage in actions that would harm her. Assignments are my bridge of communication with Zhou Yang, and breakfast is a reflection of my attitude toward him. Now all of that has been ruined by Qin Xiang. Li Jingwen's friends expressed their concerns. Jingwen, you know our writing skills are reliant on you. We simply can't contribute much. Another added, and the breakfast you used to bring to Zhou Yang is no longer an option. You know our family conditions. We can't help provide breakfast for him. Yes, sometimes we can barely manage breakfast for ourselves, let alone spare an extra portion for you. Why don't you think of a solution yourself? Before Li Jingwen could voice her needs, her friends hastily distanced themselves, indicating they would not be able to offer any tangible assistance. She had long ceased to regard these friends with any esteem, knowing she would sever ties with them once she married Zhou Yang. For now, she only needed their brainstorming, hence her reluctance to confront them openly. All right, I shall contemplate other excuses to approach Zhou Yang. That would be splendid. Jingwen, don't let go of a promising young man like Zhou Yang. Indeed, Jingwen, with your qualities, you are destined to be with Zhou Yang. Among them, Li Jingwen possessed the most admirable appearance and social grace. If she could attach herself to Zhou Yang, her friends would undoubtedly reap some benefits too. Being with Zhou Yang might just lift you out of this dreary place. One girl exclaimed, but was swiftly pulled back by another, her eyes filled with disdain, as if reprimanding her for speaking without thought. They were destined to live on the fringes of the safe zone. If Li Jingwen, the key to their aspirations, were to move away, how could they seek her aid? Li Jingwen remained oblivious to her friends' ulterior motives. Each had their own agenda. No one was a fool. She would never pass up the opportunity to escape the confines of the safe zone, a lesson ingrained in her since childhood, impervious to the fleeting words of so-called friends. Nonetheless, the questions posed by her friends warranted consideration. With breakfast and assignments no longer viable, what excuse could she conjure to get closer to Zhou Yang? Unlike Qin Xiang, Zhou Yang was not a sheltered orphan, but a young man of considerable means, well regarded even by the principal. Understanding the male psyche, Li Jingwen knew she could not simply throw herself at Zhou Yang, as that would likely incite his aversion. Yet, she struggled to devise a reliable plan to navigate her current predicament. Through gritted teeth, she muttered, "It's all that damned Qin Xiang's fault. If I catch the treacherous informant, I shall rip her mouth apart." Seated at the back of the classroom, Qin Xiang was indifferent to Li Jingwen's troubles. At that moment, he felt an unusual sense of lightness, though it was short-lived as thoughts of Lu Daji resurfaced. Suddenly, he remembered he needed to organize books at the library. After all, he had little else to study, so off he went. Arriving at the library, he approached Teacher Zhu. "I would like to continue my work managing the books, if possible." Teacher Zhu, a kind-hearted retired teacher, had been re-employed as the library manager. The library itself was modest, consisting of merely 3 rows of shelves and a few small tables. Established primarily to appease educational inspections, with few useful books and even fewer students borrowing them. Out of sympathy for Qin Xiang's circumstances, Teacher Zhu offered him this meagerly compensated position in hopes of improving his situation. In the tapestry of Qin Xiang's life, Teacher Zhu had been one of the rare lights in his otherwise lonely existence. "As long as you're willing to work, I'll keep this position available for you," she assured him. "Thank you, teacher. I'll get to work," he replied, glancing around the library, noting only a couple of students present, and decided to leave. All right, I understand. See you at noon. Study hard, don't slack off. Perhaps you will gain admission to the academy. I will strive for that. After bidding farewell to teacher Zhu, Qin Xiang returned to class, intending to drift through the day. However, upon hearing the teacher's lecture, he realized this lesson was different from the usual fare. Today's topic was about college application procedures for the upcoming college entrance examination. As a senior, with just half a year until the exam, it was pertinent for them to discuss this matter. Yet in his class, no one was likely to gain admission to a higher institution, rendering the lesson seem futile and merely a waste of time. Students, in 6 months, you will take the college entrance examination, followed by the application for colleges established by the United Government. There are only 8 such colleges in our safe zone, and the competition is fierce, akin to 1,000 troops crossing a single bridge. While it's likely that many of you will not gain entry to these 8 colleges, and will instead venture into various paths after high school, I believe it is essential to inform you about these institutions. He continued, these 8 colleges are exclusively for ordinary people. Those with sequence abilities are ineligible to apply. Hearing this, Qin Xiang felt a flicker of confusion. He had little knowledge of the educational system and was astonished to learn that the colleges were only open to non-ability users. Did this mean that those with sequence abilities could not pursue higher education after graduation? What would become of him then? This query warranted clarification, so he promptly raised his hand. Qin Xiang, what is your question? The teacher inquired. If one is a sequence ability user, must they hunt deities after graduating from high school? The teacher shot him a disdainful glance. I'm discussing college applications relevant to you. Why are you bringing up sequence users, which has nothing to do with you? Sit down. Qin Xiang was determined not to relent on a matter that concerned him deeply. He pressed on, but what if someone awakens their sequence ability before the college entrance examination? Perhaps one of us might be fortunate. Perhaps. There is no perhaps. In this school, not a single student has ever awakened a sequence ability. I believe discussing sequence abilities is a greater waste of time than talking about college applications. The top student in our class might have a chance to pursue higher education, but no one here stands a chance of following the path of sequence users. Some things are simply destined. 4 or 5 years, among the thousands of ordinary students and their commonplace parents at the school, not a single individual has awakened their sequence abilities. How could any variability possibly arise within his class? However, the teacher's experience does not necessarily reflect the student's thoughts. For the students, there remains a flicker of hope for the future, and having been less battered by the harshness of society, they often harbor lofty aspirations. Thus, Qin Xiang's words sparked ideas among his classmates. Just because it had never happened before does not mean they lack the opportunity to become that fortunate individual. Consequently, they echoed Qin Xiang's sentiments, urging the teacher to elaborate. Teacher, please tell us. Indeed, we might truly awaken our sequence abilities. Exactly. Didn't Zhou Yang's uncle suddenly awaken his sequence abilities? Can you compare yourselves to Director Zhou? The teacher, observing the fanciful notions of the students, felt a wave of anger. Zhou Yang's uncle was the director of the local education bureau and was not an ordinary person. His awakening of sequence abilities was entirely reasonable. After all, it is well known that officials within the joint government departments have a high probability of awakening such abilities. Nevertheless, the students remained insistent, pressing the teacher to discuss the post-examination path for those with sequence abilities. Reluctantly, he stated besides establishing 8 colleges for ordinary individuals, the joint government has set up hundreds of universities for those with sequence abilities. These institutions can only be applied to by students who awaken their abilities before the college entrance examination, and they have but one opportunity. As soon as he finished speaking, the classroom erupted once more. Hundreds? I must have misheard. There are hundreds of schools for those with sequence abilities, yet we mere mortals have only 8. This is utterly unfair. Silence. Silence. If you do not quiet down, I shall cease my lecture. The teacher sternly enforced classroom discipline, casting a disdainful glance at Qin Xiang, the instigator. Meanwhile, Qin Xiang paid no heed to the teacher's warning and was instead filled with excitement. This was the first time he learned of the existence of institutions of higher education for those with sequence abilities. He had thought that the sole fate of those who awakened their powers was to venture beyond the safe zones to hunt deities. But he was astonished to discover that further education was indeed a possibility. Clearly, This world already has an educational system tailored for those with sequence abilities. Yet, he had not encountered any posts regarding the education of those with sequence abilities in the Shirshiningdi forum. Why was that? Temporarily suppressing his inner confusion, Qin Xiang continued to listen to the teacher's explanation. Those with sequence abilities must undergo an assessment akin to the college entrance examination, organized by the Bureau of Sequence Ability Management. This evaluation tests their sequences and skills, yielding a score. Upon receiving this score, they may apply to their desired universities. If a university is willing to admit them, they can continue their studies there. Now, I shall not waste too much of your time. If anyone is curious, you may visit the Shulia Jiayu forum. There are many relevant posts. After hearing this, Qin Xiang experienced a moment of enlightenment. It turned out he had been searching in the wrong forum. No wonder he had only found discussions on hunting deities. If given another opportunity, he must explore this forum. He could try to check it out the next time he visits an internet cafe. Oh no, he can no longer go to the internet cafe. The detestable visage of Lu Daji once again surfaced in his mind. Qin Xiang felt an overwhelming concern for Lu Daji, contemplating countless means of retribution that he could hardly wait to implement. Chapter 14. The distressing incident in the girls' restroom going to the internet cafe was no longer a feasible option. He needed to find a secure channel to browse information without concern. This was a matter of utmost urgency. After the teacher concluded the tangential discussion prompted by Qin Xiang, he redirected the topic back to the introduction of the 8 colleges and the application process. However, Qin Xiang paid no attention. He was no longer an ordinary student. His mind was filled with thoughts of the institutions of higher learning for those with sequence abilities. The examination for those with sequence abilities occurs concurrently with the college entrance examination. That means it is just 6 months away. Only students who awaken their sequence abilities prior to the college entrance examination are eligible to apply, and they have only one assessment opportunity. This implied that he must publicly awaken his sequence abilities and register with the Bureau of Sequence Ability Management within the next 6 months. Time was of the essence. He pondered the implications of not attending a university for those with sequence abilities and instead entering society after high school to await an opportunity to reveal his abilities. He certainly could not form a team with others, lest he find himself burdened with concealing his deeds of hunting deities. That would be too cumbersome. But could he face the deities alone outside the safe zone? Most importantly, the establishment of universities for those with sequence abilities by the joint government indicated that a comprehensive educational system and curriculum had already been developed. It would be wiser to attend a university for those with sequence abilities, gaining a deeper understanding of their nature while simultaneously venturing beyond the safe zone to hone his skills in slaying deities. As the saying goes, sharpening the axe does not delay the work of chopping wood. Preparing in both arenas would surely yield positive results. After contemplating his future, Qin Xiang's thoughts returned to the present. 3 words reemerged in his mind: Lu Daji. This name had incessantly echoed in his thoughts since he opened his eyes this morning. He was eager to resolve his conflict with Lu Daji and set his plan to reveal his identity as one with sequence abilities into motion. Lu Daji deserved to be dealt with, didn't he? After school, Qin Xiang once again headed to the library with his meal from the cafeteria. Hello, Teacher Zhu. Teacher Zhu was tidying the bookshelves when she noticed Qin Xiang's arrival, somewhat surprised. Xiao Qin, why have you come back after school? Do we not agree that you only need to come during lunch? Don't let it interfere with your studies. Previously, Qin Xiang would hurry home after school to assist Li Jingwen with her homework. His diligence in completing assignments and mastering classroom knowledge had fortuitously led him to rank within the top 100 students. However, such a ranking held no real significance beyond self-comfort. He knew that Teacher Zhu would be alone in the library after school, organizing books. Not wishing to burden the kind-hearted Teacher Zhu with work, he returned to the library once more. It's all right, a little extra study time won't hurt. I've been in class all day and am tired. I thought I could help you tidy up the books and unwind a bit. Besides, I am a student worker in the library. It is only fitting. Teacher Zhu smiled. What a good child you are. Very well, join me in organizing. Qin Xiang placed the bag containing his meal on the table and began to busy himself in the library. Meanwhile, Li Jingwen and her friends observed Qin Xiang's diligent figure from a distance. Li Jingwen, are you really going to follow him? To see if he has any issues or incriminating evidence. I cannot allow him to continue threatening us. He used to leave the school immediately after class. But today he came to the library. There must be something amiss. Perhaps he is meeting with the informant. I must teach that person how to speak. All right, we will help you. Her friends accompanied Li Jingwen as they lay in wait at a distance from the library. While organizing the books, Qin Xiang noticed a girl sitting on the floor next to the bookshelf, carefully flipping through a workbook. This was yet another characteristic of the school library. In addition to regular books, it housed various workbooks related to the college entrance examination available for students to borrow. It was precisely these study materials, often unavailable in classrooms, that attracted many underprivileged yet academically gifted students to the library. Otherwise, the library would surely be devoid of visitors. Qin Xiang gently reminded the diligent female student, "Classmate, the library is about to close. Please make your way out." Startled, the girl lifted her gaze to meet Qin Xiang's eyes and obediently returned her exercise book to its original place. For a brief moment, Qin Xiang found himself momentarily entranced by her countenance, which was strikingly clear and beautiful, making her stand out prominently in the school. More intriguingly, he noticed a flicker of emotion in her glance directed toward him. "Apologies for interrupting your study." The girl bowed to Qin Xiang and Teacher Zhu before hastily departing with her backpack. Although Qin Xiang couldn't recall her name at that moment, Teacher Zhu remarked, "When Shu is truly a relief. She excels in her studies and is well-behaved. I wish my granddaughter could be as obedient in the future." Teacher Zhu's comment enlightened Qin Xiang to the girl's identity. When Shu, a name that resonated throughout the school, she consistently secured the top rank in every examination, boasting a considerable lead over the second-place student. Unquestionably, she was the foremost candidate in this year's Jiuan school. Such an exemplary student enjoyed certain privileges. The principal, directors, and teachers showed her considerable favor. For instance, if other students failed to complete their homework, they would be reprimanded, whereas she faced no consequences for the same. Moreover, she could freely study in the library during class hours without any teacher intervening. In terms of her capabilities for the college entrance examination, she had already surpassed the proficiency of all subject teachers. With her beauty and academic prowess, she was unanimously recognized as the school belle. Numerous boys pursued her, yet she gracefully declined each one. In this life, when Shu, like Qin Xiang, came from a challenging background, living with her grandmother. In his previous life, Qin Xiang remembered her family situation being relatively stable. He had heard that she eventually gained admission to Qingbei University, after which news of her ceased. After all, once they completed the college entrance examination, they existed in entirely different realms, and he had little inclination to inquire further. However, during a subsequent class reunion, he heard some female classmates mention that she had tragically passed away at a young age. Yet he pondered, why did their brief eye contact just now feel as though she harbored feelings for him? How peculiar. Regaining his composure, he noticed Teacher Zhu walking past, carrying a hefty stack of books. He promptly exclaimed, "Teacher Zhu, allow me to assist. That stack appears quite heavy. Let me take care of it." "No need. I can manage," Teacher Zhu replied. Seeing her struggle, Qin Xiang could not hold back and rushed over to take the books from her grasp. "Allow me. I am young and strong. You should rest as you age." Teacher Zhu smiled. "Thank you, dear. I owe you my gratitude for keeping this position for me." This was the first time Qin Xiang had shown such warmth toward another since his rebirth. Yet he felt that Teacher Zhu was indeed deserving of it. After tidying up, Teacher Zhu locked the library door. "Goodbye, teacher. See you tomorrow." "Yes, take care." As Qin Xiang left the library and bade farewell to Teacher Zhu, he suddenly felt the urge to relieve himself. Instead of exiting the school, he opted to take a detour to the restroom behind the library. The restroom adjacent to the library was seldom frequented, resulting in infrequent cleaning. Perhaps it had been several days since it was last attended to, for upon entering, Qin Xiang was greeted by a pungent odor. He hurriedly sought to finish his business and leave. While he was in the midst of his relief, he abruptly heard loud, slapping noises from the next stall. "Speak. Did you wretched girl, inform Qin Xiang about my affair with Zhou Yang? Who are you? Do I know you? Stop pretending. Today at school, I only spoke with you and Zhu Li. If it wasn't you, then was it that old hag Zhu Li? Jin Wen, don't trust her. When Shu is a pretty face with a venomous heart. Indeed, just because she is doted upon, she thinks she can seduce Zhou Yang. I assure you, that is impossible." Listening to the commotion, Qin Xiang couldn't help but be amused. Encountering such scenes again in his rebirth was quite the spectacle. He recognized the hysterical shrew was none other than Li Jingwen, who usually appeared charming. How unfortunate that when Shu was unwittingly entangled in this mess. He felt compelled to intervene. After washing his hands, he stepped into the ladies' restroom. Li Jingwen, making such a ruckus over a simple act of relieving oneself. Do you expect me to inform Zhou Yang before you're satisfied? Upon seeing Qin Xiang, Li Jingwen and her friends, who were previously brazen and unreasonable, fell silent. Meanwhile, when Shu's previously delicate features bore two bright red handprints, Qin Xiang hesitated for a moment. How could Wen Shu, after being slapped, merely remark that they were peculiar? A thought struck his mind. This girl must possess a certain fortitude. After gathering herself, Li Jingwen calmed down and retorted, Qin Xiang, I'm not seeking trouble with you. Why do you meddle? Are you joking? Qin Xiang gazed at Li Jingwen as if she were foolish. I used to do your homework daily and even brought you breakfast, following you around like a dog, and you dare to bring trouble to me? Li Jingwen, now incensed, replied, let us set that aside. Did you not err as well? I err, your grandmother's leg. You lot, ugly and troublemaking, should refrain from projecting your issues onto others. One girl, seemingly heavier than Qin Xiang, chimed in, Qin Xiang, don't be so unreasonable. Disregarding her, Qin Xiang stepped forward and pulled Wen Shu aside. Unreasonable? If I were unreasonable, I would have already revealed Li Jingwen's matters to Zhou Yang. Zhou Yang's uncle has awakened his sequence ability, and his family is rising to prominence. If you provoke me further, your dreams of marrying him could be utterly dashed. Qin Xiang's word struck at Li Jingwen's core, causing her expression to darken. What do you want? Simply do not provoke Wen Shu. Likewise, do not annoy me. That is all I ask. After graduation, you can enjoy your life as a wealthy lady, while I shall embrace my existence as a drifter. Li Jingwen gritted her teeth. Qin Xiang, you truly are heartless. Qin Xiang shook his head. Heartless? I genuinely cannot fathom how those two words could emerge from your foul mind to describe me. Feel free to hurl insults at me if it brings you joy. After all, you are merely a pitiful mud in the end. I have nothing more to discuss with you. We shall take our leave. Wait. Li Jingwen and her companions found themselves cornered at the restroom door. What do you intend to do, Qin Xiang? Qin Xiang turned to Wen Shu, whose face was still swollen. Did they hit you? Wen Shu met his gaze, her expression devoid of gratitude. Yes. With that, Qin Xiang immediately slapped Li Jingwen twice across the face. Everyone stood in shock. Wen Shu stared at Qin Xiang, seemingly unable to comprehend the actions of this unfamiliar male classmate. Qin Xiang, Li Jingwen covered her face, glaring at him in fury. Cease your barking. Our issues are separate. As for your matters with Wen Shu, consider them settled. Understood? Li Jingwen's eyes gleamed with malice. Qin Xiang, you will regret this. Reflecting on Li Jingwen's connections, Qin Xiang recalled her uncle was somewhat of a thug. He felt unperturbed by hooligans, yet he was concerned for Wen Shu's safety. He could not constantly shadow her and Li Jingwen. After all, as a sequence ability wielder, he had neither the time nor inclination for such entanglements. Suddenly, a brilliant idea struck him. Li Jingwen, I recall you scribbled Zhou Yang's name and a series of numbers on the corner of your homework. That should be his QQ number, right? Though your household lacks a computer, you still engage in conversations with Zhou Yang via Qiuqiu at the internet cafe, correct? Qiuqiu is an application that students from relatively affluent families typically register for, using it to communicate with their classmates. Naturally, Qin Xiang does not possess such a privileged account. Li Jingwen paused for a moment and asked, what do you intend to do? I will document everything regarding you and me in an email at the internet cafe, scheduled to be sent to Zhou Yang's Qiuqiu mailbox next Monday. If either I or Wen Shu encounters any misfortune, be prepared to sever ties with Zhou Yang. Initially, Li Jingwen indeed contemplated having her uncle teach Qin Xiang and Wen Shu a stern lesson. Angrily, she exclaimed, Qin Xiang, I have never encountered someone as malicious as you. Ah, well, today you have, Qin Xiang retorted coldly, tugging Wen Shu and turning to leave, feeling a sense of satisfaction. He was unaware that this was the umpteenth time he had thought of Lu Daji today. However, for the first time, he felt that Lu Daji had imparted some positive value to him. Chaptur onbish, vang difa. The internet cafe owner Qin Xiang and Wen Shu walked side by side away from the campus. At an intersection, they were to part ways. Qin Xiang glanced back to ensure that Li Jingwen and her companions were not trailing them before saying, "Rest assured, they Haven Tea followed us. I apologize for involving you in today's events." When Shu cast a complex glance at Qin Xiang, ultimately, she softly uttered, "Thank you." Yet her cheeks were swollen and bruised, causing her speech to be somewhat unclear, which only deepened Qin Xiang's sense of guilt. He waved his hand dismissively. "No need for thanks. The reason you were harmed was due to my affairs, so it is indeed my fault. Seeing you in such a state, I cannot help but feel distressed. No, my being struck was due to Li Jingwen and her group. It has little to do with you. You rescued me and dealt with the subsequent troubles. I should be grateful." Observing the defiance in Wen Shu's eyes, Qin Xiang shrugged. "However, your eyes convey sentiments that differ from your words. In your gaze, I perceive disdain towards me. Your feelings are accurate. While I rationally understand that you are not at fault, emotionally, I cannot help but feel a sense of distance." Qin Xiang pondered for a moment. Even if I struck Li Jingwen twice and alleviated the troubles she would have caused? Wen Shu gently nodded. Even if you struck Li Jingwen twice and alleviated the troubles she would have caused. Having said that, Wen Shu turned and departed. Qin Xiang felt somewhat perturbed. Li Jingwen's foolishness and malice exceeded his expectations. Even in his past life, he had merely regarded Li Jingwen as a duplicitous opportunist. Now it seemed that there were deeper issues at play, rendering her almost incurable. Nonetheless, the fact that this incident had entangled Wen Shu stirred a sense of compassion within Qin Xiang. It truly was an undeserved calamity. Were it him in her position, he might have resorted to violence. With a sigh, Qin Xiang returned home, carrying a lunchbox filled with food. Today's meal consisted of chinzu mushrooms, one of his favorite offerings from the cafeteria. And Zhang, who served the meals, seemed aware of his preferences and had generously provided him with an extra serving. He expressed his gratitude to her. Sitting by the window with a chair, he savored his meal while admiring the various deities wandering outside. He appeared thoroughly engrossed, akin to a cat enjoying its food while observing the delightful fish in an aquarium. After finishing his meal and washing the lunchbox, he took a quick cold shower before retiring to bed. Qin Xiang had come to terms with the situation. What purpose did it serve to linger at home? Since there was little to occupy his time upon returning, it was better to sleep early and rise early, nurturing his health. After a restful slumber, he found himself relieved of many worries. Before stepping out, he glanced at the calendar. Blue Star Era, January 5th, 2010. Gregorian calendar, Tuesday. Lunar calendar, Jichou year, November 22nd, auspicious for sacrifices. Upon awakening the next day, Qin Xiang once again took a bag and a lunchbox. However, considering the previous day's entanglement with that meddlesome teacher, he added 2 books into the bag. Yet, he had misplaced the current semester's textbooks and was left with last year's materials. Regardless, it was merely for show, so it mattered little. Exiting his home, he took a detour to the internet cafe once again. This time, he discovered that the person manning the counter was not Lu Daji, but rather a middle-aged man with a scruffy beard. Qin Xiang smiled slightly. Opportunity had presented itself. He donned his hoodie, evading the surveillance camera at the cafe's entrance, and gestured for the bearded man to step outside. The man, curious, pointed at himself. "You looking for me?" Qin Xiang nodded affirmatively. The middle-aged man, slightly puzzled, complied. After all, Qin Xiang appeared to be a mere student, seemingly harmless. Once outside, Qin Xiang led him into a narrow alley behind the cafe. The refuse was still strewn about the alley, and the stench of waste had intensified. Even Qin Xiang, who despised cafeteria food, had to concede that the cafe was akin to paradise in comparison to this place. The cafe owner approached, pinching his nose in disgust as he surveyed his surroundings. Seemingly oblivious to the litter discarded behind the cafe, he muttered, "That crafty Lu Daji. I told him to take the trash to the dump, and he left it here. I will definitely deal with him." Qin Xiang listened without responding. Upon reaching the spot where he had conversed with Lu Daji that night, Qin Xiang finally spoke. "Are you the owner of this cafe?" "That's me. The 2 individuals the police took from your cafe included one of my friends." Upon hearing this, the cafe owner furrowed his brow. "Your friend was taken away. What do you want from me? You are aware of what those 2 were doing when the police apprehended them, correct?" The owner was no fool. Listening to Qin Xiang's words and observing his youthful appearance, he immediately grew wary. "What are you insinuating? Trying to extract information from me?" "Extract information from you?" Qin Xiang chuckled softly. There's no need for that. My friend sent me a message before being taken by the police, mentioning that he left something behind here. I wish to review the surveillance footage from that day. The cafe owner scoffed. You think you can just access the surveillance footage whenever you want? The item he left me is worth 20 silver coins. If found, I'll share one with you. Share 1 silver coin with me? Look at your attire. You barely possess a few copper coins, and here you are boasting. Before the cafe owner could finish his sentence, Qin Xiang produced a silver coin. The coin, emitting a faint silvery glow under the starlight, instantly captured the cafe owner's attention. You. Qin Xiang flicked the silver coin, producing the distinct metallic chime unique to such coins, then caught again. What do you say to my proposal? This silver coin, retrieved from the 3 villains, had been kept on his person, with an abundance of copper coins. Carrying them would attract attention due to their noise. However, possessing only 1 silver coin allowed him to keep it discreetly in his pocket without raising suspicion. Moreover, its considerable value meant it could accomplish many things. Yet due to his current status, he could not readily spend it. He was unable to register with the Sequence Ability Management Bureau and had no access to deeper transactions, let alone the black market. Thus, this solitary silver coin had become a burdensome asset. Nonetheless, Qin Xiang was acutely aware that as he grew stronger and eventually became a registered Sequence Ability user, the value of the silver coin would diminish, for he would no longer be in want of money. Possessing the talent of a gourmet, he could squander wealth only to regain it effortlessly. Therefore, to maximize the benefits of this silver coin, Qin Xiang chose to utilize it promptly. For example, using it to purchase a coffin for Lu Daji. The proprietor swallowed hard. What exactly are you doing? Qin Xiang chuckled softly. You are unaware? That is for the best. If you remain in the dark, it will spare you a great deal of trouble. Now, let's return to the earlier inquiry. Can you handle this silver coin? The internet cafe owner's eyes flickered, and he gritted his teeth. Follow me. He led him to a dim little storage room adjacent to the cafe. Qin Xiang furrowed his brow. He was unaware that this seldom-used small room belonged to the cafe owner as well. Inside the storeroom lay a mess of discarded machines, all covered in dust. Only a table in the center and the surrounding area were notably clean. On the table sat 3 monitors, each displaying 4 surveillance feeds. The surveillance is right here. Feel free to look. However, I must make it clear that if I allow you to view the footage, regardless of whether you find anything, you owe me a silver coin. The cafe owner seemed apprehensive that Qin Xiang might have a change of heart. Hence he stated this as soon as they entered. Wait a moment, Qin Xiang interrupted. What now? You mean to say that the surveillance footage must be viewed here? Can it be accessed from the computer at the bar? I believe it has better lighting for clarity. The cafe owner replied. The computer at the bar is merely for managing customer check-ins and the monitoring system. It cannot access the surveillance. After a moment's hesitation, Qin Xiang nodded and approached the monitors to examine the footage. Upon locating the recording from January 3rd, he discovered that the footage only recorded the evening and was absent for both morning and afternoon, immediately knitting his brows in confusion. Why is there no footage from the morning of January 3rd? The cafe owner scoffed. The electricity is costly, so the cameras cannot be left on continuously. I typically activate them every few days. Only when I am aware that personnel from the United Government are coming to inspect do I turn them on for a full 24 hours. Qin Xiang clenched his fist, coldly regarding the cafe owner. Are you mocking me? How am I to investigate without the footage from when the police visited that morning? The cafe owner chuckled nervously. Picking up a hammer from the side, we had an agreement. Even if you find nothing, you still owe me a silver coin. Otherwise, Qin Xiang lifted his foot and placed it upon a nearby, discarded monitor, slowly crushing the iron case display before the cafe owner's eyes until it resembled a flattened disc. He kicked the disc aside, shattering 3 or 4 more monitors. Otherwise, what? The cafe owner panicked. Why, you are a Sequence Ability user. Qin Xiang cast a disdainful glance at the cafe owner. What sort of individual would engage in a transaction worth 20 silver coins in this dilapidated internet cafe on the edge of a security zone? Do you not possess any foresight regarding my identity? Or do you believe I could not possibly be involved in such a lucrative transaction? The cafe owner was utterly dumbfounded, his body trembling with fear, and the hammer slipped from his grasp. Qin Xiang often spoke in half-truths, leaving the cafe owner with a plethora of unsettling speculations. In an instant, the cafe owner envisioned a clandestine organization of Sequence Ability users engaged in the black market, with Qin Xiang as one of its debt collectors. Spare me. Spare me, I know nothing. I did not intend to hinder your business. Realizing that the cafe owner believed him to be a lawless figure involved in underground activities, Qin Xiang played along, embodying the role the cafe owner had conjured in his mind. Of course, I'm aware you know nothing. Had you known anything and still dared to conceal it from me, you would now be a corpse. Yes, I understand. The cafe owner hastily agreed, eager to align himself with Qin Xiang's narrative. However, you are fortunate today. I am relatively easy to negotiate with. With that, Qin Xiang tossed the silver coin to the cafe owner. The cafe owner stared at the coin in his hand, feeling its warmth, and quickly refused. No, I cannot accept this. You Haven-T found the footage. I cannot take it for nothing. In the future, I may still need to search for items here, and I do not wish to escalate matters. This silver coin serves as your hush money. Is that appropriate? I will give it to you, and you shall accept it. Qin Xiang approached the cafe owner once more, gently patting his shoulder twice. My only concern is whether you will divulge our dealings to the police. If I were betrayed by you, the next time our people arrive, it will not be silver coins that they offer you, understand? No, absolutely not. You can trust me. You should also know that managing an internet cafe in this rundown place requires some connections. As long as there is no evidence, the police will not take action against me. The cafe owner then chuckled, a sycophantic expression crossing his face. Besides, if I were to betray you, I would still have to surrender this silver coin, wouldn't I? Why would I willingly seek trouble? You may come by whenever you wish, and should I find something, I will await your arrival. Very well. However, I may use the computers here in the future, and I hope you will keep that confidential. The cafe owner replied, you may come directly to the storeroom. Use the computer in the storeroom. The computer for viewing surveillance is the latest model. Moreover, this computer has an encrypted login port, making it impossible for even the police to trace. With that, he removed a key from his keyring and handed it to Qin Xiang. Qin Xiang accepted the key, nodding with satisfaction. When suddenly he recalled something. This computer does not have monitoring software, does it? None. Only I can enter this storeroom, and the computer is solely for my use. I have no reason to monitor myself. Very well, I understand. Thank you. You need not mention it. Should you require anything, just let me know. My name is Wang Defa. You can call me Alpha. All right, Alpha. I shall remember that. I will report your matters upwards. Rest assured, as long as I am safe, you shall have no trouble. This served as both a reassurance and a stern warning to deter Wang Defa from any underhanded actions behind his back. You need not worry. I will certainly keep my lips sealed. By the way, I recall that the last time I visited your cafe, it was not you sitting at the bar, was it? Oh, you must be referring to Lu Daji. He takes his rest on Tuesdays and Wednesdays. Qin Xiang nodded. I shall come to find you on Tuesdays and Wednesdays. I have matters to attend to, so I will take my leave now. Ah, very well. You be busy. After seeing Qin Xiang off, Wang Defa looked at the silver coin in his hand and then at the crushed monitors, letting out a long sigh of relief. He glanced at the hammer nearby and kicked it away in annoyance. As an ordinary person, daring to act against a sequence ability user was indeed reckless. Fortunately, this sequence ability user had a good temperament. Otherwise, he might have already met his ancestors. Surviving this ordeal, in the now empty storeroom, he found himself alone. Upon reflection, Wang Defa realized that Qin Xiang's arrival and departure had seemingly left no impact on him. Yet he had gained a silver coin without effort. He examined the coin in his hand, biting it lightly with his teeth. Indeed, it was silver. But was this coin a blessing or a curse? After a prolonged inner struggle, Wang Defa gradually came to terms with it, his resolve solidifying. One cannot become wealthy without taking risks. If I cower in fear, I would not have come this far. Such immense fortune is destined to fall upon me. Meanwhile, after leaving the internet cafe, Qin Xiang smiled faintly and set off towards Lu Daji's residence, feeling quite elated. No wonder today, as calendar indicated, it was a favorable day for sacrifices. Chapter 16. I come to demand payment. The key to the storeroom is possessed solely by Wang Defa. The computer for viewing the surveillance footage is accessible only to Wang Defa. On the day the police arrived, the surveillance cameras were not activated. When Qin Xiang failed to locate the morning footage from January 3rd, he was already 99% certain he could resolve the matter concerning Lu Daji. Yet, he still sought Wang Defa's confirmation repeatedly, determined to ensure absolute certainty. to prevent any vulnerabilities that might lead to misjudgment regarding Lu Daji's hidden cards, thereby exposing himself and inviting trouble. All evidence ultimately conveyed a singular message to Qin Xiang. Lu Daji had cheated. The so-called surveillance screenshots were non-existent. Lu Daji would never have imagined that Qin Xiang could find a loophole through Wang Defa. After all, in Lu Daji's eyes, Qin Xiang was merely a desperate small fry. As Qin Xiang gazed at the vast expanse of stars and the divine, strolling along the dimly lit street, he felt a sense of ease and joy. He could finally rest assured in pronouncing Lu Daji's death sentence. Although only 2 days had passed since Lu Daji's threats, it felt like an eternity to Qin Xiang, who could hardly contain his anticipation. He sprinted towards Lu Daji's residence with great urgency. Upon reaching the entrance, he observed the dilapidated 2-story wooden building, which housed 4 or 5 households on each floor. Lu Daji's abode was the 4th door on the left of the 2nd floor. As he approached, he noticed a heap of trash piled up at Lu Daji's doorstep, emitting a foul odor that attracted numerous flies, all of which appeared to bear 3 or 4 eyes, as if mutated in some post-apocalyptic scenario. This sight instantly reminded Qin Xiang of Lu Daji's disheveled appearance. Standing at the door, he knocked softly with his sleeve. Knock, knock, knock. Who's there? It's barely morning. Why the early knocking? Qin Xiang lowered his voice, feigning the tone of a man in his 30s. Neighbor, the garbage outside your door stinks terribly. You must dispose of it promptly. Inside, Lu Daji's impatient voice replied, Are you crazy? What business is it of yours? The trash isn't blocking the path. Just mind your own. Seeing Lu Daji's reluctance to open the door, Qin Xiang shouted, Damn it, open the door. If you don't get rid of the trash, I'll burn your house down. Burn? I live on the same floor as you. If you burn my home, yours will also suffer. I don't believe your house can sprout legs and run away. Lu Daji's brazen demeanor posed a challenge for Qin Xiang. While he could easily break down the door using his abilities as a sequence power user, it would leave traces and inform the police of his identity. Such circumstances would certainly attract scrutiny from other sequence power users in the vicinity, complicating his future endeavors to reveal his identity. Therefore, he needed to create the illusion of a burglary gone awry. If you don't open the door, I'll wait here until you do. Let's see how long you can endure being cooped up inside. I dare you to skip work. I'll just complain to your boss. In this impoverished locale, securing a job was no small feat, and even a position as a small manager in an internet cafe was a respectable source of income. Lu Daji might not care about many things, but he certainly valued this job. Not merely for the paycheck, but because if he could no longer work at the internet cafe, how would he extort money from Qin Xiang? The only place they ever met was the internet cafe. Indeed, Qin Xiang had struck a nerve with Lu Daji, whose resolve faltered immediately. All right, I'm scared of you. I'll take out the trash shortly. Do it now. Immediately. Oh, just a moment. Let me get dressed. As Lu Daji donned his clothing, he approached the door, unlocking it. However, before he could finish speaking, he lost consciousness, collapsing in a faint. Qin Xiang, having controlled his strength, delivered a swift uppercut to Lu Daji's jaw as the door opened, rendering him unconscious. He quickly stepped inside, supporting Lu Daji's bulk to muffle any noise that might attract the neighbor's attention. After shutting the door behind him, he dragged Lu Daji into the inner room with seamless efficiency. Once Lu Daji was securely bound, Qin Xiang stuffed a foul sock into his mouth and began to rummage through the house. Lu Daji's residence lacked significant possessions, containing only a few hundred copper coins. Qin Xiang collected the coins, crafting a facade of burglary. After a while, he heard muffled sounds behind him. Turning around, he saw Lu Daji regaining consciousness, fear evident in his eyes. Noticing that Lu Daji's jaw appeared slightly distorted, Qin Xiang sighed. It seemed he had not managed to control his strength adequately, having likely broken Lu Daji's jaw. This was troublesome. Spotting a baseball bat in Lu Daji's home, he picked it up and approached Lu Daji, aiming for his jaw once again. Lu Daji desperately shook his head, pleading for mercy. Then his gaze shifted to a menacing glare, seemingly threatening Qin Xiang. Unfazed, Qin Xiang remarked, I spoke with Wang Defa today. Guess what? Lu Daji froze, his eyelids twitching as he gazed at Qin Xiang's smile, as if confronting a grim reaper. Lu Daji shook his head fervently, panic etched across his face. Even with his sock stuffed in his mouth, Qin Xiang could infer his thoughts, pleas for leniency, apologies, and expressions of regret. Qin Xiang surveyed Lu Daji's room, cluttered with various comic books. He shook his head in disappointment. You claim to be so grand, yet you don't even own a computer. With that, Qin Xiang ignored Lu Daji further, gathering his strength to swing the baseball bat forcefully against Lu Daji's jaw once more. This time, Lu Daji's jaw twisted further, the bones splintering into fragments. That should be unnoticeable now. Lu Daji, in excruciating pain, nearly fainted, tears filling his triangular eyes. Qin Xiang ventured into the kitchen, retrieving a bucket of cooking oil and a knife. One must understand that greed comes at a price. I have come to demand that price. To avoid splatter, he devised a method he had contemplated for some time. He propped the knife upright between a few books, gauging the distance before hauling Lu Daji up. Lu Daji continued to plead. Qin Xiang pressed down on Lu Daji's foot and gave him a shove. The immense force sent Lu Daji crashing to the floor, the knife plunging into his heart. Qin Xiang lifted Lu Daji again, dousing him in cooking oil before igniting the room. Watching as flames engulfed Lu Daji's body, he piled the bloodied books, along with others from the house, atop the corpse before finally exhaling in relief. Once the house was thoroughly ablaze, Qin Xiang left, descending to the ground floor, and shouted, "Fire! Flee for your lives!" Upon hearing his cries, people rushed outside, discovering Lu Daji's home enveloped in flames. There's a fire. It's really burning. Hurry, extinguish it. Extinguish what? It's a wooden house. Grab your valuables and run. He concealed himself in the shadows, ensuring all residents had evacuated before he felt secure enough to depart. In his heart, he murmured, to evade the fragrant sniffer, I must commit arson, even if it implicates innocent lives. Preventing your demise here is the utmost I can achieve. To avoid leaving too much of a scent, he clutched a bag filled with food, employing his violent skill to flee at maximum speed towards the school. He specifically chose to navigate through alleyways, avoiding the notice of passers-by. While running, he found a foul ditch and disposed of all the copper coins he had retrieved from Lu Daji's home. Watching them sink beneath the murky waters, he finally felt at ease. As he neared the school, he returned to the main road, casually walking into the campus as though nothing had transpired. Due to his exceptional physical prowess, combined with the tripled agility bonus from Baoli, Qin Xiang managed to escape from Lu Daji's residence to the vicinity of the school in merely 5 to 6 minutes. Moreover, he remained unflustered, his forehead devoid of perspiration. From a moment he stepped out of his front door to his arrival at the school, a mere 20 minutes had elapsed. His mastery of time was commendable. A faint smile graced Qin Xiang's lips. Although this duration was slightly longer than his usual commute, it was still within acceptable limits. He possessed an almost flawless alibi. He hoped that the police department would swiftly categorize this incident as a burglary. In a few days, once the storm had passed, he would also need to register with the Shulianingli Zheguanliju. The sensation of being throttled was even more agonizing than suffocation. He must exercise utmost caution in the future to avoid leaving any incriminating evidence. Upon reaching the school, he maintained his calm demeanor. No one could fathom that mere moments ago, he had just taken a life. Instead of heading directly to the classroom, Qin Xiang chose to visit the library. Teacher Zhu was already seated there, sipping hot water. Ah, little Qin, what brings you here so early? I wanted to see how you were doing. You could just sit, as some students might come to borrow exercise books. I'll help with the registration. That is not necessary. Your priority should be your studies. You don't need to assist me. Go and attend your morning self-study. Qin Xiang grinned. Teacher Zhu, you know my grades. Does it really make a difference whether I study or not? Instead of wasting time in the classroom, I might as well help you tidy up the library. Don't you think? Oh, you mischievous child. Having resolved his pressing matters, Qin Xiang was left to await the repercussions. In the classroom, there was no further useful information regarding the advancement of Shulian and Lija. There was little point in lingering in the classroom, as no epiphany was likely to occur. Instead, he opted to alleviate teacher Zhu's workload. He placed the bag containing his lunch down and stood at the book lending counter, ready for students seeking exercise books. Hello, I would like to borrow. Qin Xiang heard a vague female voice and looked up to find it was Wen Shu, whose face appeared slightly more swollen than the previous day. Qin Xiang frowned. Had Li Jingwen dared to lay hands on her? Did she truly wish to sever ties with Zhou Yang? Upon closer inspection, he noted that Wen Shu's swelling was due to some bruising, not a fresh injury. Upon seeing Qin Xiang, Wen Shu appeared somewhat startled, lowering her gaze and avoiding eye contact. As he registered her borrowing of exercise books, he casually inquired, "Your grandmother must be quite worried, right?" When Shu glanced at him, and Qin Xiang could not decipher the meaning behind her gaze. Was she looking at him as if he were an oddity? She shook her head. She doesn't know, without further response. When Shu took the exercise book and departed. After her exit, teacher Zhu remarked, "Her grandmother is quite elderly. I heard she became blind 2 years ago. She relies on Wen Shu for care, so she might be unaware of her granddaughter's condition. I wonder who could strike so harshly, even hurting a well-behaved student like Wen Shu. This school truly seems to decline year by year." Teacher Zhu continued to express her frustrations regarding the deteriorating academic environment. Her sentiments deeply rooted, as she had devoted much of her life to Juin School prior to the apocalypse. Witnessing students increasingly abandon their aspirations weighed heavily on her heart. Qin Xiang offered words of comfort to teacher Zhu, contemplating her earlier mention of Wen Shu's home situation, and sighed. Though his own life was rather dismal, he still wished for others to find happiness. The thought of those rendered homeless due to the fire he had ignited filled him with an overwhelming sense of guilt. Yet, he felt compelled to live for himself. Chapter 17. The police department's suspicions, as the wooden building had long succumbed to decay shortly after Qin Xiang departed. The entire structure was engulfed in flames. The inferno raged uncontrollably. By the time the fire brigade arrived, they could only watch helplessly as the fire consumed everything. Within half an hour, this wooden edifice, a witness to decades of history, had been reduced to ashes. As the firefighters sifted through the remnants, they ultimately discovered a charred corpse, a knife embedded in the chest, blackened by the flames, prompting them to immediately contact the police department. Upon receiving the report, the police dispatched personnel to the scene, led once again by Detective Olaf. Olaf kicked at a standing blackened beam, which splintered underfoot. Surveying the area, he shook his head. Such a large fire seems to be increasingly common lately. Roy Liena interjected, "Indeed, as my Wangxiangren sequence becomes more widely known, criminals understand that only fire can thoroughly erase the traces of their scent. Thus, they often resort to arson during their crimes." A criminal? This fire was not accidental? Have you already investigated the scene? Yes, Detective Olaf. Among the ashes, there lies a charred body with a knife in the chest, the hands bound behind, suggesting murder. Take me to see it. Certainly. Both being Shulian and Li Jia. Their physical capabilities surpassed those of ordinary individuals as they cleared away some burnt boards to approach the disfigured corpse of Lu Daji. Olaf crouched down, took out a cigar, snipped it with a small pair of scissors, and ignited it on a smoldering beam. He inhaled deeply, scrutinizing the corpse. At first glance, it indeed appeared that the victim had been bound and subsequently stabbed in the chest. "Provide me with a pair of gloves." An officer handed Olaf a pair of white gloves. With the cigar clamped between his lips, he donned the gloves and began examining Lu Daji's remains. This man's jaw is fractured, likely the result of a heavy blow. Any leads? The officer shook his head. None. The fire destroyed much evidence. The deformation of his bones suggests he was struck with a baseball bat. This area is impoverished and baseball bats are rare. Even if they existed, they would likely be wooden, making it impossible to locate the weapon. Olaf nodded, agreeing with the officer's assessment. Do any neighbors know anything? Yes. The deceased, Lu Daji, worked as an internet cafe manager nearby. The estimated time of the incident was between 7:20 and 7:25. Neighbors reported hearing someone knocking on his door, requesting him to dispose of the trash, which led to a heated argument. Based on the timeline, it seems that someone entered Lu Daji's home, murdered him, and robbed him. Do we have a description of this individual? The officer replied, no one saw anything. It was too early, and many were still asleep. Those who heard the argument were merely early risers heading to work. Olaf pondered silently, then asked, was Lu Daji's residence the best in the building? Not all. There are 2 female workers from a cosmetics factory who earn more than Lu Daji. They were the ones who called the fire department. Are they married? One is married, and the other lives alone. Upon hearing this, Olaf shook his head. Let us not classify this as a burglary just yet. Why not? Olaf did not immediately respond, but took a couple of puffs from his cigar, narrowing his eyes. If this were a burglary, why not rob the single female worker from the cosmetics factory, rather than targeting an ordinary internet cafe manager like Lu Daji? Perhaps it was a spur-of-the-moment decision? A spur-of-the-moment decision? This person does not appear to fit that description. They argued, compelled Lu Daji to open the door, and then proceeded to murder, rob, and set fire, a skilled and targeted execution. If his actions were impulsive, he must have remained here, waiting for someone to leave, then abducting that person to seize their keys for a burglary. Roy Laina inquired, Detective Iloofu, do you mean to suggest that someone intends to murder Ludaji? I merely imply that it is highly probable. We require further investigation to ascertain the specifics. By the way, you mentioned he is the internet cafe's manager? Indeed. Iloofu scanned the surroundings. It is unlikely that someone who operates an internet cafe on the fringes of such a secure area is merely an ordinary resident without a complicated background. We should question him. Perhaps we can glean something of value. Wang Defa was idly sitting in the internet cafe when Iloofu and his team arrived. Officers, what brings you to my humble cafe? Is there something you require my assistance with? Wang Defa feigned respect, while internally he pondered which of his activities had led to the arrival of these officers. His operation of the cafe had involved numerous activities in the gray area, and any one of them could land him in dire straits at the police station. We are here, and it does not concern you. We simply wish to inquire about an individual. Who do the officers wish to know about? Ludaji, you are aware of him? Oh, he is our cafe's manager. He is at home resting today. Is there something you need from him, officers? He has neither a phone nor a computer, so I cannot reach him. You may need to return tomorrow. Iloofu shook his head. No, we're not seeking Ludaji. We are here for you, as Ludaji was murdered this very morning. Murdered? Wang Defa's eyes widened. What reason would there be to kill a reclusive man like him? Observing the genuine surprise on Wang Defa's face, Iloofu pressed further. Do you know if he has offended anyone recently? Wang Defa appeared perplexed. He is merely a cafe manager, responsible for charging fees and operating machines. Who could he possibly offend? Even if someone were upset with him, who would resort to murder? He recalled that Ludaji had spoken with Qin Xiang that morning, but instinctively dismissed the notion that a capable ability user would expend effort to eliminate a mere cafe manager. Iloofu continued, the crime scene suggests he was a victim of a burglary. Do you possess any clues regarding this? Sir, a burglary of this nature is motivated by greed and malice. How could I possibly have any leads? Iloofu suspected that Wang Defa might not be a suspect, but nonetheless asked, have you been at the cafe all day? Yes, I've been here the entire time. You can inquire with the patrons. They can vouch for me. Indeed, the owner has been present all day. Yes, I can confirm that. If Ludaji is indeed dead, it has nothing to do with the owner. Owner Wang, I recall you were approached by someone earlier this morning and stepped out for a while. A young man with a pockmarked face interjected with a grin. Wang Defa frowned, realizing this young man was someone he had previously scolded for unpaid internet fees. He never anticipated this individual would attempt to sabotage him in front of the police. Wang Defa narrowed his eyes at the young man, contemplating how to teach him a lesson. Iloofu, hearing the young man ask words, asked, Wang Defa, is what he said true? It is true, Wang Defa replied nonchalantly, for he believed Ludaji's death had no connection to Qin Xiang. Who was it that sought you out? When did they come? And how long were you gone? My memory is a bit hazy. Oh, I do not know why my head hurts so much. I simply cannot recall. You could ask that pockmarked youth. He likely remembers better than I do. This time, Wang Defa's demeanor shifted. He was no longer as eager to cooperate with Iloofu's inquiries and pretended to be afflicted by a headache to avoid the topic. The certainty that Ludaji's demise had nothing to do with him was firmly established. He felt it was sufficient to cooperate to a minimal extent. The white-haired detective was audacious enough to inquire about his private affairs. Did he not understand what it meant to operate an internet cafe in a slum? Any personal matter he casually disclosed could lead to significant trouble for Iloofu himself. Iloofu observed the displeasure on Wang Defa's face. Wang Defa feigned a headache, peeking through his hands with one eye, glaring at Iloofu with an air of warning. Iloofu recognized that Wang Defa's background was intricate and refrained from pressing him too hard without evidence. More importantly, he perceived no connection between Wang Defa and Ludaji's death. Thus, he approached the pockmarked youth. Could you tell me when the owner left and how long he was gone? The young man glanced at the login information and replied, he left around 7 and was gone for about an hour. Did I just hear you say Ludaji was killed? Perhaps it was him. Nonsense. Interjected another individual beside the young man. Boss Wang activated my machine just after 7. He was here the entire time. How could he have left for an hour? The pockmarked youth pouted. Then I must have misremembered. Meanwhile, Wang Defa clenched his fists at the counter. This audacious youth seemed to think he was just an ordinary cafe owner. Hearing the other person's defense, Eluofu inquired further, so, at what time did you start the machine? May I check? The person checked the login details and stated 7:13. Good, thank you. The fire ignited around 7:20. Wang Defa had no opportunity to commit the crime. Eluofu glanced at Wang Defa, who no longer intended to cooperate with the investigation, and said, Owner Wang, if you discover any leads, please feel free to contact us. Don't bother. Wang Defa was disinterested in further conversation with Eluofu and his team. Eluofu departed with his officers. Detective Eluofu, this cafe owner is suspicious, Roy Laina suggested beside him. Of course, he is suspicious, Eluofu replied, lighting a cigar. However, the issues surrounding him are beyond your investigation. I cannot delve into them before returning to Shigama District. But there are no buts, Roy Laina. Do not be inquisitive about everything. Instead, focus solely on the case at hand. This is my counsel to you, and I hope you remember it. Roy Laina met Eluofu's profound gaze and nodded. After Eluofu and his team departed, Wang Defa retrieved his phone and walked into the storage room to make a call. Hello. Laoshi, are you free? I need your assistance with something. We will proceed with the same pricing as before. Rest assured, anyone who comes to my cafe is hardly respectable. Even if you eliminate them all, the police will not trace it back to you. Chapter 18. An unexpected pursuit after murdering Lu Daji, Qin Xiang enjoyed a week of tranquility. During this week, he adhered to a routine of attending classes, dining in the cafeteria, and studying in the library, spending weekends lazily at home. After the significant actions taken in the initial days following his rebirth, he felt it was time to take a breather. The slower pace of life during this week allowed the tension in Qin Xiang's heart to ease. At school, he found engaging in conversations with Teacher Zhu in the library quite enjoyable. This elderly lady possessed profound insights about life and provided considerable assistance to Qin Xiang. Naturally, he encountered Wen Shu's figure in the library daily. With less than 6 months until the college entrance examination, Wen Shu had nearly stopped attending classes, instead dedicating her time to solving past exam papers in the library, addressing any gaps in her knowledge. One morning, Qin Xiang arose and glanced at the calendar. Gulangxing Qi, January 14th, 2010. Western calendar, Thursday. Lunar calendar, year of the Earth Ox, 28th day of the 11th month, suitable for burial. Qin Xiang noted that today, as calendar held no relevance for him. The day passed swiftly in monotony. After school, he returned to the library once more. Teacher Zhu, I'm here to help you tidy up. Qin Xiang placed down his bag and lunchbox, noticing that only Wen Shu remained at the table in the library. Upon seeing Qin Xiang coming to clean up, Wen Shu understood it was time to close and began to rise to leave. Continue your studies, Qin Xiang, and I will take another 10 minutes to tidy up. Teacher Zhu casually remarked to Wen Shu. Wen Shu glanced at Teacher Zhu, nodded in gratitude, and resumed her studies at her desk. Teacher Zhu approached Qin Xiang, her face radiating kindness as she whispered, Little Qin, do you have feelings for her? Qin Xiang was momentarily taken aback. What? No, not at all. Not all. Teacher Zhu raised an eyebrow, her expression tinged with skepticism. Qin Xiang waved his hand dismissively. Relationships are rather meaningless. Teacher Zhu scoffed lightly. Meaningless? Yet I distinctly recall you trailing after a girl, beaming like a blooming flower, reminded of his previous life. Qin Xiang felt somewhat guilty. Indeed, he had acted like a devoted admirer to Li Jingwen. It's precisely because I once adored her that I now find it uninteresting. He replied. Teacher Zhu gently patted his shoulder. Little Qin, as someone with experience, I must share some insights with you. Please do, Qin Xiang said, smiling as he organized the books on the shelf while listening to her words. Aware of Teacher Zhu's fondness for engaging with the youth, he appreciated her amiable demeanor and the warmth she extended towards him. The girl you were with seemed rather capricious, not someone suited for a lasting relationship. Perhaps that is why you felt emotionally bruised and found it unfulfilling. Qin Xiang was taken aback by her astuteness. She had managed to discern truths about his past with Li Jingwen that he had overlooked himself. Despite being a librarian who had never spoken to Li Jingwen in 3 years, Teacher Zhu had remarkably articulated the essence of the matter. Have you been observing me all along? He asked. Well, in this entire library, only you and Wen Shu would engage with me. Naturally, I would pay attention to both of you. Besides, you were constantly with that girl. I nearly developed calluses from watching her. Teacher Zhu continued. When you were dating, I refrained from voicing my concerns, knowing a young man like you would dismiss them. Now that you have parted ways, I can finally express my thoughts. I have seen her getting close to several boys, especially Zhou Chong, that Zhou something or other. You mean Zhou Yang? Yes, that boy. They were quite familiar with each other. Yet, whenever they were together, you were nowhere to be found. This led me to believe she wasn't a suitable match. Qin Xiang nodded. You are correct. I only learned of this later, which is why I distanced myself. Indeed, as the saying goes, it's better to be single than to settle for less. The further you are from someone like her, the better. However, Teacher Zhu continued, but little Qin, Wen Shu is truly a wonderful girl. If you were to seize this opportunity, it could lead to a lifetime of happiness. Taken aback by Teacher Zhu's sudden matchmaking, Qin Xiang frowned. What are you saying? Oh, what is wrong with that? You'll likely venture into the world alone after graduation, so seeking a girlfriend now isn't too early. I genuinely believe Wen Shu is a great match for you. Teacher Zhu, I didn't expect you to have such an open mindset despite your age. Our grade director is still cracking down on early romances, yet you are here playing matchmaker. Huh, what does the grade director know? Just a lackey of the principal. You all are facing difficult times. With the impending apocalypse, colleges will be restructured, and many high school graduates may not continue their studies. Since high school marks the end of student life, can we even call high school romances early? She paused thoughtfully, but truly, Wen Shu is a remarkable child. I know her grandmother. I've met her a few times when she was younger, and she was always so gentle. Perhaps it is her grandmother's good nature that has influenced Wen Shu. Little Qin, you two have a good character, always considerate of this old lady. Eager to lend a hand. I only started helping you recently. Before that, I would leave right after school. Hardly a commendable act. I understand. You were busy helping that girl with her homework. I don't blame you. But now that you're apart, you've come to assist me, which shows your kind heart. Qin Xiang was astonished. You knew about that? Teacher Zhu chuckled proudly. Teacher Zhu, orchestrate the library and triumph outside the classroom. I am truly impressed, he replied. You shouldn't dismiss my words lightly. Little Qin, a good partner like Wen Shu is rare. It brings me joy to see two kind-hearted individuals together. Qin Xiang shook his head helplessly, not committing to her words. Wen Shu was indeed a good person, no doubt about it. As for himself, how could he be considered a good person with so much blood on his hands? Just last week, he had taken a life and set a fire. Yet this week he was being praised as a good child in the library. The absurdity of it all weighed heavily on him. Do you think I'm rambling? Teacher Zhu inquired. No, I just feel that Wen Shu is destined for greater things, and I, on the other hand, am merely a drifter in society. I wouldn't want to hold her back. You seem rather dashing, yet your words are as soft as a lady's. If she goes to college, won't you find work nearby? Why remain cooped up on the edge of safety for a lifetime? What future is there in that? Recognizing the genuine concern behind Teacher Zhu's words, Qin Xiang understood her intentions. Yet, he was unwilling to continue in that vein. All right, I understand, Teacher Zhu. Thank you. It seems you still haven't grasped the message. The choice is yours. I'm merely sharing my thoughts. Now, tidy up, I need to lock up. Seeing Qin Xiang's nonchalant reaction, Teacher Zhu lost the desire to continue the conversation and began to usher him out. Qin Xiang, resigned, noted how quickly the old lady's mood shifted. Once he finished organizing the shelves, Wen Shu had also packed her bag and was ready to leave. Teacher Zhu locked the door and said, I'll be right back. You two can go ahead. After she left, Qin Xiang gazed at her retreating figure, feeling a mix of gratitude and concern. The old lady had good intentions, but it was as if she were casting flirtatious glances at someone oblivious to romance. There was no spark between him and Wen Shu at all. Let's go, he said. All right, she replied as they walked side by side out of the school. Upon reaching a fork in the road, it was time for them to part ways. Wen Shu said goodbye. Just as she turned to leave, Qin Xiang grasped the strap of her bag. A smile graced his lips, yet his eyes held a cold intensity. Today, I will walk you home. Wen Shu was taken aback by his sudden assertiveness. No need. But Qin Xiang ignored her protest and firmly took her hand, leading her in the direction of her home. She frowned, attempting to break free, but he spoke in a low, serious tone. I warned Li Jingwen last week. I didn't expect her to follow today. Wen Shu glanced back, seeing nothing amiss, and turned her gaze back to Qin Xiang, puzzled. He continued to hold her hand, striding forward. My home isn't in that direction. Qin Xiang turned into an alley, looking back at her with a smile. Are you suggesting I should commit a crime right at your doorstep? Wen Shu gasped in shock. She initially thought he was joking, but the chilling look in his eyes made her realize he was serious. No, Qin, shouldn't we discuss this with Li Jingwen? If it's Li Jingwen tailing us, I'll just slap her and send her away. Not Li Jingwen. Then who? Qin Xiang glanced back over his shoulder before continuing to pull Wen Shu along. She turned to look behind her as well. At that moment, she suddenly noticed that several shadowy figures emerged from the narrow alley they had just traversed. Armed with weapons that appeared to be iron rods and short blades, the shadows sent a chill down Qin Xiang's spine, prompting him to quicken his pace and pull Wen Shu along with him. In a state of panic, Wen Shu turned to Qin Xiang and exclaimed, "They must be Li Jingwen's uncles. Her uncle is a notorious thug in the vicinity, known for having committed murder. What could her uncle want with us?" After a brief contemplation, Qin Xiang replied, "To eliminate us both. They intend to beat me severely and then kill me. As for you," he trailed off, casting a symbolic glance at Wen Shu, who instinctively covered her throat. "But why? Why do they want to kill us? You heard what I said to her last time, didn't you? It's because of her connection with Zhou Yang, isn't it?" "Yes, it is." "Who is Zhou Yang?" "Just an ordinary person. However, his uncle has awakened a sequence ability, leading to a recent rise in prominence. Li Jingwen likely wishes to cling to Zhou Yang's coattails for a life of luxury. But you said you sent a timed email to warn her not to act recklessly, didn't you?" Qin Xiang flashed a subtle smile at Wen Shu. "I was deceiving her." "Deceiving? The internet cafe fees are exorbitant. Where would I acquire such funds?" She must have realized this and sent her uncle to deal with us. But how does her uncle know whether you went to the internet cafe? Is he following you? No, that would be too exhausting. I believe her uncle must have stationed someone at the internet cafe for a week. I mentioned going to the cafe to send a delayed email for a week, requiring me to visit the cafe weekly to postpone the time. If I haven't gone to the cafe for a week, it indicates I never sent a timed email. Wen Shu was taken aback. They care so much about Zhou Yang? I had overlooked that. It appears that Li Jingwen's entire family sees her relationship with Zhou Yang as a chance for redemption. Hence, her uncle is going to such lengths. After Qin Xiang's confirmation, Wen Shu was utterly bewildered. She glanced back at the approaching figures and despaired. "Then are we going to die here? It is my fault for involving you in this matter. Thus, I will take care of it. You?" Qin Xiang's smile bore a hint of menace. "You should be someone capable of keeping a secret, correct?" Chapter 19. A shared secret. Wen Shu did not comprehend Qin Xiang's intent, but nodded nonetheless. Qin Xiang acknowledged her response, halted, and pushed Wen Shu aside. Moments later, 5 or 6 burly men, wielding knives and clubs, followed closely behind. The leader, sporting a small braid, looked at Qin Xiang and mockingly said, "Why aren't you running now? I thought you were quite the sprinter." Qin Xiang disdainfully replied, "I've arrived at my destination. Why would I run any further?" "Your destination? Where exactly is that?" The group surveyed their surroundings and realized they were in an ancient, deserted courtyard, where wooden structures and pigsties had collapsed, leaving only remnants of walls. Aside from an abandoned stone mill, there was a well, its water uncertain, indicating that no one had inhabited the place for at least 5 or 6 years. A closer inspection revealed layers of dust and spiderwebs at the entrance, suggesting that not only was it uninhabited, but it had also been untouched. Perhaps it had been abandoned before the apocalypse, or the owner had fled elsewhere after it. The entire courtyard was shrouded in darkness, illuminated only by the starlight filtering through the glass. As Qin Xiang ran, he attentively observed the environment, purposefully selecting this location. The braided man inquired, "What is wrong with this place?" "Before I answer your question, allow me to ask, you are Li Jingwen's uncle, correct?" The man scoffed. "Indeed, that is correct. The matter involving Jingwen and Zhou Yang is our family's hope. It cannot be destroyed by someone like you. You deceived Jingwen by claiming you sent a delayed email. As a result, my brothers and I have been watching the internet cafe for a week, yet we have not seen you. Oh, I found the internet cafe too costly, so I changed my mind and set the sending time for a month later. If you intercept me now, Zhou Yang will learn about my connection with Li Jingwen in a month, and your family will still have no hope of redemption." "What? A month? Are you mocking me?" Qin Xiang smiled slightly. "Believe it or not, that is up to you." The others were left dumbfounded, unable to fathom that Qin Xiang had altered his previous commitment regarding the email timing. Wen Shu gazed at Qin Xiang, perplexed by his intentions. The braided man declared, "If you cancel the email, we will consider this matter as if it never occurred. Am I foolish? If I cancel it, you will still pursue us." Then what do you propose? Just then, one of the men beside the braided leader suggested, Brother Long, bind him and force him to reveal his email account and password. We can cancel the timed email ourselves. The braided man, his eyes darting with concern, questioned, Are you certain you can extract that information? I've done debt collection before. I've had my fair share of experience. Don't boast. This matter concerns our family. If it fails, I won't spare you. Brother Long, you speak as if you have no way out. In this world, nothing is guaranteed. If you doubt me, so be it. Find your own solution. Observing the indecisiveness of the group, Qin Xiang decided he could not wait any longer. Enough of this charade. In truth, you are correct. I did not send a timed email. All you need to do is kill me, and the matter involving Li Jingwen and Zhou Yang will be resolved. What? The group displayed incredulous expressions, perplexed by Qin Xiang's willingness to throw himself into danger. This kid wants to die. Let's fulfill his wish. Indeed, first we deal with him. And as for the girl, we can enjoy her for a few days before disposing of her. The braided man still appeared apprehensive. What if this boy is attempting to drag us down with him? He might have genuinely set a timed email, but feels trapped and seeks a swift end. That is a possibility. Brother Long, your reasoning is not without merit. However, this is your family's affair. You must decide how to proceed. The group hesitated once more. Qin Xiang found the situation absurd. It was comical that when he lied, they believed him, yet when he spoke the truth, they did not. I'm not deceiving you. I have not sent any email. I assure you, there is no email. I believe you, my foot. Tie him up and force him to divulge his account and password. Whoever manages to do so will earn 1,000 copper coins. The braided man, with a determined resolve, decided to go all out to obtain the email that Qin Xiang claimed to have set. All right, Brother Long, that's the deal. We must keep our word. I truly have not set a timed email. The reasoning is quite simple. If I had set one, I would not have lured you here. The braided man furrowed his brow. You just mentioned this place as qualities, yet you still have not clarified. I suspect you are merely trying to intimidate me. Qin Xiang replied, This location is rather ideal. The men scanned the area again, finding nothing unusual. The braided man pressed, What makes it so ideal? It is particularly suitable for murder. The group paused in surprise before their faces broke into mocking smiles. Are you truly a fool? It is the first time I have encountered someone selecting their own grave. You must be out of your mind to provoke us. However, just as they prepared to strike, Qin Xiang transformed into a blur. What? With a swift kick, Qin Xiang struck one of the men squarely in the chest. No one clearly understood what had transpired when Qin Xiang suddenly appeared beside them, and in an instant, one of their companions was sent flying. The group turned in panic to witness the man struck by Qin Xiang, his chest collapsing like a deflated balloon. His eyes bulged. His mouth opened slightly, as if he wished to utter something, but ultimately, he merely coughed up a mouthful of blood before his head tilted to one side. Before his demise, his face was etched with shock and terror. The darkness of the environment blurred his features, intensifying the inexplicable fear that enveloped everyone present. Upon seeing their fallen comrade, they immediately realized that Qin Xiang was a sequence ability user. How could this be? In a wretched place like Juin School, how could a student awaken such powers? Before they could react, Qin Xiang swung another punch, striking a man's throat with the force of a cannonball. The man fell backward, his head swaying like a marionette with severed strings. Just as another individual attempted to plead for mercy, he was struck in the back by Qin Xiang's fist, sent flying several meters, ultimately collapsing before Wen Shu, who gasped in fright and hastily jumped back a few steps. However, Qin Xiang sensed that Wen Shu's reaction was not one of sheer terror. Typically, when one is frightened, they startle, yet she had leapt back multiple times. Not dwelling further on this peculiarity, Qin Xiang turned his attention to the lifeless body. The man he had struck was now motionless on the ground, a crater the size of a bowl left in his back. Qin Xiang shook his head, realizing he still had not mastered his strength. Even when he held back, the impact was still considerable. The man with the small braid stood trembling, cold sweat cascading down his forehead, as if his soul had departed. The remaining two survivors, aside from the braided man, recognizing Qin Xiang's prowess, understood they could neither fight nor flee and immediately knelt before him. Please spare us. We were unaware of our folly. Grant us a chance. It was Kuan Chenglong who summoned us here. We are not to blame. Qin Xiang paid them no heed and landed 2 kicks on their chins. They flew backward, their heads striking the ground first, producing 2 dull thuds as they departed for the realm of bliss. As for whether they ended up in the underworld or hell, Qin Xiang could not ascertain. In the end, only the trembling, braided man remained, unable to utter a word. Qin Xiang patted his shoulder, expressing a curious remark. You must be aware of the situation between me and Li Jingwen, yes? I could have called you uncle, but alas. Kuin Chenglong immediately grasped the implication, forcing a twisted and sycophantic smile. No, there is still hope. We could be family. Jingwen is simply misunderstood. I will teach her to be with you. Feigning resignation, Qin Xiang sighed. Once spilled, water cannot be retrieved. As a sequence ability user, why should I humiliate myself in such a manner? Did you not claim that Li Jingwen was the hope of your family? Kuin Chenglong nodded, bewildered by Qin Xiang's meaning. With me around, your family has no hope. I can show you a path. Please tell us. We shall comply. Go to another world and rebuild your family. Is that so? Qin Xiang slapped Kuin Chenglong's face, causing his head to spin a full 360 degrees before he collapsed to the side. Rest assured, you will not be alone on your journey. In due time, once I am free, I will send your entire family down to accompany you. Having dealt with everyone, Qin Xiang exhaled a sigh of relief. Another round of killings had occurred. How many had it been? He could not recall, nor did it matter anymore. He turned towards Wen Shu, who stood at the edge of the courtyard, and approached her. Wen Shu trembled, her voice frantic. You are indeed a sequence ability user? Qin Xiang smiled. Indeed. Then have you thought about how to handle the bodies? Qin Xiang was taken aback by Wen Shu's inquiry. Are you not afraid I might kill you too? Wen Shu appeared equally surprised by his question, looking up at him with confusion. Why would you want to kill me? Because you witnessed me commit murder. Yet, Wen Shu replied with an expression of disbelief. If you wanted to kill me, you could have simply let me go home. They would have acted against me. Why go through all this trouble? Qin Xiang nodded. You are quite clever, remaining so composed in the face of your first murder. Wen Shu lowered her head, remaining silent. Qin Xiang disposed of the bodies in a well, hearing the dull thud as they struck the ground. To avoid leaving evidence, he refrained from taking any items from their pockets. It was an abandoned well. He then placed a stone over it, sealing it. That should suffice. No one comes here. Let's depart. Wen Shu interjected. Your actions will leave our scent here. If the police discover it, they may trace it back to us. What do you propose? Burn it down? There is no one here to draw attention. Burning it would indeed attract people. Aside from eliminating the scent, is there no other way? Qin Xiang paused. Then what can we do? The cafeteria's food has a strong odor. You could scatter some of the food from the cafeteria here and also in the well. After a while, our scent will naturally be masked. Qin Xiang nodded, then looked at her with curiosity. Where did you learn all this? I enjoy reading. I learned it from books. Are there books that cover this? 100 Ways to Commit Crimes Without Being Discovered by Sequence Users. Why do you read such books? I simply enjoy reading. I read everything. And look, it has come in handy today. Qin Xiang regarded the seemingly delicate girl before him, marveling at how appearances can be deceiving. After following Wen Shu's advice to clean up the scene, they left together. The two walked side by side through the dim alley. You are truly impressive. Qin Xiang remarked sincerely. Thank you, but I believe you are even more formidable. Just average. What does it feel like to walk alongside a murderer? Actually, it's not too bad. Wen Shu smiled at Qin Xiang. The light of the stars reflected in her bright eyes. After all, we share a secret. Chapter 20. Sending Wen Shu home by the way, Wen Shu inquired again. When do you plan to reveal that you are a sequence ability user? If you do not disclose it before the college entrance examination, you will be unable to participate in the sequence ability assessment. I thought you would first ask me when I awaken my sequence ability. What purpose would that serve? Qin Xiang could not help but glance at Wen Shu again. She was rather unique. Recently, I suppose. I need to check what preparations are required before visiting the Sequence Ability Management Bureau. My background is somewhat complicated, as you saw today. Therefore, I must ensure there are no issues during registration. That makes sense. Furthermore, I need to familiarize myself with the sequence ability assessment. Since I intend to participate, I should prepare everything in advance to avoid any chaotic situations arising after I reveal my identity. That is reasonable. Do you have any suggestions? Wen Shu shrugged. What you said is correct. I have no suggestions to offer. Very well. What about Li Jingwen? How do you plan to handle her? With her uncle missing, she will likely suspect your involvement soon. Qin Xiang replied nonchalantly. Give her a glimmer of hope. Keep her hanging. You mean, do not disrupt her relationship with Zhou Yang. Allow her to hold onto some anticipation? Precisely. Let her cling to that hope until I have resolved everything. And then I will personally shatter her dreams. And then kill her? Yes, and her entire family. That sounds quite reasonable. A pair of youthful adolescents spoke in a manner that seemed to echo the language of murder. If anyone were to overhear, they would undoubtedly dismiss it as mere childish nonsense. After a brief moment, Qin Xiang inquired, "Which academy do you plan to apply to?" "I haven't decided yet, but I'm certain I will choose one that offers independent dormitories. I want to bring my grandmother along." "Are there very few academies that provide independent dormitories?" When Shu chuckled slightly, "It's evident you didn't pay close attention during last week's unified enrollment lecture for the entire school. As a sequence ability user, why would I bother listening to that? It would merely waste my time." "All right, you're impressive. I concede this is my oversight. Among the 8 academies, only 2 offer independent dormitories." "Only 2? What about the others?" "The rest all have shared dormitories, either 4 or 6 people to a room." "It sounds like the academies with independent dormitories must have superior conditions. They're likely the best 2 academies, aren't they? With your prowess, you should be able to gain admission." When Shu intended to respond, but upon glancing at Qin Xiang, she noticed his beaming smile, genuinely wishing her well. The words lingered on her lips, yet she swallowed them back and simply replied, "Thank you." Qin Xiang nodded and fell silent. The pair continued walking for some time. When Shu then asked, "Do you know the way?" "I do not." "You don't know the way? Since you were dragging me along, how could I possibly remember? So where are we headed after all this time?" "Never mind. Let us just keep moving forward. Once we reach the main road, I will recognize it." After another 30 minutes, they finally spotted a dim streetlight. We reached the main road. Let us check the signpost." "All right." Upon reaching the main road, they confirmed their suspicions that they had walked in the completely opposite direction of home. To return, they would have to walk for over 40 minutes more. "Now there are fewer people on the road. Let me escort you home." "Okay, thank you." They walked side by side, their conversation dwindling. Both were acutely aware of the boundaries and refrained from delving into each other's personal matters, especially those of a more sensitive nature. For instance, when Shu did not inquire about Qin Xiang's sequence, nor did he ask her how she suddenly recalled the scent of handling corpses. Though they had committed an egregious act together, their relationship was remarkably close, yet still maintained a certain distance. This dynamic provided comfort to them both. After a while, when Shu spoke, "Qin Xiang, you are so capable and intelligent. Why do you have feelings for Li Jingwen?" Although this question did not invade personal privacy, it left Qin Xiang feeling immensely embarrassed. He lowered his gaze to Wen Shu, who was focused on the road ahead, seemingly devoid of mockery. Yet, Qin Xiang couldn't shake the feeling that she was somehow ridiculing him. Perhaps it was true that even the most intelligent individuals can act foolishly at times. Moreover, he did not consider himself particularly clever. At least, when he was with her, he often felt somewhat dull. When Shu gently shook her head, "One can act foolishly for a moment, but not for an extended period." Qin Xiang paused slightly, taken aback. Her words touched upon his most profound privacy. It seemed Wen Shu was suggesting that he had transformed entirely from who he once was. But how could he possibly explain such a change? After all, it was only after his rebirth that he underwent a complete transformation. For the first time, Qin Xiang encountered a question he could not answer. He felt that whatever lie he concocted would surely be discerned by this classmate with her large, twinkling eyes and flowing hair. After much contemplation, he could only say, "Many things are beyond our control." When Shu nodded, "Indeed, many matters are uncontrollable." Sensing the need to refrain from probing further, she ceased her inquiries. Qin Xiang, too, lost the desire to continue the conversation. The rest of the journey was spent in silence, the cold wind weaving through their thin jackets. After passing several streetlights, they finally returned to the intersection where they had to part ways after school. Qin Xiang followed Wen Shu and escorted her home. "All right, I've arrived home. Thank you. I should have invited you in for a while, but it's quite late, and it's not convenient for you to stay over." "It's all right. I completely understand. We need not be so formal with each other." "Okay, do take care on your way home." Qin Xiang smiled at Wen Shu's bright face. "You know, the one who really needs to be cautious is everyone else. Farewell. Goodbye." After watching Qin Xiang depart, Wen Shu let out a soft sigh. The events of the day had indeed far exceeded her expectations. She had anticipated that diligently studying at school could lead to matters of life and death. All of this stemmed from Qin Xiang. Just days prior, they were strangers, and now they had shared in a grave act together. She couldn't help but reflect on the unpredictability of life. When Shu chose not to dwell on Qin Xiang any further, She took a few deep breaths to steady her emotions before turning around and opening the door. "Grandma, I'm back." Her cheerful voice rang out at the threshold. As soon as her words fell, the candle in the room flickered to life. Though her grandmother was blind, she always sat by the candle before when Shu returned from school, ready to light it for her. This evening, her grandmother had likely been waiting for 3 or 4 hours. The thought of this made Shu's heart ache. "Xiaoshu, you're back? Why are you so late today?" "Indeed, I've returned. I encountered some matters, which is why I am late." When Shu slipped off her shoes at the door and walked barefoot into the room. Although the floor was quite cold, she chose not to wear slippers. Her home was not much different from Qin Xiang's in terms of conditions. In fact, with an elderly person who could not work, her burden was even heavier than Qin Xiang, who had a background where one person's meals sufficed for the entire family. She preferred to walk barefoot because the rough, unpolished composite floor was kept impeccably clean as it was regularly tended to with great care. When Shu couldn't bear to dirty it. If she were to enter wearing shoes, her grandmother would have to clean it again the following day. For a blind person, cleaning the floor even once is an arduous task, to say the least. "Xiaoshu, why aren't you wearing shoes? It's so cold. Put some on." "It's fine, Grandma. I like being barefoot. Remember how I used to run around the house without shoes as a child?" "Of course I remember. Back then, you were just like a little wild child, impossible to restrain." "Ah, those are the days when the sun still shone in the sky. It's hard to believe that the apocalypse has arrived 10 years ago." When Shu sat beside her grandmother on the carpet, holding her hand in hopes of alleviating the elder's sadness. After her grandmother lost her sight, when Shu had removed all the chairs from their home to prevent her from bumping into things and laid down some carpets salvaged from the garbage dump. Even the original wooden bed had been moved out. Now, both she and her grandmother slept directly on 3 layers of blankets laid on the floor. Thus, when Shu's home felt quite empty, it would not be an exaggeration to say it was bare. The entire room contained only a small dining table, upon which sat a solitary little candle. The flickering flame cast shadows of the elderly and the young leaning against each other. Both wore smiles, seemingly content with their lot. After a moment, when Shu asked, "Grandma, have you eaten? I'll go make you something." "I've already eaten. Didn't you bring back some leftover food from the cafeteria yesterday?" "I've already had some." "Good. I was worried you'd be waiting for me and end up starving." "I haven't eaten yet. I'll just make a little something for myself later." As when Shu was about to rise, her grandmother's frail hand grasped her wrist. "Xiaoshu, I have a question I'd like to ask you." "Of course, Grandma. As soon as you came home, I noticed the scent on you." When Shu paused, her heart racing with anxiety, and then she smiled, asking, "What scent?" "A scent that belongs to someone else." "Xiaoshu, are you in a relationship?" When Shu let out a sigh of relief internally. She believed that her grandmother could sense the scent of blood. Before returning home, she had meticulously checked her clothes, which were undeniably free of any stains. And her shoes merely bore dust. The thought of her grandmother detecting that scent filled her with dread, as she would be unable to provide an explanation. Ever since her grandmother's eyesight had deteriorated, her sense of smell had become remarkably acute, enabling her to discern what Wen Shu had eaten at school. Today, Wen Shu returned home with a sense of trepidation, fearing that her secret with Qin Xiang might be discovered. "Oh, I was studying with some classmates today, so I might have picked up a bit of his scent." "Xiaoshu, you usually study alone, and no one in your grade can assist you. How could you possibly study with others?" Faced with her grandmother's concerned inquiry, Wen Shu could only respond with silence. The matter had become increasingly complicated. Perhaps it was best to remain silent. "It's not that I am reprimanding you. You are at a crucial time for your college entrance examination, so be sure not to get distracted. Matters of romance can wait until you attend the academy. I won't stand in your way then. But do not engage in such affairs now. Aside from you, no one at your school is likely to secure a place in the academy. Do not waste time on them and jeopardize your future." "All right, Grandmother, you need not worry. I will not hinder my own progress. As for matters of the heart, I am well aware." She could not articulate the scent of another on her, so she vaguely admitted to her romantic involvement. To deny her relationship would imply that she had committed a far graver offense. That would be the worst scenario. "Grandmother has always trusted you." "Grandmother, I will prepare dinner now, and afterward, I still need to review some material. You should rest early. Is this candle too dim? Studying in such light is not good for your eyes. Don't let yourself become blind like me at such a young age." Wen Shu smiled gently. "Grandmother, you need not worry. I am aware of my limits. Over the years, I have not caused you much concern, have I?" It is my fault for not providing you with a better study environment. If only we could afford a proper lamp, your grades would surely improve. Wonshu embraced her grandmother tightly. Grandmother, being with you is my greatest joy. Regardless of whether we have a lamp, I will not disappoint you. I will go heat the food now. Yes, go ahead. Wonshu proceeded to the kitchen, pouring the meal she had obtained from the cafeteria into a pot, creating a clattering sound. Like Qin Xiang, she too possessed the privilege of receiving extra portion from the cafeteria. However, while Qin Xiang's privilege stemmed from Aunt Zhang's sympathy, hers was a genuine entitlement. The principal had personally instructed Aunt Zhang to serve Wonshu as much food as she desired. As the top contender for this year's college entrance examination, the principal would not allow any deficiencies in her educational resources. Wonshu watched the three-winged flying fish swirling in the pot, her thoughts drifting back to the series of events that had transpired that day. Listening to Wonshu's bustling activities in the kitchen, her grandmother's smile slowly faded, replaced by a pained expression. In the flickering candlelight, her wrinkled face concealed the love and worries of a matriarch for her descendant. Alas, the scent of another, and a faint trace of blood. Has she once again gone to commit murder with someone else? Chapter 21. Zhao Liwen's entanglement the following morning. Qin Xiang leisurely set out for school. Typically, he arrived at class early, as after returning home from school, he would have dinner and promptly retire for the night, adhering to a routine devoid of any nightlife. In contrast, Li Jingwen usually arrived at the classroom just in time. However, today, upon his arrival, she was already there, and upon spotting Qin Xiang, she appeared noticeably flustered. Qin Xiang smiled slightly, recognizing that Li Jingwen was evidently feeling guilty. She stood to inquire about something, but seemed at a loss for words, hesitating for a moment before sitting back down. Qin Xiang nonchalantly passed by her, maintaining the cold demeanor he had adopted in recent days, refraining from any interaction. Last night, her uncle Kuan Chenglong had not returned home, causing concern among the family. Considering that Qin Xiang and Wonshu were merely ordinary students without any real threat, they speculated that Kuan Chenglong might simply have been preoccupied with resolving subsequent matters. Yet today, seeing Qin Xiang at school implied that her uncle had failed. Alternatively, it could mean he had not attempted to harm Qin Xiang and had instead become entangled in other troubles. Observing Qin Xiang's calm demeanor, which seemed unaffected by Li Jingwen's anger, she leaned towards the latter conclusion. Her uncle, busy with unknown matters since last night, had evidently not fulfilled his promise to eliminate Qin Xiang and Wonshu. Li Jingwen clenched her fists, that fool Kuan Chenglong, always boasting about his capabilities and reliability. Yet he cannot distinguish between priorities. I wonder what he is doing. Qin Xiang, seated at his desk, cast a casual glance at Li Jingwen and noticed her apparent irritation, prompting him to look away. Before publicly disclosing his identity as a sequence ability user, he would not reveal to anyone that he had encountered Kuan Chenglong. Let Li Jingwen and her family navigate their confusion. They must be feeling anxious and restless, yearning for clarity. When they finally uncover the truth, they will long for the current days of agitation and uncertainty, devoid of any fear. Qin Xiang pressed his lips together, feeling that he had been too lenient with Li Jingwen. She deserved a bit more mental torment. However, his mind was preoccupied with the materials he needed to research before revealing his awakened sequence, leaving him uninterested in wasting even a second on Li Jingwen. In the afternoon, he continued to organize books at the library. Wonshu had also arrived early, resolving the difficult problems in her exercise book. As Qin Xiang passed by Wonshu with a stack of books, he remarked, "Keep your eyes a safe distance from the book. If you keep looking down like that, you might end up nearsighted, and there won't be any money for glasses." "Oh, thank you." Wonshu lifted her head slightly, maintaining a healthier distance between her eyes and the book. Throughout their academic life, Wonshu had consistently been a polite and refined student, and Qin Xiang could sense her courtesy and decorum in her demeanor. He continued to sort through the books, and everything remained quiet. Teacher Zhu observed their interaction with a motherly smile, pleased to see that Xiao Qin was heeding advice. It was a shame that such good students were not together. Teacher Zhu sat contentedly at her workstation, sipping her warm water, feeling as though she had accomplished something worth boasting about. After school, Wonshu once again sat in the library until closing time. The two of them left together, parting ways once more at the intersection. Goodbye. Goodbye. Launching Chronicle, January 20th, 2010. Gregorian calendar, Wednesday. Lunar calendar, year of the Earth Ox, 6th day of the 12th month, auspicious for gathering friends. Gathering friends? What friends do I have? Rising early, Qin Xiang shook his head at the calendar before stepping out with a bag containing a lunchbox. In the classroom, he intended to sit idly as before and then head to the library to work. At that moment, a boy approached him. Are you Qin Xiang? Qin Xiang turned around to find a well-mannered classmate standing before him. Though his attire was not extravagant, it was quite appropriate, suggesting a family background far superior to Qin Xiang's. However, Qin Xiang had no recollection of this individual, although he did not recognize him. The female classmates in the room cast intrigued glances at the newcomer. Even Li Jingwen, who had been troubled by her uncle's disappearance, regarded him with a look of interest. It was evident that he was likely a prominent figure in some school. Yet, regardless of his status, Qin Xiang remained unaware. He had not even formed an impression of Wen Shu, the school beauty. How could he concern himself with a male celebrity? Qin Xiang furrowed his brow and asked, Who are you? I am Zhao Liwen from class 2. Zhao Liwen. Qin Xiang furrowed his brows. The name sounded somewhat familiar, yet not enough for him to recognize. I'm sorry, but it seems I do not know you, he replied. Immediately, a girl whispered, Even Zhao Liwen, who ranks second in our grade, is unknown to him. It's no wonder Qin Xiang spends his days in a daze. How could he possibly know these diligent students? Zhao Liwen, he thought, was rather dim-witted. What do you need from him? We can pass on your message. Qin Xiang glanced at the girls who mocked him, now preening themselves and vying for attention before Zhao Liwen, which he found rather amusing. He remarked, I may spend my days in a daze, yet my grades seem to surpass yours. If I am dim-witted, then what does that make you? Qin Xiang, how can you speak like that? I simply speak the truth. It turned out that he had a vague recollection of the perennial second best, which explained his familiarity. Do you need something from me? Observing Zhao Liwen's scholarly demeanor, Qin Xiang felt they were worlds apart and could not fathom what had drawn Zhao to him. Zhao Liwen replied earnestly, Classmate Qin Xiang, this is a crucial time for preparing for the college entrance examination. I hope you can focus on your studies. This statement bewildered Qin Xiang further. Huh? What do you mean? Literally. I hope you can study hard and not regret it later. Qin Xiang chuckled. You truly are amusing. My studying habits have no bearing on you. He then turned away, gazing instead at the starry sky beyond the window. Noticing Qin Xiang ignoring Zhao Liwen, the girls began to rally in protest. Even if you excel academically, Zhao is only looking out for your well-being. Why the attitude? Exactly. It's utterly hopeless. One girl exclaimed, Zhao, I want to study diligently, but I lack support. Would you study with me? Qin Xiang turned back to them. You're all here fervently trying to curry favor with him. Since Zhao arrived, has he even glanced your way? Frankly, I believe Zhao Liwen looks down on you. Save your efforts. You, what did you say? Those hoping to latch onto Zhao for a swift rise after he enters a prestigious school should reconsider. His standards are high. He wouldn't deign to notice you, unlike some male classmates who are indiscriminate. After saying this, Qin Xiang cast a meaningful glance at Li Jingwen. Li Jingwen understood that Qin Xiang was indirectly criticizing Zhou Yang's lack of discernment, equating it to a personal affront, which infuriated her, causing her to turn away with a huff. Zhao Liwen, sensing the commotion, seemed eager to clarify his intentions. Qin Xiang, if you have no intention to study, please do not disturb others who are preparing for the college entrance examination. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Ruining it for others will lead to lifelong regret. Qin Xiang squinted. Are you unwell? Zhao Liwen? Huh? I sit in this corner of the classroom, either sleeping or daydreaming. Who am I disturbing? Is it that my daydreaming troubles you to the point where you cannot concentrate on your studies? If I have disturbed you, I apologize. But the fact remains that I do not know you. Zhao Liwen clenched his teeth and said, I am not referring to myself. Not you? Qin Xiang raised an eyebrow. Then why are you here speaking to me? I am here on behalf of Wen Shu. You have been disturbing her studies in the library. I hope you can keep your distance. Upon hearing Wen Shu's name, the girls who had been flaunting themselves fell silent. They begrudged Wen Shu for being academically gifted, beautiful, and possessing a pleasant demeanor. Perhaps Wen Shu's perfection left them with little to criticize, so they could only claim she was calculating and that her charm was a facade. Qin Xiang scrutinized Zhao Liwen. I see now why you disdain these girls. You have a fondness for Wen Shu. You have good taste. He then chuckled. So you are her boyfriend. No wonder. I had no idea she was involved with someone. By the way, Zhao, I apologize. I did not intend to intrude on your relationship. Please do not misunderstand. Wen Shu and I are merely ordinary friends. Our relationship is innocent. Zhao Liwen paused. I am not her boyfriend. We are not in a romantic relationship. However, after the college entrance examination, we will attend the same institution together. Huh? Qin Xiang was taken aback. What do you mean? Are you also a sycophant? Why say also? This is not important. Attending the same school as her is what matters. Qin Xiang smirked. Friend, it is not that I do not believe you, but you consistently score several dozen points lower than Shu. Why would you both end up at the same institution? I am aware that my grades do not match hers, but if I apply to the lower-ranking institutions, it is quite certain. Coincidentally, Shu is interested in Tiantong College and Renxing College, which are among the lowest ranked of the 8 schools. Qin Xiang hesitated for a moment. What Shu had mentioned about colleges offering independent accommodation was not the best, but rather the worst. Wouldn't that mean Shu's excellent grades were wasted? As the sole friend of Shu at Ju and school, Qin Xiang felt a pang of sympathy for her. He quickly realized that Shu's compromise was due to financial constraints. Without money, even with her academic prowess, she would struggle within a secure environment, especially with a blind grandmother to care for. Therefore, I hope you do not disturb Shu during her exam preparations. Qin Xiang, some realities are simply not meant to be a part of your life. I hope you can recognize this truth. Qin Xiang regarded Zhao Liwen with a look of incredulity. Then shall we ask Shu if she wishes to be with you after graduation? Zhao Liwen seemed unprepared for this question, hesitating slightly before responding. Even if she does not wish to now, I will win her over in the future. She will undoubtedly accept me. Win her over? Accept you? Qin Xiang pointed to Li Jingwen sitting in front of them. Ask her how I treated her before. Did I win her over? Zhao Liwen did not turn back. That is your issue. I have confidence. You have a point. Some realities are simply not meant to be a part of one's life. I hope you can recognize this truth. You are truly unreasonable. Zhao Liwen, finding himself at an impasse with the obstinate Qin Xiang, angrily turned and left the classroom. Qin Xiang disdainfully glanced at Zhao Liwen's retreating figure before turning back to gaze out the window, lost in thought. Though he was uncertain of the type of man Shu would prefer, it was evident from their conversation that her attributes were exemplary, and securing a commendable partner should not pose a challenge. Moreover, their shared experiences had revealed Shu's capabilities far exceeded Qin Xiang's expectations. They were clearly navigating both virtuous and wicked paths with clarity. This naive young master Zhao was the kind who would not even earn a dog tag for his sycophantic behavior. Qin Xiang surmised that Zhao Liwen would likely meet the same fate as he did in pursuing Li Jingwen. However, unlike Li Jingwen, Shu was not as vindictive. So Zhao's outcome should be somewhat better. At worst, he would end up as a stray dog, spared from being sent to the slaughterhouse. Qin Xiang pondered Zhao Liwen's words earnestly. There was indeed some truth to them. His manner of adoration could potentially disrupt Shu's studies. Zhao was right. During this critical preparation period, Shu must not be easily distracted. Regardless, I must prepare for the sequence competency assessment after the college entrance examination, and I need to awaken my sequence as soon as possible. Perhaps I could assist Shu in this regard as a favor. Once I announce my sequence awakening, I can escape this orphaned and impoverished existence. Just the thought of the scene following my sequence announcement made him eager. It was time to soar. Initially, he planned to rest well during the 5 school days, and then conduct research on sequences over the weekend. Forget it. I'll just sleep a little less today. After school, I'll head to Wang Defa's place to check the forum. Qin Xiang sighed. I truly am a kind-hearted person. Chapter 22. Intelligence from Wang Defa after school. Qin Xiang tidied up the library and once again walked with Shu. However, as Qin Xiang was about to exit the school gates, he caught sight of Zhao Liwen's furious gaze. Ignore him. Before Qin Xiang could speak, he heard Shu's voice. I said, you need not concern yourself with Zhao Liwen. Oh. As Qin Xiang and Shu gradually distanced themselves, Zhao Liwen remained rooted in place. Under the streetlight at the school entrance, fixated on Qin Xiang. Possessing extraordinary perception, Qin Xiang naturally sensed the malevolent glare directed at him. Shu, what is it? Zhao Liwen has been staring at us. He must often bother you, right? Shu shook her head firmly. No, she dismissed the notion outright. You needn't trouble yourself. I'm Fina. I have not exchanged a word with him. She added quickly, seemingly fearful that Qin Xiang might escalate the situation. He warned me that I should attend the same school as you in the future and keep my distance. Shu paused, looking at Qin Xiang. Did you go to find Zhao Liwen? He came looking for me. Qin Xiang replied. rolling his eyes at Wen-Shu. I don't even know him. Why would I seek him out? Upon hearing this, Wen-Shu pouted and chose not to respond further. Whatever he says, just let it pass like a gust of wind. It hasn't affected my studies at all. You need not explain so much. Are you afraid I would harm him? Qin Xiang sighed helplessly. I am not a ruthless demon. Unless absolutely necessary, I would rather not resort to such actions. Rest assured, I have my methods. Wen-Shu inquired curiously, you? What methods? Nothing worth mentioning. At the intersection where they parted ways, Qin Xiang waved to Wen-Shu and walked away. Wen-Shu watched his retreating figure, a slight smile gracing her lips. Thank you. After returning home and placing the bag containing his lunchbox down, Qin Xiang made his way to the nearby internet cafe. He circumvented the surveillance camera at the entrance and noticed Wang Defa seated at the counter, his expression one of deep distress, staring vacantly at the monitor. Under normal circumstances, Lu Daji should have been there, while he would have been at home enjoying the company of his wife and child. However, for reasons unknown, due to Lu Daji's unfortunate demise over a few hundred copper coins, he had been forced to take over. The network administrator's death left Wang Defa, the cafe owner, scrambling to find someone capable of operating the cafe's management system, compelling him to step in himself. Damn it, I better not find out which bastard killed Lu Daji, or I will definitely seek retribution. His own lack of time was not even the most challenging aspect. Recently, the police had been inexplicably inspecting his cafe daily, which severely impacted his business. Wang Defa's internet cafe, situated in a slum area, was not merely a place for internet access, but also served as a gray area for illicit transactions. His cafe's machines could obscure login addresses through back-end modifications. Since the login addresses were randomly generated, government network administrators were powerless to trace them. When clients requested Wang Defa's service to conceal their login addresses, the internet fees would skyrocket 20-fold. Although the costs were exorbitant, the influx of customers remained steady, as the profits from illegal transactions far exceeded the inflated fees. The cafe's primary revenue stemmed from its gray market dealings, demonstrating a boldness that could not be underestimated. Running a successful operation implied that Wang Defa had some formidable backing. Within the United Government, certain individuals ensured the safety of his cafe's operations, though a substantial portion of his illicit earnings was remitted to his benefactor. With ample operational leeway and a strong network, Wang Defa's cafe quickly gained renown in the vicinity, operating for 3 years without significant incidents. However, just days ago, police personnel began frequenting the establishment, conducting inspections daily. Despite their presence, they only apprehended a few of his special clients without imposing any other penalties. Wang Defa remained perplexed about the police's true intentions. He called his benefactor to inquire about the situation, only to be shocked by the revelation that his benefactor seemed equally helpless. Let them investigate. You need not concern yourself. What about business? Wang Defa pidesit. Take it slow for now. I am at a loss as well. Sir, could you give me a hint? I am genuinely worried that one day I might be taken away by the police or suffer the same fate as the previous owner, who vanished 3 years ago. The previous owner's disappearance was an accident. You needn't worry. The police matter is complicated. Someone has escalated it. Wang Defa was taken aback, his heart racing. Our operations only earn a bit of pocket change. How could it escalate? It is not directed at our small business. So rest assured, the police will not harm you. All right. By the way, have you encountered any peculiar individuals recently? Peculiar individuals? Wang Defa immediately thought of Qin Xiang. However, in light of the silver coin silence fee, he opted to conceal the truth. No, just regular business people. Good then. Let us leave it at that. I have a meeting to attend. Farewell. Understanding that the police had ulterior motives, Wang Defa relaxed. However, due to the increased scrutiny, his additional income had plummeted, causing him great distress. In recent days, he could only attempt to cut expenses. As he pondered his predicament, he noticed Qin Xiang at the entrance. To Wang Defa, Qin Xiang embodied both fortune and death. Thus, upon seeing him, he felt both anxious and elated. Wang Defa glanced at the few customers sitting in the cafe, all intently focused on their screens. He grabbed a roll of paper and called out, I'm heading to the restroom. If anyone comes, please ask them to wait a moment. Thank you. Sure, go ahead. Boss Wang. Wang Defa exited, circumventing the surveillance, and approached Qin Xiang. Hello, Boss Wang. Please, don't say that. You are my boss. As Wang Defa spoke, he offered Qin Xiang a cigarette. Qin Xiang waved his hand. We don't allow smoking. Upon hearing Qin Xiang casually refer to we, Wang Defa became even more convinced that Qin Xiang was backed by a formidable organization of sequence ability users. All right, it would be troublesome if there's a smell of smoke while you were conducting business. Understood, understood. Qin Xiang pointed towards the location of the warehouse, and Wang Defa understood, the two making their way towards it. How has business been for you lately, Boss Wang? Wang Defa sighed. Don't even mention it. Those black-suited dogs from the police have been coming around every day, sniffing like they caught a whiff of something foul. Do you want to use the computers in the warehouse today? Qin Xiang felt a sense of foreboding and cautiously asked, They come every day? Should I refrain from visiting recently? Not at all. The police have already conducted surprise inspections 3 times today. They won't return. 3 times? That many? Yes. Typically, it's once every couple of days, but today I have no idea what got into them. They came 3 times in a row. So rest assured, it's absolutely safe today. Qin Xiang nodded, not expecting that his clandestine dealings with the remnants of divine beings would stir such a commotion. However, it's best if you come less frequently for now. Several of my customers have already been apprehended. The police are keeping a close watch. Don't let them drag you into this. Wang Defa cautiously warned Qin Xiang, feigning concern for him, while genuinely anxious that if Qin Xiang were caught, his own organization would hold him accountable. Rest assured, I shall finish my task tonight and likely will not return for a while. That would be for the best. Once this commotion subsides, you are welcome to come at any time. Qin Xiang smiled, but said nothing. This commotion was stirred up by him. Once it passes, unless he is caught, it will be a different story. The two confirmed that the surroundings were clear and slipped into the warehouse, one after the other. Boss Wang, I happen to have some matters that I do not quite understand, and I wish to seek your guidance. Please go ahead. Due to the requirements from above, I intend to register with the Sequence Ability Management Bureau. Wang Defa was taken aback. You have not registered yet? I have many matters to attend to. If my information is made public, it would be quite easy to expose me. Wang Defa sudendi understood. Indeed, you are correct. However, all I was told was to find a way to register here. You are engaged in this business. Surely you understand it better than I do. Speak your mind. Qin Xiang leaned closer to Wang Defa, locking eyes with him. I need to report a false sequence. Are there any hidden dangers I should be aware of in this area 14121? Upon hearing this, Wang Defa's gaze immediately faltered. How would I know? I'm just an ordinary person. The eyes do not lie. Your eyes reveal that you are aware. Wang Defa's face contorted like the sole of a shoe. Boss, please do not put me in a difficult position. I am but a mere bug. I dare not meddle in your affairs with the Bureau. Qin Xiang sat back in the chair, crossing his legs. Do you think that silver coin is easy to earn? You expose yourself here, living in fear every day. And in the end, how much does your backing truly share with you? I have already given you so much at once. Did you not anticipate that I might require your assistance with other matters? Wang Defa glupit. He understood that money was hard-earned and that the consequences of failure were grave. He had come out to support his family, after all. Yet, he had no idea the burden behind a single silver coin could be so immense. Assisting a sequence ability user to deceive the Bureau was sheer madness. If successful, Qin Xiang might silence him to protect his secrets. If unsuccessful, Qin Xiang could betray him, and the Bureau would not hesitate to eliminate him. Was he willing to risk his life? No, I implore you, boss, do not force me into this murky water. Qin Xiang smiled. Then simply give me the money. Wang Defa pondered it. Although a silver coin was a substantial sum, it could not compare to his own life. He gritted his teeth. Very well, I shall bring you that silver coin in a few days. Who said it was merely 1 silver coin? Qin Xiang retorted coldly. You must return my silver coin, and you owe me for the 20 silver coins that were lost under your watch. In total, it amounts to 21 silver coins. What? Are you jesting with me? 21 silver coins? Even if you killed me, I cannot gather that much. Thus, after Qin Xiang's audacious demand, Wang Defa became agitated. Qin Xiang slammed the table. Am I jesting? Do you think I was assigned to register with the Bureau for no reason? The cases I carry could condemn me to death 800 times over. What risk it is to register with the Bureau? It is precisely because the transaction of those 20 silver coins went awry under your watch that I am being punished by those above. If you had activated the surveillance that morning, would I have to take this risk with the Bureau? Listening to Qin Xiang's furious reprimand, Wang Defa's bravado immediately diminished. I searched every internet cafe and found nothing. Moreover, you do not even know what that item is. So how can you expect to find it? Qin Xiang glared. If I knew what that item was, why would I need to view your surveillance? Couldn't you simply search for it yourself? Gong Difa. Let me make this clear. If I cannot disguise my identity to register with the Sequence Ability Management Bureau, the first thing I shall do is eliminate your entire family. Wang Defa nearly knelt. Boss, please, let us be reasonable. You cannot threaten my family over this. Be reasonable? Qin Xiang scoffed. Do you think you deserve to speak of reason? Wang Defa's face turned pale. Though he was a prominent figure on the edge of the safe zone, before the formidable and ruthless Qin Xiang, he was no more significant than an ant. Indeed, there was no reasoning to be had. Do you have any methods to disguise a sequence? Speak swiftly. My patience is limited. Wang Defa glanced at Qin Xiang with a troubled expression, contemplated for a moment, and finally gritted his teeth. Fine, I will tell you. However, you must not disclose this to anyone. Enough with the pleasantries. Do you really think I could tell anyone? The police? Or the Bureau? Wang Defa considered this and realized Qin Xiang was correct. As a clandestine sequence ability user, he would not dare expose this matter. I only know a general outline of this. From what I understand, if you do not disclose your true sequence when registering with the Sequence Ability Management Bureau, you're likely to be discovered quite easily. However, I am not privy to the specifics. That is classified information of the Bureau. What? The Sequence Ability Management Bureau actually has methods to verify sequences. Upon hearing this, Qin Xiang's heart tightened. It was fortunate that he sought out Wang Defa first and did not blindly prepare to disguise his sequence. Otherwise, the day he entered the Bureau would have marked his own demise. Chapter 23. Coercion and temptation. The turmoil within Qin Xiang's heart did not betray itself upon his visage. He faced away from the computer, staring intently at Wang Defa, his face shrouded in shadow, leaving Wang Defa's heart suspended in uncertainty. Wang Defa swallowed hard, his scruffy beard twitching slightly, and soon a bead of sweat trickled down his chin. Thus, if you wish to register with a false sequence at the Bureau, you cannot go directly. You must find someone to assist you. Qin Xiang was once again astonished. Do individuals within the Bureau dare to aid in such deception? Were there many like him who wished to keep their secrets hidden? However, these questions remained unvoiced, for Wang Defa, as an internet cafe owner, could not possibly know the answers. He only inquired about whom Wang Defa could suggest. Who should I seek? Boss, as for whom to seek, I am not sure. I am not a sequence ability user, and it is already quite an accomplishment for me to know this much. Qin Xiang scoffed. If you do not know whom to ask for help, then your words are meaningless. Wang Defa hesitated for a moment, glancing at the shadowy figure of Qin Xiang before lowering his head in contemplation. Finally, he gritted his teeth and said, I do not know whom to ask for help, but I have a rough idea of whom to consult for information about an insider in the Bureau. Name: the blonde police officer from the precinct, Luo Yiliana. Luo Yiliana? Qin Xiang was unfamiliar with the precinct, having never interacted with officers. Or rather, he had dealt with them in the shadows, primarily in a game of anonymous wits. Yes, Luo Yiliana. I know of this because about 3 years ago, she came to me and asked for assistance in adjusting her computer to use a hidden address. I found her quite beautiful with her blonde hair and blue eyes, and I was curious about her purpose here. So, you monitored her computer? Indeed. It seems that Lu Daji's penchant for peering into customers' affairs was learned from his boss, Wang Defa. Wang Defa, however, had the sense to know what to do and what not to do after his prying, while Lu Daji merely picked up Wang Defa's bad habits without acquiring his wisdom. She was conversing anonymously with someone on the interface about this matter. She hoped that person could assist her in resolving her identity issues. What identity issues could a sequence ability user possibly have? I can only surmise that it pertains to fabricating a sequence. Later, I heard that Lil Yina entered the police station, and as a member of the Wangxiangren sequence, it made me even more suspicious of her. If she truly belonged to the Wangxiangren sequence, why would she be concerned about her identity? Qin Xiang slightly nodded, believing that Wang Defa's deduction was sound. Lil Yina's sequence was likely problematic. Did that person leave any clues? Wang Defa recalled and shook his head. No, that person was also anonymous. I only remember their alias in the chat room, which was Yuandream. However, it seems that the aliases in that chat room are assigned randomly and change daily. That day, they were called Yuandream, but no one knows what they will be called next time. Therefore, I consider this not to be a clue. Qin Xiang pondered for a moment and then asked, what were the terms of their transaction? A silver coin. Liu Yina placed a silver coin beneath a tile next to a safe zone exit, and that person, after receiving the payment, helped her forge registration information. Did you not try to go to that tile in advance and steal Liu Yina's silver coin? Wang Defa smiled wryly. Boss, where would I find the courage to do that? If I stole her silver coin, she would surely guess that I was monitoring her, and then my internet cafe's reputation would be ruined. You know, in this internet cafe, I am merely a front, and the real power still needs to be submitted. If the people behind me found out that I had jeopardized their financial interests for greed, they would surely flame me alive. You are quite clever. However, Wang Defa did not seem pleased with Qin Xiang's compliment. Instead, his tone turned somewhat resentful. I am just an ordinary person, dealing with sequence ability users daily. If I were not a bit shrewd, I would have died hundreds of times by now. Nevertheless, out of curiosity, I later took the time to check the location of that tile. What did you find? If one is not a sequence ability user, it is fundamentally impossible to approach that tile. Why? Because that tile is located near the entrance of the safe zone, which is a resting area for sequence ability users, with many people coming and going every day. Since many people are entering and exiting daily, how did Liu Yina manage to place the silver coin underneath? I don't know. Perhaps she chose a time when no one was around to do it. Boss, that is all I know. Qin Xiang remained silent for a long time, contemplating the next course of action. From Wang Defa's account, it was not difficult for him to infer that the informant in the management bureau, Yuan Dream, could access all of Liu Yina's information. Otherwise, it would be impossible to create a tailored forged identity for her. Yet, this anonymous transaction method led Qin Xiang to believe that Liu Yina seemed unaware of who Yuan Dream was. This indicated that Qin Xiang would have to trade with an unknown person, revealing all his information, while the other party could remain hidden in the shadows. It was akin to selling leverage to this individual, who could use it to blackmail him at any moment. Qin Xiang could not accept such passivity. All right, I understand. Thank you. However, there is one more thing I need your assistance with. Please go ahead. I am currently tight on funds. So, could you lend me a silver coin to complete the registration for a forged sequence identity? Wang Defa was taken aback. Hasn't all this effort been for that very silver coin? Now, Qin Xiang unexpectedly wants it back. What is he after? Qin Xiang also realized that his request was somewhat undignified, but he truly had no other way to gather the silver coin. He could not possibly resort to murder over this single coin. Could he? Boss, this is too much. Are you trying to make a fool of me? I said, this is a loan from you. Once I join the Sequence Ability Management Bureau, I will pay you back double. You should know that if I wanted to rob you, there would be no need for such lengthy explanations. Wang Defa dismissed Qin Xiang's promises with disdain. Boss, I have seen credit before, but you want to borrow a single silver coin all at once. I have no time to waste. It's either I borrow a silver coin, or I take a silver coin. You choose. If you want to report me to the police, go ahead and try. After saying this, Qin Xiang did not wait for Wang Defa's response. You are a clever man. You know how to choose. Please leave. I need to use the computer. Tomorrow night, I will come to your internet cafe's entrance, and then you will lend me a silver coin. Wang Defa clenched his fists, standing still as he watched Qin Xiang's retreating figure without answering. Don't do anything foolish. Think of your family. Qin Xiang casually reminded him. Chapter 24. Sending a letter, Wang Defa immediately envisioned his happy family in his mind, a loving wife and 2 obedient children. Nothing was more important than family. A silver coin. He could just consider it a loss. All right, I understand. Wang Defa quietly left the warehouse, closing the door behind him. Qin Xiang then opened the Shirshin Camp Forum and the Sequence Education Forum, diligently researching the knowledge he sought. As this might be his last visit here for a while, he meticulously checked everything. For some more complex matters, he took notes with paper and pen from the warehouse to prevent any discrepancies in his memory, which could lead to significant errors. By the time Qin Xiang exited the warehouse, it was already past midnight. The internet cafe had long since closed, and Wang Defa had returned home. After locking the warehouse door and ensuring no one was around, he hurried back home. Today had indeed been fruitful. After taking a cold shower, he lay on his bed and looked at the notes he had recorded, sincerely saying to himself, I have much to do in the coming days. The next morning, around 6 o'clock, he got up, packed his things, covered his face with his collar, donned a wide-brimmed hat to ensure he would not be recognized, and then stepped outside. Instead of heading directly to school, he first went to a grocery store where he bought 2 envelopes, a sheet of stationery, and a worn pencil for a copper coin. He then asked the shopkeeper to place one envelope and the stationery inside another envelope. Although the shopkeeper did not understand why Qin Xiang wanted to do this, he complied. Holding the envelope, Qin Xiang followed the route he had researched the previous night and walked to the police station, which was 30 minutes away from the school. Since it was still early, only 2 officers were stationed outside the police station, and the main door was half ajar, with no one entering or exiting. He surveyed the area and, upon confirming the presence of a public mailbox in front of the police station, a slight smile appeared on his face. He then turned into a narrow alley beside the police station. Here, there were many homeless individuals, mostly those who had graduated from high school and, unable to secure jobs in this impoverished area near the safety zone, had resorted to living on the streets. To survive, they sold the government-provided housing, thus becoming vagrants. Among the homeless, there were naturally children wandering alongside them. Many homeless individuals, wishing to avoid being burdened by their children, abandoned them and sought opportunities elsewhere. Therefore, Qin Xiang also saw several orphan children in this alley. This made him realize that his own circumstances after rebirth were not the worst. At least he could still attend school and have food to eat, unlike the children in this alley who were born into hopelessness. Although he felt compassion, he could only sigh, lacking the power to change anything. Qin Xiang approached the youngest-looking orphan in the dim alley. "Can you read?" The child, covered in dust and chewing on blackened fingernails, stared wide-eyed at Qin Xiang with curiosity. Yet, Qin Xiang's entire face was shrouded in shadow, and the child could see nothing. Qin Xiang asked again, "Can you recognize words?" The child shook his head. "All right." Qin Xiang handed the envelope to him. "Open this envelope." Though the child did not understand, he complied and took out the envelope, stationery, and pencil inside. As the child retrieved paper and pencil, he picked up a stick and sought out a patch of soft, damp earth. You drew a pattern on the ground with the stick, transcribing it onto the letter. Qin Xiang inscribed 2 characters, which the child pondered for a long while, yet failed to comprehend their meaning. "Just follow my lead, you need only write." The child eagerly grasped a pencil and began to replicate Qin Xiang's characters on the letter. After finishing, he looked up with his innocent, wide eyes towards Qin Xiang. "Very good. Place this letter into the envelope you just took out." Upon hearing Qin Xiang's praise, the child shyly smiled. "Then, write the few words I inscribed on the envelope." After obediently following your instructions, Qin Xiang nodded approvingly. "Truly impressive. Could you assist me by placing this envelope into the large box at the entrance of the police station?" The child appeared somewhat perplexed. Qin Xiang erased the marks he had drawn on the ground, discarding the stick deep into the alley, and then said, "Follow me." Qin Xiang led him out of the alley, and they beheld the brightly lit police station. "Do you see that large blue box?" The child nodded. "Please help me place this letter inside, will you? You are quite capable. I'm certain you can do it." However, upon seeing the police station, the child inexplicably felt a twinge of fear. "No, no." The child's gaze was filled with resistance, as if he had suffered some hardship at the hands of the officers. "If you help me place it inside, I will reward you with something delicious." As he spoke, Qin Xiang opened his backpack, revealing a container of fragrant mushroom rice. The child's eyes instantly lit up at the sight of the food. "Agreed. Yes, I want to go back on my word. I will wait for you right here." The child gritted his teeth, seemingly mustering great resolve, and with a determined look at the police station's mailbox, he dashed forward with all his might. Qin Xiang watched as the child deposited the letter into the mailbox and then hurried back. The child, panting and slightly incoherent, exclaimed, "The food, truly remarkable." Qin Xiang smiled and handed him the container. The child immediately devoured it voraciously. Qin Xiang observed as the child finished and then packed away the container. "Was it delicious?" The child nodded with a smile. "If it was tasty, I shall bring you more next time. By the way, if anyone asks you questions, you must first say that you cannot read. Understood?" "Yes." Qin Xiang exited the alley and turned towards the school. He could have provided the child with more delectable food, yet only the cafeteria's meals carried a strong odor that would mask his own scent, preventing any pursuit. "I hope to meet you joyfully tomorrow, Officer Luo Yailina." An hour later, officers began to arrive at the police station, including Luo Yailina. "Good morning, Luo Yailina." "Good morning, Li Wei." Luo Yailina greeted her colleagues warmly. "It appears there is a letter for you here." The personnel at the transmission room furrowed their brows, scrutinizing the handwriting on the envelope, uncertain of its origin. "It may not belong to you, but I believe these characters are intended for Luo Yailina. What do you think?" Luo Yailina took the envelope examining the distorted script, her brow furrowing in confusion. When did it arrive? Uncertain, perhaps last night or this morning. I just discovered it while sorting the mailbox. It could very well be a child's prank. The envelope is not sealed. I can open it to take a look. If it is not for me, I shall leave it here for someone to claim. Yes, I believe that is a good idea, Luo Yelena. With a smile, Luo Yelena opened the envelope, glanced at the contents, and her smile abruptly froze. Chapter 25. The calm remains. Then she laughed again. It is indeed my letter. Thank you. Oh, it's nothing. That is my job, as you know. Good morning, Luo Yelena. Oh, good morning, Peter. Luo Yelena continued to greet people enthusiastically, appearing unchanged from before. However, once she reached her office and closed the door behind her, she hastily opened the envelope, scrutinizing the letter's contents once more. Tonight at 9 o'clock. In the woods by Chun Lu Alley. Let us discuss your sequence. I'm kind and friendly, and I hope you do not do anything to disappoint me. Luo Yelena clenched her fists, her golden hair cascading like a waterfall, trembling with fear and anger. Damn it! How could someone know about my forgery of the sequence? She glanced at the letter again, pondering. Could it be that this person is unaware of the matter, merely wishing to learn about the fragrant person? But she immediately dismissed the thought. No, that is impossible. If one desires to learn about the fragrant person, they could simply visit the Godslayer camp instead of requesting a meeting with me. She retrieved a medal from her pocket and placed it atop the letter. A sudden red glow emanated from a spot on the medal. Luo Yelena's expression transformed into one of delight. The letter writer is nearby. She swiftly loaded her handgun, donned her uniform, and feigned an exterior patrol as she departed from the police station. Following the red dot's guidance from the medal, Luo Yelena arrived at the very alley where Qin Xiang had lingered earlier that morning. She gazed at the slumbering, homeless child before her, then cast a glance at her medal, her expression filled with disdain. Is this a mere orphan? How could that be? Yet the medal's guidance cannot be erroneous. She nudged the sleeping child with the tip of her shoe. Wake up! The child rubbed his eyes and, upon seeing Luo Yelena in her police uniform, sat up in fright. Did you write this letter? The child initially nodded, then suddenly seemed to realize something and shook his head vigorously. Luo Yelena pressed him, demanding, Who made you write it? What did he look like? The child suddenly recalled Qin Xiang's words before departing, speaking with a quivering voice. I cannot read. I cannot read. I do not know who it is. Luo Yelena frowned, perplexed as to why the child's responses were so off-topic. However, since this child had written her the letter, he must die. She cannot allow all her efforts to be undone by this letter. Just as she drew her handgun from her waist, preparing to shoot the sobbing child, she suddenly recalled the letter's contents. I am kind and friendly. I hope you do not do anything to disappoint me. What does this mean? A warning not to kill him? The child continued to weep and cry. I cannot read. I cannot read. So, when he claims he cannot read, that is what he means. Everything is arranged by my contacts. It seems I cannot kill this child just yet. At least not until tonight, when I resolve the mastermind behind the letter, and then I will return to finish him off. Luo Yelena slowly lowered her gun, casting a cold glance at the tear-streaked child before striding away. Qin Xiang sat in the classroom, gazing out at the starry sky and the divine, pondering how he would converse with Luo Yelena that evening. Yet he had an unsettling feeling that he was being watched. He turned to see Li Jingwen. Li Jingwen's uncle had been missing for 2 days, while both Qin Xiang and Wen Shu were still alive and well. As the principal beneficiary of their potential demise, and likely the instigator of the situation, Li Jingwen was understandably restless. Today, she even forgot to seek out Zhou Yang for a heart-to-heart chat, sitting in class, her mind wandering, frequently glancing back at Qin Xiang in hopes of gleaning something from his demeanor. How could Li Jingwen, like an ant unable to comprehend the vastness of mountains and seas, compete intellectually with Qin Xiang, who had lived multiple lives and held the weight of several lives in his hands? She covertly observed Qin Xiang numerous times, yet could still read nothing from his calm and composed expression, whether it was a mere illusion or a pang of guilt. Li Jingwen felt increasingly unable to comprehend Qin Xiang, since the day Qin Xiang ceased to be the center of her universe. He seemed to have ventured into realms entirely unknown to her. She glanced once more at Qin Xiang, feeling as though his vacant gaze toward the scenery outside was filled with tales she could not comprehend. An inexplicable fear suddenly washed over her. A bizarre thought took root in her mind. What if Qin Xiang was, in fact, a concealed sequence ability user who had turned the tables on her uncle? Am I truly losing my mind? How could there possibly be sequence ability users here? Li Jingwen shook her head, dismissing the ludicrous notion as a result of her recent fatigue. During the break, Zhou Yang approached Li Jingwen. She seemed less concerned about him, which felt unfamiliar to him, prompting his inquiry into her well-being. Li Jingwen, he called. She caught sight of Zhou Yang by the classroom door and felt a sudden flutter of anxiety, quickly casting a glance at Qin Xiang. He was still resting his chin on his hand, lost in thought, showing no signs of awareness. Since he did not intervene between her and Zhou Yang, he must be oblivious to the situation involving Kun Chenglong. It appeared that Kun Chenglong had unknowingly entangled himself with someone and ended up in a dire situation. With this thought, Li Jingwen's mood brightened considerably. She then donned her signature sweet smile and rushed to the classroom door. Zhou Yang, what brings you here? I noticed you seemed off these past few days. And I wanted to check if everything is all right, he replied. I'm fine, just dealing with some family issues lately, which has left me a bit distracted. A flicker of sadness flashed in Li Jingwen's eyes. What happened? Is there any way I can assist you? Zhou Yang asked, concern etched on his face. Li Jingwen shook her head. I don't know, but I really wish I had someone to lean on right now. Zhou Yang, I understand we are merely friends, but could I lean on your shoulder after school? Zhou Yang hesitated for a moment before nodding. Sure. Thank you, you're so kind. See you after school. Li Jingwen said as she bid farewell to Zhou Yang and returned to the classroom. From a distance, she noticed Qin Xiang, who had now fallen asleep at his desk. His relaxed demeanor only reinforced Li Jingwen's belief that he had no inkling of the danger posed by Kun Chenglong. The earlier gloom dissipated, and her heart returned to its former state. She found herself wishing fervently for Qin Xiang's swift demise. She wondered if Kun Chenglong was still alive. If he were, he ought to be swiftly eliminated. Merely seeing him stirred her annoyance. Chapter 26. An encounter with Luo Yiliana after school. Qin Xiang returned to the library to organize the books once more. This time, however, he found an additional presence besides teacher Zhu and Wenshu, Zhao Liwen. Zhao Liwen was studying at a desk in the library, not sharing a small table with Wenshu, but seated directly opposite her. Wenshu wore a blank expression, her large eyes fixated on the test papers before her, seemingly engrossed in her studies. Yet, Qin Xiang discerned that her spirits were low. In previous visits after school, she would greet him with a smile, her demeanor relaxed, unlike her current robotic focus. At that moment, Zhao Liwen approached Wenshu to ask her a question. She responded with a flat tone, concise and unwilling to elaborate. Qin Xiang shrugged, preparing to engage Zhao Liwen in conversation when teacher Zhu cleared his throat. He pointed to a note on the table. This is for you. Qin Xiang picked up the note and recognized Wenshu's handwriting. Zhao Liwen is attending youth in school because his father is an intern at the local engineering bureau, making it convenient for him to study here. His father is about to be promoted, which gives him some backing and influence, so avoid provoking him for now. Qin Xiang wore a look of resignation. Wenshu had anticipated his actions, leaving little room for further discussion. Teacher Zhu urged, hurry up and finish tidying up. We need to lock the door. Understood. Qin Xiang replied, aware that Wenshu was enduring a torment of her own in the library, so he worked quickly. Soon, he announced to Zhao Liwen and Wenshu, the library is closing. Students, please exit. Wenshu said nothing, returning her exercise book to the shelf before shouldering her bag and leaving. Zhao Liwen, however, dawdled, only emerging as teacher Zhu was about to lock the door. Qin Xiang, Zhao Liwen called out, stopping him as he turned to leave. What do you want now? I hope you reconsider what I said yesterday. I meant no harm. I was being sincere. Qin Xiang could hardly be bothered to engage with him further, continuing toward the school gate. Zhao Liwen followed, adding, I hope you understand that your presence will only distract Wenshu. Are you out of your mind? I haven't spoken a word to her. If anyone is interrupting her studies, it's you. Qin Xiang retorted. Zhao Liwen pursed his lips. Even if she is distracted, she can still easily get into the lower-ranked colleges, so I'm not affecting her. But you, with your inability to get into any college, merely waste her time. Zhao Liwen's words ignited a surge of fury within Qin Xiang. What did he mean by implying he was hindering Wenshu? Such shameless remarks made Qin Xiang realize that beneath the guise of a studious nerd lay a refined egotist. If it weren't for his impending meeting with Luo Yiliana, he would have relished the opportunity to confront Zhao Liwen on his way home. Your words are more pleasant than flatulence, Qin Xiang quipped before striding away. Zhao Liwen watched him leave with a cold gaze, scoffing disdainfully before making his way home. Qin Xiang returned home, dropped off his backpack, and prepared to meet Luo Yiliana. He recalled the information he had perused in the God-slaying camp. Though Luo Yiliana was not a fragrance user, sequence ability user, she had experience in investigation, suggesting she possessed low-level scent tracking tools. At 7 in the evening, pedestrians began to traverse the Spring Willow Alley. This alley served as a shortcut from the edge of the safe zone to the central area, commonly used by those unable to afford public transport to save time. Qin Xiang had learned about Spring Willow Alley from his forum research. Sequence ability users heading to the exit of safe zone 114514 often lack sufficient strength, resulting in minimal divine prey and meager earnings. Occasionally, in a bid to save money, they would walk home, making Spring Willow Alley a frequently traveled route. Waiting for an opportune moment when the path was clear, Qin Xiang slipped into the designated woods, crouching quietly at the side. He then opened his lunchbox and spread the aroma of the cafeteria's three-winged flying fish onto his clothing. Low-level scent tracking tools were far inferior to the fragrance user, sequence ability skill of scent seeking. If he masked his scent with something stronger, the tool would lose its tracking ability. The smell of cafeteria food should suffice. This was also gleaned from discussions on the God-slaying camp forum. Once he finished applying the scent, he sealed the lunchbox and quietly awaited Luo Yiliana's arrival. Around 8:30 in the evening, a figure clad in a trench coat emerged in the woods. Qin Xiang heard the muted sound of leather shoes striking stones, indicating that Luo Yiliana had arrived. He was uncertain of her intentions for arriving half an hour early, so he remained hidden, observing her closely. He watched as Luo Yiliana took out a bottle of perfume, applied it to herself, and then stood still, making no further movements. Soon, the fragrance wafted into Qin Xiang's nostrils, and he found the scent refreshing, alleviating some of his anxiety. Was this merely ordinary perfume, or was it a prerequisite for activating some sequence skill? Qin Xiang furrowed his brows in contemplation. He remained wary, still unaware of Luo Yiliana's true sequence ability. Luo Yilian now appeared to be growing increasingly impatient, frequently glancing at her phone. After confirming that Luo Yilian now had not set any traps, Qin Xiang concealed his face and emerged from the nearby bushes. However, the garment he used to shield his face bore the scent of the cafeteria's food, making him quite uncomfortable. Upon noticing Qin Xiang stepping out, Luo Yilian was momentarily taken aback before coldly inquiring, "You've been here for a while. Why didn't you reveal yourself sooner?" "I didn't wish to come out too soon." Qin Xiang candidly confessed his thoughts. Luo Yilian flicked her golden bangs and asked, "What do you need from me?" "I would like you to assist me with a favor," he replied. "Please introduce me to the person who forged your sequence." Luo Yilian's pupils suddenly dilated, but she soon heard the masked figure's voice. "I advise you to remove your right hand from the handgun concealed beneath your coat. Once the gun is fired, should you fail to kill me, the situation will be irreparable." Luo Yilian was momentarily stunned, not anticipating that this individual could perceive her intentions. Such formidable perceptual and anticipatory abilities. Despite this, her hand remained on the gun, which she had already loaded before arriving. "Always prepare to draw and shoot. You possess great confidence, yet I doubt your actions can outpace a bullet," Qin Xiang remarked with a smile. "Of course, I cannot outrun a bullet. However, a bullet requires you to draw the gun and pull the trigger to be fired, does it not? As long as I am faster than you, that suffices." Chapter 27. Initial consensus achieved. Luo Yilian regarded Qin Xiang with evident wariness, seemingly unconvinced by his words. Qin Xiang shrugged. "If I lacked absolute certainty, I would not have come to meet you. Therefore, I hope you can muster a modicum of patience to continue our conversation." "What do you desire?" she queried. "I have already stated it. I wish for you to introduce me to the person who forged your sequence." Luo Yilian pressed further. "And then what?" "Then, it appears you haven't been listening. First, lower your hand from the gun holster." Qin Xiang, sensing the murderous intent in Luo Yilian's eyes, realized she was determined to attempt to shoot him and resignedly added, "Do not waste your effort. Before I arrived, I scheduled a mass email to be sent to the police department. Tomorrow morning, everyone in the station will learn that your sequence is forged. If I cannot return tonight to adjust the email's delay, you will be exposed." "What?" Luo Yilian was taken aback. She hadn't anticipated that this masked man had a contingency plan. Now, she was truly alarmed, as events were unfolding in a manner most unfavorable to her. Moreover, you cannot kill me. Just as Luo Ilian-na was lost in thought, Qin Si-yong activated his violence skill, launching himself forward with a powerful kick. Luo Ilian-na, a sequence ability user of no low rank, possessed heightened perception and agility. Yet even she could only see Qin Si-yong approaching at an astonishing speed, unable to react in time. Qin Si-yong swiftly seized the gun from Luo Ilian-na's grasp, and then jumped back 2 steps, maintaining a safe distance between them. What are you doing? Qin Si-yong twirled the gun in his hand, teasingly stating, after all my explanations, you still do not believe me. I must resort to tangible evidence. With that, he aimed the gun at Luo Ilian-na, whose expression immediately turned to one of terror. What do you intend to do? I have said it before. I merely wish to converse with you. Now, I believe you can remain calm. With that, Qin Si-yong lowered the gun. Now, tell me how I can contact that individual. Luo Ilian-na glanced at Qin Si-yong and realized he indeed had no intention of killing her. Thus, she reluctantly answered his inquiry. I do not know who that person is. Another acquaintance informed me he could assist with the registration of sequences. The only thing I know is that he is a frequent visitor to the AI Shi-Ku virtual chat room. If you wish to find him, simply linger in the chat room. How can I determine which person is he? Observe carefully in the chat room. You will identify him. Qin Si-yong discerned that Luo Ilian-na had not fully clarified her statement, and chuckled. Observe carefully? I do not have that much time. If I were to ask who could assist me like they helped Luo Ilian-na, would that be effective? Luo Ilian-na, ingensit, giritit hertit. If you enter the chat room 8 times, that person will approach you. Very well. And then you provide him with your name and personal information, and tell him the sequence you wish to impersonate. He will help you pass the registration examination for the Sequence Ability Management Bureau. Do I not need to go to the Sequence Ability Management Bureau myself? You will, but only to collect your proof of registration as a sequence ability user at the specified time he provides. So, I can bypass the examination? Yes. You may skip the examination. Qin Si-yong reviewed Luo Ilian-na's words in his mind, feeling confident there were no significant issues. I've already provided all the information you sought. May I have my gun back now? Qin Si-yong raised his gaze to Luo Ilian-na and shook his head. Not yet. What must I do for you to return my gun? Every police officer possesses a service weapon, each with a unique identification number, often collected for routine checks to ensure they are not outdated. Any officer who fails to submit their weapon will be immediately scrutinized. Should a weapon be lost, it would result in serious consequences, potentially halting their duties. If that weapon were to be involved in a serious incident, the officer who lost it would inevitably face termination. Luo Ilian-na's forged identity required her to enter the police department, indicating how crucial this job was to her. She could not allow all her efforts to be ruined by Qin Si-yong. You only answer my questions because I know your secret. To prevent me from exposing your secret, you must answer my inquiries about the forged sequence. This gun, which I took from you when you attempted to kill me, cannot be counted as a part of our earlier agreement. Qin Si-yong chuckled. Retrieving your gun will come at a different cost. What do you want from me? Luo Ilian-na was increasingly distressed by Qin Si-yong's obstinacy. She had not anticipated that he would be so difficult throughout their conversation. She had remained at a disadvantage, unable to control the situation. Tell me your true sequence. In your dreams, Luo Ilian-na trembled with rage, appearing like a golden lion beneath the dim starlight, exuding murderous intent. I'm a person of my word. You just answer my question. I assure you I will not disclose your forged sequence to anyone. However, you need not hope to reclaim this gun. With it, I would find it much easier to carry out my intentions. Only, you may need to take the blame for me. You scoundrel. I have done nothing to provoke you. Why can't you spare me? Your true sequence. If you tell me, I will return your gun. I have struggled to become a police officer. Do you have any idea how many hardships I have endured? I even sacrificed my innocence for this. Your true sequence. You heartless demon, do you feel satisfied only by destroying me? Sequence. Regardless of how Luo Ilian-na raged and complained, Qin Si-yong merely coldly reiterated his question. His words dwindled, signifying that his patience was rapidly depleting. Luo Ilian-na, if your next statement is not your sequence, I shall take my leave. I can assure you that your low-level scent tracking tools will never uncover my whereabouts. Luo Ilian-na's emerald eyes, now bloodshot from fury, appeared particularly terrifying in the shadowy woods. Meanwhile, the masked Qin Siyang stood before her like an indifferent observer, devoid of any emotional fluctuation. If it were not for the rhythmic rise and fall of his chest with each breath, one might mistake him for a peculiar sculpture. Chapter 28. A series of ups and downs. Luo Yilina gazed at Qin Siyang, a solitary tear cascading down her cheek. I am a Huanyuzhen. Upon uttering these words, Luo Yilina revealed a smile tinged with despair. Qin Siyang observed her spirit seemingly drained and comprehended why she chose to conceal her sequence identity. The Huanyuzhe is most renowned for its sequence level 1 skill, Jiji Kuaila. When activated, it bestows upon the target an unparalleled ecstasy for a certain duration, engendering an intense desire within the target to engage in pleasure with the skill's wielder. Jiji Kuaila affects not only mortals but also deities. When a Huanyuzhe employs Jiji Kuaila, deities are drawn to their presence. The ultimate fate of Huanyuzhe's sequence wielder is confined to 2 options: becoming a plaything for the elite within the safety zone, or serving as bait for hunting deities outside its confines. Whichever path one chooses, one is destined to endure endless suffering. Thus, those who awaken as Huanyuzhe typically must conceal their identities, leading lives akin to ordinary individuals. If discovered, it marks the beginning of irrevocable doom. This is also the reason Luo Yilina veiled her sequence identity. Qin Siyang wore a stoic expression, yet a flicker of sympathy arose within him. However, this sympathy remained restrained, preventing any further expansion. Compassion could cloud his judgment. He must maintain absolute coldness to ensure absolute control. After Luo Yilina divulged her sequence, Qin Siyang was not yet satisfied. Observing her despondency, he spoke again. The road is deserted. Therefore, please activate your Jiji Kuaila skill. What do you intend to do? I must confirm that you are indeed a Huanyuzhe. Qin Siyang contemplated the possibility of seeking Luo Yilina's assistance in the future. Hence, he deemed it essential to seize her ultimate secret. It was implausible for him to accept her claim of being a Huanyuzhe merely on the basis of her tears. Are you intent on pushing me to the brink? Luo Yilina exclaimed, her voice breaking with emotion. Yet, Qin Siyang remained impervious. Activate Jiji Kuaila, or I shall depart with my gun. Realizing that her pleas bore no effect on Qin Siyang's unyielding demeanor, Luo Yilina relented. Very well, you have one. She wiped away her tears and tidied her disheveled golden locks. I am not a Huanyuzhe. How did you uncover this? Was my earlier crying not convincing enough? Do not pose too many questions, for you lack the standing to do so. Reveal your sequence. Qin Siyang, unable to detect any trace of performance in Luo Yilina's demeanor, felt a fleeting softness in his heart. However, having previously suffered at Lu Daji's hands, he had grown increasingly cautious, ensuring absolute certainty. To his surprise, Luo Yilina was indeed playing her own game. This blonde, blue-eyed police officer was far more enigmatic than she appeared. With a resigned expression, Luo Yilina stated, Titan. My sequence is Titan. As she spoke, she revealed her hand. In an inexplicable manner, her palm swelled, rapidly expanding to the size of a sofa. Then, as if deflating, her hand returned to its original form. The Titan sequence permits the wielder to enlarge a specific part or their entire body, enhancing the strength of the enlarged area. Typically, they serve as a shield in confrontations with deities within hunting squads. However, the mortality rate for Titan sequence wielders is exceedingly high, as human strength ultimately pales in comparison to that of deities. I did not wish to live in fear beyond the safety zone, which is why I concealed my sequence identity and joined the police force. What I just demonstrated was Titan sequence level 1 skill, Ju Bu Fongda. Only a Titan sequence can achieve such a feat, hence I did not lie. Luo Yilina smiled at Qin Siyang. May I have my gun back now? Qin Siyang recalled the characteristics of various sequence wielders. Although he could not remember the skills of each, it seemed that only the Titan sequence had the ability to enlarge the body. Wait, there is another. With this thought, Qin Siyang paused, no longer eager to depart. Luo Yilina frowned. What is it? Why do you still not return my gun? I am waiting. Waiting for what? For 10 minutes. Waiting for you to activate Titan sequence level 1 skill, Ju Bu Fongda, once more. A flicker of shock passed through Luo Yilina's eyes. What do you mean? I need to ascertain whether you are genuinely a Titan sequence or merely an adept impersonator of the Qijaj. If memory serves, the Qijaj sequence can mimic any skill they have witnessed, but they can only replicate external appearances and not the essence. Furthermore, they cannot consecutively imitate the same skill. Luo Yilina's previously relaxed smile vanished in an instant. You are indeed a handful. So what now? She despondently leaned against a nearby tree. You are correct. I am Qijia. To prove her honesty, a vibrant, multicolored mask suddenly appeared on her face. This was the ability of the Sa-Man sequence. Qin Xiang nodded. Luo Yilina was indeed a Qijia, and he had finally uncovered the truth. However, the journey to this revelation had been fraught with complications, and he had nearly been deceived multiple times. Your command of Mandarin is remarkable. Your emotions so vivid that you nearly fooled me. One must learn the tools for survival well. There is nothing to boast about. You are quite formidable, far superior to the colleagues and criminals I have encountered. Luo Yilina sincerely praised Qin Xiang. In your presence, I feel as powerless as an infant. Every lie I utter is mercilessly unraveled by you. The last time this happened was when I first met Detective Olaf. Having attained the answers he sought, Qin Xiang had no desire to linger in the woods with this woman who spun tales. I shall take my leave now. I will leave your handgun on the path in the woods. 3 minutes after I depart, you will find it along the route I took. Very well, I understand. Please vanish quickly. I truly wish to see you no more, you cunning and deceitful devil. Qin Xiang shrugged. At least I have not deceived you from beginning to end. Have I, kind and honest Luo Yilina? Luo Yilina scoffed, remaining silent. With a light heart, Qin Xiang turned to leave, retrieving the lunchbox he had hidden among the bushes. Though you are clever, it is wise to tread carefully, Luo Yilina called after him. Do not fall into Olaf's hands. Otherwise, I too shall suffer for it. Olaf, you say? I shall remember that. Thank you. Chapter 29. Exile. Qin Xiang did not return home immediately. He first sought a secluded corner to dispose of his clothing by burning it. He remained apprehensive that the scent lingering on the garments might lead others to track him down, even if they were saturated with the overpowering aromas of the cafeteria's culinary offerings. As he watched his coat turn to ashes, Qin Xiang sighed. How long has it been? I have already incinerated 3 or 4 coats. At this rate, I shall be donning short sleeves in this frigid world. Most of these coats were salvaged from the refuse, discarded by others. None have been purchased with money. Yet, the days of financial scarcity may persist for some time. He resolved to return to the garbage dump and search for more treasures. Afterward, he discarded the food from his lunchbox into a foul gutter and washed the container before finally returning home. He hastily consumed some leftover food he had brought home yesterday before stepping out again. After confirming that no one was tailing him, he returned to the internet cafe. Wang Defa saw Qin Xiang appear at the entrance and reluctantly walked out. Boss, here is your silver coin. Yesterday, Qin Xiang had agreed with Wang Defa that he would return today to retrieve the coin as payment for the service of forging sequence information. Wang Defa pulled a silver coin from his pocket and placed it in Qin Xiang's hand, yet his fingers lingered, revealing a hint of reluctance. Thank you. I will repay you. Qin Xiang yanked the coin from Wang Defa's grasp and tucked it into his pocket. Although he felt a twinge of shame, Qin Xiang had little choice. Acquiring a silver coin was indeed quite challenging for him. Wang Defa sighed, Boss, if there is nothing pressing in the future, let us refrain from further dealings. Consider this a lesson learned. Wang Defa had gained nothing from Qin Xiang and might even attract trouble from the Sequence Ability Management Bureau, leaving him feeling miserable. However, Qin Xiang could not afford to dwell on that. He had numerous tasks to accomplish online, and Wang Defa's cafe was his only secure means of accessing the internet. How could he possibly sever ties? I still need to use your computers in the warehouse tonight, Qin Xiang asserted. Huh? You're coming back? The police haven't come to inspect yet. Wang Defa repeated. It's already 10 o'clock. Isn't your cafe about to close? Why worry about inspections? Wang Defa pouted, but remained silent. Rest assured, I won't forget your kindness. However, you must wait until I navigate through this hurdle. Qin Xiang patted Wang Defa on the shoulder and then made his way to the warehouse. Frustrated, Wang Defa clenched his fists and muttered, Damn it, someone should take care of this bastard. As Qin Xiang settled in front of the computer, he promptly opened the ACQ virtual chat room. The ACQ virtual chat room was a platform for making online acquaintances. Unlike other chat rooms, Its enduring popularity stemmed from its use of internet address concealment technology. In this space, everyone remained anonymous, and the login addresses were entirely hidden. No one could discern the identities of the individuals within. Even the back-end staff of AC could not trace the identities of the visitors. This absolute confidentiality provided a natural environment for gray market transactions. Unsurprisingly, the police had also set their sights on this chat room, where undercover officers might be lurking. To prevent mistakenly engaging with law enforcement during transactions, participants employed various encryption methods. For instance, those seeking to forge sequences would enter and exit the chat room 8 times to identify potential trading partners. Qin Xiang was uncertain how this trading method became known or how Liliana had learned of it. Following her instructions, he repeatedly entered the chat room 8 times, then ceased all activity, patiently awaiting contact from a mysterious individual. The chat room interface was quite simple. The left side displayed a list of current visitors. The center contained links to various gaming and gambling companies, and the right side was occupied by the current chat partner. The lower section served as a public chat area where Qin Xiang observed a constant stream of advertisements for loans and identity forgery. The interface of this chat room evoked memories of his past life. In that previous existence, he, too, had been impoverished, lacking funds for a computer. Thus, he would occasionally visit a nearby internet cafe to chat with Li Jingwen, sacrificing his dinner money for the privilege. Typically, he would help Li Jingwen with her homework while quietly listening as she engaged with others in a private channel. Reflecting on it now, he felt somewhat like a dog. However, in this life, he was determined not to be so wretched. Qin Xiang's thoughts swiftly returned to the present. The right side of his chat room interface was currently blank. After a few minutes, the empty chat box finally flickered to life. Qin Xiang clicked on it to find a user named Exile, initiating a conversation. "Are you looking for someone?" "No, I'm waiting for someone," Qin Xiang replied. He noted that his alias in the ACQ chat room was Future. "Who are you waiting for?" "For someone who won't waste time asking such questions." Exile remained silent for about 2 minutes before responding. When seeking assistance, one should exhibit a better attitude. "Speak of your terms." Qin Xiang proceeded directly. "No, I need to know how you learned to contact me." Without hesitation, he crafted a convenient excuse. "A friend who prefers to remain anonymous informed me. You're spouting meaningless drivel. This makes it difficult for us to collaborate. Business is business. Matters unrelated to business should not be discussed. If you're unwilling to engage, I will seek others." It seemed that Exile was apprehensive about his friend. "Are you afraid that revealing their identity will bring you trouble or even lead to your demise?" Qin Xiang chose not to respond to this speculation, allowing the other party space for imagination, which is a crucial strategy in maintaining the upper hand. "Please discuss your terms." Exile, "I am very eager to finalize this transaction. Provide your personal information and ensure that by tomorrow's end, a silver coin is placed beneath the 10th tile from the left in the 10th row at the exit of the 38324 safe zone. Then you can await the Management Bureau's arrival. What personal information is required?" "Thumbprints from both hands, a recent 1-inch personal photo, your name, current occupation, and home address. Naturally, I also need to know what identity you require. This is the internet. Even in an anonymous chat room, there may be surveillance, so I cannot be too explicit. You understand, don't you?" Qin Xiang immediately grasped that the so-called identity referred to the sequence he needed to forge. "There is too much to provide today. No waities. For safety, these transactions should occur offline. You can send me the payment first. I frequently linger in the chat room. Feel free to choose any time to contact me again. Just like today?" "No. Friends who have made payments should first announce I am new here in the public chat area upon entering. Then enter and exit the chat room 5 times consecutively." Chapter 30. The Failed Watchman. After concluding his conversation with Exile, Qin Xiang departed from the warehouse and returned home to wash up and sleep. "I hope everything goes smoothly tomorrow," he whispered to himself before drifting off. Blue Star Chronicle, January 22nd, 2010. Gregorian calendar, Friday, lunar calendar, year of the metal ox. 8th day of the 12th month, Laba festival, auspicious for travel. Today was Friday, yet Qin Xiang did not attend school due to the pressing time constraints. The exit of the 38324 safe zone was 21 bus stops away from his home. Even if he ascended in sequence and enhanced his physical capabilities, it would still take him 5 to 6 hours to arrive, and a round trip would consume over 10 hours. This did not account for the time he would spend waiting for an opportunity to hide the silver coin. If all factors were considered, He might not return home until the early hours of Saturday. As for taking the bus, he could not disembark until the bus arrived, which would restrict his route. His own 2 feet remained the most reliable means of travel, provided he possessed sufficient stamina to avoid encountering further complications along the way and wasting time. Qin Xiang decided to set out early. By the time he approached the vicinity of the exit at 38324, it was already 1 o'clock in the afternoon. At this hour, the number of people at the safe exit was relatively sparse. As the sequence ability, users had gone to lunch or were taking a break. The ordinary individuals desiring to sip soup beside the sequence beings naturally dispersed, leaving only a handful of solitary figures lingering near the exit of the safety zone. Qin Xiang, concealing his face within the ample hood of his sweatshirt, meticulously counted the tiles underfoot before casually passing by. Seizing the opportunity when no one was paying attention, he swiftly pried open a small gap in the tiles and discreetly flicked a silver coin into it. After placing the tile back down, he stepped upon it, ensuring that its height appeared identical to that of the surrounding tiles, indistinguishable in any way. With a couple of muffled thuds, Qin Xiang confirmed that the tile was firmly in place before turning to leave. Next, he sought a corner where ordinary people gathered to rest. Many were seated or reclining, seizing the moment to recuperate, for when the sequence beings commenced their hunt for deities, they too would have to busy themselves. The area was extremely crowded, accommodating thousands in its confined space, primarily due to its proximity to the safety zone's exit. Although the vicinity near the exit was rather chilly, the close proximity of many individuals allowed them to shield one another from the biting wind. Moreover, in comparison to the chance of turning their fates around, what was mere coldness? Cautiously avoiding those napping on the ground, Qin Xiang found a spot where he could barely stand, squeezing between 2 individuals. Then, amidst their disapproving glances, he too sat down heavily on the ground. He retrieved his lunchbox from his bag and began to devour its contents ravenously. Upon opening the box, the surrounding individuals displayed expressions of disdain. Though they were all ordinary people, they could afford ingredients and cooked for themselves at home. No one's cooking could possibly emit the nauseating odor wafting from Qin Xiang's lunchbox. Even with just a touch of oil and salt, it was unfathomable that such a revolting smell could arise. Finally, a middle-aged woman could no longer restrain herself and remarked, "Young man, you seem so young. Surely this is your mother's cooking? It smells dreadful." Such ingredients wasted in her hands. Qin Xiang swallowed the meat of a 9-tailed black rat before responding, expressionless. "My mother passed away long ago." The woman paused in surprise before inquiring, "Was it your father who cooked?" "He too has died." The middle-aged woman remained speechless for a while, attempting to say something but ultimately falling silent, retreating into quietude. Nearby, an elderly woman murmured softly, "Poor child. He seems to have just graduated high school, yet his life appears devoid of future." Qin Xiang continued to consume the cafeteria meal, indifferent to the words of others. Once he finished, he tidied his lunchbox and placed it in his bag, intending to use it as a pillow to rest his head. This time, he did not attempt to squeeze into a space. The people around him instinctively shifted to create room for him to lie down. "Thank you." Qin Xiang, without focusing on anyone in particular, expressed his gratitude vaguely towards the kindness shown by those nearby. As he lay down, he did not close his eyes to sleep, but remained staring blankly in one direction. Others might assume he was lost in melancholy or reminiscing about something. In reality, his gaze was fixated on the tile, concealing the silver coin. Although Banished had instructed him to relinquish the coin before nightfall, he did not believe that Banished would necessarily retrieve it the following day. If he were banished, he would undoubtedly find a way to recover the coin that very night. This was inherently an unequal transaction. Banished possessed knowledge of all the true information about the forger, whereas the forger did not even know Banished's gender. All forgers would be unwilling to remain so easily controlled. The agreed transaction deadline was tonight, and tomorrow the other party might very well concentrate their efforts here, eager to discover who had taken the coin. Consequently, the risk of exposure would significantly increase. Qin Xiang was confident in his judgment. He quietly observed from his side. As the midday break concluded, teams of sequence beings began to depart from this location. The crowd surged again, blocking the exit of safety zone 38,324 completely. Qin Xiang, swept along with the throng, remained near the tile, ensuring it remained within his line of sight. Whenever a sequence being entered or exited, people would rush forward, eager to pitch their proposals. Some offered real estate, others provided services, while some promoted their daughters. Carried along by the flow, Qin Xiang remained motionless, his numb expression concealed beneath his hoodie, rendering him an enigma to those around him regarding his purpose at the safety zone's exit. No one questioned his presence. To the other ordinary folks, a silent figure merely meant one less competitor. Perhaps they assumed he was shy or hesitant to speak. Or maybe he desired to catch the attention of a female sequence being, but had yet to identify his target. Qin Xiang's thoughts went unnoticed and unconsidered. Everyone present harbored strong convictions and objectives, hoping to turn their fortunes around today. Who had the time to concern themselves with a bystander? Thus, like a marionette devoid of will, Qin Xiang was swept along by the ebb and flow of the crowd, eventually arriving at the edge of the tile. He deliberately maintained a distance from it, merely ensuring that his eyes could see it to avoid alerting any potential guards. Yet, as the crowd surged, he unexpectedly found himself beside the tile. Oh well, it was just a coincidence that I got pushed here. He reasoned that if he suddenly darted away, it might appear suspicious. Qin Xiang continued to feign inactivity, allowing himself to be carried along by the throngs. At last, he was pressed onto the tile, his foot stepping upon it with a soft thud. The sound startled him. When he had initially hidden the coin beneath this tile, stepping on it had produced a muffled thump. Yet now, it emitted a crisp sound. Qin Xiang's heart raced. Beneath the tile, it seemed hollow. Did this imply that someone had already taken the coin he had placed there? No, he must verify this immediately. No longer swayed by the crowd, he firmly stood upon the tile, refusing to budge despite the pushing from those around him. What's wrong with you? Why are you standing there like a statue? As nearby individuals were about to reprimand him for obstructing their way, a few sequence beings clad in insulated suits passed by. Instantly, the crowd's attention was captured, and they surged forward, eager to promote their businesses. Seizing the moment while no one was focused on him, Qin Xiang quickly crouched down, pretending to shake sand from his shoes. He adjusted his posture to obscure the tile from view, ensuring the surrounding individuals could not see any alterations. Then, while removing his shoes, he used a finger to pry at the gap between the tiles, carefully lifting it. Under the dim light of the safety zone exit, with keen eyesight, he discerned that indeed, a shallow pit, approximately half a centimeter deep and the size of a fist, had formed beneath the tile, and the silver coin was nowhere to be found. Qin Xiang nonchalantly replaced the tile, his expression frozen in shock. Despite his vigilant watch, the coin had been taken. How could this be? He had only placed the coin there 2 or 3 hours prior. How could it have vanished? Was the individual who took the silver coin secretly observing, and upon seeing him place the coin here, promptly took it away? Qin Xiang clenched his fists, trembling with rage. Throughout the entire ordeal, the tiles had remained undisturbed. Telekinesis? It appeared that this silver coin had been stealthily appropriated by a sequence ability user who seized the moment when no one was paying attention. He scanned the fervent crowd surrounding him, desperately seeking the hidden sequence ability user amongst them. Yet, this endeavor felt akin to searching for a needle in a haystack. Qin Xiang swiftly composed himself, contemplating solutions. To abandon this pursuit would mean conceding to exile. Absolutely not. After the incident with Liu Daji, Qin Xiang was resolute in never allowing anyone to hold leverage over him again. He paid for services rendered, not to hand over power to another. Curse be it. Qin Xiang silently berated himself. If the individual who took the silver coin was a sequence ability user disguised as an ordinary person, recovering his loss would be an insurmountable challenge. However, if the culprit was a member of a hunter-god team, perhaps a chance for redemption remained. With this thought in mind, Qin Xiang ceased his waiting and, like the others, began to push towards the location of the sequence ability user. His considerable strength allowed him to effortlessly move to the front ranks. Yet, such a deliberate act might easily attract the attention of the hunter-god team's sequence ability users, which was far from advisable. Having recently placed the silver coin down, he was acutely aware that a sequence ability user had snatched it away almost immediately. The person who took the coin had likely been watching him closely and was familiar with his attire. Should Qin Xiang's movements be too conspicuous, recognition would be instantaneous. To avoid drawing attention from the sequence ability users, he could only gradually maneuver forward. As he neared the front, he removed his coat, revealing his youthful student visage. He believed that at this moment, the individual who had taken the silver coin would no longer recognize him. Qin Xiang fervently prayed in his heart that the thief was a member of a hunter-god team, rather than an ordinary passerby. He recalled the sequence information he had reviewed at Godslayer camp. The thief must belong to the thief sequence, possessing the skill steal, which allows one to appropriate items within a certain spatial range nearby. The steal skill is considered a top-tier ability within safe zones. The ability to commandeer items from afar makes the dream of overnight wealth tantalizingly feasible. Thus, the United Government strictly prohibits thief sequence users from activating their skills in safe zones, with execution as the penalty for violations. However, within a hunter-god team, the utility of this sequence user is limited. Their range for steal is too narrow, and the thief sequence lacks any life-preserving skills. Attempting to activate their abilities against deities would result in immediate death upon approach. Consequently, they are relegated to a mere auxiliary role within the hunter-god team. Qin Xiang mentally perused the information regarding the thief sequence, his gaze gradually solidifying with determination. The individual on the periphery of a hunter-god team, exhibiting the most humble demeanor, was likely the thief sequence user. With the identity of the silver coin thief established, a fitting profile began to emerge. Each time a sequence ability user team passed by, he scrutinized the members' expressions. If they appeared relaxed and engaged in casual conversation, he would divert his attention. However, if any team member stood quietly apart or feigned cordiality, Qin Xiang would intensify his focus, keenly listening to their dialogues. Several hunter-god teams passed, discussing the recent battle beyond the safe zone. As he listened, disappointment washed over him as he failed to identify the thief sequence user. Just then, another hunter-god team strode through the crowd. Unlike the previous teams, these members seemed unconcerned about their battle with deities, eagerly planning where to drink and unwind afterward. One lanky youth in his 20s remarked, "Everyone, I won't be joining for drinks later." Why not?" came the inquiry. The lanky youth hesitated before responding. "Well, he hasn't contributed much, so how can he join us for drinks?" "Exactly, just a thief, only capable of lending us a hand outside. If it weren't for the administrator pushing him into our team, who would want him?" The team erupted in derisive laughter, and the lanky youth gritted his teeth but remained silent. The others cast him a few disdainful glances before linking arms and departing. The lanky youth lingered behind, walking alone in silence. However, this internal strife within the hunter-god team did not dampen the fervor of the surrounding ordinary people. Even the ridiculed sequence ability user was still a sequence ability user, fundamentally different from the average person. Noticing the lanky youth isolated, the crowd surged around him, eager to engage in their well-rehearsed pitches. "Hey, don't be down. Come dine at our establishment. It'll lift your spirits. I won't charge you a penny. Just a photo together will suffice. How can dining solve your troubles? One must find the right partner in life. My daughter just graduated high school, beautiful and kind-hearted. She has taken a liking to you and insists on marrying no one else. Don't listen to him. Being tied to one woman for life is utterly boring. Come with me. Women of all ages are at your disposal. I guarantee you'll have a great time tonight." The throng clamored, their faces a blend of excitement and fervor, shoving others back to carve out their own space. The ordinary people surrounded the lanky youth in his frost-resistant attire, shouting to attract his attention. Each harbored dreams of turning their fortunes around, believing perhaps they could achieve this through the sequence ability user. The crowd's spittle flew, some landing on Qin Xiang's face, leaving a foul odor. This stench, mingled with the pervasive sweat, became unbearable. Yet, this collective attempt was destined to fail. The lanky youth cast a cold glance over the crowd, uttering not a word, and then walked away without further ado. Although the onlookers continued their fervent pitches, they instinctively parted to allow him passage. It was only after the lanky youth had moved further away that they finally fell silent, glancing back towards the entrance of the safe zone, anticipating the next opportunity. Not long after the lanky youth exited the safe zone, a teenager of around 18 or 19, resembling a wild bull, easily pushed through the throngs, silently trailing behind the youth amidst the astonished gazes of the crowd. After confirming that the lanky youth was heading down the main road, Qin Xiang sought a secluded corner to alter his appearance, striving to avoid detection. The thief sequence was still connected to the administrator. If the individual who took the silver coin was not him, then he would have no choice but to accept his fate. Shortly thereafter, he once again fell in step behind the lanky youth. Qin Xiang's current appearance was somewhat comical. To avoid being recognized while following the youth, he had donned his coat and pants inside out, attracting the attention of many passers-by. "Mom, that big brother seems a bit off his rocker." "Shh, keep your voice down. Stay far away from such odd characters." Remember, Qin Xiang paid no heed to the whispers and stares of the bystanders. His focus remained singular, fixated on the lanky youth just ahead. As if he had heard the voices of passers-by, the gaunt youth paused, glancing back at Qin Xiang. However, he did not seem to recognize Qin Xiang. He merely regarded him with a mocking gaze before continuing on his way. The two walked along the main road, one trailing behind the other. The dim streetlights alternately illuminated their silent figures, as if narrating an inconsequential tale. As the number of pedestrians gradually dwindled, they reached a secluded alley, leaving only the two of them. Qin Xiang continued to follow closely behind the gaunt youth. Even if the gaunt youth was somewhat obtuse, he sensed that something was amiss. He slowed his pace, intending to allow Qin Xiang to pass him. Yet, Qin Xiang did not appear to be pursuing him, maintaining his steady speed. The gaunt youth stole a glance, realizing that Qin Xiang looked no more than 18 or 19 years old, likely a high school student or freshly graduated from his final year. He appeared to be an inexperienced youth, posing no threat whatsoever. He concluded that he was being overly cautious. It seemed that the tension from the hunt for divine beings had made him somewhat neurotic. He needed to relax. Thus, the gaunt youth stood beneath the streetlight, retrieving a cigarette box from his pocket, pulling out a cigarette to place between his lips. He skillfully fished out a match from another pocket, shielding the flame from the wind with the cigarette box as he struck the match, preparing to light his smoke. At that moment, the light from the street lamp in front of him abruptly vanished. The gaunt youth looked up to find the student who had been following him, now smiling brightly. "I hope it's you." The gaunt youth immediately sensed that something was wrong, but before he could react, a shadow darted past him. Suddenly, he felt as though he had been struck in the chest by a truck, his body uncontrollably propelled backward into the dark alley. With a loud crash, he collided with a trash can, sending refuse scattering across the ground. Qin Xiang steadied himself, glanced around to confirm that no one was nearby, and swiftly approached the gaunt youth. The gaunt youth was buried beneath filthy, odoriferous garbage, his orange and white anti-freeze suit stained with muck. Yet he was too preoccupied to care about such details. Clutching his chest in pain, he grimaced and looked at Qin Xiang in terror. "Who are you?" Qin Xiang responded with silence, delivering another punch to his jaw. The gaunt youth sensed his brain colliding violently against his skull, a cacophony of tremors engulfing him before he lost consciousness. Qin Xiang dragged the unconscious gaunt youth from the heap of trash and began to search his person. Finding nothing of note, his gaze then fell upon the distinctive black backpack belonging to members of the hunter team. He opened the backpack, revealing more than a dozen small compartments, each sealed with a zipper. Upon inspection, he discovered several compartments contained items. One compartment held a glass vial filled with a light blue liquid. Qin Xiang picked up the vial for closer examination, noting the label that read special potion for sequence ability users. "So, this is what the sequence potion looks like." He opened it and inhaled, a sweet aroma wafting toward him. However, the surrounding stench of garbage mingled with the sweetness, creating an even more nauseating effect. He closed the lid and placed the potion into his pocket. He had learned from Shirshin Ingdi about the immense value of the sequence potion to ability users. Taking this vial could potentially compel the gaunt youth to assist him with various tasks. No, it wasn't coercion. It was more of an invitation for the gaunt youth to lend him a hand. He rummaged through the other compartments in the backpack, uncovering a mobile phone, some copper coins, and a silver coin. Qin Xiang powered off the phone and tucked it into his pocket. Such a luxury item containing thousands of copper coins was something he desperately needed and would surely find useful in the future. He examined the silver coin closely, realizing it was not the same one he had placed beneath the pavement. The coin he had left belonged to the Lishur Mint, while this one was from the Hongli Mint. Could it be that he had mistaken his target? He searched the backpack and the gaunt youth thoroughly, but found no trace of the other coin. Just as he pondered this, he noticed that the bottom of the backpack felt uneven, as if something was pressing against it. After a thorough inspection, he finally discovered a hidden compartment nestled beneath the other compartments, quite inconspicuous. Had he not had ample time, he might never have found it. He opened the secret compartment to reveal some clumps of dirt and another silver coin. Holding the coin up, he observed the inscription Lishur Mint on its edge. then glanced at the unconscious gaunt youth, a peculiar smile spreading across his face. Indeed, a boy who smiles often is unlikely to suffer from misfortune. Chapter 33. An easy interrogation. Qin Xiang was not particularly skilled in interrogation. He was far more adept at killing. Unfortunately, murder does not resolve all matters. He sat upon a tree stump, gazing at the gaunt youth suspended by ropes before him, feeling somewhat weary. He had previously thought that killing was bothersome, but now he realized that refraining from murder seemed even more troublesome. In search of an absolutely secluded location, Qin Xiang had carried the gaunt youth, resembling a lifeless body, through various alleys until he finally discovered an abandoned, deserted courtyard. As a thief sequence ability user, he needed to rely on his own hands to retrieve items. Thus, before the gaunt youth regained consciousness, Qin Xiang carefully bound his fingers together, then securely tied his palms, and finally restrained his arms before suspending him from a withered ancient tree that had not yet broken despite the passage of 10 years since the apocalypse. Qin Xiang looked at the gaunt youth hanging from the tree and felt a sense of satisfaction. He had also prepared some tools, hammers, nails, and the like, in a nearby dilapidated warehouse to assist with the interrogation. It seemed that the interrogation would proceed flawlessly. He merely awaited the gaunt youth's awakening. However, half an hour passed, then an hour, and then 2 hours, yet the gaunt youth remained slumped, his head tilted as if lifeless, showing no signs of waking. Qin Xiang's confidence began to wane. Could it be that I struck him dead? He placed his hand near the gaunt youth's nose. There was still breath. He should be fine. Qin Xiang breathed a sigh of relief, then grimaced, what a lightweight. I didn't even use my full strength. And he managed to sleep for 2 hours. Perhaps hearing Qin Xiang's disdain, the gaunt youth's head bobbed slightly. Finally, he awoke. Qin Xiang gave his face a light slap. And as the gaunt youth opened his eyes, he returned to the tree stump. The gaunt youth, still somewhat dizzy, blinked vigorously until he finally regained his bearings. He struggled slightly, only to realize he was bound and suspended with the very boy who had attacked him sitting before him. His eyes widened in shock. Who are you? How dare you assault a sequence ability user? The moment the gaunt youth spoke, Qin Xiang felt a surge of reassurance. Thankfully, he seemed to lack mental acuity. Extracting useful information from him should not be overly difficult. Who else could dare to assault a sequence ability user? Certainly, it must be another sequence ability user. Qin Xiang chose silence, instead producing his silver coin. This coin is mine. You dare to follow me. Do you even know who my uncle is? And who might your uncle be? The head of the information department of the Sequence Ability Management Bureau, Qian Wendao. Upon hearing this, Qin Xiang was taken aback. Oh, was it really that easy? Shouldn't the gaunt youth be reluctant to divulge the identity of the mastermind, forcing him to resort to threats and torture to extract the truth? The moment the gaunt youth opened his mouth, Qin Xiang sensed that he might not be the sharpest tool in the shed. However, it was unexpectedly ineffective. Qin Xiang sighed and remarked, "Your uncle must consider himself fortunate to have a nephew like you." The gaunt youth, hearing this, furrowed his brow and asked, "What do you mean?" "Literally," Qin Xiang replied, then reconsidered, sensing something amiss. How could this thin youth be so dull? Did no one notice when he took the silver coins? Even a cunning woman like Liliana, known for her deceit, could not trace his whereabouts? It was rather peculiar. At that moment, the gaunt youth spoke again. Previously, my uncle always retrieved the money himself. Today, he had matters to attend to, so I came to assist him. If you know what is good for you, let me go. If my uncle finds out, you'll regret it. Oh, Qin Xiang nodded, finding clarity in the situation. It made sense now. It was always his uncle who collected the silver coins. This department head, known for exploiting loopholes, was undoubtedly meticulous, which explained the absence of any blunders. Today, however, a naive youth had come instead, allowing Qin Xiang to catch him unawares. Qin Xiang murmured, "It seems I truly have divine protection. No, the deities of today are rather peculiar. Perhaps I should say, fortune favors me. Let me go quickly. Otherwise, I will surely inform my uncle. With your eloquence, why didn't you dare to confront your teammates when they bullied you?" I disdain arguing with them." Qin Xiang shook his head. "You fear offending them and being expelled from the team. They possess the power to kick you out, yet you cannot even utter a harsh word. I could very well end your life, and you dare to threaten me?" Qin Xiang cast a cold smile in his direction. "I truly wonder how you have survived this long. Perhaps it is indeed due to having a good uncle. Why you want to kill me? The gaunt youth's eyes darted nervously, clearly unsettled. He sensed a murderous intent in the gaze of this 18-year-old boy. That chilling look sent shivers across his body. Encased in a frost-resistant suit, he realized that this youth had likely killed before. My uncle is Qian Wenda. If you kill me, he will surely seek vengeance. Upon hearing the gaunt youth's words, Qin Xiang could no longer contain himself and burst into laughter. What are you laughing at? Has your uncle not informed you about the nature of this silver coin? The gaunt youth swallowed hard. No. But I know it must be that you sought my uncle's assistance. Hence you gave him a silver coin as payment. Qin Xiang nodded, a fool, yet not entirely foolish. Are you insulting me? Qin Xiang regarded the youth, who was in his early 20s, with a look of bewilderment. Coming from a respectable family, possessing abilities above others, and several years his senior, how could he be so foolish? Even someone as cruel and malevolent as Li Jingwen was significantly smarter than him. Qin Xiang stood up, patted him on the shoulder, and said, even if I were to kill you, your uncle wouldn't dare utter a word, understand? Never mind, rest a while. I need to verify the truth of your claims. Rest? I want rest. Let me go. The gaunt youth's protest was cut short as Qin Xiang landed another punch to his chin, rendering him unconscious. Although the fool spoke mostly the truth, it was prudent to first verify his identity as Qian Wenda before releasing him. Qin Xiang lowered the unconscious youth from a tree and carried him to an abandoned warehouse he had prepared for detention. After securing him, he returned to the tree and collected the interrogation tools he had set aside, including saws, hammers, nails, and scissors. After all the preparation, it seemed he wouldn't need to use them. Qin Xiang sighed softly. Indeed, a fool has his blessings. Chapter 34. A further dialogue. Qin Xiang secured the gaunt youth and then lit a piece of damp wood at the warehouse entrance, ensuring that no lingering scent remained before hastening back. Time was of the essence. He needed to return quickly. Once again, he found himself at the internet cafe. Wang Difa, upon seeing Qin Xiang, internally lamented his predicament. He excused himself to the customers and stepped outside. Boss, what troubles you now? I need to use your warehouse computer. Wang Difa sighed. The key is in your possession. You may use it at will. No, the network belongs to you, and so does the warehouse. I must inform you when I utilize it to avoid causing you inconvenience. Wang Difa offered a perfunctory smile. You are quite polite. Qin Xiang produced 2 silver coins from his pocket and placed them in Wang Difa's hand. Here, your money, along with interest. 1 coin belonged to Qin Xiang, while the other had been taken from the gaunt youth's backpack. He presented both coins to Wang Difa, fulfilling his prior promise. Wang Difa stared in disbelief at the coins, momentarily at a loss for words. Qin Xiang patted him on the shoulder before heading toward the warehouse. As Wang Difa watched Qin Xiang's figure vanish through the warehouse door, he regained his senses. He bit down on the 2 silver coins, confirming their authenticity. Qin Xiang had not deceived him. His worldview was utterly shattered. Never had a sequence ability user shown such commitment to a mere ordinary person like himself. For years, as an intermediary for officials at the internet cafe, he had only earned a few silver coins, some of which had gone to placate various inspectors. When he calculated, he realized he had received less than what Qin Xiang had just given him. He had truly misjudged Qin Xiang. But who could have anticipated that Qin Xiang was not joking? Wang Difa gripped the coins tightly, as if awakening from a dream. His expression one of bewilderment. I have truly encountered a living deity. Qin Xiang re-entered the Aishiku virtual chat room, announcing himself as a newcomer, and logged in and out 5 times, awaiting a response. Today's chat room advertisement was for virtual gambling, with the slogan, "Take a chance. Fortune may smile upon you today." This advertisement was rather fitting. Qin Xiang chuckled. While he had no intention of participating in online gambling, he felt today's luck was indeed on his side. The random alias assigned to him in the chat room was Counterattack, further fueling his sense of destiny. After a while, a dialog box on the right side of the chat room lit up. Qin Xiang clicked it. It was a user with the alias corner. Have you already sent the money? Qin Xiang replied, yes. Good. You may send me your personal information now. However, I suspect you might not retrieve that silver coin. Corner responded with a smiling emoticon. You think there are too many people coming and going and I can't lift the floor tiles to retrieve it? You need not worry. I will find a way. No, I mean the person who came to collect your money might not return. The dialog box fell silent for a considerable time. Eventually, Corner sent another message. What do you mean? Qin Xiang pondered briefly and then typed, he said his uncle is present. I wouldn't dare kill him. Therefore, let us arrange a meeting to discuss his fate. I am quite curious whether such a clever nephew will indeed protect him. This time, Corner appeared to be frozen, not responding for half an hour. Qin Xiang observed the blue name of Corner, indicating they were still online, but perhaps needed some time to digest the implications of counterattack's message. Qin Xiang rested his arms behind his head, idly gazing at the screen. What might Qian be doing? Was he coldly staring at the screen or smashing objects in his room? After a brief passage of time, Qiang Jiao sent another message. Tomorrow at 9 in the morning, let us meet beside the unfinished building next to exit 38324 of the safe zone. You seem to have misjudged the situation. The time and place for our meeting should be determined by me. Qiang Jiao promptly responded, what are you thinking? You come to me for assistance, and yet you wish to dictate terms? If it were not for your initiative in seeking me out, I would never have engaged in a conversation with you. I dictate the meeting location, and you must bring my nephew. And do not forget the silver coin you requested my help with. Qin Xiang chuckled softly. His dear uncle was mistaken in thinking that mere words held weight. At the very least, do you know who I am? It seemed that Qiang Jiao was quickly exposed by Qin Xiang's relentless probing and soon sent another reply. You may decide the time and place, but you must bring my nephew and the silver coin. Let us meet at noon tomorrow at the second floor of the collapsed department store beside exit 54320 of the safe zone. Very well, but remember to bring my nephew and the silver coin. Observing Qiang Jiao's insistence on this point, Qin Xiang felt compelled to respond courteously. I apologize, but I shall bring neither. What do you intend to do? If I do not see my nephew and the silver coin, I will not assist you. Dear uncle, you ought to be aware of who holds the initiative here. You are utterly unreasonable. Unreasonable? To protect your information and to prevent the personnel from Aishiku from monitoring our conversations, I have refrained from mentioning your name. Do you still consider me unreasonable? In the chat room, Qin Xiang deliberately avoided using the title Qian Kazhang out of concern for surveillance. As per their previous discussion, it was suggested that virtual networks might be monitored. Even though the Aishiku chat room claimed confidentiality, such assertions were not wholly reliable. Altfline Jansatine, with just two parties involved and mutual leverage, offered the most foolproof guarantee. Thus, previously, Qian Wenda had instructed Qin Xiang to place the silver coin in a designated spot without disclosing the specifics of the transaction, emphasizing the preference for an offline exchange. Once again, Qian Wenda only mentioned the time and place for the meeting without revealing the transaction's content. Consequently, even if monitored, outsiders would remain oblivious to the nature of their discussion. The Aishiku chat room attracted thousands of visitors daily, making larger transactions more likely to attract scrutiny. Countless vague exchanges similar to that of Qin Xiang and Qian Wenda went unnoticed. Ever cautious since his misstep with Lu Daji, Qin Xiang endeavored to leave no trace. Chapter 35. The police raid. Qiang Jiao replied, very well, I retract my previous statement. How then shall I see my nephew? Upon completion of the transaction, I shall naturally return him. If you wish to involve the Xiangren agents from the police station in locating him, so be it. But I hope you can bear the consequences of such an action. Are you threatening me? This is merely a suggestion, not a threat. By the way, I have sent a scheduled email regarding your matters. If my affairs are not resolved this weekend, or if I perish on my way to our transaction, many of your colleagues will become aware of your situation. You are well aware that your colleagues' email information is easily accessible. All personnel information from the Sequence Ability Management Bureau is publicly available online to facilitate supervision and inquiries. You are despicable. What of it? It is merely self-preservation. Unless, of course, you intend to kill me tomorrow. The thoughts in your mind are truly nauseating. Is there anything else you wish to say? One final demand. You must ensure my nephew remains unharmed. Otherwise, I will not spare you. Very well, I too have a question. Speak. Why do you keep such a foolish nephew? Without him, you would never have been exposed. Qiang Jiao did not respond to this query, and his name faded to gray. Qin Xiang shrugged. What a heartless section chief. Yet he felt a sense of relief. His fabricated sequence was finally coming to light. Tomorrow's meeting with Qian Wenda would clarify everything, heralding a new chapter in his life. Suddenly, he felt a weight lift from his heart. Just as he was preparing to leave, he heard Wang Defish shout, Officer, it is late, and my internet cafe is about to close. What are you doing here? The police had come to conduct a surprise inspection. Wang Defa's loud reminder prompted Qin Xiang's immediate understanding. He hurriedly cleared the browser history and attempted to access the surveillance footage. At that moment, he froze. The surveillance screen was pitch black. Wang Defa had turned off the camera. Damn it. That miser is trying to save on electricity. I have no idea where the camera switch is. If the police suddenly find the warehouse door unlocked and enter to investigate, seeing me staring blankly at a dark screen, they will certainly suspect foul play. As Qin Xiang's anxiety escalated, his worst fears materialized. The warehouse door swung open, and it was not Wang Defa who entered. A silver-haired elder in plain clothes, wrapped in a scarf and smoking a cigar, stepped in. Upon seeing Qin Xiang, the elder's scrutinizing gaze fell upon him. Qin Xiang, though internally composed, feigned a look of alarm befitting a mere youth of 18 or 19, believing he ought to appear startled at the sudden intrusion. A moment of silence enveloped the warehouse, broken only by footsteps outside and the crackling of the elder's cigar. Shortly after, several uniformed police officers entered. Detective Olaf, what brings you here? This warehouse was previously locked. Today, it is open, so I came to see if any unexpected discoveries awaited. Olaf, is he not the detective Roy Liana warned me to be cautious of? If he has garnered her respect for his skills, then surely he is no less formidable than I. A seasoned expert reveals their caliber in an instant. In the brief moment of eye contact with Olaf, Qin Xiang realized that this elderly adversary would be quite formidable. He had not anticipated that it would be Olaf. Did the detective lead a team to investigate the 3 bodies found in the alley, or was it related to the theft of divine remains? Or perhaps a combination of both? Qin Xiang's heart sank, and he steeled himself, preparing for the forthcoming events. Just then, Wang Defa squeezed through from behind, awkwardly smiling at Olaf. Detective, what are you here to investigate again? You must not move. Olaf did not respond to him, but directed a command at Qin Xiang. Following orders, Qin Xiang removed his hands from the mouse and keyboard, leaving a computer desktop devoid of activity. Approaching Qin Xiang, Olaf scrutinized the desktop and opened the browser. Discovering the history had been cleared, his gaze towards Qin Xiang instantly turned sharp. What are you doing here? Qin Xiang stammered, failing to articulate a coherent response. Olaf assessed Qin Xiang and noted that his belt was surprisingly loosened. Are you watching adult films? Feigning shyness, Qin Xiang immediately averted his gaze. The only action capable of being completed swiftly was loosening his belt, and he intended to create the illusion that he had been browsing adult websites, thereby justifying the deletion of the history. Is this warehouse and computer yours? Olaf refrained from pursuing the topic of adult films and instead posed other inquiries. Qin Xiang sensed trouble brewing. The old man indeed proved to be a formidable opponent. Remaining entirely unfazed by his own performance, and maintaining an absolute sense of objectivity and calm, Qin Xiang timidly remarked, "No, this is Wang Defa's warehouse." Upon hearing his name, Wang Defa momentarily froze, as he had expected Qin Xiang to claim the warehouse as his own in an attempt to persuade the police to depart. However, upon further reflection, he realized that such a fabrication would be riddled with inconsistencies, ultimately leaving him vulnerable to suspicion. In situations where deception is unnecessary, it is far better to speak the truth directly. Thus, Wang Defa stepped forward and declared, "This warehouse belongs to me." "Your warehouse? What purpose does it serve?" Wang Defa chuckled lightly and replied, "It is for monitoring surveillance." Surveillance? Alois glanced at the monitoring icon displayed on the computer desktop, clicking it open only to find a black screen. Why is it black? As you know, we are running a small business here. If there is nothing happening, we turn off the surveillance to conserve electricity and reduce costs. I understand that my actions are against regulations, and I will reflect on this. I shall never do so again. Alois did not follow Wang Defa's line of reasoning. He seemed indifferent to Wang Defa's violations. Indeed, Wang Defa was engaging in numerous illicit activities by operating an internet cafe, so failing to maintain surveillance was hardly significant. His sole concern was whether the young man seated before him bore any connection to the theft of the divine relic. Alois picked up a cup from the table, tapped the ash from his cigar, and took a couple of puffs, all the while his gaze remained fixed on Qin Xiang. That piercing stare reminded Qin Xiang of the feeling of being watched by divine entities outside his home, as if they intended to consume him. Though Alois remained silent, he instilled a profound sense of suffocation in Qin Xiang, who felt beads of sweat forming on his forehead, a clear indication of his trepidation and guilt. This time, his fear was genuine. Chapter 36. The matter is not yet resolved. What is your relationship with Wang Defa? We are friends. Friends? How did you meet? We met online. Qin Xiang's response was hesitant, revealing his unease. Aluo took another drag from his cigar, resting his other hand before Qin Xiang, looking down at him as he exhaled smoke. What kind of friend? Qin Xiang cast a guilty glance at Wang Defa before quickly averting his gaze. Observing Qin Xiang's demeanor, Aluo sensed that he was somewhat intimidated by Wang Defa. Just as he contemplated sending Wang Defa out of the warehouse, he heard Qin Xiang murmur, barely audible. He gives me money after every meeting. After meetings, he gives you money? Upon hearing Qin Xiang's words, everyone was taken aback, including Aluo, whose gaze momentarily faltered. They all turned to Wang Defa with expressions of extreme disgust and disdain. Wang Defa was equally taken aback, as if struck by lightning, becoming a soulless shell. What do you mean? Friends giving money after meetings? A great transaction? What kind of person do you think I am? Wang Defa's mind raced, scanning the room and discovering Aluo and the other officers glaring coldly at him, his heart swelling with indignation and anger. Wang Defa stared wide-eyed at Qin Xiang, bewildered by how this teenager could concoct such a vile story on the spot. Was it common in the organization behind Qin Xiang to engage in such transactions that he could fabricate lies with such composure? Yet he himself had a wife and children. If this were to leak, it would surely lead to the ruin of his family. He must maintain distance from Qin Xiang in the future, despite his resentment. Reason dictated that Wang Defa must continue to play along with Qin Xiang's script. If Qin Xiang's situation were to be exposed, he would undoubtedly be implicated. Aluo would not spare him. Neither would the people behind Qin Xiang. His own supporters would also abandon him. Failing to assist Qin Xiang would lead to a dead end. Damn it, Wang Defa silently cursed. These 2 silver coins were indeed scalding. Not just scalding, but scorching his very being. He would never have anticipated that he would have to sacrifice his reputation for half a lifetime. Wang Defa's face flushed red as he exclaimed, "Do not believe him. He is just a poor kid. What can I possibly gain from him? This is slander, utterly sensationalized." Qin Xiang felt a slight sense of relief. Wang Defa was indeed a seasoned player, quickly grasping his intentions. The more Wang Defa vociferously protested, the more the surrounding individuals seemed to believe Qin Xiang's narrative. Even after stating that he received money after each meeting, Wang Defa fell silent, lowering his gaze to his own feet. With the inference regarding their relationship established, the reason for Qin Xiang's late-night presence here became evident. He was waiting for Wang Defa, anticipating the money he would receive. Aluo scrutinized Qin Xiang once more, noting his tattered clothing, unmistakably a sign of poverty. He had encountered many individuals willing to risk everything for money on the fringes of the safety zone. With no employment opportunities and high school graduation leading only to unemployment, survival was a significant challenge for him. He held no grounds for criticism, as he himself lived with little concern for such struggles. Aluo inquired, "Do your parents or family know about this?" "My parents are both deceased. I live alone." Upon hearing this, Aluo's belief in Qin Xiang's words deepened. Without parents or other sources of support, life for him was an immense challenge. All the officers expressed sympathy for Qin Xiang's plight while condemning Wang Defa's actions. Yet, not a single one of them reached for their wallets to assist Qin Xiang in resolving his basic needs. They possessed a sense of morality, but not to the extent of generosity. Aluo extinguished his cigarette in the cup and removed his hand from the table. "Let's go. You should rest at home." At that moment, a police officer immediately asked, "Chief, are we leaving this child here?" Aluo glanced at the officer and inquired, "What? Do you intend to provide him with money for food?" "I would. It is merely a few coins, after all." The stout officer could not contain himself, his conscience ultimately triumphing over his obsession with money. Aluo continued, "If you give him money this time, what about next time? Can you sustain him indefinitely? Instead, why not find him a job? There are thousands like him on the fringes of the safety zone. Can you find work for each of them?" Listening to Aluo's words, the stout officer lowered his head. "If you help him find work, you will inevitably encounter a cascade of troubles in the future. Remember, you're a police officer. Your primary duty is to investigate cases and maintain public order. Do not concern yourself with matters beyond that, or you will find yourself failing at everything." With that, Aluo departed the warehouse, followed by the other officers. The stout officer cast one last glance at Qin Xiang before gritting his teeth and hastily following the others. The warehouse was left with only Qin Xiang and Wang Defa. Qin Xiang's expression relaxed, while Wang Defa seethed with resentment. Their eyes met, each harboring their own thoughts. Wang Defa turned and walked to the warehouse door, noting that the police officers had moved out of sight before shutting the door. In the dark warehouse, only the monitor emitted a faint blue glow, illuminating Qin Xiang's face. "Boss, you may have gone a bit too far this time." Qin Xiang sighed indeed. "I may have overstepped." Wang Defa mistakenly believed that Qin Xiang was burdened by guilt. Little did he know, Qin Xiang continued, having narrowly escaped Olaf's scrutiny this time. "Should he discover my registration as a sequence ability user at the Bureau, he will undoubtedly harbor renewed suspicions. It is foreseeable that I will encounter significant troubles henceforth." Qin Xiang shook his head. Tonight's ruse was merely a desperate measure to evade Olaf's pressure, crafting this feeble story to send the police away. The persona of a destitute orphan has already been firmly established in Olaf's mind. Yet, tomorrow I must meet Qian Wenda and register as a sequence ability user this weekend. If Olaf happens to see my information at the Bureau, how could he not suspect foul play? Without this pretext, I risk being taken back to the police station by Olaf, jeopardizing my carefully laid plans. There is even the possibility that I could be detained for 10 days or more, leading to Qian Wenda's foolish nephew starving in an abandoned warehouse. From the tone of Qian Wenda, it is clear that this nephew holds great significance for him. Should anything happen to him, Qian Wenda would undoubtedly pursue vengeance. And any assistance in fabricating a sequence would be out of the question. Unable to accept such a fate, Qin Xiang resolved to choose the lesser of two evils. Observing Qin Xiang's self-centeredness, Wang Defa lamented, "Boss, you have troubles, but what about me? What will happen to my reputation?" Qin Xiang did not even spare him a glance. "Your reputation is worth but a few copper coins." Chapter 37. Negotiation in the ruins. Upon returning home, Qin Xiang took a cold shower and fell asleep. The next morning, after consuming some leftover food, he hastily departed. Having skipped school on Friday to seek someone at the exit of safe zone 38324, he had not retrieved any food from the cafeteria. The thought of what to eat this weekend troubled him, yet he was not overly concerned about food. After all, he still possessed some copper coins. He had retained a considerable amount from the 3 robbers. It would suffice for a meal or two. Naturally, he could not squander it indiscriminately. As a destitute orphan and student, indulging in 2 street meals over the weekend would be rather inconsistent with his established persona. On Saturday morning, the streets were nearly deserted. Most of the work at the edge of the safe zone occurred from Monday to Friday, with weekends reserved for rest. Due to the area's poverty, residents often slept soundly on weekends, conserving energy and opting to skip meals when possible, thus saving a few copper coins and relishing the slight increase in their meager savings. In such an environment, it was widely believed that only a fool would waste energy wandering the streets on weekends. Clearly, Qin Xiang was such a fool. Each day, he stepped out under the indifferent stars, traversing the uneven streets beneath dim streetlights. This existence had grown tiresome. Were it not for the intriguing presence of Wenshu, everything at the edge of the safe zone would feel like repugnant muck, both nauseating and odorous. Even with Wenshu, he still could not accept the prospect of enduring a prolonged existence in this dilapidated place. Enduring silently, biding his time? In his previous life, he had followed this path, only to be laid off and ultimately killed by hired thugs. In this life, the phrase long-term endurance had been expunged from his lexicon and discarded into the refuse. He could tolerate temporary hardship, but a prolonged period of suffering was unacceptable. He possessed neither the time nor the patience for that. Today, he must resolve matters with Qian Wenda. Next week, he would return to school as a sequence ability user. As for Olaf, that could be addressed later. If necessary, eliminating him might prove to be an effective solution. Braving the morning chill, Qin Xiang walked for over an hour, arriving at the exit of safe zone 54320. A journey that would typically take him over 2 hours by bus had been reduced significantly after his advancement in sequences, allowing him to walk with remarkable speed. He reached the partially collapsed department store adjacent to the exit. The building had fractured midway up, with its upper half leaning precariously, resembling a person with a severed neck. It evoked memories of that day when he had slain Koen Chenglong, adopting a similar posture, his head still attached to his shoulders, yet his spine irrevocably broken. Qin Xiang smiled faintly as he stepped inside the department store. The walls within were in tatters, plaster peeling away, with rebar twisted and protruding like tree roots. The staircase railing was chipped and rusted, deterring Qin Xiang from even touching it. The ground was strewn with debris coated in dust, left unattended. With each step he took, fragments fell from above. However, there were no spider webs in this building. Perhaps the cold near the exit of the safe zone deterred even spiders from making it their home. He cautiously navigated the remnants of plaster and stones on the staircase, leaping lightly up several steps to reach the second floor. There, he discovered someone waiting for him. The individual sat on a chair with one leg broken, coldly observing Qin Xiang's arrival. Upon noticing Qin Xiang, he stood, causing the chair to topple over due to its imbalance. Qin Xiang appraised him. He was of average height, donned in a gray woolen coat and black trousers, with ordinary cloth shoes. His features were obscured beneath a wide-brimmed hat, and despite Qin Xiang's keen sight, he could not discern them clearly. This was inconsequential, as Qin Xiang's own face was similarly concealed beneath the hood of his sweatshirt. He was confident that the man opposite him could not see him well either. Nevertheless, the man's demeanor exuded the arrogance and poise of one accustomed to power, an attribute that could not be feigned. "You arrived quite early," Qin Xiang remarked casually, noting that their meeting was scheduled for noon, yet it was barely past 8. "And you?" Both lapsed into silence for a moment, foregoing further discussion on the matter. The man then introduced himself. "I am Qian Wenda, head of the information department at the Sequence Ability Management Bureau." "I am aware." In polite response, Qin Xiang felt compelled to introduce himself. "There is no need for haste. I require your assistance, and I shall certainly provide you with my personal information." Qin Xiang refrained from hastily divulging his information, ensuring that he maintained control over the conversation. "Very well. I will assist you in fabricating an identity, on the condition that you release my nephew, and I shall not demand any payment." This transaction posed no issues. Did it? After the exchange, we shall part ways, remaining unrelated. It was so previously. What do you mean by previously? Have you changed your mind? I believe I may wish to engage in deeper collaboration with you, Director Qian. That will not be necessary. Once this transaction is complete, our relationship will conclude. Qian Wenda exhibited no interest in Qin Xiang's proposal, focused solely on expediting the departure of this troublesome individual and retrieving his nephew. However, the more he resisted, the more Qin Xiang saw him as a potential valuable ally, cautious, astute, and capable of providing significant assistance when needed. "Releasing your nephew is merely a bargaining chip for me to fabricate a sequence. However, what of you, Director Qian?" "Well, me. I still have my scheduled correspondence with your colleagues at the Sequence Ability Management Bureau." Qian Wenda snorted. "If we complete this transaction, will you not report me? If I falter, you too shall suffer the consequences." "Oh, in that case, allow me to introduce myself," Qin Xiang said, the corners of his mouth curling upward. "I am Qin Xiang, a senior student at Zhu and Shuexiao." As Qin Xiang uttered the word student, Qian Wenda slowly nodded, his countenance betraying a hint of anger. "Do you find amusement in toying with me?" Qian Wenda immediately concluded that Qin Xiang was not speaking the truth. Zhu and Shuexiao has yet to produce a single individual with a sequence ability, a fact that is well known to all. Moreover, how could an 18 or 19-year-old senior high school student possess such meticulous scheming and alarming methods? Qian Wenda scoffed inwardly, harboring 100 doubts. Qin Xiang, on the other hand, promptly removed the hood of his sweatshirt, revealing his youthful and somewhat innocent visage. "If you doubt me, you can wait at the entrance of Zhu and Shuexiao on Monday morning to see whether I am truly a student." Chapter 38. The deal is struck. Gazing at Qin Xiang's countenance, Qian Wenda ominously remarked, "Your face may not reflect your true identity. Therefore, does your sequence allow for the alteration of your appearance? Illusionist? Or perhaps chameleon?" Qin Xiang smirked disdainfully and suddenly unleashed violence. With a powerful push off the ground, he instantaneously appeared behind Qian Wenda and snatched off his hat. Qian Wenda remained rooted in place, utterly taken aback. Leaning close to Qian Wenda's ear, Qin Xiang whispered, "I'm afraid you are mistaken. My sequence is offensive in nature, not some trifling gimmick. And this face is indeed my true visage." With that, Qin Xiang chuckled softly, placing the wide-brimmed hat atop his own head. The reflection of a nearby street lamp flickered in Qian Wenda's drooping eyes, filled with astonishment. Are you truly a senior at Juan Xuexiao? Of course. I need you to forge my sequence under this identity. How is that possible? If you were a senior, how could you? Qian Wenda gaped incredulously at Qin Xiong. What force do you have behind you? Qin Xiong felt a sense of relief. Finally, Qian Wenda, following his lead, began to engage in speculation. That is not your concern. I merely wish to collaborate further with Section Chief Qian. Qian Wenda realized that Qin Xiong's background was far more intricate than he had initially perceived. He had imagined Qin Xiong to be a solitary thief wandering through, only to discover that he might be a prominent figure of a powerful faction. The situation seemed to be spiraling out of control. Damn it! I should never have allowed my foolish nephew to procure the silver coin. No, I should never have accepted this dubious business in the first place. During their initial conversation in the Aishi Ku chatroom, Qin Xiong had been vague, and in the end, Qian Wenda did not even know who had referred him to seek out a forged sequence. Though he sensed something amiss, he chose not to pry, adhering instead to a philosophy of avoiding unnecessary entanglements. In hindsight, every aspect of their previous interactions hinted at something peculiar. How foolish! Utterly foolish! Qian Wenda cursed his greedy actions repeatedly in his mind. Now it seemed he was entangled in a matter of great consequence. Gritting his teeth, he dared not act against Qin Xiong and instead inquired, "Shall we continue our collaboration with you, or with those behind you? I am merely myself." Qin Xiong's gaze deepened. "I intend to reclaim what belongs to me." Upon hearing this, Qian Wenda instantly realized that Qin Xiong was not just a figurehead of a vast power, but possibly a key player in a significant role. "How do you propose we collaborate? We will address future matters later. For now, please assist me with the task at hand." Qin Xiong refrained from elaborating further. Qian Wenda was no fool. He was not easily deceived. The more one spoke, the more likely complications could arise. "By next Monday, I require the identity of a sequence ability user. I will send you the information using your nephew's phone. Once the task is completed, I will return him. From then on, I will communicate with you through your nephew's phone." "Very well." After a moment's thought, Qin Xiong asked, "Is the phone number registered under a real name?" Qian Wenda frowned, his gaze suddenly filled with curiosity. "You have never used a phone? How could a pivotal figure of a powerful faction be unaware of mobile numbers?" "I have indeed never used a mobile phone, a trinket for the impoverished." Qin Xiong replied coldly, seemingly unconcerned. Qian Wenda immediately understood. The youth before him had once been a young master. The calls were handled by his subordinates. Hence, he had never utilized a phone himself. Just how high was Qin Xiong's status? Even Qian Wenda, who wielded influence on the fringes of the safe zone, felt momentarily uncertain. If the number is not registered, anyone can use it. Understood. Qin Xiong directly opened the phone, took a selfie, then sent his information along with the photo to a contact labeled as Uncle before deleting the message. "Notify me once it's done, and I will collect the credentials from your administration." With that, Qin Xiong departed the department store without waiting for Qian Wenda's response. Qian Wenda stared at Qin Xiong's information, his brow furrowing deeper. This address appears to be on the outskirts of the safe zone. Is he an orphan? Such a background awakening a sequence ability is obviously suspicious. Had it been a former client, Qian Wenda might not have scrutinized it so closely. However, Qin Xiong was evidently a person of considerable power, someone he could not afford to offend. Thus, he promptly dialed the number. "Hello? Nephew, it's me. You haven't gone far, have you? Come back. We need to discuss this further." Qin Xiong hung up, knowing that Qian Wenda would not dare to discuss sensitive matters over the phone, fearing surveillance. He turned back. "Qin Xiong, your current address is absolutely unsuitable. Awakening a sequence ability in such a location will undoubtedly attract unwanted attention. It is too conspicuous. I fear many will become curious about your true identity." Upon hearing this, Qin Xiong also felt a twinge of concern. Qian Wenda's insights were indeed astute. "What do you suggest?" "My current identity is that of a poor orphan, yet if the address were in a better area, it would similarly raise suspicions." "You raise a valid point. This is indeed a dilemma." Qian Wenda mused, pacing with his drooping eyes darting back and forth. "If it comes to that, we might simply indicate that you are homeless." "Homeless?" "Precisely. You are a wandering orphan, but not necessarily without shelter. It is plausible to stay with kind-hearted individuals in prosperous parts of the safe zone, enjoying basic necessities. Staying with kind-hearted people hardly qualifies as homelessness, does it? It's close enough. At least it's more credible than your current living situation. There have been precedents of homeless individuals awakening their sequences in more affluent areas, often the result of bankrupt tycoons or disowned illegitimate heirs. Qin Xiang contemplated further, but those around me know I reside on the outskirts of the safe zone. If they see my information stating I'm homeless, want tea that raise questions? Those around you? Those ants from Juan Xiao, they cannot awaken sequences. How could they possibly know your registration details? What if they do? We must ensure everything is foolproof. Qian Wenda considered this and remarked, if you are concerned, then perhaps you should sell or destroy your house, truly becoming a homeless person. Qin Xiang folded his arms, pondering for a moment, and found Qian Wenda's suggestion reasonable. The term homeless could obscure numerous issues and alleviate many of his troubles. Very well. Let it be so. Chapter 39. Journey to the Administration Bureau. Selling a house would require too much time and leave a transactional record, which was not an ideal option for Qin Xiang. Thus, the choice presented to him was essentially a single option. Upon returning home, he carefully wrapped the unsightly hundreds of copper coins in a cloth bag, took a lunchbox along with his residence permit, and then set fire to his house. Qin Xiang's residence was at the very edge of the safe zone, where few people lived, and no developers would venture to construct significant projects in such a remote area following the apocalypse. Hence, the structures were merely single-story cottages, distanced from one another. The burning of Qin Xiang's house did not endanger the safety of others. Even the neighboring residents, deeply ensconced in slumber, remained undisturbed. This was about as much as one could expect. Qin Xiang's abode had been tragically reduced to ashes, rendering him a veritable vagabond. Yet, even in a state of homelessness, one must seek a refuge for repose. After wandering for an extended duration with nowhere to go, he ultimately found himself at Wang Defa's internet cafe. Upon encountering Qin Xiang once more, Wang Defa no longer exhibited his initial trepidation, nor the subsequent joy. Instead, he bore a countenance filled with resignation and an abundance of grievances. He muttered under his breath, "What kind of boss is this? Clearly a harbinger of doom. Sigh. Why did I ever get involved with him?" Despite his inner dissatisfaction, when he stepped out of the cafe to converse with Qin Xiang, he donned a polite facade. "Boss, what brings you here again?" "Oh, I intend to reside in your cafe's storage for a spell. I reckon it will only be a few days. Once I finalize my registration, securing a proper abode should not pose a challenge." "What?" Wang Defa exclaimed, his body trembling as he stared wide-eyed. "You mean to say you want to stay here?" "No need for melodrama, Wang. If the police come to inspect again, I'll simply tell them the same thing I did last time." Wang Defa waved his hands frantically. "That is unacceptable. Boss, you simply cannot do this. The last time was a matter of urgency. I can comprehend that. But you cannot make this a habit. I have a wife and children. If they discover our arrangement, how can I fulfill my role as a husband and father?" Qin Xiang cast him a sidelong glance. "Do you think I desire this? Surely you do not believe that our association is a matter of your disadvantage and my gain?" Wang Defa's face contorted in dismay. "I'm not saying you're the one profiting. It's a mutual loss for both of us. Enough with the prattle. If you refuse me a place to sleep, I shall simply take refuge in your home." "What? That is utterly unreasonable. Spare me the lectures." Qin Xiang, weary of the back and forth, directly opened the storage door, shook the dust from carpet, and lay down to rest. Wang Defa, filled with unspoken frustrations, could only sigh silently as he closed the door behind Qin Xiang. "What on earth is this?" he muttered as he departed in exasperation. Reclining on the cold, hard floor of the storage, Qin Xiang too felt a sense of helplessness. He longed for his own bed. One could only hope that Qian Wenda would expedite matters. This wretched place was unbearable even for a single night. After a night spent in discomfort, he awoke around 6 in the morning, his back sore from the unforgiving ground. Although he was robust, he was not accustomed to sleeping on the floor. It felt more arduous than any ordeal he had faced before, rubbing the sleep from his eyes. Qin Xiang opened his phone and discovered an unread message. "All set. Meet at the Sequence Ability Management Bureau at 8 a.m. this Sunday with your residency permit." The sender was none other than his uncle. "Wow, my money manager." Qin Xiang nearly leapt in joy. Qian Wenda truly delivered. He had resolved the matter the very same day. Without delay, he eagerly booted up the computer beside him, checking the route to the Sequence Ability Management Bureau. It appeared to be a distance of approximately 6 bus stops. He needed to set off immediately. Committing the route to memory, he cleared the browsing history of the computer, stowed his belongings in the drawer, and took only his residency permit as he departed the storage. He walked along the main road for 4 stops, then turned into a narrow path, proceeding for 10 minutes before veering onto another main road, continuing for half an hour. The Sequence Ability Management Bureau should be right here. The bureau was a 3-story square building, its exterior adorned with gray paint. The streetlights cast a dim glow upon the structure, imbuing it with an air of solemnity that was almost intimidating. Qin Xiang found this intriguing. He had not anticipated that a place he once dared not gaze upon would now greet him in such a whimsical manner. Observing the empty street and the gray facade of the building, he felt a wave of nostalgia. There were no guards at the entrance of the Sequence Ability Management Bureau. All personnel within were awakened individuals endowed with sequence abilities. Thieves and ruffians would not dare to cause trouble here. Approaching the bureau required immense courage for ordinary citizens. Otherwise, should a sequence ability user mistakenly take their life, there would be no recourse for redress. According to the edicts of the United Government, should a sequence ability user kill a civilian, the ordinary police, prosecutor's office, and courts would lack the jurisdiction to adjudicate the matter. The case must be handed over to the Sequence Ability Management Bureau for resolution. The outcome of such judgments often resulted in an increase in the sequence ability user's quota for hunting deities, euphemistically referred to as contributing to the safety zone. Yet, everyone was acutely aware that even without penalties, sequence ability users were compelled to hunt deities beyond the safety zones. This practice served to indirectly protect their privileges. Nevertheless, despite the advantages bestowed upon sequence ability users, no one dared voice dissent. Firstly, the awakening of sequence abilities was random. No one was born a sequence ability user, making the ascent within this privileged class quite transparent. Secondly, the ability to exterminate deities represented humanity's hope. To strip sequence ability users of their privileges would be tantamount to denying humanity the opportunity to escape the safety zones. In such a precarious environment, sequence ability users held a divine status at the edges of the safety zones, prompting all to keep their distance. Of course, the United Government did not extend unlimited privileges to sequence ability users. The killing of civilians would be met with severe consequences, but they were prohibited from harming students and public officials. Students were the future nurtured by the government, while public officials were the foundation of its governance. The murder of either group would prompt strict legal repercussions, even for sequence ability users. Under these constraints, animosity towards the privileges of sequence ability users diminished. Thus, within this post-apocalyptic world, a relatively stable and distorted social structure emerged. Ascending the steps, Qin Xiang pushed open the black wooden door of the Management Bureau. Chapter 40. Registration of Sequence. As soon as Qin Xiang entered, he was taken aback by the scene within. He had anticipated that the interior of the Sequence Management Bureau would mirror its austere exterior, devoid of life and shrouded in mystery. To his astonishment, his assumption was entirely misguided. The interior of the bureau was resplendent, golden, and opulent. Upon entering, one was greeted by a gilded foyer, adorned with an array of antique decorations, each accompanied by a brief description. Qin Xiang paused to examine them, discovering ancient currency from Huagua, pyramid bricks, and manuscripts from millennia past. These culturally and historically rich artifacts, illuminated by bright white lights, exuded an alluring charm. Navigating past the foyer, he stepped into the heart of the Management Bureau. Indeed, there were no corridors or reception areas. He walked through the foyer and directly into the expansive interior. The first floor, spanning over 1,000 square meters, housed merely a dozen desks. Each desk was equipped with 3 computers, a standard desktop, and 2 laptops. This was the first time he had encountered so many laptops since his rebirth. Adjacent to the workspace was a coffee bar, offering a variety of complimentary beverages, with a staff member skillfully preparing hand-ground coffee. Some individuals were sipping coffee and engaging in conversation. Others were propped up on their elbows, idly browsing, while still others wandered through the vast office space. Although the building comprised 3 stories, it seemed that the first floor lacked a ceiling altogether. The entire ceiling is illuminated by a soft white light, perhaps from incandescent bulbs or energy-saving lamps, of which Qin Xiang is uncertain. However, the bulbs are obscured by a matte lampshade, casting a daylight ambience throughout the first floor of the management bureau. This is not the bright daylight of school, but a true daylight, one infused with the sun's radiance. Qin Xiang stands frozen, unsure of how to react. The decor of the entire Sequence Abilities Management Bureau conveys a singular message to him. This place is inhabited by privileged individuals. As he aimlessly surveys the interior of the building, a familiar figure descends the staircase from the second floor. Qin Xiang, you have arrived, Qian Winda greets him warmly. Today, he is not clad in the understated wool coat, but has donned a crisp sea blue suit. Adorned in this attire, Qian Winda radiates the vigor of a successful individual. Even his somewhat vacant downward gaze reflects the aloofness of a person of stature. Qian Winda's personal welcome draws the attention of the bureau staff on the first floor, all curious to discern the identity of this unexpected guest. Yet, none could decipher his essence. Qin Xiang's tattered clothing, scruffy pants, and sandals that reveal his toes speak volumes of his impoverished state. By all accounts, Qian Winda would ordinarily not acknowledge someone awakened to his sequence by sheer luck. Director Qin Xiang bows respectfully before him, demonstrating his deference in front of his subordinates. Come, let's converse upstairs. All right. Qin Xiang steps forward, ascending the staircase made of dark gray stone slabs, following Qian Winda's enthusiastic invitation to the second floor. The second floor mirrors the first in spaciousness, with a ceiling adorned by gentle white lights. However, it lacks desks, featuring only scattered leather sofas, coffee tables, snacks, and 4 offices nestled in the corners. Qian Winda guides Qin Xiang into the office located in the northwest corner, carefully shutting the door and drawing the blinds. This office is the only safe haven in the entire building. You may speak freely here. Qin Xiang nods in acknowledgement, not inquiring why this place is deemed safe. He has complete faith in Qian Winda's cautious nature. He would never speak without reason, perhaps feeling more confident in his own territory. Qian Winda appears noticeably more relaxed today than yesterday. Truth be told, I have always been cautious in my dealings, and I have never made a mistake until last time when, due to time constraints, I had my nephew fetch the money, and, unfortunately, you apprehended him. A wise man may err, Director Qian. No one is infallible, and nothing is foolproof. You are correct. Qian Winda retrieves a small blue booklet from his drawer and hands it to Qin Xiang. Please confirm the information is accurate. The cover of the blue booklet reads Sequence Abilities Registration Certificate, with a subtitle stating issued by the Sequence Abilities Management Bureau. Qin Xiang glances at the contents, which contain his information. Sequence Abilities number 0009527. Sequence type, Phantom Assassin. Resident status, Wanderer. Why is my number so high? To his knowledge, the membership of Shishingdi exceeds 1 million, making it improbable for him to hold a number in the 9,000s. The individual with that number has passed away, and the number was reassigned to you. Ah, that makes sense. What about your housing situation? Resolved. Qian Winda does not pry into how Qin Xiang managed this. Both meticulous individuals trust each other implicitly. This booklet serves as your identification. I previously lacked your fingerprint. Now that you are here, we can register it into the system. Do not doubt my intentions. This is all by the book. Understood. Qin Xiang places his thumbs on the fingerprint scanner while Qian Winda taps away at the keyboard. Done. You are now a formally recognized Sequence Abilities user and can log into the Shishingdi Sequence Abilities Information section to view all legally registered abilities users. Want my account details? I will send them to your phone. You may change the password as you see fit. Should you forget it, you will need to bring this Sequence Abilities Registration Certificate to the Bureau and verify your fingerprint to reset it. It is a hassle, so do not forget. Furthermore, rest assured regarding your sequence. The United Government mandates that sequence users will not be tested again until they are convicted. Thus, your identity is now securely logged. Until you provoke trouble, no one will question you. Thank you. As for your nephew, I will release him upon my exit. Thank you, Director Qian. I must mention that while I will release him, I am aware of the items he carries. I understand. That will serve as his lesson. Do you have any other matters? As Qian Winda signals the conclusion of their meeting, Qin Xiang ponders briefly before nodding. I have another question. Speak. Why would someone like you, working in such an establishment, concern himself over a silver coin? Qian Winda pauses, then chuckles. It seems you truly lack an understanding of monetary value. It appears Qian Winda perceives Qin Xiang as a fallen noble, a notion he does not refute. A single silver coin has an exchange rate of 10,000 copper coins, yet no one exchanges it at that rate. The market price is typically 12,000 copper coins. My monthly income as the bureau chief is a mere 1,550 copper coins. An extra job could equate to over half a year's salary. As for the office environment you mentioned, that belongs to the United Government, not to me. Chapter 41. The previous night, after leaving the management bureau, Qin Xiang detours to the warehouse where Qian Wenda's nephew is held. He opens the door and sighs in relief upon seeing the gaunt young man securely bound. He had feared that this individual might perish in the warehouse, leaving him unable to explain to Qian Wenda. The slender young man, blindfolded, is unaware that it is Qin Xiang approaching him. Gagged with a rag, he is unable to voice a sound. Qin Xiang steps closer, removing the blindfold and extracting the rag from his mouth. "It's your uncle's call," he says, placing the phone against the young man's ear. "Uncle, uncle, it's me." Starved for 2 days, the young man still manages to emit a strong call for help upon hearing Qian Wenda's voice. Qin Xiang silently marvels at the resilience of Sequence users compared to ordinary folk. "What did you say, uncle? You want to send him the phone? And the items in my backpack? That includes my Sequence potion." "Uncle, I see now." The previously animated young man suddenly deflates, losing his spirit like a wilting eggplant. Meanwhile, on the other end of the line, Qian Wenda's reprimanding voice reverberates. After several minutes of silent listening to Qian Wenda's scolding, he turns to Qin Xiang and states, "Uncle wants you to take the call." "Hello, Director Qian." "All right, he is fine. Just let him go." "No problem, Director Qian, goodbye." Qin Xiang hangs up and cuts the ropes binding the young man. Noticing the young man's fingers twitch, Qin Xiang warns amicably, "You would do well not to activate your theft skill to pilfer anything from my pockets. Your uncle should have advised you against causing further complications. Should you create additional trouble, it will come at a different price, understood?" Listening to Qin Xiang's words, the slender young man grits his teeth and lowers his head in silence. Once satisfied that the young man can move freely, Qin Xiang turns and departs. He refrains from exchanging pleasantries. He finds that even a glance at such a fool brings him bad luck, and it is better to remain oblivious. As Qin Xiang walks homeward, he suddenly recalls that his house has been reduced to ashes, leaving him now as a wanderer. With a sense of resignation, he ventured to the warehouse beside Wang Defa's internet cafe. This time, Wang Defa remained seated at the bar, merely gesturing a nod of acknowledgement towards Qin Xiang as he watched him disappear into the warehouse. Wang Defa muttered under his breath, "That is my warehouse." Upon entering the warehouse, Qin Xiang promptly accessed Shishingdi, logged into his account, and altered his password. He then navigated to the Sequence Ability Information section, perusing the details within. The Director of Education for Area 14121, Zhou Xing, must be Zhou Yang's uncle. He awakened the sequence, 1T. Qin Xiang felt a sense of bewilderment. What kind of sequence is this? He searched further. The skill, softening, allows one to transform their body into a pliable state for 5 minutes. What a worthless sequence. No wonder, despite awakening a sequence, his nephew Zhou Yang received little in the way of preferential treatment from the Education Bureau. It turns out he is merely an ineffective sequence ability user. Those who awaken sequence abilities on the fringes of the safe zone are often akin to Zhou Xing, possessing little utility. Nonetheless, with the enhancement of physical capabilities granted by sequence ability, Zhou Xing's strength surpasses that of the average individual, thus affording him some degree of privilege. Qin Xiang continued to examine other acquaintances. Officer Royliana, a second-level officer at the police station, possesses the sequence Sense Seeker. It is indeed a fabricated sequence. Qian Wenda, department head of the 14121 Area Management Bureau, holds the sequence Mimicry with the skill Liquidation, allowing him to dissolve his body in water for 10 minutes. This water source sequence appears somewhat intriguing. However, it is unfortunate that the information panel only reveals skills of sequence level 1. A search in the forum yielded no additional sequence level skills for Mimicry. It remains rather enigmatic. Qian Wenda's sequence is relatively rare, and Qin Xiang couldn't find many related posts, suggesting that this sequence likely contributes significantly to his position as department head. Even though officials of the Management Bureau are not required to hunt deities outside the safe zone, a department head with a Mimicry sequence certainly sounds far more impressive than one with a 1T sequence. Qin Xiang then delved into the details of Olaf's sequence. Olaf, a A first-level detective at the 14121 Area Police Bureau, transferred 6 months ago, possesses the sequence, Tian Chung, with skills kept confidential. This Tian Chung sequence is also a first encounter for Qin Xiang. After searching extensively within Shishuningdi, he found no information whatsoever. The only things he discovered were a few exclusive groups for Tian Chung sequence ability users. Qin Xiang promptly registered a profile intending to infiltrate this Tian Chung group to glean some insights, at the very least to discern the nature of Olaf's skills. However, as he sought the group number, he was immediately deterred by the group name. Chandong Safe Zone Management Bureau Police Court Personnel Discussion Group. Qin Xiang reconsidered. The computer he used had a completely concealed network login address, so there was no reason to panic. By joining the group, he could access relevant materials and then exit without anyone discovering his identity. He clicked the Add button, only to be met with a pop-up dialog box. Question verification. Please provide your management bureau number, police station number, or court number. Qin Xiang shook his head, compelled to select the option to abandon the endeavor. It seems that this Tian Chung sequence is exclusive to public officials. The matter concerning Olaf loomed over Qin Xiang like a dark cloud, inducing a sense of oppression. However, despite the weight of this pressure, if he wished to enroll in a university and receive the exclusive education for sequence users, he must register his sequence identity with the Management Bureau within 6 months. He was bound to confront Olaf sooner or later. For now, he decided not to dwell on tomorrow's concerns, as today had yet to unfold. He deleted his browsing history, then opened several adult websites, fast-forwarding through them for a while, leaving behind dozens of browsing records before lying down on the ground, preparing to sleep. Having gone 2 days without a shower, he resolved to wash up in the school restroom tomorrow when no one was around. Yet, if a teacher were to catch him during a school inspection, he would surely face a reprimand for neglecting his studies by taking a shower during class hours. Lying on the dusty floor of the warehouse, Qin Xiang gazed at the ceiling, contemplating the plans for tomorrow. According to Shishuningdi, if a student awakens a sequence ability, the Management Bureau would notify their school to ensure they do not miss participating in the sequence ability assessments after the college entrance examination. Therefore, my esteemed principal must already be aware of my awakening. If that is the case, it seems tomorrow will be a day of unbridled freedom. Chapter 42. Joyful times at school. Awakening in the morning. The exterior of the warehouse remained cloaked in darkness, devoid of sunlight. Yet, within Qin Xiang's heart, there blossomed a radiant sunshine. Today marked the finest day since his rebirth, surpassing even the day of his sequence awakening. Without even taking a bag, he grasped his lunchbox in one hand and departed the warehouse. The path to school felt both familiar and foreign. As he meandered between the streetlights, he was illuminated time and again. At last, he arrived at the school entrance. Today, the principal once more stood at the gate. However, he was not there for inspection. Observing the hastily crafted handwritten banner, Qin Xiang realized the principal had arrived early solely to welcome him. The principal's demeanor at the school entrance was remarkably humble, greeting each student with warmth. Initially puzzled by the principal's change in attitude, Qin Xiang soon grasped the situation upon closer inspection. The principal held a photograph in hand, seemingly identifying each student entering the campus, searching for Qin Xiang. He did not recognize Qin Xiang. Thus, in an effort not to offend this newly awakened sequence user, he behaved unusually, greeting every student to leave a favorable impression. He had forgotten that during the last inspection at the school gate, a student who had not greeted him was reprimanded by the teacher beside him. Unfortunately, the principal's display was destined to be a performance for the blind, as Qin Xiang was not easily swayed by such theatrics. Stripped of his sequence ability, he was not merely an average senior student. Approaching the principal, Qin Xiang locked eyes with him. Principal Li Tianming scrutinized the photograph provided by the Management Bureau, then glanced back at Qin Xiang. Instantly recognizing him as the pride of Jiyuan School, Qin Xiang. Student Qin, you have arrived. Congratulations on successfully awakening your sequence ability. The surrounding students erupted in exclamations. Is he really Qin Xiang? He doesn't seem to come from a well-off family. Keep your voice down. He is a sequence user. If he could awaken, does that mean I have a chance to? Li Tianming extended his hands, wishing to shake Qin Xiang's hand. Qin Xiang slightly tilted his body, initially intending to give the principal some courtesy. However, after a moment's reflection, He maintained a posture with one hand clutching the lunchbox and the other resting in his pocket. Offering no response, Li Qianming's expression momentarily faltered, his brow furrowing slightly as he scrutinized Qin Xiang. "Student Qin, would you like to accompany me to the principal's office for a chat? You are a source of pride for Juyuan School, and the school places great importance on you." A nearby teacher nodded enthusiastically and remarked, "Indeed, Qin Tongxue, we have prepared some gifts to celebrate your awakening sequence. All the teachers are proud of your progress." As he spoke, he stepped forward and grasped Qin Xiang's sleeve, wearing a sycophantic smile while showering him with compliments. Qin Xiang tilted his head and realized that this was the very head of his grade who had troubled him the other day. Even someone so unrelated to him felt compelled to flatter him. How many more would surround him in the future? A flicker of disdain crossed Qin Xiang's eyes as he asked, "Proud? Do you recall what we discussed before?" The teacher hesitated, pondering for a long time before admitting he could not remember any interaction with Qin Xiang. After a considerable pause, he inquired, "Am I your student?" Qin Xiang shook his head and replied, "Well, it's just a trivial matter. How could someone as lofty as you possibly remember? Yet, I still feel quite displeased. If one does not relish the awakening sequence, then what was the point of it?" With that, Qin Xiang raised his lunchbox and nonchalantly slapped it against the head of the grade director, producing a dull thud as the teacher collapsed to the ground. Amidst the astonished gazes of the onlookers, the teacher clutched his face and staggered to his feet, utterly bewildered. Having experienced killing before, Qin Xiang could control his strength effectively. The blow to the teacher's face was delivered without any real force, but served as a means to intimidate those around him. Observing Qin Xiang's sudden action, Principal Li Qianming's gaze flickered with confusion. Nearby, a student muttered, "Is it true that sequence ability users are so violent?" "Violent?" Qin Xiang smiled faintly. "If I were truly violent, that blow would have sent the head of the grade director soaring to the rooftop of the teaching building." He discarded the deformed lunchbox into the trash bin and scanned the silent crowd around him. "I do prefer this tranquil campus life." With that, he strode away. As Qin Xiang entered the classroom, many students were gathered outside watching him. He took a seat in the corner, gazing at the starry sky outside and reflecting on the beauty of life before his attention shifted back to the classroom. Li Jingwen was looking at him with an ambiguous expression, her eyes filled with both extreme fear and subtle affection. When Qin Xiang caught her gaze, she stood up and approached him. In a deliberately shy tone, she asked, "Qin Xiang, I was wrong about what happened before. Can we start anew?" Perhaps fearing rejection, Li Jingwen continued, "I know I acted poorly, but we have been together, and I promise to heed your wishes from now on. I will no longer associate with Zhou Yang. He was merely a substitute for you. I still enjoy being cared for by you." Qin Xiang was baffled by how Li Jingwen could utter such words. To him, their relationship was crystal clear, and Li Jingwen was not a simpleton like Qian Wendao. He wondered what was truly on her mind. Perhaps humans are absurd beings, clinging to hope even when they know there is no chance. What if it could work? While Qin Xiang pondered, Li Jingwen suddenly took his hand, shyly admitting her fault. Yet, her attempt to charm him felt to Qin Xiang like feeding him excrement. A classmate who had previously threatened his life now sought to ingratiate herself. It was as if she considered him a fool. Qin Xiang could bear it no longer. Once Li Jingwen graduated and lost the protection of her student status, he would personally visit her home to confront her entire family. Qin Xiang smiled as he held Li Jingwen's hand, causing her to panic momentarily before her expression softened, believing he had forgiven her. However, Qin Xiang leaned close and whispered softly, "I have no issue with you. It is merely that your uncle in the underworld may have some objections." Chapter 43. Dining hall. Li Jingwen stood frozen, her body trembling uncontrollably. Kuan Chenglong is dead. He was killed by Qin Xiang. She could not bear to look back at Qin Xiang, her mind racing in terror. What did he kill Kuan Chenglong? Kuan Chenglong had been accompanied by a gang of thugs. There was no way Qin Xiang could have defeated them alone. Without the awakening sequence ability, Qin Xiang would have been finished at Kuan Chenglong's hands. Thus, he must have killed Kuan Chenglong after awakening his sequence ability. But he only awakened this ability just this weekend, did he not? Yet, Kuan Chenglong had already gone missing, so the timeline does not add up. Could it be that Qin Xiang awakened his sequence ability long before and had been pretending to be an ordinary person all this time? Was he pretending to be ordinary to kill me? No, I'm a student. A sequence ability user cannot kill at will. For what purpose then? To take revenge on me? Li Jingwen's thoughts spiraled into unknown territory, far beyond the safety zone of her mind. Soon, fear consumed everything. At that moment, she felt her body, nearly detached from her soul, move involuntarily. She looked down to find Qin Xiang squeezing her hand. She dared not meet his gaze, but from his gentle tone, she could easily discern the smile on his face. What's wrong? Don't you want to be good with me? Li Jingwen trembled and quickly withdrew her hand, her face pale and paralyzed with fear. Qin Xiang ceased to pursue her further, rising from his seat. Before leaving the classroom, he glanced back at Li Jingwen and remarked, I thought you would say this was all a test of my feelings for you. To Li Jingwen's friends, this statement seemed to encourage her to pursue Qin Xiang further. Yet, in Li Jingwen's eyes, it was a devilish whisper. As Qin Xiang departed, her friends immediately surrounded her. Jingwen, Qin Xiang is encouraging you. Why don't you go after him? Yes, weren't you the one who used to encourage him? Just try a little harder, and you could become the woman of a sequence ability user. Qin Xiang's awakening of his sequence ability is far superior to Zhou Yang. The friend's exhortations struck a heavy blow to Li Jingwen's already fragile resolve. No, she cried out, dashing away amidst the shock of her friends. Jingwen, where are you going? Don't worry, she is definitely going after Qin Xiang. Oh, that makes sense. Do you think if Li Jingwen marries Qin Xiang, we could benefit from it? I think it's plausible. After all, we hold so many secrets about Li Jingwen and Zhou Yang. If she dares to treat us poorly, we will inform Qin Xiang. That makes sense. Our good days are about to begin. Qin Xiang glanced at the time. It was already 8 o'clock in the morning, and the dining hall had opened. Therefore, after leaving the classroom, he did not head straight to the library, but first went to the dining hall to satisfy his hunger. The dining hall had always served breakfast, though Qin Xiang had never tasted it before. Geo School stipulated that students only received free lunch and dinner at school. Breakfast, a slight indulgence, was reserved for teachers and staff at the school. However, today he could finally give it a try. Upon entering the dining hall, he found several teachers and school leaders already seated, gathered in small groups, discussing the topic of his record-breaking achievement. As Qin Xiang walked in, the teachers' conversations abruptly ceased, and they turned to watch him in silence. News of Qin Xiang knocking out the grade director had spread, and thus the gazes of the teachers were no longer filled with disdain and aversion towards the orphan, but rather with trepidation. A bespectacled teacher stood up and approached Qin Xiang with a smile, exclaiming, Student Qin, you are the pride of our class. What would you like to eat? I can help you order. This genteel teacher was none other than Qin Xiang's homeroom teacher. Due to Qin Xiang's status as a poor orphan, lacking the means to present gifts to the teacher and with no one to back him, the homeroom teacher chose to seat him at the back corner by the window, out of sight and out of mind. Thus, witnessing this teacher's eager attempts to curry favor, Qin Xiang found it particularly amusing. He had little patience for idle chatter with a teacher he hardly knew. Leave me be, he coldly retorted before striding towards the food service window. The homeroom teacher, seemingly unwilling to miss the opportunity to ingratiate himself with a student capable of extraordinary abilities, took a couple of steps closer despite the disdainful glances from his colleagues. Student Qin, I must admit I have not been a good teacher. Before he could finish, Qin Xiang swung his food tray, striking him in the face with a resounding clang as metal met flesh, sending the teacher crumbling to the side. Patience and reason, yet you choose discomfort, Qin Xiang thought, observing the other teachers who swallowed hard, filled with dread at his violent outburst. When had he ever suggested patience? Had he not merely uttered a single word, leave? This was simply his method of resolving disturbances. With 2 teachers who had attempted to befriend him laid low, others would surely think twice before approaching him. He harbored profound suspicion and animosity towards those drawn near by his awakened abilities. To disperse such flies, nothing was swifter than a display of physical force. Moreover, in a world where those with extraordinary abilities held dominion, his actions could easily be perceived as the triumph of the underdog. Standing at the food service window, the plump Annie who always served him extra portions dropped her spoon in fright. Annie, please prepare 3 servings of breakfast for me to take away. In the cafeteria, only school leaders were permitted to use disposable takeout containers, a small privilege that Qin Xiang now possessed, even without formal consent. Oh, certainly, I'll get that for you right away. The auntie hastily picked up the fallen spoon, only to realize it was unwashed, and quickly apologized before retrieving a clean one. When she finally filled the container and forced a smile as she handed it to Qin Xiang, he responded with a slight smile of his own. Auntie, There's no need to worry. I remember your kindness. He then turned to address the teachers in the cafeteria. There is something I wish for you all to convey to the principal. Qin Xiang had initially intended to speak with the principal directly, but the principal was likely occupied at the school gate, attending to the grade director whom he had just knocked unconscious. Watching as the doctor treated his injuries, time was of the essence. Communicating through other teachers in the cafeteria would suffice. I believe that as the only school on the outskirts of the safe zone, encompassing 12 years of education from primary to high school, our foremost duty is not merely to cultivate talent, but to nurture virtue. This formal introduction, laden with bureaucratic tone, astonished the other teachers. Was this truly the same student who so readily told others to leave? How could he articulate such mature sentiments? They wondered if perhaps he were suffering from a split personality. Yet, no teacher dared to voice such thoughts openly. With their homeroom teacher still on the ground, who would risk invoking the ire of this newfound power? Without good character, when our students step out into society, they will inevitably encounter its harsh lessons, potentially tarnishing our school's reputation. This is not what we wish to see, nor what you, esteemed teachers, desire. The teachers could not help but think that Qin Xiang's bureaucratic rhetoric was quite adept, rivaling that of the school leadership. To an outsider, it might appear as if the principal were addressing the faculty in a meeting. Yet, what was Qin Xiang's true intention behind these words? He paused before continuing. Where is the director of moral education? All eyes turned to a stout, balding middle-aged man with a face full of flesh. He rose with a nervous smile. Student Qin, that would be me. As he stood, he almost stumbled, and the smile on his face could not mask his trepidation. As the director of moral education, do you consider yourself competent? Their gazes locked, and the man instantly grasped Qin Xiang's dissatisfaction, hastily admitting, I have not been competent. Over the years, I have fallen short in my role as director of moral education, and I shall strive to improve. No need for future promises. I have been at this school for 12 years, and I do not even know what you look like. My current temperament is volatile precisely because the moral education has been lacking, and ultimately, that is tied to your performance. Qin Xiang's tone suggested he was seeking agreement, yet he left no room for dissent. He deliberately kicked the fallen homeroom teacher twice, as if to emphasize his point. The director of moral education's face contorted, but his attachment to the position could not withstand the fear of death, and he nodded, Yes, I have not done well. I should relinquish the position of director of moral education. Qin Xiang nodded in approval. Recognition of one's mistakes is commendable. As for the director of moral education, I believe Annie Zhang, who serves at the food window, would be exceptionally suitable. She consistently encourages the students during meal times and extends special care to students from impoverished backgrounds like myself. Her actions exemplify the finest moral education. Qin Xiang stood alone, surveying all the teachers. Wherever his gaze fell, they averted their eyes. I hope you will relay this to the principal. Otherwise, I fear my volatile temper may lead me to act inappropriately. Upon hearing this, the teachers readily agreed, eager to distance themselves from the harbinger of chaos. We will certainly convey your message. We wholeheartedly support student Qin's perspective. At this juncture, the teachers finally understood that Qin Xiang's elaborate setup had been aimed at elevating Annie Zhang to the position. Having become an individual of extraordinary abilities, Qin Xiang now existed beyond the bounds of conventional authority. His only restriction was that he could not harm students or public officials. However, not all teachers at the school were public officials. Only the principal held that distinction, while the other teachers were contracted educators. This meant that Qin Xiang could eliminate a couple of teachers without facing severe repercussions, save for the wrath of the hunting deities. Naturally, he could not go too far and wipe out all the school's teachers, or he would be deemed a threat to the safety of the safe zone by the Bureau of Extraordinary Abilities and face severe penalties. With the protection of privilege, no teacher dared to oppose him. Thus, when Qin Xiang demanded the position of director of moral education, the principal had no justifiable reason to refuse. After all, Qin Xiang resembled a madman. The principal had witnessed too many reckless teenagers commit shocking offenses out of ignorance and fearlessness. He dared not gamble on whether Qin Xiang was sane or if he feared the laws of the safe zone. As long as he could placate Qin Xiang, the principal would go to great lengths to appease him. Pleased with the teacher's responses, Qin Xiang turned back to the food service window, looking at the bewildered Auntie Zhang. Auntie, I have nominated you for the position of Director of Moral Education to the principal. Barring any unforeseen circumstances, he should agree. I hope you will continue to show me the same kindness in the future. Aunt Zhang, somewhat embarrassed, remarked, "Our family conditions are poor, and I dropped out of school before finishing middle school. Lacking knowledge and education, how could I possibly assume a significant leadership role? It is not so complicated, Aunt Zhang. In this dilapidated school on the edge of our safety zone, there are two ironclad rules for leadership. Either one lacks conscience or one possesses connections. But you're a person of conscience." After Qin Xiang finished speaking, he took 3 lunch boxes and departed, leaving Aunt Zhang holding her spoon, still trying to comprehend what had just transpired. Qin Xiang arrived at the library, where he saw teacher Zhu organizing the bookshelves and Wen Shu studying at a desk. A faint smile graced Wen Shu's face, suggesting a pleasant mood, while teacher Zhu regarded Qin Xiang with a somewhat complex expression. Qin Xiang placed the lunch boxes on the table and said, "I went to the cafeteria for breakfast. Wen Shu, teacher Zhu, let us eat together." He had even brought a breakfast for teacher Zhu, who, as a rehired teacher, lacked the same benefits as regular teachers and could not eat breakfast in the cafeteria. She could only eat lunch and dinner from the student window. "I've already eaten. So have I." Qin Xiang had intended to share breakfast and engage in conversation, but both had already dined. "All right, then I'll eat by myself and take the remaining 2 portions with me. Teacher Zhu, take a break. I'll clean up after I finish. At your age, there's no need to be so diligent." Listening to Qin Xiang's familiar manner of speaking, teacher Zhu felt that he seemed unchanged after awakening his sequence ability. She asked in confusion, "Little Qin, why do I feel like you were the same as before?" "I've always been the same." "Then why did you strike Lu Qiangzhong at the school gate?" "Oh, I simply found him displeasing, and after a previous altercation, I took the opportunity to give him a blow today." "You, as a good student, how could you hit a teacher?" Before Qin Xiang could respond, Wen Shu set her workbook aside and leisurely remarked, "I think hitting Lu Qiangzhong is more in line with the actions of a good student." Chapter 45. A small meeting in the library. Wen Shu continued, "Teacher Zhu, besides you, how many here deserve to be called teachers? You might as well stop worrying about them. Little one, is that how you truly feel?" Teacher Zhu seemed to be witnessing a side of Wen Shu that was not so obedient and had a bit of a temper for the first time. Indeed, for those at this school, teachers are merely ordinary professions. How could they consider themselves embodiments of education? Yet, the teachers have treated you well. When I was in elementary school, my grades were average and I was often bullied. No teacher stood up for me. Later, when my grades improved and I had hopes of entering a college, they were willing to assist me. Wen Shu looked at teacher Zhu with her bright, clear eyes and asked, "Should I be grateful to these self-serving teachers or to my own improvement?" Teacher Zhu was left speechless by Wen Shu's question, contemplating that her argument seemed quite reasonable. Teachers are merely individuals striving to make a living. Teaching is their duty, while nurturing students is their kindness. They should focus on performing their duties well, without wasting energy trying to curry favor with students who are unlikely to succeed. "All right," Qin Xiang gave a thumbs up. "As expected of our top student, your words carry weight. Teacher Zhu, you ought to take a break, spend time with your granddaughter. There is no need to linger in the library all day. Hand me the keys. With me around, the library will be just fine." As Qin Xiang opened the lunchbox and devoured a crispy duck wing, a burst of rich meat flavor flooded his senses, leaving him pleasantly surprised. Goodness, the breakfast served to the teachers is far superior to the lunch and dinner. No wonder the teachers enjoyed dining in the school cafeteria. The food served at the staff window is worlds apart from that at the student window. The cafeteria chef doesn't lack skill. He simply refuses to prepare good food for the students. I really want to give that chef a piece of my mind. Never mind. I'm just someone who enjoys free meals. I shouldn't complain. As someone reliant on the kindness of others, how could I criticize the food? Teacher Zhu, having taught at Jiuan School, was aware of the cafeteria's breakfast quality, but Wen Shu likely had not experienced it. With his mouth full, Qin Xiang could not speak. He made a few noises of approval, gesturing excitedly at his lunchbox, giving a thumbs up as if to praise the deliciousness. After swallowing the delectable morsel, he urged, "Try it. It's genuinely delightful. Much better than the cafeteria's lunch and dinner." The breakfast served at the staff window is indeed exceptional, Teacher Zhu concurred. Upon hearing this, Wen Shu set aside her pen, approached, and opened a lunchbox. She picked up a piece of black and white rabbit fish meat and tasted it. Her eyes sparkled with delight. "It truly is delicious." I was lying. This is the special staff supply. I brought enough for you and Teacher Zhu. Teacher Zhu, don't waste your money on meals at home. I'll pack extra daily for you to take back for your granddaughter. She shouldn't have to eat the leftovers from the student window. Teacher Zhu smiled. All right. Qin Xiang inquired, by the way, why hasn't Zhao Liwen come to the library to study today? Doesn't he need to study anymore? When Shu chuckled, he was scared away by you. Me? Before you arrived, he came to the library, earnestly apologized to me, and acknowledged that he had been ungrateful, hindering my relationship with you. He asked me to convey his apologies and hopes you won't hold it against him. Qin Xiang smirked. This Zhao Gongzi certainly retreats swiftly. I hadn't even had the chance to confront him, yet he came first to apologize. He is quite perceptive. As Teacher Zhu arranged the bookshelves, she added, You hit a teacher at the school gate. How could he dare to provoke someone like you? Please stop tidying up. You're of an age where you shouldn't be working so hard. I'll finish my meal soon. Just leave it to me. Teacher Zhu, unsure whether to feel saddened or contemplative, genuinely put down the books and sat in a nearby chair, sighing. Well, you've both grown up. Your words reflect mature thoughts. It brings me comfort to see you two fine students developing. Your words sound as if you were about to leave us, Qin Xiang jested, only to find that Teacher Zhu did not respond. Both he and when Shu felt it was odd and looked up to see Teacher Zhu's expression was quite pained. Wait, Teacher Zhu, you wouldn't she waved her hand. It's an old ailment, one that cannot be cured. You need not worry. Everyone has their fate. My life has nearly reached its end, but you both have long roads ahead. What exactly is wrong? Please tell us. Stomach cancer. It's incurable. Late stage? Teacher Zhu shook her head. No, it's mid-stage. However, on the edge of the safety zone, there are no hospitals capable of performing stomach cancer surgeries. And I cannot afford to go to a hospital that can. I might last a few more years, but soon I will depart. I have lived longer than my husband, witnessed many things in this life, and have no regrets. Though she spoke of acceptance, Teacher Zhu's voice trembled. Qin Xiang realized that the kind and cheerful Teacher Zhu he interacted with daily had been battling cancer for a long time without revealing her worries through her expressions. Teacher Zhu took a deep breath and said, All right, let us not dwell on this matter, as it brings down everyone as spirits. Life and death should be regarded with equanimity. Don't say that. I was planning to have a chat with the education department leaders to get you a position. You cannot leave us just yet. Teacher Zhu was initially taken aback, then smiled with appreciation. I am grateful for your intentions, but I am not suited for this role. I managed to appoint Aunt Zhang from the cafeteria as the moral education director. You pursuing a public office in the education sector is not a significant achievement. What? Isn't that nepotism? Although Xiao Zhang is quite capable, this action concerning Xiao Qin is rather inappropriate. This is not nepotism. It is about recognizing talent. Teacher Zhu, we are living in apocalyptic times where moral standards are scarce. Those in positions of power at the edge of the safe zone are often ruthless individuals, each climbing the ranks through family connections or their own awakened abilities. Where are the diligent workers? When Shu concurred, I agree. With your character, serving in the education sector would be a boon for the students. Consider this. It has been 10 years since the apocalypse. And despite the establishment of over 100 universities for ability users, Zhu and Xue Xiao has yet to offer courses on apocalypse awareness and ability recognition. Isn't this a dereliction of duty by the education department? If you join the education sector, your mere presence would surpass 99 of public officials. In Chapter 46, Status, amidst the accolades from Qin Xiang and Wen Shu, Teacher Zhu felt a touch of embarrassment. She displayed a warm smile. To have the recognition of two such fine students is enough for me. This illness is indeed beyond remedy. Do not fret. Wen Shu glanced at Qin Xiang, who remained focused on his meal, silent. If there was a flicker of warmth in the otherwise solitary Qin Xiang's existence, it undoubtedly came from Teacher Zhu. As long as he desired this work-study position, Teacher Zhu would always reserve it for him. Other students' parents also attempted to offer gifts to Teacher Zhu, hoping she would secure the position for their children. Yet, Teacher Zhu remained resolute. If your child is an orphan, then he may alternate with Qin Xiang. Otherwise, it is non-negotiable. Even in the grim reality of the apocalypse, amidst the dilapidated conditions at the edge of the safe zone, individuals like Teacher Zhu still exist. Thus, Qin Xiang truly wished for a favorable outcome for such a good person. However, how does one treat cancer? How much would it cost? He was uncertain. It seemed he would have to browse sure shining D again tonight. Qin Xiang did not boast, for he too was unsure of whether his current abilities could assist teacher Zhu in overcoming this crisis. After finishing his meal, he began to tidy up the library's books. However, as soon as he rose from his seat, he did not sit down again. Today, the library was particularly crowded, especially with female students. Qin classmate, may I borrow this book? Qin classmate, my foundation is rather weak. Do you have any tutoring materials? Qin classmate, I have many glow-in-the-dark books at home. Shall we read them together tonight? Qin Xiang's quiet working life in the library was disrupted by a throng of proactive and reasonably attractive female classmates. Due to the noise, Wen Shu borrowed an exercise book and relocated to another area to study. Wen Shu was the embodiment of what all the girls aspired to be, as well as a target of covert rivalry. When she was present, her exceptional demeanor instilled a sense of inferiority in them, causing them to hold back slightly. Once when Shu left the library, they felt liberated, launching an all-out assault on Qin Xiang. Observing that Qin Xiang exhibited no excessive behavior, they realized he would not react as the Gray Director had, emboldening them further. With shoulders provocatively exposed and skirts playfully lifted, they engaged in light-hearted teasing. One girl, while unfastening her buttons, collided into Qin Xiang, leaving him momentarily speechless. Qin Xiang reflected, so this is the treatment a sequence ability user receives among ordinary people. If previously he had showcased his status by casually defeating the Gray Director and class teacher, then this encounter in the library was an acknowledgement of his position by others. Rather than asserting dominance through force, being recognized and pursued by others is far more enjoyable. In 2 lifetimes, Qin Xiang had never encountered so many fervently pursuing girls, reminiscent of the allure of a celebrity in his past life. If he were an ordinary 18-year-old student, newly affluent and inexperienced, he might have been entranced by this superficial attention. Teacher Zhu sighed nearby, concerned that Qin Xiang might lose himself in this attention. Yet, they were unaware that Qin Xiang had taken lives, more than one. His heart had grown extraordinarily calm after witnessing bloodshed multiple times. These girls were exceedingly ordinary. Engaging too closely with them felt burdensome. They could never be his life partner, nor a refuge for his body. In his eyes, they did not even amount to pink skulls. They were merely voids. Qin Xiang became increasingly convinced that a beautiful life was on the horizon. Thus, with a smile on his face, he turned to the girls lingering around him and said, "Leave." The girls were momentarily taken aback, instinctively glancing at Qin Xiang's face, noting his expressionless demeanor, which contrasted sharply with moments prior. In an instant, they comprehended the fear the Gray Director had felt that morning and promptly distanced themselves from Qin Xiang. He chuckled, "Indeed, it is a relief to communicate with peers rather than my class teacher." However, the girls sensed an icy chill emanating from his smile. As Qin Xiang walked through the path cleared by the girls, he exited the library. At the entrance, he turned to Teacher Zhu and said, "Teacher, I will return after school this afternoon. You may eat this breakfast when you feel hungry." "All right." Teacher Zhu nodded with a smile, noting how unfazed Qin Xiang appeared. Just as he intended to tidy up the leftover lunchbox he shared with Wen Shu, he discovered the table was empty. It seemed Wen Shu had disposed of the trash on her way out. Qin Xiang murmured, when classmate, still quite polite, "Indeed, Teacher Zhu." Upon hearing Qin Xiang praise Wen Shu, immediately joined in, when classmate excels in her studies, possesses good character, is kind-hearted, and has her own ideas, unlike others. She cast a glance at the noisy girls in the library. Qin Xiang nodded. She indeed has her own ideas. In other respects, he was unaware. However, he fully acknowledged that Wen Shu was a girl with her own convictions. He recalled the night he was pursued by Li Jingwen's uncle and a group of ruffians. It was Wen Shu who provided him with a thorough lesson on the importance of erasing evidence. "All right, I am leaving now. Don't overexert yourself." Okay." After leaving the library, Qin Xiang did not return to class, but instead sought a secluded spot, took out his phone, and called Qian Wenda. "Hello, Director Qian. I apologize for the interruption. Do you have a moment? I would like to discuss something with you." "Oh, Xiaoqin, what is it?" "It is about a friend of mine who is quite ill with cancer. I wish to inquire if there are any treatment options available." Director Qian paused for a moment. "Your friend? An ability user?" "No, an ordinary person." "You have ordinary friends?" "Of course. Who isn't an ordinary person when they're born?" This statement held some truth. If you have money, you could send them to a hospital for treatment. "If I had the money, I wouldn't be calling you." Are you looking to learn about special avenues available to ability users? Absolutely. Generally, there are two methods for ability users when it comes to treatment. Please go on. The first method is to hunt deities outside the safe zone, then exchange the spoils at the Management Bureau for money to pay for hospital treatment. The second is to find an ability user for assistance, though the costs are typically higher. I have heard of ability users, but they seem exceedingly rare and hard to find. You have articulated a truth. Nearly all the sequence ability practitioners are employed in the most luxurious hospitals within the safety zone, serving to protect the elite. The average person scarcely even catches a glimpse of them. Given this reality, my only recourse is to venture outside the safety zone to hunt deities. Yet, I have only just awakened my sequence and joined the hunting team. My preparations seem woefully inadequate. What kind of friend are you to regard this so earnestly? Willing to slay deities to assist him? A rather benevolent individual. Chapter 47. The Rewards for Hunting Deities. A benevolent individual? Qin, are you jesting? Who in this world is worthy of such sacrifice? The most feudal beings are indeed the benevolent. Director Qian, this matter is truly subjective. We are merely collaborating on certain issues, which does not necessitate a uniformity of beliefs, does it? Very well, that is my inquiry. However, engaging in the hunt for deities may prove beneficial for you. How so? You have yet to participate in the sequence ability assessment post-college entrance examination, correct? Indeed, that is the case. Then you may utilize the points earned from hunting deities to attract the attention of more universities during your assessment, thus increasing your chances of admission. Even upon entering university, many students with hunting points enjoy various privileges. These are mandates set forth by the United Government. You can verify this on the Shulia GU forum. Is it truly so? Excellent. I shall take note of this. Thank you for your assistance, Director Qian. It is but a trifling matter. Qian Wenda tossed his phone onto the table, musing over Qin Xiyang's words. A benevolent individual? It has indeed been many years since I have heard such a term, and it brings a twinge of melancholy. Who wishes to be a villain from the moment they are born? At that moment, Qian Wenda's phone rang again. Hello, Xiao Tang. What is it? Oh, was it just a few ordinary people causing a ruckus in front of the director? Then what is there to hesitate about? Just eliminate them. Yes. Let's leave it at that. Hanging up the phone, Qian Wenda chuckled to himself. It seems I'm not destined to be a benevolent individual. Qin Xiyang, after ending the call, resolved to visit the internet cafe to check the forum after school. Wait, is there not a computer in the principal's office? Yes, there should be. As the principal is a public official, how else would he receive documents from the United Government? As for Wang Defa's computer, which could conceal its address, that advantage has significantly diminished since he publicly revealed his sequence ability and registered as a practitioner. He no longer needs to hide in order to access the Shishingdi and Shulia Jiayu forums. In light of this, why not pay a visit to the principal's office? After all, the principal had invited him earlier that morning. Qin Xiyang strolled casually towards the principal's office. The principal had just returned from the infirmary, wiping the sweat from his gleaming head with a towel. Oh, what a busy day. I wonder how Lu Chang has managed to provoke him. Enduring such a blow for nothing. That young lad, having just awakened his sequence ability, has a rather tempestuous temperament. He must not be trifled with. To secure a position for Xiao Zhang as the moral education director, he even went so far as to beat the homeroom teacher. Truly, I'm left in awe of him. I shall arrange for Xiao Zhang to take on the role of moral education director next week. Given today's events, I have little hope of fostering a rapport with Qin Xiyang to absolve my own culpability. I merely wish to see him graduate smoothly without any entanglements. Principally, I have arrived. Qin Xiyang greeted, pushing open the office door. The principal's expression shifted from despair to a mask of forced cheer. Oh, young Qin, what brings you here? By the way, I have already begun to address Aunt Zhang's matter. Tomorrow, no, today it shall be resolved. Thank you, principal. Furthermore, I have other matters I wish to discuss with you. Speak. I shall assist in any way I can. I am to participate in the sequence ability assessment following the college entrance examination, yet I am entirely in the dark regarding it. As you are aware, my family's circumstances are not affluent, and I lack the funds to visit an internet cafe. Hence, I was hoping to borrow the desktop computer in your office. What do you think? Principal Li was momentarily taken aback, unsure of how to respond. However, Qin Xiyang took a seat beside him without hesitation. Qin Yu, Principal Li, our school's moral education efforts have long been inadequate, resulting in my rather irascible demeanor. You certainly would not wish for me to cause any disturbances before graduation, would you? As a sequence practitioner, even if I were to harm a teacher, I would face no repercussions. Yet as the principal, Li Tianming would be held accountable by the United Government for any safety concerns within the school. With a sequence practitioner emerging in the school, Li Tianming had initially thought it was a stroke of fortune, only to discover it to be a merciless harbinger of doom. Li Tianming wished to voice his concerns, but upon seeing Qin Xiang's somewhat unruly demeanor, he swallowed his words. You may use it, but only for internet access, nothing more. Excellent. Qin Xiang expertly opened the Shuliajiu forum, searching for information regarding the college entrance examination related to sequence ability assessments. Li Tianming sighed and chose not to cast another glance at Qin Xiang, opting instead to leave the principal's office in search of a quiet place to rest. Qin Xiang clicked on a highlighted post, Guide to the Sequence Ability Practitioner College Entrance Assessment. Sequence practitioners are not required to take the college entrance examination, as they have a separate assessment method. The evaluation will comprehensively assess a practitioner's sequence ability, on-site performance, and future potential, followed by a score. Once students obtain their results, they can log into the Shulia Dashuaji Yuan Tian Bao interface, submit their scores and resumes for university applications, and the admitting institutions will send acceptance letters to those students. Typically, the scoring for sequences ranked from lowest to highest is as follows. Useless sequences, such as Ruanti. Common sequences, such as Bumian. Law enforcement sequences, such as Wen Xiangren and Busi. Combat sequences, such as Zhan Shi and Meng Xiai. And special sequences, extremely rare with unique skills, such as Nitai. Qin Xiang scrutinized the 5 levels of sequences and discovered that Qian Wen's Nitai was indeed the highest tier of special sequence, prompting him to regard Director Qian with newfound respect. Director Qian, the more I learn, the more remarkable you appear. Qin Xiang reflected with genuine admiration. Indeed, those who rise to positions of authority within critical departments are seldom ordinary individuals. He continued to peruse the post. An exceptional circumstance allows for exemption from the examination if one possesses a record of hunting deities. The points earned from hunting deities can substitute for assessment scores to be submitted alongside one's resume for university applications. The Education Department maintains records for all students who awaken their sequence abilities. Whenever a student acquires hunting points, their data is updated in the database, accessible to all university admissions personnel. Generally, when a student's hunting points exceed a certain threshold, universities will proactively reach out, offering conditions for admission. Is it truly so? Qin Xiang considered the formidable combat abilities conferred by his Qi Shinja sequence, his blood surging with excitement. Does this not imply that I have the opportunity to attend the finest university? Chapter 48, The Principal's Secret. In his previous life, Qin Xiang had average academic performance and could only gain admission to an ordinary university after the college entrance examination. In this life, he feels a glimmer of hope for entering the most prestigious institution within the safety zone. The post also detailed the merits and demerits of various universities. The quality of sequence universities is a crucial factor in differentiating sequences and serves as a pivotal turning point in one's life trajectory. A distinguished sequence university boasts an exceptional learning environment and abundant educational resources. High-ranking sequences are plentiful among mentors, replete with combat and research experience. Living and dining conditions are of the highest caliber, and substantial scholarships are available, ensuring that outstanding students need not worry about tuition fees. Outstanding alumni and promising classmates will provide you with a robust support system for your future progress. Whether you choose to battle against deities, work within the United Government, or engage in research related to sequence abilities, these connections are invaluable resources. Therefore, if possible, it is imperative to strive for admission into a highly ranked sequence university. Otherwise, you may regret it for a lifetime. Just by reading the introduction, Qin Xiang was filled with yearning for the esteemed sequence universities. The universities of this lifetime are markedly different from those of the previous one. In the past, upon graduation, one's entry into society primarily depended on personal ability and background, with alumni resources having a lesser impact. However, in this lifetime, it is a world where one battles gods and establishes a new order. The apocalypse has only just descended for a decade, and the various classes within the safe zones have only existed for 10 years. It is still a time for re-establishing order. The primary circles have likely yet to solidify. To seize the initiative at this moment, one must strive to secure a place in the VIP section, which means gaining entry to a distinguished Sequence university. According to the posted introductions, even if Qin Xiang is an orphan and impoverished, it matters little, for sequence abilities are the hard currency of the apocalypse. As long as your sequence abilities are sufficiently formidable, circles will naturally accommodate you. He then opened the God-Slaying Forum to review the rewards for hunting deities. Slaying deities can yield monetary rewards, sequence potion rewards, and deity hunting points, all provided by the United Government. Specifically, for each deity slain that earns 1 deity hunting point, one can receive 1,000 copper coins and 1/10 of the resources for a sequence potion. When a group hunts together, the rewards will be distributed according to the consensus reached among the group members. If one hunts a deity alone, they can earn double deity hunting points. However, the Sequence Abilities Management Bureau does not advocate for solitary combat. Teamwork is emphasized in deity hunting. This regulation is merely to facilitate the selection of the strongest human hunters to lead future counterattacks against the deities. The method for obtaining points involves severing a portion of the deity that bears its mark after a successful hunt, with detailed explanations available in the posts. If unfortunate death occurs during the hunt, the family of the sequence ability user will receive compensation based on the sequence level. If there are no family members, and the death occurs during a group hunt, compensation may also be distributed to other team members. Distribution to other team members? Qin Xiang pondered the significance of this regulation, feeling that something was amiss. As a sequence ability user, killing ordinary people would not have significant repercussions. But if my teammate were the sole sequence ability user in their family, could I not eliminate their entire family and subsequently slay them to claim their death compensation? Adding this clause seems to encourage fratricide. Is this not one of the survival laws within the safe zones of the apocalypse? There are many matters that Qin Xiang does not yet comprehend. Even before joining a deity hunting team, he could already sense a hint of bloodshed through the introduction posts. At that moment, he noticed a red number 157 on his sequence ability user form account avatar. Curiously, he clicked to check and discovered he had received 157 messages within the site. Hello, little brother. Your Phantom Assassin sequence is exactly what my team needs. And we are all women in our group, lacking a man with a masculine presence to ground us. You would fit perfectly. Join us in hunting deities, and we will take good care of you. Hello, Xiao Qin. Your sequence is just what we urgently require. Come join our deity hunting team. Our team has been established for 2 years, with minimal member changes, ensuring a high safety factor. Greetings, Qin Xiang. The Phantom Assassin sequence would perfectly complement our team's offensive capabilities. We have repair and armor sequence users, ensuring your safety during deity hunts. Please do join us. Qin Xiang glanced through the messages, which were invitations from 157 deity hunting teams, leaving him bewildered. While browsing the invitations, he received 2 more requests to join deity hunting teams. It is said that the Phantom Assassin is in high demand, and it appears to be true. My goodness, so many teams want me, but how shall I choose a deity hunting team? Qin Xiang's first instinct was to consult Qian Wenda. However, upon reflection, he realized that Qian Wenda was too astute. He did not wish to grow too close to him or reveal his own ignorance. The experience Qin Xiang had gleaned from 2 lifetimes suggested that one should conceal their shortcomings from the clever and show vulnerability to the foolish. If he were to trouble Qian Wenda with every matter, he would only come to view him as foolish and gradually distance himself. He scrolled through the forum, but found no posts teaching how to select a deity hunting team. Perhaps such posts existed once, but were deleted by the administrators. This also indicated that the experience of selecting a deity hunting team is information that cannot be publicly shared. Why is it not permissible to disclose? Qin Xiang understood that he could not delve deeper and would have to invest his own time and effort to learn. Just then, a series of beeping sounds erupted. It was Li Tianming, who had forgotten to turn off the device when he left. Driven by curiosity, Qin Xiang opened the dialog box, finding a message from a user named Ting Ting. Tianming, I miss you. Will you spend the night with me? Accompanied by a rather inappropriate video. With a judgmental gaze, Qin Xiang watched the entirety of the video before clicking the close button and downloading it. However, upon opening the folder containing the downloaded videos, he was taken aback. So many? Although numerous, They were not chaotic, as Li Tianming had thoughtfully labeled each video in detail. Among them, several featured Li Tianming himself. Qin Xiang was astonished. Wasn't Li Tianming merely an ordinary principal? How could he possess so many such videos? It seemed like the leading lady kept changing. An idea struck Qin Xiang, and he promptly opened the Sequence Abilities User Information section, inputting Li Tianming. Instantly, over 20 individuals with the same name appeared. Qin Xiang carefully sifted through them and found one that bore a striking resemblance to Li Tianming, albeit significantly younger with flowing long hair. Indeed, the sole reason for attracting attention from the opposite sex in this world is being a sequence ability user. Li Tianming is also a sequence ability user. Yet, after all these years as a principal, it appears no student is aware of this fact. Li Tianming was rather handsome in his youth. Now, with a substantial belly and balding, time has been unkind. When he clicked on Li Tianming's personal information, the first two lines captivated his gaze. Li Tianming, Sequence Shaman, due to negligent actions resulting in the deaths of dozens in Zone 14121. He was reassigned from the Education Bureau and is currently serving as the principal of Jiyuan School. Subte cuatro no principal Li Tianming. Qin Xiang stared at the information about Li Tianming, momentarily rendered speechless. Principal Li, responsible for the deaths of dozens? How could someone who caused so many deaths still be appointed as a principal? What a formidable background he must possess. Suddenly, Qin Xiang felt that when he spoke to the principal earlier, he might have been a bit too loud, failing to show the respect customary toward the mentor. It's best if I avoid coming here in the future. Perhaps I should go bully softer targets over at Wang Def's place instead. The principal is not to be trifled with. He closed the video, marked Ting Ting's message as unread, deleted the downloaded video, and prepared to leave the office while Li Tianming was away. He resolved to minimize encounters with Li Tianming. Just as he was about to rise, the office door swung open, and Li Tianming, with his belly protruding, returned from outside holding a thermos. Noticing Qin Xiang seemingly about to stand, he smiled and said, "So, have you finished your research and are ready to leave?" "Yes, thank you, Principal, for allowing me to use the computer. I have gathered the information I wanted to know." The principal approached Qin Xiang, observing the pristine surface of the desk and the pulsating avatar in the lower right corner. He hovered the mouse over it, revealing an unread message from Ting Ting. The principal frowned, casting a somewhat guilty glance at Qin Xiang, who responded with a smile. "Are you about to chat with someone? Then I shall take my leave. Prying into others' privacy is not a commendable act." "Well, you may go," the principal replied. "Goodbye." As Qin Xiang stood to leave, he had barely reached the doorway when he heard Li Tianming's voice. "Since you have seen it, do not leave just yet. Sit down and let's talk for a while." Qin Xiang paused. "I did not view your chat records with anyone, Principal. What are you talking about?" Li Tianming pulled out a chair beside him and patted its back. "Ting Ting sent me 4 or 5 new messages, yet only one remains unread. You must have viewed them and then marked them as unread." Qin Xiang was taken aback, realizing that a flaw in his caution had allowed Li Tianming to uncover his actions. "Please, take a seat. Let us converse." Unlike the principal's earlier expression of helplessness, Li Tianming now appeared composed, emanating an air of authority. Had Qin Xiang not known him to be the principal, he would have assumed Li Tianming held a position comparable to Qian Wenda. However, aware of Li Tianming's dangerous nature, Qin Xiang was reluctant to approach him. Even if discovered, what did it matter? This was Li Tianming's scandal, not his own. Even if Li Tianming prevented his departure, he was determined to open the office door and leave. Just then, he felt an inexplicable loss of control over his body. His feet seemed glued to the floor, unable to budge an inch. Glancing down, he saw that his freshly cleaned, tattered pants and worn shoes were covered in dirt, which clung to his legs like an insidious embrace, causing him to panic. "Qin, please return and have a seat." Turning back, Qin Xiang was startled to see a vibrant mask suddenly appear on Li Tianming's face, identical to the one that had flashed across Luo Yilina's visage that night in the woods. Li Tianming dared to employ a sequence skill against him. It was widely known that Shaman was an exceptionally potent support sequence, and the skill Earthbind was a coveted means of control among numerous hunter teams. Using a sequence ability within a safe zone was a perilous provocation. Should the administration discover it, Li Tianming would undoubtedly face severe reproach. Just as Qin Xiang prepared to issue a warning, Li Tianming interjected, "Are you suggesting that you will report me for using a skill in the safe zone?" feel free to do so. My position has already been diminished to the lowest point possible. I have no further aspirations, since you have seen my chat records. You must have also viewed my videos and discovered my sequence identity. Thus, I believe there is no need for pretense between us, and we can converse openly. Why would I wish to converse with you? One moment. With a sudden thud, 2 palm-sized crows appeared out of nowhere, flying to the entrance to shut the office door. Qin Xiang narrowed his eyes, instinctively adopting a defensive posture. 2 skills. Your sequence level is a 2nd tier? No, the earlier, minor B spirit summon was a 3rd tier skill. At that moment, an ancient wooden pillar, inscribed with totemic symbols, emerged from the office floor, and instantaneously, Qin Xiang felt an influx of strength. This origin totem was indeed a 2nd tier skill. He widened his eyes in disbelief. You are a 3rd tier sequence ability user. Within the God-Slaying camp, Qin Xiang had encountered classifications regarding sequence ability levels. The vast majority of sequence ability users were 1st tier. Achieving 2nd tier status typically required extensive combat experience or public service. Those from hunter teams could ascend to the role of squad leader, guiding members and slaying deities. In contrast, those from public service backgrounds could elevate their rank, stepping into the echelons of the United Government's power structure. The existence of 3rd tier sequence ability users was scarcely mentioned in the God-Slaying camp due to their rarity. Advancing from 1st to 2nd tier necessitated 5 bottles of sequence potions, while elevating from 2nd to 3rd tier required 30 bottles. Each bottle of sequence potion demanded 10 demon hunting points or equivalent merit points from the United Government. Qin Xiang was unfamiliar with the acquisition of merit points, but understood the concept of demon hunting points. This meant that even under optimal conditions, one would need to slay 5 deities to obtain sufficient points for a single bottle. If working in a team, the points would be further diluted, likely requiring the slaughter of 50 to redeem just one. 30 bottles of sequence potions was undoubtedly an astronomical figure. Of course, through years of dedicated demon slaying, survival would still offer hope for breaking through to 3rd tier status. However, only 5 years had elapsed since the first sequence ability user awakened. Amassing 30 bottles of sequence potions in such a brief span was exceedingly challenging. Furthermore, he recalled that Li Tianming had been appointed principal of Jiuan School nearly 2 years ago during Qin Xiang's sophomore year. This indicated that he had achieved the advancement from sequence awakening to 3rd tier ability in just 3 years. The smiling principal before Qin Xiang was not merely a chosen one possessing a unique sequence like himself. He had followed the conventional route, receiving sequence potions from the administration. His rate of advancement could only be likened to a rocket launch. Qin Xiang was left astounded. Who exactly was this rotund, balding Li Tianming? Chapter 50. Exchanging Information Ultimately. Qin Xiang sat down. Li Tianming had neither the motive nor the capacity to harm him. If violence were to be employed, he was confident that even if Li Tianming was a 3rd tier shaman, he could defeat him in one blow. He would wait to see what Li Tianming had to say. Li Tianming removed his glasses. Unshielded by the lenses, his previously somewhat lecherous eyes now glimmered with intensity, brimming with untold stories. Qin Xiang, I have laid bare my circumstances in the hope that you will trust me and not perceive my intentions as malevolent. If you have no ulterior motives, why wish to converse with me? You are correct. What I mean is, I harbor no intentions of harming you. On the contrary, I can assist you. Assist me? How so? I can provide you with opportunities to hunt deities and aid you in your university admissions. You are a phantom assassin sequence, correct? This sequence is exceptionally suited for combat. You can hunt deities outside the safe zone, earning demon hunting points that will not only benefit your university application, but also have far-reaching implications for your future. More importantly, you can earn money through slaying deities to fund your university tuition. You must understand that university fees are not insignificant. Many students forfeit their acceptance due to insufficient funds. Forfeit acceptance? The Forum on Sequence Education clearly states that universities offer scholarships to exceptional and needy students. Li Tianming Shuklat, Gin. Have you ever heard the saying, there is no such thing as a free lunch? Why should scholarships be awarded to you and not others? Just because you excel academically and come from a modest background? Does the safe zone truly lack for your single sequence ability user? Schools are not charitable institutions. The schools built after the apocalypse are laden with intricate interests. Scholarships come at a cost. As for what that cost entails, it is not easy to articulate. All right, I understand. Qin Xiang believed that universities in this era would be similar to those in his previous life, providing assistance to students from impoverished families. Observing the forum, one notices that many prestigious universities offer scholarships that can adequately cover personal living expenses and tuition fees. Thus, he had previously not given it much thought. However, upon hearing Li Tianming's words, he immediately comprehended that matters were not as simple as he had presumed. Principal, how do you possess such extensive knowledge about the Sequence universities? At your age, you should not have had the opportunity to attend one, he inquired. Li Tianming leaned back in his chair, a hint of nostalgia in his gaze. I once held the position of vice president at a certain university. Vice president? Indeed. However, due to a baseless accusation, I was relegated to this humble institution as its principal. Thus, as I mentioned, my sequence abilities can aid you in slaying deities. My past experiences can facilitate your entry into university. You require my assistance, just as I find myself in need of yours. Qin Xiang shook his head. Principal, I am grateful for your words, yet I seem not to require your help. Not in need, Li Tianming responded with a knowing smile. Let us not delve into distant matters. You should be contemplating how to earn 100 points. The sequence of Shadow Assassin is highly sought after, and upon registration, many will seek to form teams with you. Do you know which team to choose? Qin Xiang lowered his head slightly, scrutinizing Li Tianming's smiling visage. It was evident that he had not accessed his browsing history, yet he was acutely aware of the predicament in which Qin found himself. Truly, a seasoned fox. Compared to his previous life, the current world was far more intricate and chaotic. However, one constant remained. The powerful were never foolish. Olaf was one such individual, as was Qian Wenda, and so too was Li Tianming. Each had etched deep impressions within Qin Xiang's memory, preventing him from taking pride in his rebirth. Having lived 2 lives, he still felt uncertain about his ability to navigate the treacherous waters against these cunning adversaries and emerge unscathed. Student Qin, there is no need for fear. I simply possess more information than you, allowing me to make educated guesses. As your mentor, it is my duty to provide guidance. We can select a suitable hunter team together. If necessary, I may even assist you in hunting deities outside the safe zone. Qin Xiang interrupta Li Tianming's discurso. Principally. You just uttered a phrase I find quite profound. There is no such thing as a free lunch. I'm aware of how you can assist me, but now I wish to understand what you require in return. Li Tianming nodded, ceasing to elaborate on his advantages, and fixed a solemn gaze upon Qin Xiang. I wish for your assistance in clearing my name. This unfounded accusation has cost me my position, my power, and led to my wife's departure. I hope you can help me regain my standing. Help you regain your standing? Me? Qin Xiang pointed incredulously at himself, bewildered by Li Tianming's proposition. A sequence level 3 adept like Li Tianming had been rendered meek, obediently serving as the principal of Jiuan School. How could he expect a mere high school student to assist in absolving him of his charges? It was absurd. Principal Li, if that is the case, then I must regretfully decline. As a newly awakened sequence adept, I may possess some pride, but I am certainly not so foolish as to overestimate my capabilities. If you are a loss, there is no way I could possibly intervene. With that, Qin Xiang rose to depart. Yet, his legs were once again ensnared, preventing his exit. Principal Li, employing such tactics to retain me is rather futile. Once your skill dissipates, I shall take my leave. Li Tianming Xia. Indeed, you are quite astute, far more so than I had anticipated. There's been something peculiar that has lingered in my thoughts. I wondered if I was overthinking, considering that an 18-year-old high school student could harbor so many secrets. It appears, however, that my concerns were not unfounded. Qin Xiang's heart raced, uncertain of Li Tianming's intentions. Principal Li, what do you mean? My ex-wife was also a sequence adept. Interestingly, she, like you, belonged to the Shadow Assassin sequence. However, there is one distinction. When ensnared by my earth-binding skill, she lost all control and could utter not a single word. In contrast, you possess the ability to speak freely, with no apparent hindrance to your upper body. Chapter 51. Mutual assistance. Qin Xiang maintained a composed exterior, yet his heart was beginning to race. Damn it, I've slipped. He had focused solely on the similarities between the Shadow Assassin's skills and his own, facilitating his concealment. Yet he had not contemplated how other sequence adepts would react when employing their skills against him. The critical issue was that there were no posts on the forum to share experiences regarding such interactions. Skills were intended for hunting deities, who would engage in verification on others. Yet, it was precisely this lack of experience that had once again thrust Qin Xiong into peril. However, he could not display any weakness now. He had to persist in claiming his identity as a shadow assassin. Principally, I do not comprehend your meaning. My sequence was validated by the Bureau, and I possess relevant documentation. Perhaps there's a discrepancy in physical prowess between my ex-wife and myself. I had considered that as well, Li Tianming replied, rising to his feet. Different sequence adepts exhibit varying physical attributes, leading to differing reactions to the same skill. Thus, my assertions are merely conjecture. Perhaps there was an error during your registration at the Sequence Bureau, resulting in a misreporting of your sequence. Of course, this is merely my speculation. Do not take it to heart. Li Qianming's tone was affable, yet it carried an undercurrent of menace. Qin Xiong narrowed his eyes, gazing at the middle-aged man with a protruding belly and a colorful mask, a sense of foreboding washing over him. The United Government, for various reasons, only conducts tests on sequence adepts during registration and does not perform any subsequent evaluations. To some extent, he was secure, as Li Tianming was aware of this and could not threaten him. Nevertheless, the revelation of his secret was ultimately precarious. Principal Li, should you insist on spreading rumors, you must understand that there will be consequences. If Li Tianming truly remains obstinate, Qin Xiong may have no choice but to resort to drastic measures. After all, this was not his first time taking a life. It would merely mark his inaugural act against a sequence adept. Every endeavor has a first time. After all, Li Tianming shook his head. I harbor no intentions of spreading rumors or harming anyone. From the outset, I have stated that I require your assistance in clearing my name. In gratitude, I shall offer you my full support. You wish to provoke someone even you cannot contend with? Strength lies in numbers. Strength lies in numbers? Qin Xiong retorted coldly. As a sequence adept, do you not find that statement laughable? So, you refuse to comply? Qin Xiong ceased to mask his disdain. Agreeing to your request could lead to immeasurable complications. By refusing, I would only confront a single issue. You must ponder how I will choose. Li Tianming shuklad de recibeli. By refusing me, you believe you face but one dilemma? Are you suggesting that if you eliminate me, your troubles will vanish? Student Qin, it is not that I do not trust you. It is merely that you may find it more challenging to kill me than you anticipate. While killing him would certainly pose difficulties, assisting him would be even more troublesome. If you were in my position, how would you choose? After a lengthy pause, Li Tianming Xia, you raise valid points. With that, his colorful mask gradually faded into his visage, restoring the image of the middle-aged man, and, simultaneously, the bindings upon Qin Xiong vanished. A transaction where the benefits and risks are disproportionate is destined for failure. Let's change our approach. Qin Xiong raised an eyebrow and inquired, what method do you propose? I will first assist you in fulfilling certain tasks related to hunting deities, while also providing support regarding your educational pursuits as much as I can. However, if you still require my assistance to clear your name, I must regretfully decline. No, that goal seems rather ambitious. One must take it one step at a time, and expecting you to accomplish everything in one go is rather unrealistic. Just help me with one task for now. What task? Qin Xiong had already decided that he would refuse any request that involved increasing his unknown enemies. Although Li Tianming was a difficult individual, he was still preferable to an unseen adversary. Anyone whom Li Tianming could not handle would likely be even more troublesome. Help me locate someone of the trickster sequence. Qin Xiong was momentarily taken aback by Li Tianming's request. Why? The reason he was able to frame me for murder was that someone at the scene witnessed an individual wearing a shaman mask, who possessed abilities of the shaman sequence. The only registered individual of the shaman sequence in that vicinity was me. Coincidentally, I was alone that day, unable to provide an alibi, and my presence was oddly left at the scene, which led to my wrongful conviction. After listening, Qin Xiong replied nonchalantly, Principal Li, based on your description, it seems rather evident that you might be the actual perpetrator. No, it was not me. Please continue. Thus, I believe there should have been a shaman present, or someone masquerading as a member of the shaman sequence. Unlike you or other sequences, the shaman sequence cannot disguise itself. Once abilities are utilized, the shaman mask appears on the face. Therefore, It is impossible for a member of the shaman sequence to conceal their identity. Hence, I suspect there is a trickster who mimic my appearance and frame me. You should be aware that tricksters can imitate the appearance changes of other sequences when they use their abilities, making it quite easy to hide their identities. At least within the United Government, there are very few tricksters. Qin Xiang pondered for a moment and asked if I help you find a trickster ability user. How will that aid you? Based on my understanding, such clandestine sequences must belong to their own organization. If you help me locate a trickster, I can find a way to extract some information myself. Qin Xiang remained non-committal upon hearing this. Completing this task would be a trivial matter for him. The blonde police officer, Royliana, was indeed of the trickster sequence. Moreover, Royliana had never had a cordial relationship with him. One could even say she was an adversary with whom he had to share secrets. Selling Royliana to Li Tianming as a means of assisting himself was an exceedingly suitable transaction. However, he suppressed the urge to agree immediately and continued to inquire. Principal Li, why do you not seek one out yourself? Me? Li Tianming shuklad bitterly. All my permissions as a sequence ability user have been revoked by the United Government due to that false accusation. You see me as the principal of GUN school. But in truth, I am no different from an exile. This school has not produced a single sequence ability user in the past 5 years. They have cast me here, hoping I would perish. If it were not for my high sequence level, I might have already been executed. Besides you, I have virtually no means to contact any sequence ability users. Even if I did establish contact, a mere glance at my records would lead them to sever ties immediately. While what Li Tianming said was largely accurate, there remained one point that was perplexing. Principal Li, if you were wrongfully accused, I truly sympathize with you. But I have one question. Go ahead. Why would they falsely accuse you? Chapter 52. Solo Squad. Li Tianming did not answer Qin Xiang's question, but instead posed a new one. Qin, may I inquire about the nature of your sequence? When Li Tianming asked the question, he did not look at Qin Xiang, but gazed out into the dark night, seemingly not seeking an answer. After a moment of thought, Qin Xiang understood Li Tianming's implication. The reason for Li Tianming's accusation was a secret that could not be disclosed, much like his own sequence. The truth would lead to ruin. Conversations among intelligent individuals need not be overtly explicit. Through a clever analogy, Li Tianming allowed Qin Xiang to comprehend the situation. Since the reason behind Li Tianming's false accusation could not be articulated, it was likely that the reason he lost contact with all sequence ability users after the accusation was also something that could not be revealed. It was absurd that a high-ranking individual with a sequence level of 3 could only rely on Qin Xiang, a newly awakened sequence user, for assistance. Yet, within this absurdity lay a certain logic. Li Tianming had offended numerous individuals, many of whom had the power to silence him, but could not eliminate him. He needed to enlist the help of a completely unrelated new face to assist him. Qin Xiang recognized his own limited abilities, and Li Tianming was also aware of Qin Xiang's constraints. Yet he still chose to seek assistance from him. It sounded like a fool's errand. However, Li Tianming was no fool. After their brief exchange, Qin Xiang believed that Li Tianming's depth of character rivaled that of Qian Wentao. Why then would he choose a novice like himself for such a perilous endeavor? The only explanation was that Li Tianming had a trump card. Once Qin Xiang helped him pry open a crack, Li Tianming was confident he could turn the situation around. This realization made Qin Xiang aware that he was not viewed as a savior capable of turning the tide, but rather as a spark, one that could ignite an entire powder keg. Li Tianming possessed the powder keg, but lacked the spark. At this point, Qin Xiang had pieced together a general outline, and his gaze towards Li Tianming grew more respectful. Li Tianming seemed to sense the subtle shift in Qin Xiang's expression and wore an air of suspicion. Could this young man have grasped the situation so quickly? Surely not. Principal Li, I accept your proposition. As long as you assist me in the matter of hunting deities and aid my entrance into university, I will seek out a trickster ability user for you. However, I cannot guarantee whether this individual will be of any help. All right, it is settled then. You will find a trickster, and I will handle the rest. I am 90% certain that a trickster who has not revealed their true sequence will have an organization behind them. Now, let's begin discussing the matter of hunting deities. Qin Xiang was eager to accumulate points for hunting deities. His awakening of the sequence had occurred rather late, and he had less than 6 months until the assessment for sequence ability users' post-college entrance examinations. Other students who had awakened their sequences earlier had likely accumulated years of experience. Standing out among them would not be a simple task. Certainly, if the goal were to attend a mid-tier university for sequence ability users, that would not be overly challenging. However, Qin Xiang's ambition was to gain admission to the most prestigious universities for sequence ability users. His God-Eater sequence was undoubtedly the strongest existence. Failing to attend the best university would be a monumental waste. From what he understood, the top universities possessed cutting-edge research achievements in sequence abilities and the finest resources available. This was a prerequisite for his understanding of the apocalyptic world and for strengthening himself. After rebirth, Qin Xiang had completely severed ties with the trajectory and character of his previous life. In just 1 month, due to various proactive and reactive reasons, he was unafraid to engage in acts of violence, deceit, or defiance against the government. His ambitions continued to expand. He did not indulge in grandiose proclamations about standing at the pinnacle of humanity in the apocalypse, but he did hold steadfast to his own beliefs, not to squander my talents. Principally, I would like to know how to select a hunting deity team. I perused the decree issued by the United Government and discovered that orphans like myself, if slain outside the safe zone, would have their compensation allocated to the hunter squad. I harbor deep concerns about being selected by a malevolent group that might do me harm. Li Tianming smiled gently, acknowledging, "Indeed, Qin classmate, your perceptiveness is commendable. Just after a few hours, you have discerned the crux of the matter. It is true that orphans with abilities, such as yourself, are particularly susceptible to betrayal by teammates. Choosing the hunter squad is a daunting challenge. What should I do to filter out squads that have exhibited such behavior?" I inquired. "Qin classmate, squads with a history of such actions are likely to repeat them. However, can you assure that those without such a history will not suddenly turn malicious? Consider this. If you find yourself in peril and require your teammates to rescue you, yet upon doing so, they cannot vanquish the deity, it would render their efforts futile and jeopardize their own safety. There is no decree stating that if a teammate perishes, the others will face punishment. Abandoning you would not incur consequences. They would not only escape penalty, but also receive a substantial compensation. If you were in their position, how would you choose?" A pang of realization struck Qin Xiang as Li Tianming's reasoning resonated. The essence of humanity is indeed rooted in greed. One must never wager on human nature, nor gamble one's life against it. Then, principally, what should I do in my situation? The optimal solution would be for you to form a solo squad. A single individual squad assumes sole responsibility for one's safety, which is the most prudent approach. A solo squad? Precisely. Moreover, as a solo squad, you would also earn double the points. What could be more advantageous? Qin Xiang hesitated. It sounds appealing, but I have never hunted deities before. I am at a loss as to how to proceed alone. Rest assured, I will accompany you outside the safe zone and guide you in hunting the deities. But I am a solo squad. If anyone discovers I have assistance, won't I face punishment? Hunting deities solo allows for double points. If you can receive aid from other ability users while feigning a solo hunt to claim double points, wouldn't that amount to defrauding the United Government's hunter points? The United Government is no fool and would not engage in losing ventures. Although Qin Xiang was uncertain how the United Government differentiates such fraudulent activities, he was convinced there must be a feasible method. Otherwise, such a vast loophole would have been exploited by countless individuals, and no one would dare to form teams for outings. Chapter 53. Preparations for hunting deities. You are correct. If one operates as a solo squad, yet receives assistance from other ability users, it would indeed be detected by the Ability Management Bureau, resulting in severe repercussions. Upon concluding a hunt, when a solo ability user enters the safe zone, officials responsible for verifying the remains of the deity will administer lie tests and memory continuity tests, and upload your hunting data to the solo squad point section of the deity slaying camp. The lie test will pose a singular question. Did you hunt these deities alone? The aim is to confirm that your memory reflects a solo accomplishment. The memory continuity test will ascertain that your memories have not been altered by ability users such as writers or soul manipulators. The data upload forum actively encourages witnesses to report, and those who successfully report with evidence will receive rewards. Such meticulous safeguards render deception virtually impossible. I understand now. How will you assist me? I will leave the safe zone with you. When we encounter a deity you can hunt, I will inform you of its characteristics, habits, and and attack patterns. After that, you must act independently. Should you fail to successfully hunt the deity or find yourself in danger, I will use Earthbind to restrain the deity and employ Origin Totem to replenish your strength, ensuring your safe escape. In essence, I will serve as your guardian, akin to my role at Joan School. Guardian? For some reason, the term struck Qin Xiang as amusing. As a smile crept onto his lips, he noticed a self-deprecating grin on Li Tianming's face as well. Principal Li, is there any issue with this arrangement? I am not hunting the deities for you. What could be the problem? Many privileged youths in the prosperous areas of the safe zone complete their solo hunting tasks in this manner. My role has a specific title, Insurer, which is to provide assurance for solo squads. Ah, I see. I thank you in advance, Principal Li. Not at all. We are merely helping each other. However, it must be stated that I cannot assist you indefinitely without compensation. As your insurer, the points belong to you, but you must share half of the rewards. Even taking half of the earnings from double points would still be advantageous for you. Having an ability user of sequence level 3, Shaman, accompany him beyond the safe zone solely for his protection, and taking half of the earnings seemed entirely reasonable to Qin Xiang. In fact, he felt it was rather modest. Agreed. Additionally, I need to monitor your progress. My assistance in hunting deities is not merely for monetary gain, but because you will help me locate the fraudster. Do you understand? If I have updates, I will inform you promptly. Good. When shall we commence the hunt for deities? This weekend? You are now an ability user. Attending classes holds no significance for you anymore. We shall begin tomorrow. Tomorrow morning, come to school, and we will take the bus to the exit of Safe Zone 38324 to commence the hunt. Take the bus? Principal Li, I do not have that much money. Li Tianming shot him a knowing glance. Fully aware that this clever lad had some means of acquiring funds, but was merely playing the fool in front of him. Nevertheless, a homeless orphan, even if newly awakened to his abilities, remained a homeless orphan. If he were to produce money, he would surely need a fabricated excuse. At that point, it was uncertain whether it would lead to further troubles. Never mind. I will cover the few copper coins. You must quickly devise a legitimate means of income. I cannot always pay for your transportation. Hey, tomorrow we will slay a deity outside the safe zone, and then I will have money. What more could I need? You are quite confident. If we start tomorrow, what preparation should I make? Visit the Ability Management Bureau to receive your frost-resistant suit, sequence knife, and your first batch of sequence potion. Understood. Qin Xiang did not wait until school was over. After a brief conversation with Li Tianming, he promptly made his way to the Ability Management Bureau, sending a message to Qian Wenda as he approached. Qian Wenda responded swiftly, instructing him to come directly to his office. Upon entering the Bureau's building, although it was not his first visit, Qin Xiang remained awestruck by the understated yet luxurious decor. He hoped to live such a life soon. Upon reaching the corner office on the second floor, he found an orange and white frost-resistant suit laid out on Qian Wenda's desk, alongside a hunter dagger and a vial of sequence potion. Qian Wenda was engrossed in typing on his computer, appearing quite busy. You've arrived. Have a seat. I have a few matters to attend to. So please wait a moment. All right. After a brief interval, with a satisfying keystroke, Qian Wenda exhaled deeply and turned his gaze to Qin Xiang. You've decided to hunt deities rather quickly? I am somewhat delayed. I must expedite my accumulation of hunter points. Qian Wenda chuckled. Such urgency. Are you aiming for the top universities? Indeed. Otherwise, I would be failing myself. Qian Wenda nodded, his expectations for Qin Xiang's identity aligning with his response. A destitute noble wandering in the world naturally desires to reclaim lost glory and confront those who once scorned him. Youth, after all, is characterized by an inability to let go of things easily. Qian Wenda inquired with a hint of concern. Have you located the hunter squad? The matter of finding the hunter squad should be approached with utmost caution. Your status as an orphan makes you an easy target. I haven't joined the hunter squad. I'm going solo, Qin Xiang replied. Solo? You mean to say you possess experience in slaying deities? Qian Wenda asked, astonished. None at all. Then how do you dare venture out alone? Going solo does not equate to being alone, Qin Xiang clarified. Qian Wenda immediately licked his dry lips. Have you found an insurer? Qin Xiang chuckled lightly, responding with a question of his own. Is that surprising? Not at all, Qian Wenda replied, though inwardly he was taken aback. The profession of insurer was known to him. It involved seasoned sequence ability users who provided protection for newcomers in solo endeavors. However, hiring an insurer required more than mere financial resources. A high-level sequence ability user would not be swayed by money alone. A substantial exchange of benefits was necessary to secure a competent insurer, something not easily attainable by the average individual. Was Qin Xiang preparing to make his move? Should Qian Wenda seize the opportunity to ally with him before he fully ascended? Chapter 54. Sandworm Minions. The sudden dilemma left Qian Wenda anxious. He truly found it difficult to gauge Qin Xiang. Was placing his bet on him a wise decision? Would he soar to great heights or be dragged into mire? Perhaps it would be prudent to first assess the strength of Qin Xiang and his insurer before making further plans. If Qin Xiang had a genuine chance of entering the highest academy, his future would undoubtedly be bright. Investing now would mean riding the coattails of success. Conversely, if it turned out to be a facade, maintaining a lukewarm relationship would suffice. Having made up his mind, Qian Wenda inquired, "Which safe zone exit do you and your insurer plan to target for hunting deities?" "The largest nearby. Exit 38324, Qin Xiang responded. Qian Wenda was taken aback once more. 38,324? That location has a record of large deities appearing. Are you sure you want to venture there on your first outing? Upon hearing Qian Wenda's concerns, Qin Xiang felt a slight twinge of anxiety. He was unaware that exit 38324 had seen the emergence of large deities. Since his awakening, no one had successfully hunted a large deity. He doubted that he, a fledgling sequence ability user, could be the first. This was a choice made by Li Tianming, who was currently intertwined with his fate and had no reason to harm him. Thus, he remained calm and simply nodded at Qian Wenda, understood. Seeing Qin Xiang's composure, Qian Wenda felt reassured. He continued, "I've heard at the Management Bureau that the number of sequence ability users at exit 38324 has significantly increased recently. A large group of weaker minor deities has wandered into the vicinity. If you encounter them, you should reap considerable rewards." Minor deities? Could you elaborate? Qin Xiang expressed interest in the intelligence regarding the area outside the safe zone. There is a large group of sandworm minions. Their master seems to have become lost in the depths beyond the safe zone, leaving them without support, and they have been pushed into the impoverished areas, which is the fringe of our safe zone. They are currently seeking a new master. Qin Xiang was somewhat familiar with the sandworm minions. They were peculiar small creatures, akin to parasites, living off the remains of the prey captured by larger sandworms. In terms of individual strength, sandworm minions were indeed the weakest of the weak. However, they often appeared in swarms, and, as the saying goes, many ants can take down an elephant, making them quite troublesome. But that was the case for others. For Qin Xiang, who could enhance himself by devouring deities, he had no fear of being overwhelmed. The more minions, the merrier for him. Qin Xiang quickly posed a new question. The sandworm minions gather around the larger sandworms. If they cluster there, does that imply? Indeed, the large deity that has appeared outside exit 38324 is a sandworm. The sandworm minions have come here in search of a new master. If they manage to attach themselves to the sandworm, those delectable morsels will no longer belong to our sequence ability users. Qin Xiang felt his interest piqued. Director Qian, you mentioned that many have come to exit 38324 specifically to hunt sandworm minions. Even if I uncover their trail, I might not be able to seize much loot. Qian Wenda smirked cunningly. You're asking the right person, Qin. I actually have a method. Oh, I would appreciate your guidance, Director Qian. After a brief pause, Qian Wenda rose from his swivel chair and approached a shelf behind him, retrieving a black glass vial. With this, you will be able to detect the presence of sandworm minions before anyone else. Qin Xiang examined the black glass vial, perplexed. Director Qian, what is this? A sandworm scale. A sandworm scale? The scale contains the scent of sandworms. If you open this vial in an uninhabited area, it will undoubtedly attract some sandworm minions. Where did you obtain this? This was evidence of sandworms provided by a traveling sequence user. They found the scale not far from a safe zone. I purchased it for 2 silver coins, intending to give it to my nephew. However, as you know, that lad is not cut out for this line of work. He gets bullied even in a team, let alone with such a coveted item. Valued at 2 silver coins. Why didn't the finder use it themselves? A few newcomers lack the ability to handle a large group of sandworm minions. They could seek assistance. Seek help? Qian Wenda sneered. Do you know, Qin? That outside the safe zone, the greatest killers of humans are not the deities, but other humans? Outside the safe zone, you can hardly trust even your own teammates, let alone seek help from others. If faced with a troublesome deity, everyone would cooperate. But when it comes to a feast, the first instinct of sequence ability users is often not how to share, but how to eliminate the one who might share it with them. This is the inherent flaw of humanity. We can share hardships, but not fortunes. Even after becoming sequence users, our flaws remain unchanged. As he spoke, Qian Winda cast a glance at Qin Xiang. You're not that kind of person, are you, Qin? I just, Qin. Please do not take it to heart. Qin Xiang smiled gently. Director Qian, how many sequence ability users have you seen willing to hunt deities to raise funds for ordinary people with no blood ties? Your character, Qin, should be clear to Director Qian by now. Qin Xiang held the black glass vial. This is indeed a remarkable treasure. With it, my first hunt for deities will be far more fruitful. Director Qian, I truly do not know how to express my gratitude. This assistance is no less significant than when you helped me register as a sequence user. Qin, you're making a mountain out of a molehill. It's just 2 silver coins, not much. No, 2 silver coins is merely the price you acquired it for, Director Qian. Had I not known you, I doubt I could have even obtained it for 10 silver coins. I shall remember this. Director Qian, I must now prepare for the hunt. Until we meet again. Indeed. Farewell. Qin Xiang placed the anti-freezing suit, the hunter's dagger, and the sequence potion into a cloth bag, then tucked the black glass bottle into his pocket. Thank you, Qian inquired as he watched Qin Xiang depart, a smile playing on his lips. Chapter 55. Preparations upon returning to Wang Defa's warehouse. Qin Xiang opened a bag and retrieved the several hundred copper coins he had earned after ambushing 3 homeless men. With his identity as a sequence ability user now public, the origin of these copper coins could be readily explained, eliminating the need for subterfuge. He took the coins and made his way to the only supermarket nearby. The outskirts of the safe zone were characterized by abject poverty, with most residents cooking for themselves to save money. Thus, only raw ingredients were sold. There were no finished products. However, this supermarket offered a variety of ready-to-eat foods, catering not to the residents, but to sequence ability users hunting deities at the 114,514 safe zone exit. Qin Xiang had passed by this supermarket countless times, but had never had the opportunity to enter. As he stepped inside, the dim lighting revealed a limited assortment of goods on the shelves. At the cash register stood 2 burly men, arms resting beneath the counter as if gripping weapons. Watching Qin Xiang warily, initially puzzled, Qin Xiang quickly understood upon glancing at his tattered clothing. The shopkeepers likely mistook him for a thief. He empathized. In such a place, a supermarket without security would have been stripped bare by the destitute. Shaking his head in resignation at his attire, he recognized the need to rectify his clothing situation. Albeit not at that moment, he selected a large backpack with dozens of compartments and proceeded to purchase several packages of compressed instant food to stave off hunger. How much? He inquired at the register. 200 copper coins, came the reply. This amount aligned closely with his mental calculations, although they had charged a few extra coins. He brushed it off. He counted out 200 coins from his pocket and handed them to the men, then neatly packed the food into the compartments of his backpack. Just as he lifted the backpack to turn and leave, a sudden click echoed behind him, the unmistakable sound of a gun being chambered. Without hesitation, Qin Xiang activated his violence skill, vaulting over the counter to seize the throats of the 2 men. Furrowing his brow, he demanded, "What is the meaning of this? I pay for my goods, and you attempt to kill me?" The 2 men flushed crimson, grasping at Qin Xiang's hands in a futile attempt to pry them away. Yet, his grip was as unyielding as iron, unrelenting. One of the men croaked, "No, no," pointing towards a slightly ajar drawer. Following his gaze, Qin Xiang noticed the peculiar drawer. "Are you suggesting that was the sound of the drawer?" Yes, they stammered in unison. Examining the area, Qin Xiang observed that neither man possessed any weapons, and the counter was spotless. He released his grip and turned his attention to the drawer, pushing it inward. The click resonated again, strikingly similar to the sound of a gun being chambered. Turning back to the 2 men, who were now panting heavily, tears streaming down their faces, he huffed. "In the future, refrain from such petty tricks." Yes, they replied eagerly. Qin Xiang grabbed a few more packages of instant food. "Consider these as compensation for your intimidation earlier. Of course, please take as much as you like." "Take as much as I want. Won't your backers come after me?" We wouldn't dare. Ignoring their protests, Qin Xiang slung the backpack over his shoulder and departed. Once he left, the two men exhaled in relief. The sound of the drawer was a ruse designed for robbery. Although most customers were sequence ability users, there were also many ordinary individuals who preferred to remain unseen. Whenever they spotted a customer who seemed less than formidable, they would manipulate the drawer to emit a sound akin to a gun being chambered. If the customer was indeed a sequence ability user, their acute hearing would immediately detect the deception, revealing their indomitable presence. Even if they angered a sequence ability user, they could easily claim it was merely the drawer's noise. Operating a supermarket in this manner afforded them protection, and, typically, an apology and a small offering sufficed to resolve issues. If the customer was not a sequence ability user, they would produce a real gun from the drawer's hidden compartment, killing the customer and looting their belongings for a handsome profit. Qin Xiang discerned their trickery, hence his decision to take extra food as recompense. One of the men lamented, "In that wretched attire, how was I to know he was a sequence ability user? I thought he was a fugitive. I nearly killed him." The other man rubbed his neck, retorting, "Are you out of your mind?" He was carrying a backpack clearly designed for sequence ability users to store remnants of deities. With such an obvious signal, he might as well have had "I am a sequence ability user" written on his forehead. If he weren't, would he be so foolish as to flaunt it? Why would a sequence ability user dress so shabbily? Of course, he must have just awakened. Use your brain. You seem to have muscles, but no intellect. I merely thought he had some money. Business has been slow lately, and I thought to make a quick profit. You would covet a mere few hundred copper coins. You should not be running this store with me. I will call the boss and have you transferred. Please, brother, give me a chance. Securing this job was not easy. I beg you for a chance. This month's earnings will be split 80-20. I take 80, you take 20. If you agree, I won't inform the boss about this incident. Are you not satisfied? I'm satisfied. I will abide by your arrangement. Qin Xiang returned to the warehouse, placing the black glass bottle and the hunter's dagger into the backpack as well. What to do with these two potions? He stared at the glass bottles, deep in thought. I can already enhance my strength by consuming deities. Drinking this potion would be a waste. If the opportunity arises, I should find someone to dispose of them for some money. After a brief rest, he planned to wash up with cold water at school in the morning and then accompany the principal to hunt deities at the 38,324 safe zone. Lying on the soft mat on the ground, he drifted off to sleep, filled with anticipation for the morrow. The next day, he awoke early. After donning the anti-freezing suit in the warehouse and shouldering the large backpack, he stepped outside. His attire undoubtedly drew the gaze of every passerby. Each person regarded him with respect, envy, and a hint of jealousy. Amidst such scrutiny, Qin Xiang's steps grew lighter. Chapter 56. Exiting the safe zone with an air of confidence, Qin Xiang strode into the school, observing his resplendent anti-freezing suit and sizable backpack. Everyone recognized his intent to hunt deities. He made a beeline for the principal's office. "Principal Li, let us set forth." Li Tianming, taken aback by Qin Xiang's ensemble befitting a sequence ability user, remarked, "Why are you already donning the anti-freezing suit here? This will draw attention to our departure from the school to hunt deities." Qin Xiang shrugged. "If I don't wear the anti-freezing suit, do you think that won't notice me?" "Principal Li, I have matters regarding the insured. I cannot keep it hidden for long. Those watching you will soon discover the truth. Instead of hiding, creating an impression of secrecy, we should openly acknowledge the ordinary relationship between teacher and student. You support me, hoping I can assist you in the future, so this is merely an investment." Li Tianming was persuaded by Qin Xiang. "You make a compelling argument," he conceded. "Very well, let us proceed as such." Li Tianming donned his frost-resistant suit and departed the school alongside Qin Xiang. It was only now that the teachers and students within the school realized that Principal Li Tianming was, in fact, a sequence ability user. The newly informed Teacher Zhu and Wenshu were left in astonishment for quite some time. They had not anticipated that young Li had concealed his abilities so deeply. Teacher Zhu shook his head in disbelief. Wenshu remarked, "Having someone accompany Qin Xiang in hunting deities is certainly preferable to him going alone." "Going alone?" Teacher Zhu was puzzled. "Isn't it said that sequence ability users typically form teams for hunting deities?" When Shu chuckled softly, "I am unsure. I was merely speculating." With that, he returned to diligently studying the problems in his workbook. Upon reaching the bus station, Qin Xiang and Li Tianming boarded a rather dilapidated bus. "Thank you, Principal Li." Qin Xiang expressed his gratitude. Li Tianming glanced at him and produced some copper coins to pay for both their fares. In this post-apocalyptic world, where most regions were dominated by deities, energy was exceedingly scarce. The current buses still relied on gasoline or electricity, making them high-energy consuming vehicles. Thus, the fares were quite exorbitant. Consequently, the bus was devoid of ordinary citizens, filled instead with sequence ability users who utilized this means of transportation to save time. Some had just concluded their deity hunting activities at the exit of Safe Zone 114514, while others were en route to other safe zone exits to commence their hunts. The atmosphere on the bus was quiet. Passengers were either engrossed in their smartphones or resting with their eyes closed. Qin Xiang glanced at the advanced smartphones of others and then at his own sturdy, older model that he had acquired through less than ideal means, realizing it was time to seek an upgrade. However, that was a matter for another day. After more than an hour, the bus's speaker announced, "We have arrived at the exit of Safe Zone 38324. Please disembark." All right. Qin Xiang and Li Tianming exited the bus. As they approached the Safe Zone exit, Li Tianming noted, "There seems to be quite a crowd today at the exit of Safe Zone 38324. It is due to the recent emergence of a group of unclaimed sandworm minions," Qin Xiang explained. Upon hearing this, Li Tianming's eyes widened in surprise. "How do you know that?" "I found a way to inquire," Qin Xiang replied cryptically. Li Tianming nodded slightly, feeling a greater sense of trust in Qin Xiang. The young man's intellect did not resemble that of an ordinary teenager. Relying on him might indeed prove advantageous. Together, they stepped beyond the safe zone exit. As the sensing metal doors slowly opened, Qin Xiang was confronted for the first time with the world outside the safe zone. Dim starlight fell upon the eternal night of the blue planet, illuminating the desolate landscape of ruins. The remnants of civilization, characterized by crumbling walls and derelict vehicles, were barely discernible. A decade had passed, and the traces of civilization had been largely buried by the sands of time. As time progressed, these remnants would likely vanish entirely. Perhaps one day, an archaeologist might stumble upon these ruins, filled with joy. Alternatively, they may remain entombed beneath the earth, never to see the light of day again. Gazing upon this scene, Qin Xiang was engulfed in a torrent of thoughts, lamenting the fragility of human civilization. "Let us proceed," he said, following Li Tianming out of the safe zone. The moment they stepped outside, a gust of wind swept past, causing the fabric of Qin Xiang's frost-resistant suit to flutter. Li Tianming surveyed the bustling hunting teams around them and contemplated for a moment. "Based on my experience, we should head toward that." "Principal Li, follow me," Qin Xiang interjected, moving toward a direction with fewer figures. Li Tianming hesitated momentarily, but chose not to question him, trailing behind. Since Qin Xiang was aware of the sandworm minions, he might also know their whereabouts, although it was not certain, as the minions roamed aimlessly once separated from their masters. Qin Xiang remained silent, pressing onward deeper into the expanse, while the surrounding crowd dwindled. "Qin, what do you know the sandworm minions are congregating? Venturing further poses risks. Should we encounter a mid-tier deity, I may not be able to protect you," Li Tianming cautioned, glancing around to confirm their isolation. The safe zone behind them had transformed into mere glimmers of light in the distance. They had walked over 10 kilometers. "That should suffice," he declared, retrieving a black glass vial from his backpack and uncapping it. "What is this, Qin?" "A sandworm scale," Qin Xiang replied. "What? Where did you acquire such a thing?" "From the source of the information I gathered," he stated, unwilling to elaborate further. Money One and Li Tianming were two of his trump cards, existing in a state of mutual awareness without direct contact, which was currently the most advantageous situation for him. After waiting for over half an hour, Qin Xiang suddenly heard a disturbance. "Prepare yourselves." "Understood," he replied, drawing his deity-hunting dagger and quietly observing the source of the sound. He held his breath, tensing every muscle. Though he had taken lives before, he had never faced a deity. At this critical juncture, anxiety coursed through him. Even within his frost-resistant suit, he could feel beads of sweat forming on his back. "Be ready. We are 10 seconds away," Li Tianming quietly reminded him before retreating a short distance to avoid any perception that Qin Xiang was unable to fulfill the requirements for solo combat. As the sounds drew nearer, Qin Xiang's nerves tightened further. Suddenly, a shadow, half his height, leaped forth, lunging directly at him. Qin Xiang could not discern the shadow's true form, but could vaguely identify that it possessed numerous long, crab-like legs, while its body resembled a mutated cockroach. Chapter 57. Successful hunt. This large, cockroach-like deity moved with remarkable speed. Yet, Qin Xiang was still able to accurately track its position. Taking a deep breath, he resolved not to employ the brute force skill, opting instead to rely on his physical reflexes to confront this deity. Though brute force did not specify a cooldown period and seemed infinitely usable, it undoubtedly consumed a substantial amount of energy, which originated from his own body. Overusing it would lead to physical strain, rendering it unsustainable. Therefore, he chose to refrain from using brute force for the moment. As long as he could clearly see the enemy, it indicated that the deity's agility had not surpassed his capacity to respond. In terms of strength, this deity stood at merely half his height, and he doubted it could exceed his own prowess. Moreover, given that there was currently only one deity present, it was an opportune moment for practice. Even as a novice, Qin Xiang firmly believed that honing his combat reflexes was of utmost necessity. As he observed the large, mutated cockroach charging toward him with its claws extended, he awaited the right moment. Just as its long, claw-like appendages were about to make contact with his chest, he sprang forward, leaping high and looking down upon the deity. The creature's head was directed toward the ground, rendering it oblivious to the situation behind it. Insects have notoriously limited vision, and it appeared this deity shared that characteristic. Gripping the hunting dagger tightly, Qin Xiang descended, plunging straight toward the deity's head. He was confident that the creature's skull would not be particularly resilient. The hunting dagger would surely penetrate it. He envisioned the imminent moment when the deity would wail, with foul fluids splattering in all directions. Victory was within his grasp. A faint smile graced his lips. With a sharp crack, the cockroach-like deity suddenly twisted its head 180 degrees. Two large, round black eyes fixated intently on Qin Xiang, who was on the brink of descending. From those repulsive orbs, Qin Xiang perceived a strange smile. How could this be? Not far away, Li Tianming furrowed his brow, poised to unleash the earth-binding skill to prevent harm from befalling Qin Xiang. Alas, Qin Shueshing had drawn the attention of the exceptionally troublesome, deformed armored scythe from the sandworm servants. This creature could easily be mistaken for a limited vision insect, yet its sight encompassed a full 360 degrees. Numerous sequence ability users had met their demise ensnared in its visual traps. Li Tianming scrutiniza Qin Xiang's reactions. Should his subsequent actions falter, he risked being pierced through the chest and abdomen by the deformed armored scythe, an untimely end. Beads of sweat formed in Li Tianming's palms, fearing that a moment's delay might lead to Qin Xiang's demise here. As Qin Xiang observed the head of the creature suddenly whirl around, he immediately sensed the gravity of the situation. He abandoned his attack, planting a foot upon the scythe's shell and leaping once more. Just as his foot left the shell, two dark sides erupted from the creature's black eyes, narrowly grazing Qin Xiang's mask. Through his frost-resistant suit, he felt the rush of wind from their passage. That was a close call. Had he stubbornly pressed forward with his attack, he would have been cleaved into pieces by those suddenly manifested scythes. Cursed be his luck. Despite having researched the sandworm servants beforehand, he had never encountered this entity. Wait, as he gazed at the deformed armored scythe's head, a realization struck him. Those scythes emerged from its eyes. Did that not imply that its sight had now vanished, rendering it blind? Witnessing the retraction of the scythes only further confirmed his theory. The deformed armored scythe seemed eager to regain its vision, hence retracting its scythes after failing to strike. Now was the moment. Without hesitation, Qin Xiang pressed downward as he descended, thrusting his dagger towards the head of the deformed armored scythe. With a sickening squelch, he felt the dagger pierce through a layer of hard shell before sinking into a soft, moist area. The deformed armored scythe writhed in agony. The scythes, initially retracted, extended again in a desperate attempt to sweep towards Qin Xiang, intent on mutual destruction. Yet, Qin Xiang had seized the initiative. He would not let this opportunity slip away. He pressed downward with both hands, driving the dagger deep into the creature's head, pinning it to the ground. With its head thoroughly deformed, the sides protruding from its eyes extended only a short distance before becoming lodged. Seizing the chance, Qin Xiang twisted forcefully, creating a hole the width of a steel pipe. A A stream of dark green fluid splattered onto his protective suit, sending a chill through his body beneath the frost-resistant layers. The deformed, armored-sized numerous legs twitched a couple of times before falling still. It was done. Qin Xiang exhaled a sigh of relief and promptly sealed the glass container of sandworm scales. He needed a moment to recuperate. Should several more deformed armored scythes appear at this juncture, he would be utterly overwhelmed. Sitting upon the shell of the deformed armored scythe, he regulated his breathing. Li Tianming approached from a distance. Qin Xuesheng, well done. Thank you. Y apreciata principal disfrutación. While taking his rest, Qin Xiang did not forget to express his gratitude to Li Tianming. He understood that during that critical moment, Li Tianming had certainly been prepared to assist him. Li Tianming smilat. Qin Xuesheng, to have successfully taken down a deformed armored scythe on your first hunt of a divine entity is indeed beyond my expectations. It was merely luck. Principal Li, what is the name of this divine being? Deformed armored scythe? Why did I not encounter any mention of this entity while researching the sandworm servants in the god-slaying camp? The forums are free, but the information is limited. The deformed armored scythe is a high-tier existence among the sandworm servants, not something easily defeated. Its 360-degree vision has claimed the lives of many sequence ability users. The knowledge required to slay it is forged from the casualties of those users. Such valuable information is rarely disclosed. Rarely disclosed? Then how do you, Principal Li, know about it? Have you forgotten? I am the vice president of a certain university, and my understanding of divine beings is naturally quite profound. The information on slaying divine beings is not made public. No wonder humanity has yet to devise a means of leaving the safe zone. Truly a bunch of rogues. Li Tianming inquired. Qin Xuesheng, are you considering making the information about the deformed armored scythe public? Me? Qin Xiang chuckled. I might be even more of a rogue than they are. Haha, enough of that. Principal Li, where should I cut to prove that I have slain this divine being? Chapter 58. A little indulgence how to substantiate the slaying of a divine being was similarly absent from the forums. Qin Xiang had gleaned that one must sever a part of the divine being that could verify their identity and bring it back to the safe zone. The personnel at the Sequence Ability Users Management Bureau at the entrance of the safe zone would allocate rewards based on these parts. Though he had slain the deformed armored scythe, he remained uncertain how to prove it. Fortunately, Li Tianming accompanied him, so this should not pose a problem. Turn the deformed armored scythe over. After following Li Tianming's instruction, he pointed to a circular plate on its abdominal core. Do you see this circular plate? Cut it off and bring it back as proof of your slaying of the divine being. Every divine being possesses such a circular plate. This is your evidence of the kill. Qin Xiang used the god-slaying dagger to cut along the circular plate, but he also extracted a considerable amount of flesh and blood. Just as he was about to clean it up, Li Tianming stopped him. Do not clean off that flesh and blood. The inspection personnel at the entrance to the safe zone will use the freshness of the flesh to determine whether you have cheated. They will dispose of the flesh on the circular plate and only take the plate itself. Upon hearing this, Qin Xiang was enlightened. He had previously wondered why there were so many remnants of divine beings in the garbage bins outside the safe zone. Now he understood. Qin Xiang then inquired, how much 100 points is this circular plate worth? Li Tianming held up 6 fingers. 600 points. So many. Qin Xiang was taken aback. Having thought that slaying a divine being like the sandworm servants would yield only 100 point. Indeed, it is considerable. What is the basis for this point allocation? Look closely at the circular plate. Li Tianming wiped the dark green fluid off the plate and pointed to a circular dent. Do you see this ring? It represents 5 points. And this linear dent represents 1 point. In total, that's 6 points. Qin Xiang appeared puzzled. But how is this point standard determined? Of course, it is established through practical verification. The Management Bureau discovered that slaying a divine being with a circular dent is approximately 5 times more challenging than one with a linear dent. Hence they set this exchange standard. Ah, I see. Qin Xiang opened his backpack and placed the precious circular plate inside. 6 points, and if he teamed up, that would double to 12 points. While he was uncertain of its significance, 12 points certainly sounded substantial. He had to keep it safe to prevent it from being stolen. Seeing his cautious demeanor, Li Tianming added, you need not worry about someone stealing this circular plate. Your god-slaying dagger bears your essence, and the plate carries your scent as well. Even if someone were to steal it, their essence would merely overlay yours. According to the Management Bureau's regulations, Rewards are allocated to the original essence holder of the circular plate. Ah, well, that seems quite reasonable. Very well, you may continue. Understood. Qin Xiang unscrewed the cap of the sandworm scale bottle, continuing to bide his time. However, in addition to keeping a vigilant eye ahead, he began to contemplate the corpse of the deformed crab claw. Such a massive divine carcass. If I were to consume it entirely, wouldn't I ascend to the heavens? He was immediately filled with desire. Without further ado, he took action. First, he used the hunter's dagger to sever the crab-like lower leg of the deformed crab claw. Qin, what are you doing? Oh, just passing the time, having a bit of fun. Li Tiaming, unaware of Qin Xiang's intentions and not yet having spotted any sign of the sandworm minions, decided to let him be. Qin Xiang then chopped off the joint of the lower leg, examining the remaining segment in his hand. If I hollow it out, it could serve as a straw. He gazed at the abdomen of the deformed crab claw, where a gaping hole, from which he had removed a round piece of shell, was oozing a dark green juice. After looking around the desolate surroundings and confirming that no divine beings were nearby, he opened a small gap in his frost-proof suit's mask. A gust of cold wind rushed in, making Qin Xiang shiver. Outside the safety zone, it's truly frigid. The physical bodies of sequence ability users can hardly withstand it. After acclimating to the biting cold, he thought it imperative to fashion the straw quickly. Otherwise, in a short while, the juice within the deformed crab claw could freeze. Grasping the segment of the lower leg, he placed it in his mouth and sucked vigorously, drawing all the flesh inside. It tastes somewhat like crab meat. Qin Xiang recalled having eaten raw drunken crab in his past life. The leg meat was smooth and glutinous, quite similar to the flesh within this lower leg. After swallowing, he felt warmth coursing through his body, a wave of comfort. Not bad at all. He immediately inserted the hollow crab leg into the body of the deformed crab claw, eagerly sucking the juice within. Indeed, the cold weather had already begun to turn it into ice shards. However, Qin Xiang was undeterred, all for the sake of becoming stronger. Strengthening oneself is never disgraceful. As the juice entered his body, it transformed into energy that enhanced him, allowing him to consume as much divine remains as he wished without feeling bloated. After sucking for about a minute, the juice finally ran dry. A glance revealed that the interior of the deformed crab claw was primarily filled with juice, with only a small portion of meat remaining. Most of the energy had been absorbed by him. He then stuffed the straw back into the deformed crab claw's corpse and poured some sand into it. Surely, no one else would dare to touch a divine being's corpse besides me. Qin Xiang contentedly burped, wiped the juice from the corner of his mouth, then closed his frost-proof suit's mask, lazily leaning against the back carapace of the deformed crab claw. He had grown stronger once more. At that moment, if he could bask in the sun, it would be even more satisfying. Although his sequence level had not risen, he could distinctly feel his strength increasing. Not only had his physical power improved, but even his vision had sharpened somewhat. The distant scenery, previously unclear, was now visible with remarkable clarity. Li Tianming, not far away, remained oblivious to Qin Xiang's activities, thinking he had suddenly taken a childish turn, enjoying his solitary playtime. He couldn't discern whether this classmate was mature or juvenile. After a brief respite, Qin Xiang suddenly heard a rustling sound. It appeared that more sandworm minions were approaching. He immediately rose, resuming a combat-ready posture, calmly preparing to confront the incoming enemies. Qin Xiang felt confident that if another deformed crab claw appeared, he could handle it with ease. Thanks to his improved vision, he spotted a divine being advancing toward him in the distance. Was that a long-footed worm? A smile crept onto Qin Xiang's lips. The soft target he had been anticipating had finally arrived. Time to hunt with enthusiasm. Chapter 59. Sequence Level 3. If the deformed crab claw was an upper tier among the sandworm minions, then the long-footed worm was akin to the mud beneath the soles of their shoes. No divine being was weaker than the long-footed worm. They possessed neither sturdy defenses nor sharp offensive weapons, lacked lethal toxins, and were devoid of intelligent minds. They merely had a mouth about the size of a finger, which, when biting a sequence ability user, felt akin to a mere scratch. The long-footed worm not only had weak abilities, but also low intelligence. When faced with danger, it wouldn't even attempt to evade. The Sequence Ability Management Bureau had even seriously considered reducing or even eliminating the hunter points awarded for hunting long-footed worms. However, this proposal was ultimately not enacted, because the long-footed worm, despite its weakness, often attached itself to more powerful divine beings. The appearance of a long-footed worm signified the approach of formidable foes. Killing them carried significant risks. Moreover, the long-footed worm was still a divine being. Ordinary humans could not slay them. Only sequence ability users could take them down. Being divine, they deserved respect. Thus, the Sequence Ability Management Bureau continued to grant long-footed worms hunter points, encouraging sequence ability users to bravely hunt divine beings. Yet the Bureau never contemplated that someone as shameless as Qin Xiang would emerge. Drawing in the sandworm minions with a single sandworm scale, the long-footed worm came seeking a new master, thus not teaming up with other powerful divine beings. A large swarm hurried toward the source of the sandworm scent. Qin Xiang beamed at the sight of a vast mass of long-footed worms. He was practically grinning from ear to ear. Nearby, Li Tianming was also taken aback. This kid's luck is off the charts. ISNT it. There must be several hundred long-footed worms in front of him. ISNT he about to soar? Why didn't I encounter such fortune during my own hunts? Li Tianming felt a twinge of envy. If it weren't for the fact that he needed Qin Xiang's assistance and the inconvenience of others witnessing them, he would have contemplated eliminating Qin Xiang himself to claim the long-footed worms. Restraint, restraint. Li Tianming, you have more pressing matters at hand. Regulating his breath, he managed to suppress his jealousy. Qin Xiang, not one to wait idly, immediately brandished his hunter's dagger and charged forward. These long-footed worms were mostly half a meter long and 2 fingers wide. With their slender legs, they hovered about 20 centimeters off the ground. Yet to Qin Xiang, they were no different from bedbugs. With a swift motion of his dagger, he could easily slay 3 or 5 at a time. At that moment, an idea struck him. He knew that only sequence ability users could slay divine beings. However, it was never stipulated that one must utilize the hunter's dagger. Observing the long-footed worms crawling on the ground, he couldn't help but wonder if he could crush these lowly divine beings with his feet. He stepped down, and the flattened, long-footed worm immediately returned to its original form, continuing to crawl. Not effective. Suddenly, he realized something. It was likely because he was wearing the frostproof suit, completely enveloping his body. Even if his body had mutated and awakened its sequence, the power of that mutation could not be transmitted through the suit. To validate his hypothesis, he unfastened his frostproof suit and stepped down onto a long-footed worm again. With a squelch, the long-footed worm burst forth with red juice, splattering onto Qin Xiang's foot. After twitching a couple of times, it fell still. Dead. Qin Xiang nodded in affirmation. Indeed. The bodies of sequence ability users differed from ordinary humans and had undergone some peculiar mutation. Even without employing their sequence abilities, they could kill divine beings. With this knowledge, Qin Xiang no longer fixated on using the dagger to slay divine beings. Swinging the dagger was too slow. With so many worms, it was far quicker to crush them underfoot. Watching Qin Xiang's actions from a distance, Li Tianming nodded in admiration. He witnessed Qin Xiang first attempting to crush long-footed worms while still clad in the frostproof suit, then removing it to do the same, all with keen interest. On the battlefield, encountering simple foes, one not only thinks of harvesting the points of the hunter god, but instead embodies a spirit of exploration. What a promising candidate for scientific research this is. If I were still in university, I would undoubtedly take this young man as my student. Alas, I wonder if I shall ever have the chance to step beyond the edge of the safety zone in this lifetime. Li Tianming cast another glance at Qin Xiang's silhouette. It is likely that until death, GUN school will not awaken another sequence ability user. Qin, my future relies on you. Qin Xiang shed his anti-freeze suit and tossed it aside, then dashed among the horde of the Longzhu Surwing. However, it seemed that due to the cold, he hunched over as he ran, wrapping his arms around himself, resembling a refugee in distress. At least, that is how it appeared to Li Tianming. Yet, the posture Qin Xiang adopted was motivated not only by the chill, it also allowed him to lower his head. When his foot landed on the Longzhu Surwing, a red fluid would be squeezed out and sprayed forth, or rather, burst forth. With his head bowed, Qin Xiang was prepared to receive the divine offering. He had already gained experience, discovering that when he stepped with his heel diagonally onto the Longzhu Surwing's head, then crushed with the tip of his foot, the red fluid would be expelled from the worm's rear, perfectly spraying into his mouth. The taste was somewhat peculiar, likely a mixture of various substances. Qin Xiang glanced at the rear of the Longzhu Surwing, feeling a bit uncomfortable. However, the ever-strengthening body soon allowed him to cast aside this discomfort. What could be more exhilarating than becoming stronger oneself? He galloped tirelessly among the Longzhu Sirwing, crimson fluid adorning his lips, accompanied by a blissful smile. Just as he was reveling in this experience, suddenly, an unusual sensation coursed through him. Qin Xiang felt a qualitative leap in both his strength and agility. Simultaneously, the sequence information in his mind underwent a transformation. Sequence Eater of Gods promoted. Consuming the divine will enhance strength. Current sequence level. Level 3, Crimson Knight. Skill, blood drink. Skill description. Consuming the divine raw can also lead to digestion. Skill, violence. Skill description. Within 10 minutes, 1's strength, agility, and physical resilience triple, during which no pain is felt. Skill, dual metal. Skill description. Upon slaying a divine being, 1's current total power, excluding skills, permanently increases by 100%. Skill cooldown duration, 1 year. 100% increase in total power. Qin Xiang was momentarily stunned. The joy on his face was uncontrollable, akin to winning the lottery. This dual metal is extraordinarily formidable. The only regret is the lengthy cooldown period of 1 year. If only it were shorter, he would choose to reside outside the safety zone indefinitely, biding time until he became invincible before returning. The path of survival remains unachievable. He had also contemplated persistently hunting divine beings outside the safety zone, relying on blood drink for self-enhancement, which seemed a viable strategy. However, he quickly dismissed this notion. His actions of consuming the remnants of gods could not be discovered. He must hunt in desolate areas, deep outside the safety zone. This implied a doubling of danger, significantly increasing the likelihood of encountering unknown large divine beings, potentially leading to an untimely demise. He had witnessed far too many such instances on the notice board of the Godslayer camp. Either they pursued an injured divine being deep outside the safety zone or sought to explore uncharted territories. These sequence ability users invariably fell victim to the unknown divine beings. Numerous teams of hunters had met their demise as well. Qin Xiang believed that although he was strong, his strength was still limited and he had not yet reached the level where he could navigate freely outside the safety zone. Compared to the ever-present threat to his life, it was far safer to engage in the intrigues of others within the safety zone. He glanced once more at the dual metal, unable to contain his delight. A doubling of power. Alas, how can life always conform to 1's desires? He decided to utilize it at once. This skill that enhances attributes should be activated as soon as possible to begin its cooldown. Qin Xiang resolved to use it immediately. He re-examined the skill description, realizing it would double his current total power, and an idea sparked in his mind. Current total power. If he activated violence, his current power would be 3 times its usual level. Then, if he used dual metal, could he achieve a 6-fold increase? 6-fold. How formidable would that make him? Qin Xiang swallowed hard. He glanced at the dwindling Longzhu Sirwing, contemplating that today's harvest was likely sufficient. After clearing these crawling divine beings, he could tidy up and return to the safety zone. Given this, he probably would not have the opportunity to use violence and need not worry about exhausting himself. He decided to give it a try. He activated violence, then initiated dual metal. Targeting a Longzhu Sirwing, he stomped down. With the enhancement of his sequence level and violence, his foot sank half a palm's depth into the ground. The Longzhu Sirwing had not even had the chance to struggle before it met its end, departing without any pain. Following this, Qin Xiang felt a surge of overwhelming power coursing through him, granting him an all-encompassing enhancement. His ears could detect the movements of Longzhu Sirwing from all directions. His eyes could discern every fine hair on a Longzhu Sirwing 10 paces away. His body felt as light as a feather, making him feel as though he could outrun the wind. His fists brimmed with power, as if they could easily smash through steel plates. Qin Xiang immediately tested his strength, stomping down on a nearby Longzhu Sirwing. His calf sank deep into the ground. Qin Xiang was elated. Power. This is absolute power. Meanwhile, not far from him, Li Tianming furrowed his brow. Did I just experience an illusion? Why did it seem that when Qin Xiang lifted his foot, an afterimage appeared? Yet with my current sequence level, my perception and sight are exceptionally sharp. If I cannot even capture his movements, could it be that he has reached sequence level 4? No, that cannot be. It is absolutely impossible. If he were at sequence level 4, Why would he seek me as an insurance policy? He could easily confront the divine alone. Furthermore, reaching sequence level 4 requires over 100 vials of sequence potions, which he could not possibly acquire. Perhaps I am merely fatigued, causing my sight to blur. No, I must quickly clear my head to avoid being too slow to save him should he encounter danger. With this thought, Li Tianming opened his visor. Feeling the cold wind wash over him, he shivered, immediately finding his senses sharpened, then closed the visor again. Looking back at Qin Xiang, he noticed that his movements seemed unchanged from before. Indeed, it was just a trick of his eyes. On the other hand, Qin Xiang felt a pang of disappointment. He realized that as the violent skill concluded, his strength and agility had diminished somewhat. However, it was not as drastic as before, where he had lost 2/3 of his power and agility. After estimating, it seemed he had only lost about 1/3. This meant that after using dual metal, his current strength and agility were approximately 4 times greater than before. He calculated further, beginning to grasp this transformation. If his strength initially was 1 unit, after activating violence, it became 3 units, and after using dual metal, it reached 6 units. However, once the violence subsided, the previous enhancements vanished, and his strength diminished by 2 units due to the effects of violence, leaving him with only 4 units. He had anticipated a 6-fold increase in power, but ultimately, it only manifested as a 4-fold enhancement. Nevertheless, Qin Xiang found this quite satisfactory, far more enjoyable than a mere doubling of strength. He meticulously controlled his speed and power to avoid arousing Li Qianming's suspicion, then proceeded to eliminate the remaining Changshuo Runtong. Subsequently, he promptly sealed the black glass vial containing the sandworm scales, preparing to tally his gains. The ground was littered with remnants, providing ample work for him. Qin Xiang donned his frost-proof suit, retrieved the hunter's dagger, and commenced the collection of the circular armor plates. Given the limited capacity of his backpack, he was particularly meticulous, retaining only a minimal amount of flesh and blood sufficient for the regulatory personnel to ascertain that they had perished today. Li Tianming observed Qin Xiang's industrious figure with eyes ablaze with envy. He had never witnessed such a multitude of seemingly unintelligent Changshuo Runtong appearing in clusters. Typically, encountering a dozen would be considered fortunate, yet Qin Xiang had stumbled upon an entire army of them. A rough count revealed no fewer than 500. 500 Changshuo Runtong equated to 500 hunter points. As Qin Xiang operated solo, he would receive double the rewards, amassing over 1,000 hunter points. No other team at the exit of Security Zone 38324 could possibly surpass him. This bounty was ample enough to secure his entry into a prestigious academy for ability users. Qin Xiang's fortune was indeed extraordinary, almost as if it were his destiny. Li Tianming had already devised a plan to ensure he would profit from Qin Xiang upon their return, vowing not to let this fortunate individual escape unscathed. Unbeknownst to Qin Xiang, who was lost in his bountiful joy, Li Qianming's countenance was twisted with jealousy. He cut the last circular armor plate, which conveniently fit into his bulging backpack. Fortunately, the circular armor plates of the Changshuo Runtong were considerably smaller than the distorted armor blades. Otherwise, his large backpack would have been inadequate. To free up space, he held the distorted armor blade's circular plate in hand as he returned. With a heavy backpack slung over his shoulders, he listened to the howling wind outside his mask, a smile forming at the corners of his mouth. Today's wind was indeed tumultuous. Chapter 61. Hunter Point's Qin Xiang, with his pack in tow, walked alongside Li Tianming back towards the security zone. Gradually, they encountered other hunter teams, most of which appeared dejected. Their yield for the day was dismal, with only 7 points collectively, averaging just over 1 point per person among their 5-member team. Indeed, there had been rumors circulating about a large swarm of sandworm subordinates appearing at their security zone exit, prompting many to come and seize the opportunity. Yet, they found not even a shadow of the sandworm subordinates, and the number of hunted deities was even fewer than before. It was unclear who had spread such misleading information, leading to this unfortunate situation. If this continued, when would they ever earn enough to cover their mortgage? Fear not. Those who came to exploit the situation will soon depart upon finding no sandworm subordinates. Everything will return to normal, one member reassured. Listening to the disheartened conversations of the surrounding hunter teams, Qin Xiang struggled to suppress his grin, nearly failing to conceal his delight. He relished the thrill of the hunt. and the misfortunes of others only amplified his joy. Human emotions rarely align. Often, happiness is built upon the suffering of others. Li Tianming, noticing Qin Xiang's barely contained amusement, admonished him in a mentor-like tone. Qin, reveling in others' misfortunes is rather unbecoming. Unbecoming? Is there a risk I might stray from the righteous path? Qin Xiang raised an eyebrow. Principal Li, are you suggesting that I still have a chance to be a good person? Li Tianming shot him a glance, remaining silent. Indeed, did Qin Xiang have a chance to be a good person? Good people do not tend to last long in the security zone. Li Tianming suppressed his lecturing instincts and ceased to engage, allowing Qin Xiang to revel in his mirth. It remained a mystery who had claimed there were numerous sandworm subordinates. After traveling so far, why had he seen none? Not only had their team failed to find them, but other hunter teams had also encountered the same fate. Perhaps the sandworm subordinates had relocated to another area. Tomorrow, we'll explore the neighboring security zone, 54320. Perhaps fortune will smile upon us, he suggested. Very well. If, after 5 or 6 days, we still find no signs of the sandworm subordinates, we shall return, Qin Xiang replied. The hunter teams passing by him were filled with sighs. Seemingly no one had achieved satisfactory results. Qin Xiang strode confidently alongside Li Tianming, returning within the protective iron gates of the security zone. A long queue had already formed beside the security zone exit, presumably waiting to have their circular armor plates inspected. The two maintained silence, with Li Tianming seemingly lost in thought, while Qin Xiang utilized his keen perception to eavesdrop on nearby conversations. Captain John, we managed to hunt 10 points worth of circular armor plates today. That seems decent. Indeed, initially, I thought it was a lackluster performance. But upon seeing the yields of other teams, most of them have fared worse than ours. Captain, with these 10 points, you could divide 4 for yourself. Adding these 4 points, you should now have 200, correct? Yes. Suddenly, someone interjected, 200 points? That means you're likely in the top 5 at security zone 38324? The individual named John cast a haughty glance at the envious onlookers and replied coolly, just about 5th. I've heard that those in the top 5 at the security zone exit enjoy certain privileges. Is that true? That matter is confidential. Oh, my apologies. The individual offered a sheepish smile before continuing, you're truly impressive. With 200 points, you must be ranked within the top million at the security zone, right? How many points do you have? Approximately 95,000. Wow, 95,000. I'm still outside the million mark, without even ranking. With time, you will eventually accumulate points. As Qin Xiang observed, he noted John's chin slightly elevated when he said this, sounding encouraging, yet his demeanor conveyed a sense of disdain, as if an insurmountable chasm lay between him and the one asking the question. The onlookers gazed at John with envy. John removed his safety helmet and adjusted the collar of his suit, exuding an air of unattainable superiority, reminiscent of a nobleman. At that moment, someone remarked, Little John, with that smug expression, you resemble a freshly laid rooster. Have you encountered some good fortune? Upon hearing this, John immediately shot an angry glare. Sun Juhong, I knew it was you, that foul-mouthed scoundrel. With a smile, the other person's scarred face twisted like a worm. Oh, you're even worse than a scoundrel. What would you be, Manure? Your score is only 40 points higher than mine. What is so impressive about that? 40 points higher is still significant. At security zone 38324, I rank 4th, and you're 5th. That is an unalterable fact. John's golden eyes displayed contempt. In less than a year, I will surpass you. That is laughable. Do you truly believe that during this year, only your points will grow while mine stagnate? Sun Juhong then turned to his teammates, saying, Little John, you're 20 years younger than your father, yet you tell him, in 20 years I'll be just as old as you. Ha ha ha. The captain is right. It's truly laughable. Little John, did your father pass away? If you are not dead, you will never catch up to his age in this lifetime. John, his face turning pale with anger, turned his head away and ceased to speak. Qin Xiang observed the argument among the sequence ability users and inquired, Principal, what are these sequence ability users arguing about regarding the Hunter God points? The Hunter God points symbolize the personal strength of the sequence ability users. The higher the points, the more respect one garners. It is akin to school examinations, where diligent students receive greater admiration. Indeed, the Hunter God points resemble examination scores. However, unlike any examination that only represents a stage, the hunter God points accompany one throughout their life. The United Government calculates and ranks the hunter God points to encourage sequence ability users to hunt divine beings. The higher your points, the more privileges you possess. If you and another sequence ability user both desire a house, and your points exceed theirs, the house must be sold to you first. If you and another sequence ability user fall ill, and there is but one hospital bed available, and your points are higher, that bed is yours. If you and another sequence ability user both fancy a nightclub hostess, the implication remains the same. Principle, please do not cough. Elaborate on the nightclub hostess. Chapter 62. Acceptance of points. Qin Xiang waited for over 40 minutes, and it was finally nearing his turn. The person in front glanced at the round pieces of armor in Qin Xiang's hand, their eyes lighting up. Young man, you and your companion have managed to obtain 6 points. That is quite an achievement. Indeed, recently, this place has seen a surge in visitors, and upon returning from their hunts, many have left with scarcely a point. Numerous individuals have opted for a break during this period. I have heard of that. Yours is the round piece of armor from the distorted scythe, correct? Yes. What luck. Unlike us, who only managed to hunt 3 spinning blade spiders. Qin Xiang glanced at the 3 round pieces of armor he held, each bearing a circle, adding up to what seemed like 15 points. Observing the other's smile, he understood. What he had initially perceived as a lament turned out to be a display of boasting. Ignoring him, Qin Xiang directed his gaze elsewhere. The individual, realizing Qin Xiang's disinterest in further conversation, ceased their attempts at self-promotion. 1,500 God points is rather pitiful, the person muttered. Qin Xiang remained silent, but those behind him were displeased. Humph, what's so remarkable about 15 points? Let him enjoy his moment. Today is indeed a rare fruitful day for their team in hunting divine beings. Those 3 spinning blade spiders' round pieces of armor have been his pride for the entire day. No wonder, another scoffed, shaking the 3 round pieces of armor in their hand. Are you capable of such feats? You are merely envious. Indeed, you are impressive. Yet, I wonder how many of those 15 points will be credited to your name. The individuals seemed to strike a nerve, turning away and ceasing their display. The individuals behind Qin Xiang were relentless. The truly formidable do not flaunt their prowess. It is often the ineffectual who make the most noise. Exactly. In my opinion, if he manages to claim 1 point, it would be commendable. The individual immediately turned back, shouting, "Do not underestimate me. I can secure a point too." Oh my, how impressive. To possess a point too indeed aligns with your character. The individual's face flushed crimson, while laughter erupted from those behind Qin Xiang. After the round pieces of armor were verified, the person in front of Qin Xiang departed in defeat. Finally, it was Qin Xiang's turn. It was his first time undergoing the verification of the round pieces of armor. The verification personnel from the Sequence Ability Management Bureau glanced at the round pieces of armor in Qin Xiang's possession. Name, Qin Xiang. Sequence Ability User Number, 00009527. The verification personnel frowned as they checked. There is no team information for you. Are you in a solo team? Yes. Upon hearing that Qin Xiang was solo, those behind erupted in astonishment. My goodness, does that mean he can earn 12 points in one go? He is solo? How is that possible? That old man has been standing beside him the entire time. Is he cheating? The verification personnel scrutinized Li Tianming with suspicion. Li Tianming rapia nonchalantly. I am his insurance. I did not participate in hunting divine beings. The verification personnel nodded, then grasped a small scanning light, shining it on the round pieces of armor before directing it towards Qin Xiang. The aura of the hunter matches, identity confirmed. They then produced a palm-sized square device, aligning the screen with Qin Xiang's features. Qin Xiang saw his face on the screen. The lie detector appeared to have a front-facing camera, the principle of which he did not comprehend. According to regulations, I must conduct a lie test for solo teams. Please answer. Did you completely solo hunt the divine being? Yes. 5 seconds later, the device emitted a sound. True statement. The verification personnel stowed away the lie detector and informed Qin Xiang. Next, I will conduct a memory continuity test. Please extend your hand. All right. Qin Xiang placed his hand in the verification personnel's. The verification personnel's palm suddenly sprouted numerous tiny suction cups, connecting with Qin Xiang's hand. The verification personnel then closed their eyes for about 10 seconds before reopening them, their eyes turning pure white. Qin Xiang understood this was the ability of the verifier, capable of examining another's brain activity. If the brain functions normally, the verifier's eyes remain white. Otherwise, they turn black. All brain regions are functioning normally, with no signs of intrusion by other sequence users. Memory continuity verification passed. The verification personnel's eyes returned to normal, and the suction cups on their hand vanished. You may collect your rewards from the Sequence Ability Management Bureau, but I will send the data of the divine beings' remains to the solo team points section of the Slain God Camp. Should you receive an effective report, your rewards will be revoked, and you will face penalties. Understood. Others, witnessing Qin Xiang passing the test, were utterly astonished. 12 points at once. He could directly exchange for a bottle of sequence potion, plus 6,000 copper coins to claim. John shot a sidelong glance at Qin Xiang and coldly remarked, "He is merely a fortunate brat. One cannot grow fat in one bite." Sun Juhong chuckled, lightly touching the corner of his mouth, saying little more. But his gaze remained somewhat frivolous. At the exit of the safe zone, fortune is often bestowed upon the unexpected. Individuals like Qin Xiang may emerge every year. However, those in solo teams encounter far greater dangers, often ending up either dead outside the safe zone or severely injured, with little to show for it. As for the insurance, it cannot protect him indefinitely. Sooner or later, he must confront the dangers beyond the safe zone alone. All right, next. After the verification personnel posted the information regarding Qin Xiang's solo team and rewards on the forum, they instructed him to step aside. Wait. However, Qin Xiang did not move. The verification personnel regarded the youthful Qin Xiang, asking, "Is there something else? Do you intend to assert that this round piece of armor was not obtained by you? There is no opportunity left. I have completed the verification and posted the report. Even if you admit to wrongdoing now, it is too late." Qin Xiang smiled. "I do not intend to admit to any wrongdoing. Rather, you have yet to finish the verification." With that, Qin Xiang removed his bulging backpack, tossing it to the ground. The thud reverberated, causing the verification personnel to feel the floor shake beside them. They were puzzled as to why this young man carried so much to hunt divine beings. Perhaps due to his solo status, he was overly cautious, bringing numerous tools just in case. Others were also curious about what lay within Qin Xiang's backpack. They speculated that he was a novice, burdened with a heap of useless items for hunting divine beings. Indeed, it was my first venture beyond the safety zone, and I was not alone. However, when Qin Xiang unzipped his bag, all eyes around him widened in astonishment, and breaths were held in anticipation. A multitude of round plates spilled forth from his backpack, cascading onto the ground. Qin Xiang smiled faintly. Please continue with the inspection. Chapter 63. Bountiful rewards and eerie silence enveloped the surroundings. After a moment, someone finally reacted, realizing that the round plates were the handiwork of this young man, Qin Xiang. John immediately exclaimed, "You little trickster, you are as cunning as a black-footed fox, more insidious than the deities lurking in the shadows. Where did you pilfer such an abundance of round plates?" Sun Juhong, who had just argued with John, joined him, demanding, "What methods did you employ? How could you possibly acquire so many round plates?" Qin Xiang, however, paid them no mind and addressed the bewildered inspectors from the Management Bureau, saying, "There is quite a large quantity here. I would appreciate your assistance with the inspection. These round plates were obtained through my solo efforts." "Impossible," Sun Juhong interjected. "With so many round plates, even combined with your companion's efforts, it is unthinkable. You also have a guardian by your side, which indicates a lack of proficiency in hunting deities. How could you have acquired so many round plates at once? You must have violated the regulations set forth by the United Government." The once authoritative demeanor of Sun Juhong and John turned crimson with rage, their agitation suggesting they might tear Qin Xiang apart. The inspectors from the Management Bureau also gaped in disbelief, furrowing their brows as they questioned Qin Xiang. "How did you come by such a vast number of round plates?" "Of course, they were obtained by hunting deities," he replied calmly. "And how did you hunt them?" The inspector's tone was rigid, resembling that of an interrogator. Qin Xiang understood their skepticism. After all, presenting such a large quantity of round plates would indeed raise suspicions. "May I inquire if the Sequence Ability Management Bureau has a regulation requiring one to disclose the method of hunting deities?" The inspector's brow furrowed further. "No, but your situation is highly unusual, so I need clarification. Since there is no such regulation, what is the purpose of your inquiry? I need to make a reasonable judgment." The inspector asserted. Qin Xiang interjected. Judgment can be based on the breath detector you hold, the polygraph, memory continuity tests, or posts encouraging reports on forums. Your personal inquiry does not fall under any of these, does it? The inspector's expression darkened, yet Qin Xiang remained unfazed. Hunting deities was a paramount concern within the safety zone, prompting the United Government to establish comprehensive regulations. These rules exist to govern various behaviors. And within places where regulations are established, the survival law mandates adherence to these rules. As long as his actions adhered to the regulations, there was nothing to fear. He cooperated fully with the stipulated actions while remaining silent on matters outside the regulations. The inspector and Qin Xiang locked eyes for an extended moment. Yet Qin Xiang maintained his composure, unwilling to yield. The inspector reluctantly proceeded with the examination as per the regulations. He first utilized the breath detector, illuminating each round plate, confirming that the essence emanated from the same hunting dagger. As he counted the 794 round plates, he couldn't help but feel astonished. In his tenure as an inspector at this safety zone exit, he had never encountered such a vast number of round plates. Even he, as an inspector, felt a pang of envy at this considerable fortune. However, under the watchful eyes of many, he could not resort to any underhanded methods to pocket a portion. His jealousy towards Qin Xiang intensified. Why did he deserve to possess so many round plates? Thus, he scrutinized meticulously, inspecting each plate multiple times, verifying the absence of other essences before begrudgingly moving on to the next. The entire process dragged on for over 2 hours before concluding. Following that, he verified that Qin Xiang was indeed the wielder of the hunting dagger. Subsequently, he conducted polygraph and memory continuity tests, which Qin Xiang passed with ease. When filing the report, the inspector again remarked, "It seems that most of your 700 plates originated from the Longfoot worm." As the inspector dealt with round plates daily, his recognition was not surprising. Before Qin Xiang could respond, the crowd erupted once more. Longfoot worm. All these are Longfoot worms. Indeed, look, these round plates are the size of copper coins, with only a single groove, resembling Longfoot worms. This meant that the large swarm of sandworm minions were indeed Longfoot worms, all slain by this young man. No wonder he could kill so many. It turned out they were all easily vanquished Longfoot worms. What sequence is he? How could he attract so many Longfoot worms? Initially, Qin Xiang intended to interject, but he closed his mouth upon hearing this. He coldly regarded the inspector, aware that his statement was intended to inform the onlookers that he had primarily hunted the majority of the sandworm minions. This implication suggested that many hunting teams had wasted their efforts. Their resentment would likely be directed at him. Observing the furious gazes of the crowd, Qin Xiang couldn't suppress a smirk. Despite having no personal grievances, it felt as if he had made a lifelong enemy. It mattered not. They were merely a bunch of insignificant creatures. The strongest among them was likely at sequence level 2, perhaps even inferior to Li Tianming beside him. And they posed little threat. If a life-or-death struggle were to unfold outside the safety zone, Qin Xiang was confident that he and Li Tianming could eliminate them effortlessly, perhaps without needing Li Tianming as assistance. As this thought crossed his mind, a hint of murderous intent seeped into his gaze. Other sequence ability users immediately sensed that Qin Xiang was far from the innocent youth he appeared to be. Li Tianming gently tapped Qin Xiang's hand, prompting him to restrain himself. It was only then that Qin Xiang snapped back to reality, reassembling a student-like smile. At merely 18 years of age, why was he constantly preoccupied with thoughts of violence? This was not good. The inspector announced Qin Xiang's hunting rewards: 794 round plates at 1 point each, and 1 round plate at 6 points, totaling 800 hunting points. Due to the solo effort, the points were doubled, resulting in 1,600 points. Other rewards remained unchanged. 1 point equated to 1,000 copper coins, totaling 800,000 copper coins. 1 point also corresponded to 1/10 of a bottle of sequence potion, thus granting him 80 bottles of sequence potion. Due to the sheer volume of rewards, they could not be claimed here. He was instructed to visit the nearby Sequence Ability Management Bureau for collection. Upon hearing this, Qin Xiang's smile nearly split his face. 800,000 copper coins equated to over 60 silver coins. He had suddenly become wealthy. However, Qin Xiang's joy was swiftly tempered by a glance at Li Tianming, who was also beaming. He realized that he would have to share half of this fortune with the bald, rotund man. Chapter 64. Resolving disputes earning money was effortless for Qin Xiang, but even more so for Li Tianming. Accompanying Qin Xiang for a stroll outside the safety zone had netted Li Tianming over 30 silver coins. Though Qin Xiang felt a twinge of regret, he refused to pocket the money for himself. Despite Li Tianming not contributing physically, he had been vigilant in ensuring Qin Xiang's safety and had remained in a state of heightened alertness. It was only fair that he received the promised compensation. Furthermore, their partnership was long-term. They were not merely transient allies. 30 silver coins were but a small price to pay. Having recently transitioned from poverty to wealth, Qin Xiang was eager to claim his fortune without delay. The nearby Sequence Ability Management Bureau was located in the 14121 area, where the money was to be collected. Qin Xiang promptly resolved to collect his reward from the Management Bureau. Just as he picked up his empty backpack and prepared to depart, he was unexpectedly called back. Wait a moment. Turning to see John, he inquired, "What is it that you need?" "I want to invite you to the battle arena." With a furrowed brow, Qin Xiang responded, "The battle arena? What is that? A place for combat?" "Indeed. Come to the battle arena and face me in a duel." "Why should I engage in a duel with you? Are you afraid?" Momentarily taken aback, Qin Xiang regarded the furious blonde John, then glanced at Li Tianming. "What has this golden-haired fool been through to lose his mind?" Li Tianming explained, "You must have heard that John was originally among the top 5 at this exit, accumulating points and enjoying certain privileges. Now that your ranking surpasses his, you have displaced his privileges, hence his desire to challenge you in the battle arena." "Wait a moment. That's a lot of information." Qin Xiang processed Li Tianming's words and asked, "What are these privileges?" "Every management personnel at the safety zone exits has performance metrics. The more divine beings hunted at a safety exit, the greater the rewards for their superiors. Thus, to encourage formidable hunting teams to depart from their managed exits, the management offers rewards to the top 5. This method of reward is recognized by the Management Bureau and the unified government." Qin Xiang directed his attention to the assessor. "Were the privileges at safety exit number 38324? The assessor's expression was cold. "A 10% increase in copper coins. Does that mean I would receive 880,000 copper coins?" Qin Xiang's eyes widened as he pointed at the assessor. "You scoundrel. Do you intend to rob me of my privilege reward?" The assessor scoffed. "You only gain privileges after today. Your previous standing does not count." "Oh, my apologies. I was just a bit overwhelmed by my previous poverty. Please forgive my outburst." TCH. Qin Xiang immediately donned a smile, apologizing to the assessor. Li Tianming sighed at Qin Xiang's rapid change in demeanor. It was so embarrassing. If I have usurped his privileges, shouldn't he strive to hunt divine beings to reclaim them? Why challenge me in the battle arena? By the way, what exactly is the battle arena? Conflicts between sequence ability users are inevitable. The battle arena is an official venue provided by the unified government for resolving disputes among sequence ability users. Before entering the arena, the participants sign a wager, and the outcome determines the distribution of the stakes. Precisely. John interjected after Li Tianming finished explaining, "I want to wager the privileges of safety exit number 38324 against you." "Are you out of your mind? Why would I wager with you?" John gritted his teeth. "I will give you 1 silver coin. Please. Such a paltry sum does not interest me. If I lose, I shall grant you a bottle of sequence elixir. I possess 80 bottles. What do I need with yours? I will serve you for 2 years. I am quite busy and have no time for a pet." "You." John was exasperated. He felt compelled to reclaim his privileges, not just for the monetary gain, but for his standing. In the safety zone, the most scorned individuals are those who once possessed privileges but were usurped, especially by a mere lucky brat without any real strength. However, Qin Xiang had no intention of stepping into the battle arena. No amount of persuasion would sway him. After all, his sequence ability was not that of a mere shadow assassin. Should he reveal any weaknesses in the arena, it would be a grave mistake. Just as he was about to leave, John blocked his path, enunciating each word. "I just checked. You are of the shadow assassin sequence. If I lose, I will give you a hunting tool, a blind knife." "A blind knife? I have no need for it." Before Qin Xiang could refuse, Li Tianming grasped his arm. He whispered in Qin Xiang's ear, "This is a valuable item. You should accept his challenge." "How valuable?" "Valuable enough that money cannot buy it." What could possibly be so valuable that money cannot procure it? Qin Xiang was skeptical of Li Tianming's claims. In his understanding, wealth granted one everything except for worries. Li Tianming elaborated, hunting tools are crafted by sequence ability users who specialize in forging. You should know that not all sequence ability users are motivated solely by money. Hunting tools are that formidable. Why haven't I heard of them in the Godslayer camp? Li Tianming Shukulat. Those qualified to possess hunting tools likely do not share information on public forums like the Godslayer camp, implying that his perspective was still too narrow. It seemed that forum had little utility. At least for Qin Xiang, it could not meet his current needs. To gain broader insight, he must ascend to a higher platform. His desire for the University of Sequence Ability users intensified. Although hunting tools were enticing, he could not risk exposing his counterfeit sequence. Just as he prepared to decline, Li Tianming whispered again, "You need not worry. The battle arena is devoid of spectators. Only you two shall be present. Whatever transpires remains unknown to others." Why is that? Each sequence ability user possesses their own trump cards and is reluctant to reveal them. Thus, the unified government established the battle arena to be completely confidential. How is a victor determined? Upon entry, a surrender wristband is provided. You simply tap it 3 times to indicate surrender. Once one side surrenders, the battle concludes, and the victor may claim the stakes. Qin Xiang nodded, finding this arrangement quite reasonable. If there were only 2 participants, they might surrender in the arena, but later deny it outside. However, the matter of surrender was not what concerned Qin Xiang. He discreetly inquired, "What if I were to kill him? Would there be repercussions?" "None. Once in the battle arena, life and death are at your own risk." Qin Xiang's eyes gleamed with excitement. No repercussions for killing? Now, that invigorated him. Chapter 65. Proceeding to the battle arena, observing the gleam in Qin Xiang's eyes. Li Tianming understood the intentions behind his thoughts. He cast a sympathetic glance at John. The poor fellow likely only sought to defeat Qin Xiang and reclaim his privileges of the safety exit. Yet, Qin Xiang had set his sights on John's hunting tool, intending to claim his life as well. Li Tianming was aware of the peculiarities surrounding Qin Xiang's sequence. His extraordinary strength and agility alone raised suspicions. Even though Qin Xiang had been holding back, the astute Li Tianming had discerned that his fundamental attributes far exceeded those of an average first-level sequence ability user. There were only 2 possibilities. Qin Xiang was not a first-level sequence ability user, or he was not an ordinary sequence ability user. Regardless of which was true, it implied that Qin Xiang harbored a significant secret. This secret was known only to Li Tianming, who shared a mutual dependence with him. Others who witnessed his sequence abilities would not keep such information confidential. Thus, once Qin Xiang stepped into the battle arena with John, there would only be one outcome, death. Seeing that Qin Xiang did not appear fearful of killing, his eyes only glimmered with desire for the hunting tool, Li Tianming grew increasingly curious about him. This lad was certainly no stranger to taking lives. Who had he killed before? The edges of the safety zone were chaotic, with weekly reports of disappearances and murders. Li Tianming was uncertain, but that was inconsequential. He chuckled to himself. Who had not taken a life at some point, knowing he could act freely in the battle arena? Qin Xiang fixed his gaze on John, akin to a ravenous wolf eyeing its prey. "Do you truly possess a hunting tool? I do not believe you unless you show it to me." John drew a short blade from his waist, slightly longer than the hunter's dagger, and handed it to Qin Xiang. Upon grasping the blind blade, Qin Xiang immediately felt an intrinsic connection with the weapon, as though it were an extension of himself. This was indeed a blind blade. If it were to cut a divine being, within a minute, that deity would be rendered blind. Qin Xiang licked his lips. It was truly a remarkable item. How long would the blindness last? That depended on the size of the deity. The smaller the deity, the longer the blindness would endure. For the long-legged worms he had hunted, it would likely be around 5 minutes. 5 minutes. Such a duration. Qin Xiang had assumed that the weapon's attached ability would only allow for a matter of seconds. To discover it could last 5 minutes was astonishing. A treasure. A gem among treasures. His gaze seemed ensnared by the blind blade, unable to waver. John was undoubtedly doomed today. Even the united government could not save him. Seeing the greed on Qin Xiang's face, John sneered inwardly, knowing that Qin Xiang would undoubtedly accept a challenge. At that moment, he intended to utilize the battleground to teach Qin Xiang a lesson about youthful arrogance. "Very well, I accept your challenge. Let us proceed to the battleground. Now, of course, I am quite busy. After the battleground, I must also collect my rewards from the administration." John had expected Qin Xiang to request a moment's respite, considering he had just slain over 700 deities. Although they were merely long-legged worms, tracking and killing that many was no trivial task. Yet, with Qin Xiang not desiring a break, it suited John perfectly. All right, let's go to the battleground. How we get there? Shall we walk? Taking the bus is the quickest. Very well, then let us proceed. Principal Li, kindly cover my fare. Li Tianming scoffed, I'm out of money. Since John is taking you to the battleground, let him pay for your fare. What a miser. I will share over 30 silver coins with you. And you cannot even spare 10 copper coins for bus fare? John, unwilling to waste time on the fare, stated directly, I will cover the fare for both of you. Let us go. Ah, thank you, Brother John. Upon learning that John and Qin Xiang were heading to the battleground, others expressed interest and decided to follow. Weren't we preparing to hunt deities? Are we not going anymore? Hunt what? That kid has already slain over 700 long-legged worms. There can hardly be any deities left outside. It is better to witness the spectacle. Exactly. Deities can be hunted any day. The nearby battleground hardly opens once a month. How can you not distinguish between priorities? Is watching a spectacle truly that interesting? You're simply talking nonsense. If a spectacle lacks interest, then what is it called? A large group of sequence ability users surged toward the bus station. When the bus driver arrived at the 38324 safe zone exit, he was bewildered. Since the establishment of the safe zone, he had never seen such a crowd waiting at a bus stop. For a moment, he thought he had returned to the days before the apocalypse, when office workers crowded the buses. Yet, seeing that all the passengers were clad in frost-resistant suits, he was quickly reminded of reality. All were sequence ability users. Where could so many sequence users be heading? The bus was filled to capacity. Some impatient passengers, unwilling to wait for the next bus, even paid their fare and climbed onto the roof. One sequence user, possessing the skill suction cup, adhered to the bottom of the bus, claiming that spot for himself. The bus driver, now carrying a full load, departed. Those sequence users who remained at the station scoffed at those perched atop the bus. It is merely a 20-minute bus ride. What could possibly happen in that time frame? Must we rush this trip? Do you think the battleground will conclude in 20 minutes? Absurd. Driver, we are all heading to the battleground. Just drive straight there. Understood. Due to the overwhelming crowd and no one disembarking en route, the bus driver did not stop at any other stations. Upon reaching the battleground station, the passengers quickly disembarked. The bus driver gazed at the empty vehicle, feeling as though he had entered another realm. John and Qin Xiang led the way, with Qin Xiang relying on John for navigation. However, the location of the battleground was quite conspicuous. After exiting the bus, they walked for approximately a minute before arriving. John pointed to a dark square structure before them, saying, "This is the battleground. Why is there not a single light? This area is typically deserted, so, to conserve energy, the lights are not turned on." Very well. John approached and knocked on a small door on the dark building. "Who is it?" "Here, to resolve matters at the battleground." "Oh, please wait." After about a minute, all the lights suddenly illuminated, brightening the surroundings. Qin Xiang then noticed that the surface of the previously dark building shimmered with a myriad of colors, though the hues were not pure, revealing a hint of darkness. Reminiscent of a soap bubble in the evening light, a uniformed individual emerged, holding an electronic tablet. Yawning, the person inquired, "I'm the manager of the battleground. Who wishes to settle matters?" "We do. Please fill out this information. Affix your fingerprints, leave your hunter's dagger, and specify your wager, and you may ascend to the arena." The manager, seemingly disinterested in further dialogue, succinctly relayed all the requirements. After completing the forms, Qin Xiang and John returned the tablet to the manager. After verifying the information, the manager produced a remote and pressed a button, causing a door in front of them to open. He then retrieved 2 wristbands, fastening them onto the right wrists of Qin Xiang and John. The arena is just ahead. According to the laws of the United Government, your match at the battleground will remain entirely confidential. If either party concedes, simply tap your left index finger 3 times on the wristband, and the match will conclude. Within the arena, life and death are at your own risk. You both have signed the agreement on the tablet, so you should be aware of this. Once the door closes, the battle will commence. Step inside. All right. Eagerly, Qin Xiang walked into the arena, while John followed with a cold smirk. After both entered, the door closed behind them once more. Glancing back at the spot where the door had opened, there was no trace of its existence, as if it had never been there. At that moment, outside, Sun Juhong remarked with a grin, That kid is certain to lose. Oh, why is that? John, like him, belonged to the Shadow Assassin sequence, but John's level was second tier. Defeating Qin Xiang would be effortless. No wonder you say so. Sun Juhong's scarred face twisted slightly, revealing a sinister smile. Moreover, John is entering with a blind blade. There are no regulations against bringing weapons to the battleground. A blind blade? Isn't that a hunter's tool? Does it also work on sequence ability users? Of course. How could you not know such a simple fact? Skills effective against humans may not necessarily work against deities. However, skills effective against deities are equally effective against humans. With a blind blade, Qin Xiang cannot possibly win. Sun Juhong then turned to Li Tianming and said, "Buddy, are you prepared to send that kid to the hospital?" Li Tianming shot a sidelong glance at Sun Juhong, who wore a face of schadenfreude and remained silent. To the hospital? Why bother with such trouble? Just a funeral will suffice. Oh wait, John isn't from Huagua. He doesn't follow the funeral customs. It seemed that Sun Juhong, noticing Li Tianming's indifference, decided not to belabor the point, snorting quietly as he awaited news of John's victory. After Qin Xiang and John entered the door, they discovered a square room devoid of any furnishings. The walls, ceiling, and floor were all covered with a white, plastic-like material, the nature of which remained a mystery. In each corner of the ceiling, soft lights illuminated the space, making it quite bright. Suddenly, Qin Xiang realized that the entire room served as a battleground. Had he unwittingly stepped onto the arena? This battleground was entirely enclosed, without any visible boundaries. It seemed that the only way to conclude the match was through one-party surrender. However, without a referee or any monitoring, how else could victory or defeat be determined, apart from surrender? At that moment, the main door began to close slowly. As it shut, John swiftly drew his concealed blade, activating the skill Life and Death on a knife's edge, enhanced, which tripled his agility and doubled his strength, swinging the blade towards Qin Xiang's back. Yet, Qin Xiang appeared oblivious, standing motionless. You wretched insect, you must pay for your ignorance. John had already envisioned how he would torment Qin Xiang. However, just as he believed his strike would land, Qin Xiang suddenly vanished from sight. How could this be possible? In his moment of panic, Qin Xiang had already appeared at his side. Qin Xiang's abilities surpassed those of an average sequence power user, and with his sequence level at 3, he was on par with John, even without activating any skills. Moreover, having employed the dual metal to quadruple his attributes and activated the brutality skill for a threefold enhancement, his strength and agility soared to 12 times their normal levels, leaving John utterly defenseless. John's body simply could not keep up with Qin Xiang's movements. Out of the corner of his eye, he caught sight of Qin Xiang's maniacal grin. In that instant, he realized that Qin Xiang was far from being a mere phantom assassin. Furthermore, Qin Xiang's sequence level was undoubtedly higher than his own. What was he? A monster? Once this strike concluded, he would immediately surrender. Yet, Qin Xiang would not grant him that opportunity. With his fist raised high, Qin Xiang leaned close to John's ear and softly uttered, "Thank you." His fist then descended, striking John squarely on the side of his face. Before John could register any sensation, his vision was abruptly constricted and then vanished entirely. At that moment, his consciousness continued to ponder. Why couldn't he see? Had he been struck by his own blade? No, the blind knife remained firmly in his grip. He could feel it. It was a punch, solidly landing on his face. What sequence was this? How could anyone possess such strength? After a moment of confusion, John ceased his thoughts. When Qin Xiang struck, he felt no pain. In the brief interval where his thoughts halted, his life also came to an end. Qin Xiang slowly approached, retrieving the blind knife, admiring it with a sense of fondness. He initially contemplated testing its sharpness on his hand, but suddenly realized that its blinding effect might also work on humans. If he were to lose his sight for a time, it would be rather troublesome. There was no time to waste. To the onlookers, he appeared to be a mere sequence level 1 novice, utterly incapable of defeating John. Qin Xiang first fabricated a fatal injury and then meticulously altered John's facial features until no trace of the punch remained. Rubbing his chin thoughtfully, he reflected, "Due to the lack of proper moral guidance at GUN school, my temperament tends to be rather volatile. Today, provoked by John in the battleground, I lost control upon witnessing his loathsome visage, resulting in this outcome. This narrative should hold up without issue." He glanced at his wristband. Only 2 minutes had elapsed. The skill Life and Death on a Knife's Edge from the Phantom Assassin Sequence Level 1 doubled agility for 5 minutes, followed by a 20-minute fatigue period. In that case, when he exited, he would need Li Tianming to carry him onto the bus. Offering him over 30 silver coins for the favor should not be unreasonable. Chapter 67. Disgusting as the door to the battleground slowly opened once more, the others expressed astonishment. Only a few minutes? Has it been resolved so quickly? Did John defeat that kid? He had explicitly stated he would enjoy torturing the boy for a while. How could it end in just 3 minutes? Perhaps he felt a lesson was sufficient and that there was no need to be excessively brutal. Had I known it would conclude so swiftly, I wouldn't have come. It's truly dull. Sun Juhong yawned, preparing to leave. At that moment, someone grasped his arm as he turned towards the bus station. Something seems off. What seems off? Sun Juhong queried. Following the direction indicated, his eyes widened in disbelief. Amidst the astonished gazes of the crowd, Qin Xiang emerged from the doorway, drenched in blood, yet with a vacant expression, still clutching the blind knife. How could it be Qin Xiang? What had happened to John? Immediately, John's teammates rushed to seize Qin Xiang, eager to inquire about the situation. Yet Qin Xiang appeared lost, unresponsive, and walked directly towards Li Tianming. Seeing this, John's companions dashed into the arena. As others grew curious about the unfolding events, those who had sprinted into the battleground re-emerged, clutching the walls and retching uncontrollably, their eyes filled with terror as they gazed at Qin Xiang. Meanwhile, Qin Xiang seemed unaware of their horror. Suddenly, he appeared to lose all strength, collapsing against Li Tianming. Li Tianming supported him, his face reflecting a sense of resignation. This boy had truly become a seasoned actor. Sun Juhong, puzzled, also ventured into the battleground. After a while, he returned outside, yet unlike the others who had been sickened, he merely trembled slightly, casting a glance at Qin Xiang before averting his gaze. Witnessing John's gruesome demise, Sun Juhong perceived Qin Xiang as nothing short of a madman, and moreover, a madman with unknown cards up his sleeve. While Sun Juhong outwardly disdained John, he had to concede that John, who ranked just below him on the hunter score list at the 38324 safe zone exit, was no ordinary opponent. With extensive combat experience, sequence suppression, and possession of hunter's artifacts, it was astonishing that he had been slain by Qin Xiang. Qin Xiang was undoubtedly not a simple character. Moreover, judging by John's grotesquely deformed head, it seemed Qin Xiang had pummeled him for quite some time. From the moment the two entered the battleground to Qin Xiang's emergence, merely over 3 minutes had passed. This implied that Qin Xiang had likely defeated John in under a minute. How had he accomplished such a feat? The more Sun Juhong contemplated, the more apprehensive he became. This youth's power was alarmingly formidable. Observing Sun Juhong's stunned expression, others were filled with curiosity and began to enter the battleground in succession. However, like John's teammates, most fled within mere seconds, retching violently against the walls. The staff member also vomited while attempting to prevent others from entering. Don't go in there. I still need to clean this area. It's too disgusting with all this vomiting. All who witnessed John's lifeless form regarded the weakened Qin Xiang leaning against Li Tianming with a mix of fear and disbelief. Li Tianming understood that Qin Xiang had undoubtedly refrained from any vile actions within. Most likely, he had taken extreme measures to prevent John's memories from being accessed by the immortal sequence power user, resulting in some gruesome treatment of his head. Li Tianming felt no inclination to investigate the details of what transpired. Regardless of how terrifying it was merely a matter of killing someone. In the extensive experiences of Li Tianming, the act of killing is entirely devoid of terror. It is rather commonplace. Leaning closer to Qin Xiang, he whispered, "Your portrayal of being on the brink of death could use a touch more authenticity. How is it that your hand still possesses the strength to grip that knife?" Qin Xiang responded quietly, "I plan to seize an opportunity to test whether this hunter's artifact's abilities are effective against people. You need not experiment. I can assure you, they are effective. Any skill beneficial to deities is equally applicable to humans, though the reverse may not hold true. Oh, then I can rest easy." The blind knife slipped from Qin Xiang's grasp, clattering against the marble floor and producing a crisp sound. As Li Tianming supported Qin Xiang, he bent down to retrieve the knife and placed it in Qin Xiang's backpack. He then addressed the still retching staff member. It seems that Qin Xiang has emerged victorious from this battle. Shall we take this blind knife with us? The staff member, propped against the wall, did not glance up, but merely waved his hand dismissively at Li Tianming, signaling for the two to depart quickly. Thank you. With one hand supporting Qin Xiang, Li Tianming exited the combat arena. Principal Li, would you carry me for a bit? Although it appeared that Qin Xiang was being supported, in reality, he was being dragged along, his toes scraping the ground uncomfortably. Carry you? Dream on. Are you still interested in your silver coins? Why not give it a try? Principal Li, I am at least your student. I never taught you to read, nor did I instruct you in the art of killing. Our relationship is hardly that of teacher and student. Li Tianming was not swayed by Qin Xiang's pleas. Yet, with little recourse, Qin Xiang allowed himself to be dragged like a piece of timber to the bus stop. After a brief wait at the bus stop, they prepared to board the bus heading back. However, taking the bus did not lead them home. Instead, they were to collect their rewards from the Management Bureau. This was Li Tianming's request, which aligned with Qin Xiang's own thoughts. He pulled Qin Xiang onto the bus, covering the fare for him. The two, stained with blood, stood out distinctly on the bus, prompting even other sequence ability users to instinctively shift to seats farther away. Qin Xiang's head rested on Li Tianming's shoulder, his expression vacant. Yet his heart brimmed with joy over acquiring the hunter's artifact. Near the combat arena, many spectators had yet to disperse, now possessing a new understanding of Qin Xiang. The order at the exit of Safety Zone 38,324 might soon undergo a transformation. Just then, those who had failed to board the first bus arrived. Noticing the throng still gathered outside the combat arena, they assumed that Qin Xiang's battle with John had not yet concluded. As they strolled towards the arena, they were met with the nauseating stench of vomit. Upon closer inspection, they discovered pools of repulsive filth scattered about. One individual, pinching his nose, inquired, "What is going on? What are you all doing here? Did you collectively eat something bad?" Yet, no one responded. He pressed on. "Where are Qin Xiang and John? Has the battle not begun?" A feeble voice from the crowd replied, "It has already concluded." Concluded? Chapter 68. Claiming rewards upon hearing the battle had ended, the latecomers hurriedly sought the outcome. What? Are you saying John lost? What? He lost while wielding the blind knife? What? John not only lost, but he also died. As they absorbed this increasingly absurd information, they felt compelled to enter the combat arena for verification. The staff attempted to stop them, but two troublemakers pushed through, and the group surged inside. Moments later, they all rushed back out, seeking a cleaner spot to vomit again. The staff, already fatigued, observed the multitude of areas needing cleaning and fainted from frustration. Meanwhile, Qin Xiang and Li Tianming remained oblivious to the ensuing chaos. They sat on the bus, contemplating how to divide the rewards from the Management Bureau. After a while, Li Tianming gently nudged Qin Xiang with his elbow. 20 minutes have passed. You should be able to move now. Oh. Qin Xiang feigned a recovery of strength, sitting upright and no longer leaning against Li Tianming. The Sequence Ability Management Bureau station has arrived. The bus's announcement echoed as Qin Xiang and Li Tianming disembarked, chatting cheerfully as they made their way to the Management Bureau in Area 14121. The bus driver glanced at their departing figures and sighed in resignation. These two boarded the bus covered in blood, which he found off-putting. Yet, being mere ordinary people, he could do little about it. Their seats were stained, and he would have to clean up after his shift. Damn Sequence Ability users, grumbled the bus driver before continuing his route. Principal, will you accompany me to claim the reward? I shall not enter. As an insurer, I am not eligible for rewards. I will wait for you outside the bureau. Very well. Upon reaching the exterior of the Management Bureau's 3-story building, the gray paint remained unchanged. The dim lighting outside appeared similar to before. However, Qin Xiang felt transformed. He realized that each visit to the Management Bureau signified his progress or gains. Thus, his spirits were high as he stood before the bureau. No wonder the Sequence Ability users from the Shursindeet enjoy the Management Bureau. I understand now. Each time I come here, I feel remarkably at ease. Li Tianming smiled, not contesting his assertion. Entering the Management Bureau, Qin Xiang bypassed the entrance and once again encountered the empty office area. Yet this time, clad in a protective suit and splattered with blood, he was particularly conspicuous. Recognizing Qin Xiang as a Sequence Ability user, a staff member promptly approached him. Sir, what brings you to the Management Bureau? Oh, I am here to claim the reward for slaying a deity. Claim the reward? Please wait a moment. The staff member returned to his desk, retrieved an electronic tablet, and quickly approached again. May I have your sequence ability user number? 00009527. You are Mr. Qin Xiang, correct? Indeed. Let me check. Your points were earned at the exit of safety zone 38324. That is correct. The points awaiting collection amount to 1,600? The staff member stared incredulously at the string of numbers following Qin Xiang's name, exclaiming in astonishment. His outburst drew the attention of other personnel in the hall. 1,600 points. Who is this young man? The largest nearby safety zone exit is 38,324, home to the most formidable sequence ability users in Area 14121. Yet even the top scorer, Fran, at the exit of safety zone 38324, only has over 300 points. How could he possibly have 1,600 points? Did he eliminate all the deities outside the exit of safety zone 38,324? Under the incredulous gazes of the onlookers, Qin Xiang nodded. Indeed. My 100 points have been verified by the Bureau staff. I am here to claim my reward. The staff member swallowed hard. All right. Please wait a moment while I retrieve your reward. Thank you. Qin Xiang initially considered finding a chair to sit down. But glancing at the pristine Management Bureau hall and then at his blood-stained attire, he decided against it. After a brief moment, the staff member returned with 2 cloth bags. Hello, here is your reward. Firstly, there are 800,000 copper coins. We have exchanged them according to the exchange rate for 80 silver coins. Please count them. Upon hearing this, Qin Xiang immediately wore a beaming smile as he took the heavy pouch of coins. 800,000 copper coins is an immense sum, and when the Bureau rewards him, it will undoubtedly be converted into silver coins. He initially anticipated that the Bureau would follow the market exchange rate of 12,000 copper coins for 1 silver coin for his reward. To his astonishment, they adhered to the United Government's exchange rate, granting him 80 silver coins at a ratio of 1 to 10,000. This exceeded his expectations by a substantial 20%, filling Qin Xiang with delight. He took out the silver coins, counting them twice, and then bit each one to ensure authenticity. Only after confirming their genuineness did he joyfully accept them. Next, there are 80 bottles of sequence potions. They're all in this bag, which is a bit heavy, so please take good care of it. Qin Xiang accepted the cloth bag containing the sequence potions, noticing that it held 4 tiers of small racks, each meticulously arranged with 20 bottles of sequence potions. Everything appears to be in order. Thank you. All right, please take care. Despite Qin Xiang's youthful appearance, the Bureau staff unconsciously addressed him with a respectful you. The accumulation of 1,600 points is truly astounding. After Qin Xiang departed, the personnel on the first floor of the Bureau immediately began discussing his identity. Who is he? Why haven't we seen him before? I checked his information. He is a newcomer of Sequence Level 1. To think he amassed 1,600 points in one go. I just received news from Lao Chung. He confirmed today at the exit of Safety Zone 38324 that this young man single-handedly eliminated over 700 long-legged worms. As Qin Xiang stepped outside the Bureau, he shook the pouch of coins in front of Li Tianming. Principal, I got the money. Li Tianming nodded in acknowledgement. The two moved aside, with Qin Xiang brimming with excitement. I never expected to receive 80 silver coins. That means we each get 40 coins. How delightful. He counted out 40 silver coins and placed them in his backpack, then handed the remaining coins and the pouch to Li Tianming. Li Tianming pondered for a moment before speaking. I don't need the silver coins. No way. Before Li Tianming could finish his sentence, Qin Xiang coldly interrupted him. The smile on Qin Xiang's face vanished, replaced by a frosty glare directed at Li Tianming, devoid of the previous warmth.